While others transmigrate into the roles of vicious female antagonists or beautiful cannon fodder, Shi Liao-liao finds herself transformed into the devoted male servant of the male protagonist. It has been a long time since I have seen the young master smile so joyfully. This is the first time the young master has brought a woman home. I have never witnessed the young master show such concern for a woman. As long as she utters these 3 astonishing statements upon the male protagonist's encounter with the female lead, she shall successfully complete her mission. Until Shi Liao-liao discovers that the female lead she has been waiting for all these years is, in fact, herself. Yanzhou has never paid any mind to his mute little male servant, who resembles an NPC, until one day a white lotus flower visits their home and pushes the little servant aside. The little male servant kneels on the ground, his expression inscrutable, his gaze as still and deep as an ancient well. Yanzhou secretly nods in admiration of the servant's calmness and composure. Until the next moment, a voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Damn it, wasn't it just that time when you were denied entry? Your pettiness is smaller than Yanzhou's. Yanzhou. Little Lu, do not listen. It is mere slander. Do not doubt it, this is. Chapter 1. Bastard. How dare you let someone defecate on my head? The piercing scream of a woman penetrates from outside, startling Shi Liao-liao into nearly tearing the chest binder in his grasp. As the sole heir of the prestigious Lu family, Shi Liao-liao possesses remarkable professionalism, swiftly transforming from a delicate girl resembling a doll into a strikingly handsome and aloof young man. The furious outcry outside persists, and Shi Liao-liao shakes his head in resignation, pondering who could be so malicious. Shi Liao-liao, did you hear me? Get out here. I will have Yanzhou expel you, you uncouth wretch. Upon hearing his full name, Shi Liao-liao thinks, oh no, it's directed at me. Shi Liao-liao is the grandson of the former steward, and upon his appointment, he was assigned by the head of the Lu family to serve as the personal little male servant to the sole heir, Yanzhou. However, due to the strained relationship between Yanzhou and his father, he has always been looked down upon by Yanzhou. Having disguised himself as a male for many years and finally reaching the young master's side, he can no longer afford to delay. Surely, this time he will be dismissed. Amidst the watchful gazes of other servants, the slender figure clad in a crisp uniform of Shi Liao-liao appears before Bai Liya. The youth possesses raven hair and porcelain skin, his neat and tidy black uniform accentuating a slender waist, with a delicate face and slightly upturned eyes that exude an unexpected allure, yet his perpetual expressionless demeanor suppresses that charm. Witnessing the scene, Bai Liya's ire intensifies, and she begins to resent the head of the Lu family for sending a male servant more beautiful than many girls to Yanzhou's side. She claims to be in competition with women, but in truth, she merely covets the immense wealth of the Lu family. Bai Liya can scarcely fathom how vivacious a girl she would be if she were to become Mrs. Lu. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid now? Observing Shi Liao-liao's silent stance, his fingers tightly clenched, the veins on the back of his hands prominently bulging as if he is enduring something, Bai Liya smugly curves her lips. She is an exceptionally beautiful girl, dressed in a white gown, her feet adorned with delicate high-heeled sandals, her sweet features a product of a once prominent musical family, where strict upbringing prevails. Thus, even when enraged, Bai Liya remains overall enchanting. Until Shi Liao-liao slowly speaks. Miss Bai. You have urinated on yourself, Bai Liya? Suddenly, the previously overlooked odor of urine wafts into her nostrils, and as she turns her head, a dog, having just relieved itself, stands innocently at her feet, while her pristine white skirt has been thoroughly stained with yellow liquid, exuding a most unpleasant odor. Bai Liya exclaimed, what a vile dog. You are doomed, Shi Liao-liao. I must expel you from the Lu family today. Her beautiful face contorted with rage, as if she were about to pounce and annihilate Shi Liao-liao. Shi Liao-liao maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. Understood, go play. Misfortunes have their origins, and those responsible should be held accountable. Why must my bad luck always be attributed to me? I am at my wit's end. Who can distinguish between me and Do Yi now? Bai Liya, in her exasperation, was approached by a clever servant who smiled obsequiously. Miss Bai, allow me to take you for a cleaning. As they passed Shi Liao-liao, the servant whispered with malicious glee, you're finished. The master is about to return. Are you frightened? Shi Liao-liao cast a cold glance in his direction. Oi. The servant stood speechless. He shot her a fierce glare, thinking to himself, revel in your arrogance while you can. When the master returns, I shall see how you remain so smug. Shi Liao-liao suppressed the upward curl of his lips, concealing the excitement in his eyes. Freedom is finally within reach. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, tonight I shall have the opportunity to touch the abs of a nightclub male model. As he contemplated this, the outside suddenly erupted with commotion. The servants, who had been secretly observing Shi Liao-liao's misfortune while tending to their tasks, set aside their work and collectively made their way outside. This ostentatious display was undoubtedly due to the heir of the Liu family, Liu Yanzhou, has returned. Shi Liao-liao glanced down at his ankles, ensuring that his thermal leggings were securely tucked into his socks, and stepped outside. The grand entrance of the villa slowly swung open, revealing a tall and upright figure who emerged against the gentle breeze, capturing the attention of all. The young man, still clad in his unaltered school uniform, cast his gaze downward, long lashes casting shadows as if deep in thought. Most captivating was the small mole at the inner corner of his left eye, adding an alluring charm to his refined features. Upon lifting his eyelids, his bright tea-brown eyes radiated warmth and depth. "Master, you have returned." The most senior servant pushed past Shi Liao-liao to greet Liu Yanzhou. Shi Liao-liao, nearly trampled upon, thought to himself, "Just wait, Lao Deng. Tonight I shall steal your hemorrhoid cream." Liu Yanzhou happened to witness this scene. The charming young servant, marginalized, remained silent with his head bowed. He cast a disinterested glance at the servant. "I recall stating, there are no slaves in Xinhuagua." With a gentle smile gracing his lips, his words were devoid of mercy. The servant took a hesitant step back, hastily altering his address, "Young master." In an effort to redeem himself, he stepped forward again. "Young master, Miss Bai is here to see you." Glancing sideways at Shi Liao-liao, he maliciously remarked, "But Miss Bai was brought to tears by Shi Liao-liao." Shi Liao-liao felt a sense of satisfaction. "Yes, exactly like this. Then fire me." Before Liu Yanzhou could direct his gaze, Bai Liya, who had been taken for cleaning, appeared in the hall. "You're back." Looking rejuvenated, and even with her hair dried, Bai Liya rushed over in her small heels, her eyes sparkling with joy as she beheld Liu Yanzhou. Yet, as she passed Shi Liao-liao, she slipped and pushed him aside. Caught off guard, Shi Liao-liao fell to the ground, his knees stinging with pain. Bai Liya, tears in her eyes, lamented, "It's all my fault. Although you treated me poorly and wouldn't let me see Liu Yanzhou, I never intended to take revenge on you." Liu Yanzhou stood by, showing no inclination to intervene in this farce. His tea-brown eyes did not focus on the poorly acted Bai Liya, but rather on the small servant kneeling on the ground. As always, regardless of the misunderstandings and humiliations he faced, he maintained an expression devoid of discernible emotion, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, resilient and composed. Liu Yanzhou felt a flicker of admiration, which quickly faded. Alas, it is precisely this remarkable composure that fated him to depart. As Liu Yanzhou parted his lips to speak, a clear voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Damn it, was it just because you were not allowed in last time? Your grudges are smaller than Liu Yanzhou's." Indeed, he did not mishear this. Chapter 2. Liu Yanzhou, a rare moment of blankness flickered across Qing Jun's face as he silently lowered his gaze to his younger brother. "Little Liu, don't listen. It's just malicious criticism." His long eyelashes fluttered, concealing the astonishment in his eyes as Liu Yanzhou began to observe his surroundings with a calm demeanor. Who could it be? Beside him, Bai Liya continued to lament, as if the one wronged were herself. "Do you realize the extent of the harm you've caused me? Why did you send someone to do such a thing? I've been crying until midnight, my eyes are swollen." In Liu Yanzhou's view, Shi Liao-liao, standing nearby, swiftly rose, dusted off his clothes, and silently listened to Bai Liya's tirade, his thick eyelashes trembling slightly. Then, that voice re-emerged. "Crying until midnight? Did you stop right at midnight? Was it exactly at midnight? Why were you looking at the clock while crying?" Noticing the disdainful glance from someone who had never acknowledged him, Shi Liao-liao lifted his eyelids to cast a brief look at Liu Yanzhou. "What are you staring at? If you fire me, I'll defecate in your study." Liu Yanzhou, "So, it was you spreading rumors. What did he do to you?" Diverting his gaze from Shi Liao-liao, Liu Yanzhou took a step forward, revealing a slightly astonished expression concealed from the others. "Mind reading?" He shrugged off his coat, settled onto the sofa, and accepted the tea offered by a servant, lounging with his long legs crossed. Surprised? Not really. After all, he was the future president. What was wrong with knowing a bit of mind reading? Bai Liya shot Shi Liao-liao a look of impending doom, then hurried over in her heels. She can't let it be known that someone defecated on her head." She stifled a sob, as if recalling something too painful to articulate further. Liu Yanzhou lowered his head, sipping his tea, the pale hue of his lips glistening with moisture. "She fell in love with you at first sight?" Shi Liao-liao, Brace yourself. You're getting married to Miss by tomorrow. By Liao? Shi Liao-liao approached, his usually placid eyes now flickering with emotion, capturing that fleeting peculiarity. Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Could it be that he genuinely liked Bai Liao? We're merely master and servant. You've crossed the line, little Liu. Little Liu. Observing Yanzhou's apparent indifference, Bai Liao quickly realized the shift in his attitude towards the young servant. Her thoughts raced, recalling that Yanzhou had not always been so dismissive of this young man. Bai Liao, with a sudden flourish, produced a light blue bento box. You just returned from school and haven't eaten anything, right? This is for you, made by my own hands. Give it a try. Yanzhou regarded her with a detached calm. Noticing his gentle smile accompanied by a silence, Bai Liao cursed the man inwardly, while outwardly shedding tears in apparent grievance. Your servant is bullying me. Must you treat me this way too? You clearly know how I felt the first time I saw you. I was captivated by that alluring mole beneath your eye. Listening to Bai Liao, Shi Liao-liao, standing nearby awaiting dismissal, gradually lost focus. Speaking of which, I was also drawn to Yanzhou because of that mole when I first saw him, and I thought. Yanzhou shot her a knowing glance, half amused.
Oh, wow.
That's quite a big eye booger. Yanzhou. The curve of his lips nearly faltered. What had the old butler said to him before he passed? This child is not fond of conversation. Think of him as a mute. Indeed. Before mind reading, mute. After mind reading, loudspeaker. There was a newfound curiosity in Yanzhou's gaze. As Shi Liao-liao's mind wandered, she was caught off guard when her gaze met Yanzhou's deep, coffee brown eyes, framed by thick lashes, which seemed to hold an unusual affection. What's this? You used to ignore me like I was an NPC. Why are you looking at me today? You looking at me is pointless. I don't have any eye boogers on my face. Yanzhou, enough. Can we let this joke pass? Bai Liao assumed he was addressing her and immediately fell silent, slightly taken aback. Although Yanzhou bore an elegant demeanor and a habitual smile, those who engaged with him soon realized that few could capture his attention or evoke any emotional response. Thus, Bai Liao was unexpectedly flattered by his emphatic enough. My heavens, did I actually provoke Yanzhou, the young master? Shi Liao-liao was equally astonished. But even more surprising was Yanzhou accepting the blue bento. It was evident that Bai Liao had invested effort to please the young master of the Liu family, selecting dishes that aligned with his tastes, indicating she had certainly charmed the family's cook. However, Yanzhou merely glanced at it before redirecting his attention to Shi Liao-liao, who appeared expressionless yet famished enough to devour Yanzhou whole. Try it, he commanded, handing the opened bento over. This was the first time since Shi Liao-liao joined the Liu household that Yanzhou instructed her to do something. Many servants exchanged looks, their expressions shifting somewhat. Shi Liao-liao, slightly delayed in her reaction, approached and extended her hand. Her fingers, long and delicate, bore a pinkish hue at the joints, wholly unlike those of a man. Yanzhou paused for a moment before calmly shifting his gaze away, his coffee-brown eyes scrutinizing the person before him. Shi Liao-liao picked through the meat inside, sampling each piece. How is it? He watched her face intently, seemingly unwilling to miss any subtle expression. After swallowing the food, Shi Liao-liao met his gaze. Her eyes, clear and bright, held no impurities. Delicious. Her voice rang like a clear bell, identical to the tone echoing in his mind. Observing the bento and the new chopsticks, she handed back. Yanzhou inexplicably accepted them, almost by instinct choosing a piece of fried chicken that looked presentable enough to taste. This chicken is fried tougher than my grandfather's calluses. As the fried chicken brushed against his lips, Yanzhou remarked, if I recall correctly, old butler was buried over in the western outskirts. Seeing him suddenly change the subject, Shi Liao-liao nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. Why had the conversation shifted so abruptly? Does eating chicken remind you of my grandfather? Yanzhou delicately wiped his lips, contemplating sending someone to the grave later that evening to compare the fried chicken to the old butler's calluses. What a clever thought. Chapter 3. Bai Liao's gaze flitted between Shi Liao-liao and Yanzhou. What are you two men plotting? Why do I suddenly feel like an outsider? Has something happened that I am unaware of? Why aren't you eating? Is my cooking that terrible? Bai Liao settled down a short distance from Yanzhou, her eyes sparkling with an autumn-like luster, appearing pitiful. Yanzhou, Bai Liao, blind, catching sight of Shi Liao-liao, who appeared unfazed by the tension. Her tone shifted from soft to clearly accusatory. I've been here for so long, and not even a drink has been offered to me? After a moment, Realizing she was speaking to her, Shi Liao-liao asked, Miss Bai, what would you like to drink? Lu Yanzhou glanced at her. Despite her rebellious thoughts, what could she do in her position if she faced challenges? It was best to maintain a sense of decorum fitting her status. An 82 vintage? Bai Lia's eyes sparkled. An 82 Lafite. Shi Liao-liao turned to Lu Yanzhou, who nodded slightly without lifting his eyelids. Receiving his approval, she promptly went to prepare. Left alone with Bai Lia, Lu Yanzhou evidently lacked the patience he had shown earlier. The only reason he had stayed was due to an unexpected turn of events. Upon recalling the sudden voice that emerged in his mind, he curled his fingers slightly, preparing to search for some information. A half-hour later, a servant knocked on his door.
What is it?
He diverted his gaze from the computer screen, and Lu Yanzhou's chestnut-colored eyes resumed their initial indifference. The servant, with a complex expression, replied, Miss Bai has been taken away. Lu Yanzhou withdrew his gaze. I see. She was taken away by the ambulance, the servant added. Lu Yanzhou paused, a realization striking him as he looked unexpectedly at the servant outside the door. What did Shi Liao-liao give her to drink? The servant's expression was almost on the verge of tears. She gave Miss Bai a laxative from 1982. Lu Yanzhou felt his mind shrink at the mention of laxatives.
Ha!
He chuckled softly, his shoulders trembling slightly. The servant remarked, How am I to bring up the matter of dismissing Shi Liao-liao now? Recalling how Bai Lia had rushed out of the restroom. Weak yet still managing to stuff money into her pockets, the servant felt a resolute mission to expel that manly fox like Shi Liao-liao. Young master, there's one more thing. He spoke with an unrestrained mirth. I believe you should take a look at your back garden. Meanwhile, after sending Bai Lia, the female antagonist, away, Shi Liao-liao returned to her room, hesitating over whether to pack her belongings. She sensed that Lu Yanzhou had suddenly become peculiar. Although he was the sole heir of the Lu family, his relationship with the current family head was rather strained. The previous butler had been sent to monitor Lu Yanzhou, and just as he reached adulthood, before the position could be filled, the family head hastily placed Shi Liao-liao in his service. Consequently, the servants attending to Lu Yanzhou, including Lu Yanzhou himself, were not particularly fond of her. However, Shi Liao-liao felt helpless. She awoke one day to find herself transformed into a manly figure, with only a note left by the original owner warning her not to reveal her gender, lest she face dire consequences. Baffled and frightened, she relied on the memories of the original owner to maintain her facade, while also needing to portray a man. She had grown weary of this life, where she could neither enjoy the local delicacies nor serve others. With this thought, Shi Liao-liao, usually expressionless in the eyes of others, let out a lament, rolling on the bed in frustration. Why hasn't that rascal Lu Yanzhou notified me of my dismissal yet? No sooner had she uttered the words than an object suddenly fell from thin air, striking her forehead and leaving her utterly bewildered as a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the expulsion of the White Lotus. The system has been activated. Please continue your efforts to complete the waiting task for the female lead in order to return to your original world. Shi Liao-liao, clutching the item resting on her face, sat up. A small, fluffy hamster with a round body squatted in her palm, gazing up at her with its tiny, black eyes. Hi, darling, she said, poking its rear, her expression revealing surprise. You are the system? You've only just shown up after 2 years? The little hamster, seeming to sense her complaint, shyly scratched its ear. Well, you see, after screening numerous transmigrators, we discovered that your conditions were the most suitable, which is why I have only now appeared before you, dear host. Shi Liao-liao noted the keyword. Book? Understanding her role had arrived, the little hamster settled comfortably in her palm and began to explain. This system is officially titled I am a brick in the romance world, moving wherever needed. The world you currently inhabit is but one of the myriad novels. The previous butler, due to unforeseen circumstances, did not wait for the male lead to reach adulthood and encounter the female lead's plot point, thus failing to deliver several crucial lines. Hence, you are required to step into his role. Shi Liao-liao raised an eyebrow. What lines? It has been a long time since the young master smiled so joyfully. The young master brought a woman home for the first time. Never have I seen the young master so attentive to a woman. Shi Liao-liao mused, feeling as though a doctor friend might soon burst in, demanding to know why she had been summoned in the dead of night. Wait. You mean I must stay here and cannot leave? Realization hit her suddenly. The little hamster nodded enthusiastically. Yes, indeed. Shi Liao-liao reflected on her recent actions, her heart sinking. This is bad. Observing her evident distress, the little hamster squirmed anxiously. Host, by convention, shouldn't you give me a name? With a face full of resignation, Shi Liao-liao responded hollowly, Maru. The little hamster excitedly clapped its paws. So cute. Defeating the Global 99 system. Delighted with its new name, the little hamster asked, which Maru? The Maru of testicles, Shi Liao-liao replied. Maru. Someone call the police. Just as it was about to protest, a knock echoed at Shi Liao-liao's door. She sprang up abruptly. Meanwhile, Bai Lia lay in the ambulance, her face ashen. What a pity, the wealth missed me, and now this calamity has befallen me. I can hardly imagine what nicknames the Liu family might bestow upon me in private. Shi Liao-liao opened the door, and upon meeting the gaze of the person outside, she preemptively declared, You are here about the matter of laxative sister, aren't you? The servant, suppressing a laugh, coughed and replied, The young master is looking for you. Remembering the young master's earlier expression, the servant could scarcely contain a glimmer of schadenfreude. Shi Liao-liao realized she was truly in trouble. The little hamster nestled in her palm observed her plight, unable to restrain itself. Your interpersonal relationships are lacking as a versatile butler. That shouldn't be the case. Following the servant, Shi Liao-liao narrated the events that had transpired since her arrival at the Liu family to Maru in her mind. Maru exclaimed in astonishment. You were called a fox spirit just for being a man? Upon closer inspection of the host's face, it wore a look of complex emotions. Well, indeed, it does resemble one, but it shouldn't be the case. In the context of ancient romance novels, where female consciousness had yet to awaken, such scenes filled with malice and misunderstanding typically unfolded solely around the female lead. Your situation is somewhat unique. As an NPC, it shouldn't be like this. I'll report it to the higher-ups. Shi Liao-liao was initially indifferent, but now she hesitated. She had thought she would soon leave this place where everyone seemed to be a lunatic, yet the system had suddenly emerged, revealing that completing a task would allow her to return to her original world. When will the female lead appear? Just 3 lines seemed simple enough. Maru reassured her. Don't worry, it will be soon. Once Yanzhou starts school, he will encounter the female lead, who will be disguised as a boy and holding a scholarship. Upon hearing that the female lead would also be disguised as a man, Shi Liao-liao felt a sense of kinship, until she noticed the servant leading her toward the back garden. The cobblestone path was meticulously swept clean, not a single fallen leaf in sight, flanked by a variety of well-maintained plants, each distinct in color, yet harmonious. Having just returned from school, Yanzhou had changed out of his academy uniform into a simple light-colored wool sweater paired with trousers. His eyes were a pale hue, and his hair, under the light, was not purely black, but rather a softer shade. Shi Liao-liao had been warned before taking up her position that this young master, though appearing approachable, was not particularly amiable. He was exceedingly tall, and when Shi Liao-liao stood before him, she had to tilt her head slightly to meet his chestnut eyes. Like the golden retriever I once raised, Yanzhou, who hadn't uttered a single word, addressed her. Young master, you called for me. Unbeknownst to her, all her thoughts had been laid bare, and she presented the most respectful demeanor she had ever mustered. Her gaze towards Yanzhou suggested that she would willingly plunge into the depths of peril for him. Yanzhou maintained his habitual smile, and only after their eyes met did he slowly speak. I recall informing you that you are free to do as you please with this residence, as long as you do not disturb me. Shi Liao-liao nodded, acknowledging that such a statement had indeed been made when she first assumed her position. Yanzhou turned slowly, gesturing towards the flower bed behind him. Is this the reason you have uprooted the Moroccan daisies I planted and replaced them with leeks? Shi Liao-liao responded, while a nearby servant inquired, Why are you not concerned? Is it in your nature to disregard such matters? Cultivating flowers was the only pastime Yanzhou could be said to truly cherish amidst his busy life, during his time at the academy. A gardener tended to them in his stead, but beyond that, these flowers were nurtured solely by him. As he gazed upon the flourishing leeks that were on the verge of aging, the warmth in Yanzhou's otherwise gentle eyes turned icy. Destroying everything he held dear and watching him endure in silence had always been a favored pastime of his father. Casting a glance at the young servant, personally assigned by his father and possessing a beauty that rivaled that of any girl, Yanzhou felt his interest dissipate entirely. Shi Liao-liao bit her lip, while the anxious Maru exclaimed, Host, what is happening? She succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Initially, she had asked the gardener for a small plot to plant some vegetables, and he had generously taken her to this spot, assuring her she could plant freely. Upon first seeing the vast array of flowers, she hesitated, as they were so beautiful that they hardly appeared neglected. However, the gardener insisted that no one tended to them, claiming they were merely wildflowers. The next day, upon her return, she discovered that all the flowers were gone, and the gardener had enthusiastically informed her that he had uprooted them to allow her to plant without worry. Maru urged her. You must explain this to the male lead quickly. If he dismisses you, you will never return to your original world. But would Liu Yanzhou believe her if she spoke? Just as she pondered this, Liu Yanzhou, who had been waiting for her to speak, turned his gaze away, his demeanor apathetic. I will pay you double your salary. You may gather your belongings and return to my father. With that, he turned and departed, not casting another glance at Shi Liao-liao. Although he walked away resolutely, he instinctively wondered what expression she would wear. Would she remain expressionless or appear dejected? After all, he was a man, he would not cry. Yanzi, don't go. How can I survive without you? Please let me explain, Yanzi. Liu Yanzhou thought, ultimately, it was misplaced affection. Shi Liao-liao hastened a few steps forward, intending to stop him, but unexpectedly, he turned around, leading to a sudden collision. Her nose met his hard chest, the sting prompting physiological tears to spring forth. Reddening her eyes in an instant, the rich scent of wood wafted past, and instinctively, she pushed him away. Though Liu Yanzhou had a slight obsession with cleanliness, he was not overly sensitive to unintentional contact. However, Shi Liao-liao's rejection was starkly apparent. The delightful fragrance she had caught a whiff of earlier surprised him. How could a grown man smell so enchanting? As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of her, nose covered, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with moisture, presenting an utterly pitiable sight. Liu Yanzhou was reminded of a conversation he had inadvertently overheard among the servants regarding Shi Liao-liao. A male fox spirit? If he were not so certain of his own sexual orientation, he might have questioned his father's motivations for sending her. A fleeting moment of helplessness crossed his features. Is everything all right? Shi Liao-liao mumbled something while covering her nose. Liu Yanzhou did not catch it, raising an eyebrow to signal her to repeat. Shi Liao-liao asked, Shall I report an injury at work? Liu Yanzhou replied, That is acceptable. A nearby servant was taken aback. Isn't she supposed to be dismissed? Why is there suddenly talk of an injury claim? This was Chapter 5. Young master, Shi Liao-liao has uprooted all the flowers you painstakingly cultivated. Is it truly wise to allow her to remain? The servant urged, though resentment bubbled within, reaching a peak. Without Shi Liao-liao, the position of personal attendant should have been his. Liu Yanzhou donned a light blue apron and, wearing gloves, inspected the thriving leeks in their pots. She had just arrived. Unless she wished to be dismissed, how could it be mere coincidence that she chose his flower bed to plant leeks? He absent-mindedly sifted through the leeks. The servant chuckled awkwardly, stating, even if she was unaware, it was still a mistake. No rules, no order. She must face consequences, or what will the other servants think? Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and it was evident that rain was imminent. Liu Yanzhou stood up, casually removed his gloves, and took a handkerchief from the servant to wipe his long, slender fingers clean. No rush, he thought. The young servant, perpetually wearing a blank expression, only retaliated when truly provoked. He hardly seemed the type to act so thoughtlessly. The servant regarded Liu Yanzhou with the same gaze one might reserve for a ruler bewitched by a fox spirit. Then, as if struck by a thought, he lowered his head to conceal his expression. A personal attendant was expected to follow the master at all times, even within the academy. However, St. Tan Academy only admitted elite students. Wealth alone could not grant entry, and the social hierarchy was stark. How could Shi Liao-liao, a person of the lower class who had never attended school, possibly gain admission? Shi Liao-liao stood in the corridor, exchanging glances with the hamster nestled in her palm. Does this mean I am temporarily safe from dismissal? A wry smile tugged at her lips. The good news, she would not be dismissed. The bad news, she could no longer feel the chiseled abs of nightclub male models. If I do not complete this task, I will not be able to return, correct? As she received a notification that her delivery had arrived, Shi Liao-liao walked outside, unable to suppress her curiosity. Maru, perched firmly on her shoulder, replied, Indeed. Although Shi Liao-liao had no parents in her original world, she at least felt a sense of belonging there. Unlike here, where she had to conceal her gender and tread carefully to survive. Do you know where the original owner has gone? The original owner's wish was to be reincarnated as a panda. You may find her in the zoo of S City. Though she no longer retains memories of her past life. Shi Liao-liao mused, how fortunate the original owner is. Why did she say that revealing her gender would lead to her demise? Did the original owner have enemies? Maru replied, "Apologies, your permissions are insufficient to inquire further." Well then, it seemed she would have to seek the answers herself. After retrieving her belongings from the gatekeeper, the previously overcast sky finally unleashed a downpour, drenching Shi Liao-liao to the bone. Maru hastily scurried into her pocket, exclaiming, "Host, hurry and find shelter. Be careful not to catch a cold." Shi Liao-liao wiped the rainwater from her face. This is precisely the effect I desired. The independent cottage nestled in the back garden was Lu Yanzhou's favored retreat. Once belonging to his mother, it had fallen into neglect following her suicide, with his father, engrossed in research on resurrection, neglecting it entirely. Lu Yanzhou claimed it for himself. Sitting in a high chair before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he opened his computer, preparing to complete the paper assigned by his teacher before leaving school. The heavy rain outside blurred the view, transforming the scenery into a hazy mirage. Lu Yanzhou barely glanced outside, but just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, a figure suddenly intruded upon his line of sight. A flicker of surprise appeared in the tea-brown depths of the eyes. Despite hastily donning a raincoat that offered little concealment, the individual's slender figure remained evident. The young male servant, seemingly inexperienced in such tasks, squatted in the flower bed, diligently uprooting the chives one by one. Lu Yanzhou possessed exceptional vision, enabling him to discern the pale cheeks of the other, washed clean by the rain, and the eyes that could scarcely open under the weight of the droplets. Though he was a man, he exuded a delicate, almost feminine fragility, a rare blend of masculinity and femininity. It was said that those with such features were often favored by fortune. Shi Liao-liao was engrossed in her task, undeterred by the pouring rain that blurred her vision and rendered her damp gloves somewhat ineffective. She persisted in uprooting the chives that had incited Lu Yanzhou's ire. Raising her hand to wipe the raindrops from her face, she sniffled, preparing to rise and move to the next row. Suddenly, the rhythmic patter of the rain ceased in her ears. Shi Liao-liao, sluggishly lifting her head, found the surrounding clamor had momentarily paused as her gaze met those tea-brown eyes. Lu Yanzhou stood silently behind her, an umbrella held aloft, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet a mole at the corner of his eye added an enigmatic allure to his otherwise handsome visage. "What are you doing?" His voice was soft and low, reminiscent of sweet nothings. Shi Liao-liao had heard the servants whisper of his admirers at Saint Academy, a prestigious all-boys school. A fleeting look of surprise crossed her pale face before it vanished. As before, she replied in a subdued tone, uprooting chives. Her expression was devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a soulless NPC. Lu Yanzhou thought her quite foolish. Braving the downpour to atone for her mistakes was decidedly unwise. "Foolish girl, why haven't you left yet? I've only just managed to sneakily procure yeast and flour. If you don't depart soon, how can I return with fresh chives to make chive-filled buns?"
Oh.
My mouth is watering. I'll pretend it's merely raindrops trickling down my hair. He surely won't notice. Thus, beneath Lu Yanzhou's watchful gaze, the aloof young servant wiped his mouth with his hand. Lu Yanzhou mused, "Would you share a bun with me? Though, alas, it is chive-filled." Just as she pondered why this young master had not taken his leave, the world around her suddenly dimmed, as something cold made contact with her forehead. Struggling to shift the object away, she discovered it was Lu Yanzhou's umbrella. He had tossed it to her, turning to stand amidst the rain himself. "Master." Shi Liao-liao stood, clutching the umbrella. Lu Yanzhou glanced back, a smile gracing his lips, maintaining an innate elegance even while drenched. For a fleeting moment, Shi Liao-liao's gaze became unfocused. Alas, I shall never be the protagonist of my own story. The male lead doesn't use an umbrella in the rain. Others fool. Me? Pretentious boy. The pretentious boy, Lu Yanzhou, though subjected to her mockery, evoked a sense of warmth within Shi Liao-liao. Perhaps he wasn't entirely devoid of humanity. Lu Yanzhou's tea-brown eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. "The duty of a personal servant is to care for me. Should I catch a cold from the rain, your wages for this month will be forfeited." Shi Liao-liao, who had just felt touched, now stood in shock, a stunned pig in disbelief. At that moment, a brutish man shed tears. Chapter 6. As Shi Liao-liao pondered the implications of losing her wages, only Maru, with a damp head, poked his head out from her raincoat pocket.
"Ah."
"Host. The male lead means you can stay, doesn't he?" His mention of the personal servant's responsibilities indicated that Shi Liao-liao could continue her role. Clutching a basket of chives, she felt an ache in her non-existent lower regions. "Someone, please hug me. I'm about to shatter." "Better to dismiss me." Maru ruthlessly exposed her. If you're dismissed, you'll be unemployed, and without a job, there's no salary. How will you manage?
Shi Liao-liao.
Standing with her basket, forced a smile that barely reached her lips, her expression inscrutable. Who says I'm broke? True wealthy individuals conceal their riches, such as myself. Maru was momentarily taken aback. The previous head butler, her grandfather, had worked for the Liu family for many years. Perhaps he had indeed left Shi Liao-liao a substantial inheritance. 2 kidneys start at 1.8 million. When did I flaunt them? Maru replied, you should keep them hidden. Returning with the chives, Shi Liao-liao encountered the gardener who had previously guided her. He cast a derisive glance at the chives at her feet, his weathered face betraying clear disdain. Uprooting chives, are we, child? Shi Liao-liao seemed to notice him for the first time, slowly directing her gaze towards him.
No.
The old gardener glanced at the chives in her hands, his expression perplexed. Shi Liao-liao retorted, I'm digging your grave. The old gardener's face shifted from blue to white, nearly causing him to gasp. Bah, you little white-faced boy. Don't think just because you've climbed into the master's bed, you can tread on us. You must have some filthy disease. The old gardener, who had previously worn a somewhat benevolent countenance, now twisted in anger, hurling foul language as he took advantage of the absence of witnesses to insult Shi Liao-liao. Shi Liao-liao sighed. This is like Wu Zetian becoming a widow, leaving me bereft of Li Ji. Since arriving in this world, she had suppressed her true nature, adhering to the original character's persona of a stoic, cross-dressing gentleman. Now, Shi Liao-liao's palm struck the old gardener's weathered face. The blow sent his dentures flying into the muddy ground outside. The old man, dazed, looked up in disbelief. With no money left, let us drop a few gold coins. Flexing her wrist, Shi Liao-liao bared her teeth at him, her lower teeth, nonetheless. Are you insane? The old gardener exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded, having never anticipated that the person he had deemed a mere rabbit would dare to strike him. Before he could process his shock, another swift slap landed, successfully dislodging the old gardener's wig. Maru's keen observation dropped a whole heap of gear, but no gold coins. As she beheld the old man, now kneeling with swollen cheeks, Shi Liao-liao revealed her first smile in front of anyone. Don't lecture me about respecting elders. When I go mad, even the old can't escape. The already beautiful young servant appeared to the old gardener as a fiend. Why you? He retreated, fear etched on his face. Shi Liao-liao raised an eyebrow.
Who do you look down upon?
Kawaii is still kawaii. Impatiently extending her hand, she demanded, hurry up. Either drop some gold coins or something worse. The old gardener trembled, clutching at his backside.
Beast.
Watching the old man limp away swiftly, Shi Liao-liao smiled contentedly at the wallet in her hand. See, Maru, I'm rich now. Maru interjected, if I'm not mistaken, my name is Maru. She emptied all the cash from the wallet, tossing it aside, and shrugged nonchalantly. Your surname is Gao, Maru. Is it too late to switch hosts? Evidently. It was not. Rubbing her face, Shi Liao-liao resumed her emotionless demeanor, shouldering her little basket, ready to head to the servant's kitchen to make buns. Maru couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried about that old man? What if he reports you? Shi Liao-liao shook her head. He won tea. The old man initially thought I would surely be dismissed, so he brazenly uprooted all the flowers planted by Liu Yanzhou. Once he realizes I'm unharmed, it'll become his liability, given he was the one who uprooted the flowers, not I. Maru finally felt reassured. The personal male servant, possessing a relatively high status, is afforded the luxury of a private room, complete with a shower. Although the space is not particularly spacious, and one must still venture to the public restroom for other necessities, the servant named Shi Liao-liao is quite content with her situation. After enjoying a refreshing shower and donning clean attire, she prepares to visit the restroom before returning to knead the dough that has already risen. This floor, where the male servants reside, features a small kitchen designated for their exclusive use, allowing them to prepare their own meals. However, the culinary skills of the Liu family chef are exceptionally commendable, and most of the men prefer not to enter the kitchen. As the rain falls, Liu Yanzhou returns, and the servants are preoccupied with their tasks, leaving Shi Liao-liao as the only idle one. Little did she anticipate that shortly after entering the restroom, she would encounter an unexpected visitor. A young man, now clad in a light brown wool sweater, stands outside the door, his presence illuminating the otherwise dimly lit environment. In Shi Liao-liao's astonished gaze, Liu Yanzhou strides in. Shi Liao-liao, what brings you here? Liu Yanzhou meets the gaze of the young servant with a composed expression. He simply cannot fathom how this delicate-looking boy dares to refer to him as small. Thus, he has come to observe for himself. Approaching the toilet, Yanzhou glances at Shi Liao-liao, who remains frozen in place. "Are you not coming in?" Shi Liao-liao responds, "I am using the restroom." After stating this, she walks toward the stall. "I graciously decline. Who would wish to urinate alongside you?"
She thinks.
With that innocent demeanor, how does it feel a bit perverse? What kind of normal person would specifically come to the servants' quarters to relieve themselves? Merely wishing to salvage his masculine dignity, Yanzhou is mistakenly perceived as abnormal. Upon exiting, Shi Liao-liao finds no trace of Yanzhou and assumes he has departed, satisfied as she makes her way to the kitchen. Yet, she soon encounters Yanzhou once more. He is seated on a high stool, intently examining the bowl of dough Shi Liao-liao is preparing. Although intrigued, he refrains from touching her belongings, simply observing in silence. Unable to contain herself, Shi Liao-liao exclaims, "Aren't you busy?" "ISNT, the academic pressure at St. Done college, quite significant? What are you doing here? With your presence, how can I enjoy my chive-filled buns?" Yanzhou appears to be in a pleasant mood. With his long fingers, he gently prods the iron basin, his voice soft, "I am not busy. The paper assigned by the teacher is quite simple."
Shi Liao-liao,
Unable to resist, asks, "May I test your knowledge?" Yanzhou, noticing her serious expression, expresses a hint of interest and nods slightly. "Please form a sentence using the terms oldest, second, third, fourth, fifth." Yanzhou slowly blinks. Before he can respond, Shi Liao-liao hastily announces, "Time's up." The correct answer is, "The fifth said to the fourth about the third's second oldest." Yanzhou. In Chapter 7, Yanzhou begins to suspect he is being subtly mocked. However, he remains uncertain. Glancing at the young servant, who is delivering the answer with a deadpan expression, one would think he is a serious youth with a touch of dark humor.
Yet, in reality,
"Yanzi, why aren't you laughing? Is it your nature not to smile?"
Ah.
Yanzhou raises a hand to his forehead. Were it not for his curiosity, he would genuinely wish for Shi Liao-liao to cease her chatter and stop calling him by that silly nickname. The ringing of a telephone interrupts his thoughts. Shi Liao-liao notices that, upon seeing the caller ID, Yanzhou's expression darkens momentarily before he quickly regains his composure. "Please continue." With a nod to her, Yanzhou exits, clutching his incessantly ringing phone. Shi Liao-liao exhales a sigh of relief. Maru, a little creature, jumps out, looking a bit concerned. The male lead seems a bit off. Lifting the iron basin to poke at the dough, Shi Liao-liao casually replies, "That will have to wait until the female lead feels sympathy. It's none of our NPC business." Maru agrees silently, glancing at Shi Liao-liao, who is happily working the dough, and suddenly feels a pang of nostalgia. It has been a long time since they have encountered such a steadfast and unyielding host. Yanzhou leans against the wall, gazing down at the caller ID for a moment before answering the call. "Father." The voice is businesslike and formal. If one did not know he was speaking to his own father, they would never suspect a close familial bond. A deep, gravelly voice emanates from the other end. "After the holiday, I will have Shi Liao-liao accompany you to the academy. Those useless things in the backyard should have long since vanished. I do not wish to hear of such shameful hobbies again." With that, the call ends abruptly. Returning to the lock screen, a multitude of daisies bathed in golden sunlight sway gently in the breeze, exuding a vitality that seems almost ready to overflow from the screen. Yanzhou looks down at the display, and for a moment, a sardonic smile graces his lips. He is aware that Lu Tingfeng has already learned of the events that transpired a short while ago. The first words spoken on the call were orders, followed by reprimands. Sometimes, Yanzhou struggles to discern whether he is addressing a father or a superior. "I am no longer a child, Lu Tingfeng." His refined features are shrouded in shadow, and within his chestnut-hued eyes lies a mix of sarcasm, weariness, and numbness. The youthful vigor typical of his age seems to have dissipated, leaving behind only a stagnant pool of desolation. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao is busy wrapping buns, when suddenly, a small hamster squatting by the cutting board pulls her phone toward her. "Host, your phone is ringing." Shi Liao-liao's first instinct is to glance down at her lap. That shouldn't be possible. This model is silent and does not vibrate. How could it ring? Maru. Realizing it is her phone, Shi Liao-liao shoots an annoyed glance at the little hamster. "Speak properly. No more a duplication of words." After grabbing a piece of tissue to wipe her hands, she opens her phone. Her contacts are scarce. Aside from the late butler, there is only one person listed. Secretary of Lu Tingfeng, you passed the previous exam. Secretary of Lu Tingfeng, starting tomorrow, you will enter St. Dun College as an outstanding student on a scholarship. The admission notice will arrive tomorrow. Secretary of Lu Tingfeng, the master wants you to stay close to the young master. Whatever he does, you must report back. Secretary of Lu Tingfeng, remember, without the Lu family, you are nothing. If you do not wish to be expelled, obey. Maru, peeking over curiously, becomes quite agitated after reading the messages. How can he speak like this? So rude. Poor male-led. Host. You absolutely cannot agree. Shi Liao-liao calmly sprinkles a bit of flour to keep the dough from sticking. Do you know what the highest realm of conversation is? Maru eagerly inquires. Shi Liao-liao smiles slightly. It's answering without addressing the question. Maru's eyes widen. Oh, coincidentally, another message arrives. Secretary of Lu Tingfeng, did anything happen today? Shi Liao-liao. Yes. I pooped in my pants. Maru. The secretary on the other end receiving the message responds. Huh? After a brief pause, another message arrives, filled with warnings. Shi Liao-liao responds perfunctorily and tosses the phone to Maru, instructing it to continue playing the matching game. How strange. He is testing me. Is there a spy near Lu Yanzhou? Otherwise, why would he suddenly send a message warning her without her having reported today as incidents? It's as if he knows something is amiss. Maru waves its little paw. You're not a spy, but the male lead doesn't he know that? Perhaps that phone call was from Lu Tingfeng. It's possible the male lead thinks you've reported him. Shi Liao-liao is uncertain of Lu Yanzhou's thoughts. But once her buns are finished, she no longer sees him around. Now that seems normal, she muses. The following day, when the delivery arrived, Shi Liao-liao was still in the back garden. It was the same servant who had initially signed for the package on her behalf, a man named Lu Ren. His grandfather had served as the gardener here for many years, and Lu Ren had grown up in this estate, with everyone, including himself, believing that the position of Lu Yanzhou's personal attendant would rightfully belong to him. However, the sudden emergence of Shi Liao-liao had shattered all expectations. Holding the slim package in his hands, Lu Ren let out a derisive snort. Who would send a letter to that obnoxious brat? Could it be that some outside lover was seeking money from her after being knocked up? As Lu Ren's thoughts spiraled, he retrieved a small knife to slice open the cardboard, revealing the contents inside. His expression morphed into one of glee upon discovering the envelope embossed with the golden emblem of St. Dun College. In that instant, he was dumbfounded. His first reaction was to tear it apart. What are you doing? A cool, youthful voice, distinctly different from other men, echoed through the air, carrying a hint of androgyny. Lu Ren hastily shoved the contents into his coat and turned around. Shi Liao-liao stood there, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. Meanwhile, he remained clad in the standard uniform of the Lu family as servants. That suit was rightfully his. Lu Ren's eyes darkened with resentment. How could this effeminate creature possibly gain admission to St. Dun? She must have resorted to some trickery.
What?
Not busy swaying your hips to please the young master. Now you come to meddle in my affairs? He sneered, striding back towards the house, deliberately jostling Shi Liao-liao's shoulder as he passed. Turning back, Shi Liao-liao surveyed her surroundings, confirming that no one was around. In a swift motion, she bent down, seized a forgotten wooden stick, and lunged forward, expertly thrusting it into Lu Ren's backside. Just then, Lu Yanzhou emerged from a side door. Witnessing the entire scene unfold, Chapter 8, the pristine white envelope, accompanied by a soul-piercing scream that echoed through the air. Shi Liao-liao discarded the stick with mild disdain and picked up the item, confirming it was indeed her acceptance letter. Lu Ren crouched on the ground, clutching his rear, his expression contorted in pain. This time, he had truly suffered a silent defeat. Even if someone were to inquire about the incident, Lu Ren would find himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? That he had been impaled by that effeminate young rogue, Shi Liao-liao? Shi Liao-liao, having secured her acceptance letter, maintained an air of calm, her tone as tranquil as if the earlier incident had not been her doing at all. Do you need me to call someone to take you to proctology? Lu Ren gritted his teeth in frustration. Get lost. Without hesitation, Shi Liao-liao turned and walked away. Maru, who had jumped out, covered its little backside with both paws and remarked meaningfully, both of you have been thoroughly humiliated. Meanwhile, Lu Yanzhou, who had been on his way out but stumbled upon this calamity, remained rooted in place, observing Lu Ren as he writhed in pain and cursed, showing no inclination to offer assistance. The voice in his earpiece called out repeatedly, Hey? Lu Yanzhou, are you listening to me? I just heard a particularly agonizing scream. What movie are you watching? Damn it, my cousin is also watching a movie. His friend ordered him fried chicken, and that brat has been teasing me about it for ages. Lu Yanzhou snapped back to reality, tempering his smile as he replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I won't allow my friends to go without fried chicken. I'll transfer you some money. The person on the other end was first taken aback, then filled with excitement. Oh my god. Has Lu Yanzhou been possessed? Just as he pondered this, the transfer notification pinged through. You have received a transfer of 100. Lu Yanzhou, go buy some disposable gloves to enjoy your cousin's fried chicken. The other person exclaimed, Lu Yanzhou. Ignoring the frantic protests, Lu Yanzhou replied, I'm hanging up now. The other person quickly called out, Wait, I haven't finished speaking. What do you really think? You're the only one in the A grade who doesn't have a subordinate. Do you realize how many of the new students are coming in just for you? Initially, lower-tier students willingly became subservient to higher-tier ones to avoid bullying. St. Dunn College forbade students from bringing in butlers or male servants, and the pampered young masters found it intolerable, thus inadvertently accepting them. What began as mutual benefit had spiraled into a situation beyond control, with declining standards. The role of these subservients had fundamentally transformed. While some opted for a few symbolic retainers, Lu Yanzhou stood apart, never allowing anyone to enter his independent dormitory. At this, Lu Yanzhou's gaze shifted to the spot where Shi Liao-liao had departed. Already have one. The voice on the phone. Before he could clarify, Lu Yanzhou hung up. Had it not been for his father's directive, he might have considered befriending Shi Liao-liao. The repulsion he felt after that phone call had somewhat dissipated, leaving behind a fleeting sense of regret that vanished almost instantly. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Liao-liao was tidying up her belongings. Fully aware of her identity as Lu Yanzhou's personal attendant, despite her status as a scholarship student at St. Dunn College. St. Dunn was an all-boys school, and the risks of revealing her gender were considerable. Thus, Shi Liao-liao had to pack additional items. Sighing at the box of sanitary pads hidden beneath her bed, she lamented. Life's tough. Maru chimed in, Host, you really have it hard. Shi Liao-liao waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Life is about finding joy. If I'm unhappy, I have hands and feet I can manage. Lu Yanzhou had an early schedule, rising at 5 to jog, shower, and eat. As he prepared to leave, he encountered Shi Liao-liao, who was organizing her luggage. Dressed in the St. Dunn uniform, the dark green Western-style outfit fit her impeccably, accentuating her slender waist. Upon first seeing her, Lu Yanzhou had noted her waist was remarkably thin, almost too delicate for a man. After loading his last box into the vehicle, Shi Liao-liao finally noticed his gaze. She calmly returned his look. Good morning, young master. Her tone was neither sycophantic nor overly distant, striking a perfect balance. With her beautiful yet expressionless face, anyone could see that Lu's soul heir had acquired a competent young attendant.
What are you staring at?
Do I have a palm-sized waist, and you have an arm to dangle? Lu Yanzhou replied, Sometimes, facing such situations alone can be quite helpless. He withdrew his gaze, elegantly bending to enter the car, appearing as though he had anticipated Shi Liao-liao's presence in their academy uniform. Shi Liao-liao followed suit. As she deftly climbed into the car, the driver, having closed the trunk, questioned, Who allowed you to come along? Didn't you see the ample space in the front seat? Lu Yanzhou seemed surprised that Shi Liao-liao had chosen to sit beside him. The young attendant quietly settled down, maintaining a proper demeanor, his eyes lowered, exuding minimal presence. Wow, the starry sky ceiling. When will I ever experience such opulence? Forget it. I'll never get rich in this lifetime. When I have money, I squander it. When I'm broke, I pray to Buddha. A few coins for incense. Millions in wishes. No need to trouble myself. I'll just trouble the Buddha. Lu Yanzhou interjected. Enough. I feel sorry for the Buddha. Upon arriving at the school, he instructed, After the new student orientation, meet me at Area A, number 13. Hearing Lu Yanzhou's words, Shi Liao-liao nodded. Understood, young master. What did he just say? Which district's number 14? Maru exclaimed, repeating the earlier conversation, finally helping Shi Liao-liao commit it to memory. The Lu family's car merely paused to drop off Shi Liao-liao at the entrance before continuing on with Lu Yanzhou. Shi Liao-liao wheeled her 2 suitcases toward the prominently marked freshman reception area, where several boys were already gathered. As she approached, all eyes instinctively turned toward her. She calmly advanced to the senior responsible for welcoming new students, her expression impassive. I am Shi Liao-liao, a new student, she stated. The senior, taken aback by her striking beauty, quickly glanced at the list before him. You are this year's special admission student. Upon hearing the term special admission, the curious gazes directed at Shi Liao-liao shifted significantly. Even the senior's expression took on a more meaningful tone. With such a captivating appearance, this special admission student would undoubtedly draw the attention of the higher-ranking students at the prestigious St. Dunn Academy, and it seemed inevitable that she would soon become the subject of contention among them. Chapter 9. At St. Dunn Academy, there is no formal enrollment ceremony for new students. Those of lower status are not deemed worthy of the higher-ranking students' time for a welcome. And given the small number of new entrants, the senior in charge led them directly to the principal's office. The academy is vast, and the principal's office is situated at its very center, necessitating a walk to reach it. Shi Liao-liao noticed a boy beside her frown upon hearing this. Is it not permissible to drive? I just saw a student pass by in a sports car. The senior scoffed, of course. As long as you are a B-grade student or higher, you could use a tank as your mode of transport without issue. Another student could not resist asking, how does one advance in rank? Despite his somewhat curt demeanor, the senior addressed the group of naive freshmen. Significant contributions to the school, participation in activities, competitions, or outstanding academic performance can earn you points. You may refer to your personal email for specific details. Shi Liao-liao overheard a boy whisper to his companion. Isn't a significant contribution just donating several buildings or a substantial sum? The sons of the board members enter as A-grade students. Wanwan remarked, goodness, that sounds terrifying. Is this truly the legendary school for the elite? Shi Liao-liao nodded. Indeed, St. Dunn Academy operates this way. Prior to her arrival, she had conducted her research. Fortunately, the dormitory supervisor had already sent someone to take their luggage back, or else the lengthy trek would have been exhausting. Upon arriving at the administration office, the senior knocked and gestured for them to enter. The office was spacious and clearly showcased a fondness for local culture, adorned with antiques and calligraphy. Welcome, the principal said, putting down his brush to greet them with a warm smile. His gaze lingered momentarily on Shi Liao-liao. Welcome to St. Dunn Academy, where you shall embark on the most pivotal 4 years of your lives. Most of you come from affluent families, yet here your studies, social interactions, and athletic endeavors must be pursued independently. He rose, his plump figure glowing with vitality as he surveyed the group, then turned slowly to point at a framed piece of calligraphy hanging above. As students of St. Dunn, remember this phrase, it shall be your guiding principle. Shi Liao-liao glanced up and instinctively read aloud, to be concerned for all. The crowd responded, while the principal clarified, it is the concern for humanity. The exquisite-looking boy nodded expressionlessly. Oh, understood. The other freshmen, who had anticipated a more bashful reaction, were taken aback by the boy's nonchalance. Thus began the first day of school, wherein Shi Liao-liao found herself sidelined by her peers. This was evident when others received their dormitory assignments, inquiring amongst themselves about their respective numbers for companionship, yet no one approached her. Naturally, Shi Liao-liao was unfazed. She was merely masquerading as a man. After all, better that than having overly enthusiastic friends inviting her to partake in a bath together. After confirming her dormitory's location, Shi Liao-liao activated the academy's electronic map and proceeded in that direction. The senior guiding the freshman noticed her diverging from the main group and impatiently shouted, "Where are you going?" "Area F is this way." The others turned to look, their expressions far from friendly. Shi Liao-liao shot him a perplexed glance. "I reside in Area A." The senior retorted, "Impossible. An unconnected top student cannot possibly be assigned to Area A, reserved for A-grade students." Shi Liao-liao mused to herself about the improbability. "I have a personal male servant who does not reside beside Yanzhou. You can attend to him instead." Ignoring their astonished gazes, Shi Liao-liao turned and walked away. She recalled Lu Yanzhou's instructions to find him and had something to deliver to him as well. The architecture of Area A was striking. As Shi Liao-liao approached, she recognized the splendid array of uniquely styled buildings, a clear indication of her destination. A-grade students were permitted to select their preferred small buildings as dormitories, a stark contrast to the ordinary 4-person accommodations in Area F. Building 13 was easy to locate. Compared to the other more distinctive structures, Lu Yanzhou's choice appeared notably simpler, predominantly in white and gray tones, with only 2 stories. However, Shi Liao-liao observed that the exterior area surrounding this building was significantly larger than that of the other dormitories, and its location was superb. Only a few steps away from a convenience store, various restaurants, and even a pet shop. As she paused to ring the bell, something soft and warm unexpectedly collided with her, causing her to stumble. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Regaining her balance, Shi Liao-liao turned to the side. A boy, shorter than her by half a head and possessing a delicate appearance, dressed in the academy's uniform, was staring at her nervously. His features were striking, with lips as red as petals and a petite frame. As an experienced crossdresser, Shi Liao-liao discerned the underlying issue almost immediately. It's nothing. Although surprised internally, she maintained a composed exterior. Upon realizing Shi Liao-liao's beauty, the boy momentarily froze. You are truly handsome. After regaining his composure, he quickly lowered his gaze. I apologize. Please don't take offense. It's just that you're the second most attractive boy I've ever encountered. The second? Shi Liao-liao noted the pivotal phrase. The boy nodded, his cheeks flushing as he nervously grasped the hem of his shirt. You must be a new student, right? Do you know Lu Yanzhou? Surely you do. He is the young master of the Lu family and truly exceptional. He is the most handsome person I've ever seen. Observing the bashful boy before her, Shi Liao-liao thought that if this individual had gone unnoticed for an entire year at the academy, she should remain undetected as well. Don't you believe me? The boy, sensing her silence, appeared anxious and grasped her sleeve in desperation. Or, do you not know Lu Yanzhou? Shi Liao-liao glanced at the sleeve he held and discreetly extricated herself. I know him. Realizing the boy sought affirmation, she offered a perfunctory nod. Yes, you are correct. The boy, seemingly unable to fathom the idea, remarked, I can't imagine how incredibly handsome he must be. Meanwhile, Lu Yanzhou, who was waiting for his somewhat sluggish personal attendant, entered the scene. Chapter 10. Shi Liao-liao turned her head and suddenly found herself captivated by a pair of tea-brown eyes that sparkled like glass beads in the light. Shi Liao-liao. Startled, the girl walks silently. The girl, Lu Yanzhou, following Shi Liao-liao's gaze, noticed that the diminutive boy emitted a distinct gasp upon seeing her. As Lu Yanzhou cast a fleeting glance in their direction, Shi Liao-liao could evidently sense the atmosphere around her shift, as if everyone nearby had momentarily held their breath. However, Lu Yanzhou quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention back to Shi Liao-liao. If you wish to sleep outside tonight, would you like me to fetch you a blanket? Shi Liao-liao immediately lowered her eyes. Apologies, I shall head inside now. Yanzi, look at me. Lu Yanzhou thought. Whether he runs away or not is of no concern to me. Just as Shi Liao-liao was about to enter, the boy beside her, who had been frozen in place, suddenly regained his senses and instinctively grasped Shi Liao-liao's arm. Do you live here? Shi Liao-liao stifled the urge to frown, casting a glance at her wrinkled sleeve, thinking that she would need to iron her clothes on the first day of school. Yes. Once she freed herself from his grasp, she paid no heed to the complexity of the gazes around her and stepped into dormitory 13. As a personal attendant, she was to reside with Lu Yanzhou, tasked with overseeing his daily life. Upon learning this, she felt a significant relief, having anticipated sharing a room with 3 others. After a brief assessment of the layout on the first floor, Shi Liao-liao was quite pleased with the room's tidiness, having mentally prepared herself for the worst in terms of cleanliness. Upon entering, Lu Yanzhou settled onto the cream-colored sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his laptop resting on his lap. Surrounded by a few hefty tomes stacked nearby, Shi Liao-liao approached and reorganized the precariously piled books, then gently spoke. Young master, may I take a moment of your time? Yanzi, take a look at me. Lu Yanzhou, internally exasperated, thought, what is it? Despite his internal complaints, he maintained a patient demeanor, allocating some of his attention to her. Compared to those who disregard their servants, Lu Yanzhou exhibited commendable gentlemanly qualities. I have something I wish to present to you. A spark of curiosity flickered on Lu Yanzhou's elegantly handsome face, though internally, he hoped it wasn't something trivial. Shi Liao-liao turned to retrieve the item, returning with a flower pot filled with soil. According to the tutorial, I have planted daisy seeds in here. Although I did not personally pick the flowers, I regret that you lost your garden, and I wish to offer this as compensation. The casual smile on Lu Yanzhou's lips faded as his gaze settled on the barren flower pot. His thick lashes lowered slightly, as if deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he softly replied, Thank you. But why a pink flower pot? Shi Liao-liao unflinchingly responded, This one is the most expensive, befitting your status. In truth, it was buy one get one free. I used the blue one to plant leeks. A faint smile tugged at Lu Yanzhou's lips. Moreover, a real man should embrace pink. Lu Yanzhou's smile broadened slightly. Place it here. Your belongings are in your room. You must prepare for the welcome ball this evening. Shi Liao-liao nearly forgot The freshman guide indicated that while St. Dunn Academy did not have an orientation ceremony, there would be a welcome ball, mandatory for all students, regardless of their grade level. Understood, she replied, turning to leave. I wonder if my room will have a bathtub. By the way, the second floor lacks a kitchen, but thankfully I brought my own pot to cook snail noodles, ha. Hearing her lively tone, which contradicted her appearance, Lu Yanzhou shook his head in amusement. Before he could refocus on his thesis, his phone, wedged in the sofa's crevice, chimed unexpectedly. Expecting a message from a friend, he was taken aback when he saw, Bai Lia, the youngest daughter of the Bai family in the south. Lu Yanzhou, do you know that Shi Liao-liao is gay? Bai Lia, your gardener can attest. He said Shi Liao-liao admitted it in front of him. Bai Lia, he keeps you from seeing me. Every time I visit the Lu residence, he prevents my entry, turning away anyone who likes you. Isn't his intent obvious? Lu Yanzhou's gaze faltered before slowly drifting to the pink flower pot placed by the window. With an impassive expression, he blocked Bai Lia. He mused that if it weren't for his ability to hear thoughts, perhaps he would have believed her. However, after a brief pause, he murmured almost inaudibly, indeed. One should not grow too close to my father's people. Finished inspecting the restroom, Shi Liao-liao emerged with a serious expression. The small hamster, bouncing on the soft bed, turned its head. What's wrong, host? Did you forget your ID, or your money? Shi Liao-liao replied, I forgot my fake. Baru. Is that extravagant? Upon meeting the hamster's astonished black bean-like eyes, she realized the little system had clearly misunderstood. No, it's custom-made. I usually secure it between my legs. The uniform pants are already tight, and if it's empty there, it would be noticed. She vowed she was being entirely serious. Furthermore, she needed it for that ball tonight. It was imperative. Maru scratched its head, rummaging around before its eyes lit up.
Host.
How about using this instead? Shi Liao-liao walked over to pick up a bag of items. It was a complimentary bag of glow sticks from her trip to the supermarket for snacks. They're a bit thin, but you can tie several together. That was the only option for now, as there were no better substitutes available. By the time Shi Liao-liao had organized everything, dusk had settled. The school uniform provided by St. Dunn Academy included a formal suit for the banquet, sparing her from wearing the standard school attire. Upon descending the stairs to find Lu Yanzhou, she discovered he had already changed his clothes. Unsurprisingly, he had eschewed the Academy as standard, unremarkable suit. Approaching 19, though traces of youthful innocence lingered on his face, his physique and demeanor exuded the essence of a mature man. He wore a cream three-piece suit paired with a satin gold-brown striped tie, his hair gelled to one side, the contours of his facial bones smooth and refined, exuding an even more pronounced air of nobility. Shi Liao-liao internally whistled. Not bad, Yanzi.
You have quite the old money vibe.
Lu Yanzhou briefly assessed the attire of his young attendant before averting his gaze. Let us go. Shi Liao-liao stepped forward to follow him, keenly sensing a shift in his demeanor, as if he had grown somewhat aloof. Assuming the young master was in a bad mood, she thought little of it. St. Dunn Academy was expansive, with the evening ball scheduled in the know. One banquet hall. The Academy permitted students of B grade and above to drive. Lu Yanzhou's vehicle was a silver-gray sports car. Its design understated, yet aligned with his own low-key opulence. Shi Liao-liao took the keys, naturally proceeding to the driver's seat to assume the role of chauffeur. Lu Yanzhou, prone to motion sickness, took a seat in the passenger side instead. As Shi Liao-liao settled in and fastened her seatbelt, just as she was about to confirm their departure with Lu Yanzhou, she suddenly felt the glow sticks tied to her leg shift upwards. Her breath caught as she glanced down to see a certain area being pushed up. The most unfortunate was Lu Yanzhou, her employer, whose gaze had inadvertently shifted to her. His lovely, glass bead-like brown eyes were now fixed on that spot, his expression impossibly complex. Chapter 11. Shi Liao-liao. Living this life has been sufficient. Before she could say anything to ease the tension, Lu Yanzhou naturally averted his gaze. Could it be that he was merely daydreaming and hadn't noticed? With time still on their side, he thought it best to address the situation. Shi Liao-liao, with a face devoid of expression, mechanically nodded, her tousled hair barely concealing the telltale blush on her ears. Oh heavens, I shall no longer refer to you as grandfather. You truly do not regard me as your grandchild. As the sound of the piercing screams reached his ears, Lu Yanzhou retrieved his phone the moment Shi Liao-liao stepped out of the car. He opened the chat window of Bai Lia, whom he had previously blocked, and perused it with an air of indifference. Subsequently, he switched to the search interface, his fingers somewhat stiff as he typed in, "What to do about being gay?" The response read, We are currently recommending the nearest gay bar. Lu Yanzhou mused. The weather has turned chilly. It seems Baidu is destined for bankruptcy. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao, her expression one of utter desolation, resolutely retied the bundle of glow sticks. Is the female lead not coming? I can no longer bear this existence. Wan was at a loss for words to console her. Try to be more optimistic. At least the male lead has said nothing and has not looked at you with any strange gaze. Shi Liao-liao took a deep breath. You are right. I shall simply consider myself a weirdo. Our motto is Wan. Anytime, anywhere. Shi Liao-liao, super weirdo. Committing acts against the wind. Emerging from the car once more, Shi Liao-liao had reverted to her expressionless persona, sitting calmly in the driver's seat, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Lu Yanzhou, in perfect accord, said nothing. Let us go, he spoke softly. Shi Liao-liao nodded and started the vehicle. Lu Yanzhou thought to himself that he absolutely must not let any unusual expression cross his face. This was a perfectly normal situation. He had gay friends, and besides, the young male servant had not acted in any overt manner. As long as he pretended to be oblivious, all would be well. However, he found the young servant's composure beyond his expectations. Encountering such a scenario, yet managing to swiftly regain his composure and return to his duties, was truly remarkable. Shi Liao-liao cast a glance at Lu Yanzhou, who was tilting his head as if admiring the scenery outside. Fear not, Yanzi. Although I may speak lewdly at times, I am a person of pure love. Lu Yanzhou, let me clarify my earlier confession. It is not that you are overly excellent. Rather, you are excessively peculiar. As for the school dance, it is understood that such an event would not permit a group of burly men from a boys' school to embrace one another and dance. The dance at St. Dunn Academy typically invites students from the neighboring girls' school to join in the festivities. After parking the car, as Shi Liao-liao sought out Lu Yanzhou, who had already disembarked in the main hall, she encountered the young boy who had previously tugged at her sleeve. Shi Liao-liao nodded at him, and he brightened, striding directly toward her. It's you. Upon seeing Shi Liao-liao clad in the same standardized academy uniform as himself, he blinked. You are also a special admission student. Shi Liao-liao noted the implication in his words. How do you know? The boy smirked somewhat sarcastically. Only exceptional students wear the uniforms issued by the school. Those wealthy individuals disdain garments they deem as rubbish. Shi Liao-liao could not agree with his description. In fact, the suit was far from rubbish. The fabric was of high quality and felt quite pleasant to the touch. What is your name? I am Gu Shuizhao, a second-year student.
Shi Liao-liao.
She replied succinctly. Perhaps due to the revelation that they both shared the status of special admission students, Gu Shuizhao's previous wariness dissipated. The two walked side by side into the banquet hall, where Shi Liao-liao was nearly blinded by the dazzling lights within. The resonant strains of a cello floated through the air, and a grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, while dapper attendants in tailcoats served champagne to the boys and girls adorned in extravagant gowns. Observing the towering array of cakes, Gu Shuizhao remarked quietly, such a waste. How many children in this world cannot afford a meal? Unable to restrain herself, Shi Liao-liao asked, Are you resentful of the wealthy? Gu Shuizhao shook his head. I merely disdain their actions. The affluent are adept at bullying others. As he spoke, a sorrowful thought seemed to cross his mind. Reddening his eyes, Shi Liao-liao scanned the crowd for Lu Yanzhou's figure, and almost instantaneously, she effortlessly spotted the young master, who stood out among the throng more than anyone else. He was surrounded by admirers, and it appeared that Bai Liya, having fully recovered from her earlier ailment, had claimed her place beside him. Shi Liao-liao decided against approaching. It would be detrimental to her suit should it become creased. Oh, but you like Lu Yanzhou. She endeavored to make her tone less dismissive. Gu Shuizhao jolted as if stung, abruptly raising his head, his voice distorting with surprise. How do you know? His exclamation was so loud that passers-by turned to look. Realizing his volume was excessive, Gu Shuizhao's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, mumbling no. I mean, I don't like him. Don't say such things. Furthermore, he lifted his gaze to the youth amidst the crowd. He is different. I am also different. Shi Liao-liao took a sip of the champagne she had just procured. Sweet and bubbly, somewhat akin to a soda. At that moment, Wan suddenly interjected. Host? Do you not suspect she is the female lead? A special admission student, and also disguised as a boy. Shi Liao-liao suppressed the urge to burp and glanced at Gu Shuizhao, who was enraptured by the sight of Lu Yanzhou. Not likely. Have you not noticed that Lu Yanzhou, upon seeing her, did not speak to me for 3 minutes? I need to gather all information about this individual. 1-1. The male lead is not gay. How could he possibly be interested in Gu Shuizhao, dressed as a boy? Then it's settled. We shall wait for Lu Yanzhou to discover she is a girl and observe his reaction before deciding if she is the one. Shi Liao-liao remarked casually. Moreover, for reasons unknown to her, an inner voice assured her that Gu Shuizhao was not the female lead. Just as she was pondering this, the light in front of them suddenly dimmed, and 3 boys approached, blocking their path. I say, you pauper, why are you wearing that outfit again? Is last year's lesson not enough for you? The leader's words were harsh, and Gu Shuizhao clenched his fists, glaring at them indignantly. This is a public place. You cannot act like this. The boy scoffed derisively. Wake up. Who would care about a pauper? As he spoke, he raised his drink to splash it on Gu Shuizhao. Shi Liao-liao could not merely stand by and watch. Has the alcohol's potency spread to your brains so swiftly? She interjected, but the onlookers merely glanced at her with annoyance, and one of them, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed, There's an even more effeminate pauper here. The gaze of the boy beside him turned lewd. I like this one. Hand her over. He took a step forward to grab Shi Liao-liao. The commotion was quite pronounced, yet those around merely observed with cold indifference, some choosing to ignore the scene entirely, unwilling to assist. Just as the boy's shoulder brushed against Shi Liao-liao's, a male voice resounded from a distance, eliciting incredulous expressions from all present. Shi Liao-liao, did you forget to lock the door when you came out? Chapter 12. Upon hearing Lu Yanzhou's voice, amidst the stillness of the crowd, Shi Liao-liao could barely suppress a frown. Nonsense. How could I lock an intelligent lock? Isn't it supposed to be automatic? Lu Yanzhou strode toward them, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. I meant the wooden door to the garden. Shi Liao-liao suddenly recalled. I forgot. I shall remember next time. Very well. Their brief exchange, though simple, was laden with profound implications, leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered. Wait, does Lu Yanzhou have a subordinate now? No, a subordinate could not possibly reside with a higher-ranking student. Bai Liye, who was privy to the truth, stood by, observing with a somewhat incredulous expression, glancing at the reactions of those around her, before disdainfully remarking, he is Lu Yanzhou's personal servant. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to awaken to the realization. So that's how it is. Most of the onlookers withdrew their gazes, only casting furtive glances at the unfolding drama. The individuals who had just sought trouble were merely of C rank, their family backgrounds utterly inferior to that of Lu Yanzhou, and were now feeling quite awkward. Lu Yanzhou cast a detached glance in their direction, the habitual curve of his lips straightening slightly, his gaze frigid. Is there something else? The once arrogant group now resembled frightened mice encountering a tiger, shaking their heads in unison. No. They then jostled each other as they departed. Was Shi Liao-liao truly such a remarkable person? Certainly not. Young master, they just insulted me as a pauper, belittling the salary of the Lu family. Lu Yanzhou had initially intended to resolve the matter privately, yet the young steward was evidently unwilling to let the matter slide so easily. He was astute, aware that he could not take action himself, choosing instead to exert influence through Lu Yanzhou's might. The 3 individuals, who had just exhaled in relief, suddenly turned their heads at those words, exclaiming, That's slander. We never said such a thing. As the situation tilted alarmingly against them, the onlookers, eager to curry favor with Lu Yanzhou, began to chime in. He said it. We all heard it. The 3 felt regret so profound that they could almost taste bile. Who would have imagined that this newly admitted special student was affiliated with Lu Yanzhou? Lu Yanzhou, you see. The leader of the group chuckled awkwardly. Only then did Lu Yanzhou cast a proper glance at him, saying nothing further. His tea-colored eyes slightly shifted to the obedient young servant waiting silently nearby. And with an indifferent tone, he instructed, apologize. To apologize to a special student would certainly make them the laughingstock among their peers. Yet no one dared to utter a dissenting word. More than the fear of ridicule, they were far more concerned about incurring the wrath of the Lu family and dragging their own families into trouble. I'm sorry, they humiliatedly bowed their heads toward Shi Liao-liao. Lu Yanzhou raised his hand, casually adjusting his gemstone cufflinks. Her name is Shi Liao-liao, he stated. The trio paused momentarily before reiterating, We are sorry, Shi Liao-liao. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Bai Liye, with her keen eyes, noticed a short figure blushing furiously beside Shi Liao-liao, gazing at Lu Yanzhou. She was taken aback. What sort of world was this? Another male was attempting to lay claim to the Lu family's fortune, no less to Lu Yanzhou. With a determined stride, she approached. her 8-centimeter heels clicking assertively, positioning herself in front of Gu Suezio, who had unwittingly been inching closer to Lu Yanzhou. Little did she expect that she would not even touch the short individual. The latter suddenly toppled sideways, exclaiming no. Bai Liya, incredulous, exchanged glances with Shi Liao-liao, who blinked slowly in response. Thus, Bai Liya too leaned in that direction, shouting no. She was falling towards Lu Yanzhou, but Shi Liao-liao, seemingly anticipating this, swiftly moved in front of Lu Yanzhou and caught Bai Liya. The scent of fragrance enveloped them as Bai Liya's petite frame leaned against Shi Liao-liao, her waist embraced by the latter. For Bai Liya, this was her first close encounter with a man, and her cheeks instantly flushed. You, she whispered, casting an embarrassed glare at the youth before her. His exquisitely delicate features, more beautiful than a doll, and those upward tilting, crystalline black eyes struck her with a visual impact that left her somewhat dazed. In the next moment, as her cheeks deepened in color, the typically expressionless young servant's lips curled into a faint smile, bringing life to his entire countenance. He gently leaned closer to the girl in his arms, and as she shut her eyes in embarrassment, he missed her cheek and leaned towards Bai Liya's ear, whispering, no, in a tone both alluring and teasing. Miss Bai's exclamation resonated like a playful taunt. Assuming he intended to kiss her, Bai Liya was taken aback, while Lu Yanzhou, with his keen hearing, concealed his smirk behind a clenched fist, pretending to cough, all the while his lips subtly curled upwards. Meanwhile, Gu Suezio, who had fallen to the ground without anyone to assist her, could only awkwardly rise on her own. You jerk! Bai Liya, feeling mocked, pushed Shi Liao-liao away and stormed off in anger, her heels clicking furiously. You mustn't make a girl cry, Lu Yanzhou teased from the side. Shi Liao-liao calmly replied. You are mistaken. Miss Bai did not cry. Not giving Lu Yanzhou a chance to speak further, she turned her attention to Gu Suezio. Are you alright? Gu Suezio, with her head lowered and looking rather disheveled, managed a not particularly convincing smile. I'm fine. She then approached Lu Yanzhou, lifting her delicate face, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her voice earnest. Thank you for helping me. The smile in Lu Yanzhou's eyes had not yet faded, and he raised an eyebrow at her words. When did I help? What did I do? Shi Liao-liao, observing his expression, realized he likely had not even noticed Gu Suezio's presence earlier, and promptly said to her, Your clothes are dirty. You should go clean them. Feeling the chill in Shi Liao-liao's demeanor, Gu Suezio suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over her. Was she being told she was dirty and unworthy of proximity? So this was how she perceived her. Her gaze dimmed, and without acknowledging Shi Liao-liao, she turned and left. Watching her slender figure depart, Shi Liao-liao reflected on the look in her eyes when she heard Lu Yanzhou's detached voice behind her. Rude. Shi Liao-liao thought to herself. You too were quite rude. Don't think I didn't notice your earlier retreating motion. Lu Yanzhou mused that it was indeed the sight of the other party appearing as though they were about to pounce that had startled him. Give me your contact information. Next time, if the door is left unlocked, you need to go back and secure it. He certainly did not wish for any small creatures to stealthily wander in. Shi Liao-liao respectfully nodded and handed him her unlocked phone. Lu Yanzhou glanced down to add his account before inadvertently catching sight of her username. Steal your underwear to sell. He thought, as explosive as the person herself. Let us head back. The dance is about to start. Lu Yanzhou had no desire to awkwardly twirl around the dance floor with a lady in his arms, becoming the subject of public scrutiny. All right. Though she had not been there long, Shi Liao-liao was also eager to leave. The myriad gazes directed her way made her feel uncomfortable. The two of them disregarded the various eyes upon them and walked out together. I'll leave the car keys with the attendant. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch them. Stay right here. I'm going to buy you some oranges, she said before turning away. Watching Shi Liao-liao disappear into the night, Lu Yanzhou stood quietly, gazing up at the night sky. The moon was obscured by clouds, leaving only a few scattered stars, and the surroundings were quite dark. Lu Yanzhou's fingers, resting at his side, curled slightly. How slow, he thought, and with that, he stepped in the direction Shi Liao-liao had departed. Meanwhile, a sneaky, diminutive figure hid behind a pillar, clutching a key, quietly observing as Shi Liao-liao entered the old storage room. Chapter 13. Strange. Did I take a wrong turn? Shi Liao-liao glanced at the unlocked storage room, recalling and confirming the directions given by the attendant earlier. This is indeed the place. The room was small, with several lonely metal cabinets standing in the dim light, devoid of windows and any guardians. Just as Shi Liao-liao was about to exit and double-check the room number, footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. What are you doing here? The familiar voice followed immediately, and Shi Liao-liao turned to see Lu Yanzhou, a stark contrast to the shabby room. His tea-colored eyes, illuminated by the warm light, created an illusion of deep affection. Truly handsome, Yanzhou. I wonder if such a handsome person feels as vulnerable as everyone else when nature calls, Shi Liao-liao thought. Lu Yanzhou was utterly exasperated by her incessant discussions revolving around bodily functions. Yet this very person, who could not seem to stray from such topics, respectfully inquired, "Young master? You need not come personally, just give me a call." Lu Yanzhou waved his phone nonchalantly. "It's out of battery." He then pointed at Shi Liao-liao. "Yours is out of battery too." Shi Liao-liao glanced down at her phone. "How did you know?" Lu Yanzhou thought helplessly. "Guess why my phone is dead." Shi Liao-liao stepped forward toward Lu Yanzhou, saying, "I barely started speaking." Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the entrance, and the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, the distinct sound of the lock clicking echoing in the air. Lu Yanzhou reacted first, his eyes narrowing as he turned and kicked the door. "That door is made of iron, and your feet are not," Shi Liao-liao exclaimed. With that kick, a section of the iron door caved inward, causing the entire frame to tremble. "Impressive, Yanzhou. You look as thin as a greyhound." Wan chimed in. "Where do you get the confidence to call someone with a triangle-shaped waist a greyhound when you look like a walking stick?" Before Lu Yanzhou could deliver another kick, trouble arrived. The already dim light bulb overhead began to buzz ominously, and in the next moment, it went out with a pop, plunging the room into darkness. Shi Liao-liao's first instinct was to rush toward Lu Yanzhou. Who the hell is messing with me? Don't they know Lu Yanzhou is afraid of the dark? She fumbled to turn on her phone as flashlight, only to remember that her outdated device had run out of battery. Damn it. I'm switching to a Mate 60 as soon as I get back. It's far superior. Young master. In her haste, Shi Liao-liao hadn't yet adjusted to the darkness, and as she rushed forward, her leg collided hard with something solid, eliciting tears from her eyes. However, Lu Yanzhou's situation was even worse. He silently huddled against the wall, his body curled up, and Shi Liao-liao could hear his increasingly labored breathing from a distance. "Young master?" Unable to contain herself, she reached out toward him. "Don't touch me." His hoarse voice trembled with an unmistakable fear. Shi Liao-liao withdrew her hand. "All right." As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she plopped down onto the floor, not caring whether her suit would get dirty. The spot where she had bumped into something throbbed with pain, and she took a deep breath. Once her vision fully adapted, she finally saw Lu Yanzhou's posture. He was crouched on the ground, his long legs propped up, elbows resting on his knees, head hanging limply, fingers faintly trembling. Lu Yanzhou was afraid of the dark. This was the first and most crucial thing the old butler had mentioned to her before he passed. He hadn't elaborated on the reason, only telling her that after his mother's suicide, Lu Yanzhou needed to have a light on at night, insisting that the house must always be bright. After moving into dormitory number 13 today, Shi Liao-liao had also discovered numerous candlesticks in various corners, evidently prepared in case of a power outage. Lu Yanzhou's heart felt as though it were being squeezed, and the room around him began to darken, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Say something." He struggled to voice the words. Shi Liao-liao snapped back to reality, countering, "What do you want me to say?" "I don't tell dirty jokes." Lu Yanzhou replied, "Anything, like a joke or something." Observing his reaction, Shi Liao-liao suddenly leaned closer, disregarding his instinctive resistance, and unexpectedly grasped his wrist. Lu Yanzhou tried to break free, but his body felt weak and powerless, leaving him at her mercy. He wondered if the young servant was taking advantage of him. Her palm brushed against something hard, and suddenly, a faint light flickered in the darkness. It was colorful, like flowers blooming unexpectedly in the gloom. Shi Liao-liao released her grip, and Lu Yanzhou could finally see what it was. A bundle of glow sticks, taped together. As he looked up, using the dim light, Lu Yanzhou also noticed the red-rimmed eyes of the young servant. As if he had been crying, the corners of his eyes tinged with pink, and his normally icy gaze now glistening with moisture. He cried.
"Why?"
"Because he didn't want to tell me a joke? Where did you get this?" Shi Liao-liao inquired, ignoring Wanwan's question, and instead asked Lu Yanzhou, "I have a joke ready. Do you want to hear it, young master?" With the light, albeit weak, Lu Yanzhou felt somewhat better. At least his chest, which had felt as if it would burst from frantic beating, had calmed, and his hands no longer trembled as before. "All right," he replied quietly, looking down at the glow stick in his hand, his usually aloof features softening into a gentle expression. One day, Xiaoming had a nightmare. He tried hard to open his eyes, using all his strength, and finally managed to do so. But he couldn't see anything. Can you guess why? Lu Yanzhou's thoughts were still sluggish, but after a moment of silence he spoke. He died. Shi Liao-liao replied. Because he opened his eyes the wrong way. Lu Yanzhou retorted, didn't you say you don't tell dirty jokes? Sensing her young master's exasperation, Shi Liao-liao cleared her throat. Young master, that person earlier might have been someone seeking revenge from the gathering. Their target was likely me. And you got caught up because of me.
I'm very sorry.
Annoying, I could have claimed work-related injury because of this, but instead, it implicated my employer. Lu Yanzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. He took advantage of the darkness to gaze unabashedly at her. Though he wasn't tall, standing under 1.8 meters, and his frame was not robust, there was a stubborn strength about the young servant that suggested he feared nothing. When faced with injustice, he would quietly seek revenge, and if in private, he would boldly defend himself with a stick. Do you feel sad when many people have prejudices and misunderstandings about you? Lu Yanzhou suddenly asked, his voice low and somewhat out of place. Shi Liao-liao didn't understand how the topic had shifted here, but she shook her head obediently. No. What a joke. The world kisses me with pain, and I respond with my tongue. The world gives me the middle finger, and I sit on it. If the world slaps me, I scream, Daddy more. Lu Yanzhou's expression was one of bemusement. Chapter 14. Lu Yanzhou lowered his head, and his shoulders trembled violently. Shi Liao-liao instinctively stepped closer. Just as Lu Yanzhou looked up, catching her off guard as she collided with his gaze, which sparkled like autumn waters. The proximity left them both momentarily stunned. Lu Yanzhou averted his eyes first, his long eyelashes casting shadows. He almost forgot that the young servant might be harboring feelings for him. I'm feeling better now. Let us go, he said softly, not inquiring how Shi Liao-liao knew about his fear of the dark. Shi Liao-liao glanced at him. How do we get out? Are you feeling strong enough? Another kick at that door could bring it down. Lu Yanzhou shook his head. Well. He suddenly pulled something from his pocket, waving it in front of Shi Liao-liao. A silver band, with a small screen reflecting the chaotic colors of the glow sticks, appeared before her eyes. Her gaze fixed in surprise. An eye watch? Good lad. Why didn't you say you had that earlier? What do we need the glow sticks for? Lu Yanzhou nodded. I just remembered. Hand me the watch. I'm so tired. His voice, tinged with fatigue, sounded almost like a pout. Shi Liao-liao felt goosebumps rise on her skin as she looked down and pressed a few buttons on the watch face. Young master, who should I call? Qingzhou. After saying that, fearing the young servant wouldn't recognize the name, she added, Qingzhou has passed through 10,000 mountains. Shi Liao-liao looked puzzled. Who forgot to wear their pants? Lu Yanzhou, upon meeting his gaze, which subtly conveyed a sense of helplessness. Shi Liao-liao realized she had misheard and calmly scratched her face. Oh, the light boat has already passed through countless layers. Subsequently, she entered the contact's information, and after a number appeared, she dialed. Hello darling, what's wrong? A cheerful male voice came from the other end. Shi Liao-liao replied, hello, pants, I am not your darling. The voice on the other end? Lu Yanzhou's lips curled into a distinct arc. Shi Liao-liao continued, just a slip of the tongue. Hello. I am Lu Yanzhou's personal attendant. My master and I are currently trapped in the old storage room next to the first banquet hall. Lu Yanzhou added. Shi Liao-liao reiterated. In the old storage room. Hearing Lu Yanzhou's voice, Yang Qingzhou was taken aback. Whoa. Are you being set up? He responded.
Wait.
I shall rush over to rescue the damsel in distress. By the way, remember to buy me fried chicken afterward from that place deep in the 3rd Street. No gloves. Lu Yanzhou's voice was dismissive. Shi Liao-liao couldn't help but lower her head to conceal her amusement. Yanzi has such a lively friend by his side. Quite endearing. Yang Qingzhou. Oh right, that little male attendant. Could you explain to me how the name Pants came about? Shi Liao-liao. The little one holds grudges. Lu Yanzhou retracted his watch. Why this sudden silence? Is it your nature to be humorless? When Yang Qingzhou arrived with tools, Lu Yanzhou had regained much of his composure. In truth, as long as there was a hint of light, he would not lose his ability to act, but coincidentally, this room had no windows. And not even a sliver of moonlight could penetrate. Lu Yanzhou, I'm here. Stay back, so as not to cause any harm.
Yang Qingzhou showed that.
Confirming that Lu Yanzhou was steady on his feet, Shi Liao-liao turned to step inside, to avoid being hit by the door. In the next moment, the iron door collapsed with a resounding crash, allowing moonlight to flood in and illuminate the room. instead of immediately looking at Yang Qingzhou, who had struck a heroic pose. Lu Yanzhou turned to Shi Liao-liao. The little attendant, with his slender frame, was huddled in the corner. His suit had become somewhat wrinkled, his hair disheveled, and even the bottom of his pants appeared torn, as if slashed by something. Despite his disheveled state, the little attendant's eyes shone brightly, like black pearls, their luster undiminished even in the dust. Observing his pants, Lu Yanzhou's internal perception of the little attendant underwent a transformation. "Are you injured?" As Yang Qingzhou approached, he exclaimed, "Ouch! How did you know?" "It hurts a lot. I might have scraped my arm when I bumped into the door. It really hurts. I need someone to blow on it." Before he could finish his sentence, he watched helplessly as his friend walked unflinchingly toward the corner, not casting a glance his way. Yang Qingzhou, Shi Liao-liao hasn't even realized who was injured. Noticing Lu Yanzhou staring at her leg, she suddenly remembered that she had indeed bumped into something earlier. Looking down, she gasped, "Oh my goodness. My pants are torn." That impact was quite severe. Thinking back to her discomfort, she had rushed over at the first sound of the crash, and Lu Yanzhou's brow furrowed even deeper.
Can you walk?
At this moment, the once disheveled and weak young master had regained his usual composure. His refined features exuded an air of nobility, as if the previous turmoil had been but a fleeting illusion. Shi Liao-liao thought to herself that such a minor injury was inconsequential. "I can manage."
Yang Qingzhou will get over.
Noticing the torn leg of Shi Liao-liao's pants, his concern evident. "Oh dear, that's quite a serious cut. You might be bleeding. Let me help you." At last, Shi Liao-liao regarded the figure before her. In stark contrast to the elegant name Qingzhou, Yang Qingzhou was robust, his physique reminiscent of the fitness enthusiast Shi Liao-liao had seen on television. His muscular arms and the righteous aura about him rendered him undeniably handsome. He appeared to tower at nearly 2 meters. Casting a glance at his outstretched hand, Lu Yanzhou grimaced. "Your hands are dirty." Yang Qingzhou widened his eyes. "Oh, darling. You're wearing a dusty gray suit and calling me dirty? Perhaps you should take a look at yourself." Fearing a quarrel might ensue, Shi Liao-liao cleared her throat. "Young master, I can walk by myself. How could he possibly assist me with his height? Is he going to lift me like a chick?" Yang Qingzhou had more to say, but before he could voice it, the overhead light flickered on. It illuminated the 3 dust-covered figures. The sight was startling. Both Lu Yanzhou and Shi Liao-liao were covered in grime. They exchanged a glance, and amusement flickered in their eyes. "Sit down first. Let us examine your leg." Lu Yanzhou managed to suppress his emotions as he spoke. "Let us check the wound to ensure no bones are injured, to prevent exacerbating the condition unknowingly." Yang Qingzhou nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes." Shi Liao-liao maintained her poker face. "No need." As Yang Qingzhou stepped forward, she retreated, repeating, "I really don't need it." Yang Qingzhou thought she was merely being modest. "Oh, come on. What is there to be modest about? No need to be courteous." Saying this, without waiting for Shi Liao-liao to respond, he swiftly pressed her down, and Lu Yanzhou, in a flash, rolled up her pant leg, revealing her vibrant pink leopard print long johns. Both of them, the juxtaposition of the somber black trousers outside and the flamboyant pink leopard print long johns underneath, left Shi Liao-liao expressionless as she stared at Lu Yanzhou. "I said no need. Men, are you satisfied with what you see?" Chapter 15. Lu Yanzhou, even Yang Qingzhou, usually loquacious, fell into an unusual silence, finally managing to utter, "Indeed, St. Dun Academy does not harbor idlers. Those flamboyant long johns. How daring to entice a man as formidable as a bear." Cough. "The wound appears superficial. It should not have affected the bones."
Can you walk?
"If not, I will call for a stretcher from the infirmary."
Yang Qingzhou joined.
Forcing himself to divert his gaze from the vivid pink leopard print long johns stuffed into black socks, Shi Liao-liao, the calmest man in the room and the very subject at hand, leisurely lowered her pant leg and stood to stretch her legs. "I can walk on my own." Seeing her demeanor was not one of bravado, Lu Yanzhou refrained from further insistence. The little attendant appeared slender, yet he was still a man. And he certainly did not wish to be underestimated. When I lie in front of those 3 fools later, if I don't extort a few million today, I won't bear the name Shi. Lu Yanzhou. If it leads to your success, I won't bear the name Lu. Just like in a television drama. After the incident concluded, the previously vanishing NPCs finally arrived. Shi Liao-liao experienced a rare taste of the protagonist's treatment. "Young Master Lu, what on earth happened? How did you end up here?" Upon seeing the 3 of them, the attendant's expression instantly turned tense. Many of the ladies vented their frustrations on the three idiots, making it clear that everyone knew Lu Yanzhou had left early. Who directed you here? Lu Yanzhou appeared to disregard the panicked crowd and instead turned to Shi Liao-liao. She surveyed the area before shaking her head. Yes, not here. The person dressed in the attendant's uniform was of short stature, and his appearance was unclear. The lead attendant immediately refuted. He cannot be an attendant. Our minimum height requirement is 1 meter 80. A nearby security guard chimed in. Our security team's minimum height requirement is 1 meter 78. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone realized that this was likely not an accident, but rather a premeditated plan. Although the old storage room was usually not open to the public, the key had always been kept under careful watch. We will ascertain who took the key, and this matter will be addressed to the Lu family and you. The lead attendant's expression turned serious, and he spoke respectfully. Lu Yanzhou remained silent, but Yang Qingzhou coughed lightly beside him. The foreman quickly added, Of course, there's also you, esteemed young Master Yang. Yang Qingzhou slightly lifted his chin, his expression exuding a hint of haughtiness, starkly contrasting with the carefree demeanor he had displayed earlier, covered in dust and rushing to assist. It was only then that Shi Liao realized the badge on his chest. He too was an A-class student. It was rumored that St. Dun had a rigid hierarchy, reflected in the badges worn by the students. Shi Liao was yet to receive her badge, as it would be formally distributed to freshmen during class the following day. Earlier at the banquet, Yang Qingzhou had lingered, hiding on the rooftop to enjoy the breeze, arriving just in time. When leaving, he casually tossed the car keys to the chauffeur, opting to ride in Lu Yanzhou's vehicle. To be honest, Shi Liao had initially harbored concerns about whether his robust frame could fit into Lu's sports car. However, it became evident that Yang Qingzhou would simply hunch his shoulders. Let me drive, the young master said warmly, allowing the injured Shi Liao to take the passenger seat. Shi Liao protested, Young master, this is against the rules. Lu Yanzhou nodded, all right, then you drive. Shi Liao thought, You brat, are you being polite with me? Am I not suffering enough? I bumped my leg and drew blood just to appease you. Woe is me. Yanzi, you have a cruel heart, sob sob sob. The voice in her head resumed its banter. While Lu Yanzhou walked around the front of the car to the driver's seat, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk, just teasing you. Shi Liao, shaking her small fist at his back, noticed Yang Qingzhou glance over, quickly reverting to his usual poker face. Thank you, young master, she said respectfully. Yang Qingzhou mused that although Shi Liao's autumn pants were a bit conspicuous, she was quite a polite child. He recalled how Lu Yanzhou had walked past him at the banquet without a glance, heading straight for Shi Liao, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. Initially, he thought Lu Yanzhou couldn't abide the sight of his family being bullied by outsiders. However, upon further reflection, it seemed more complicated than that. His gaze flickered between the two, a sense of dread creeping in. Could it be that Lu Yanzhou had taken Shi Liao as a subordinate? After all, she was sent by his father. Surely, he wouldn't go that far. He leaned forward in shock, scrutinizing the young servant's profile in the car's interior light. From a distance at the banquet, he had only noticed that she was a rather good-looking young girl, but upon closer inspection, she was stunning. Shi Liao stared ahead with an impassive expression, sensing the large head beside her was still intent on lingering. She quietly inquired, Young Master Yang, is there something you need? Yang Qingzhou's expression was complex. How can you be so beautiful? I thought Lu Yanzhou was the most unmanly person I had ever seen. Lu Yanzhou did not deign to respond, the mocking curve of his lips serving as the most eloquent reply. Only Shi Liao was taken aback. Oh my, you can be suggestive too? Lu Yanzhou replied, I couldn't before, but I learned after meeting you. Yang Qingzhou, wounded in his masculine pride, retreated in indignation. While Lu Yanzhou could entertain himself with Shi Liao's inner monologues, Yang Qingzhou could not. Soon boredom drove him to lean in again. Hey, you know you're quite. What's the trending term?
Pure desire?
Yes, that's it. Pure desire. You embody it well. When Shi Liao appeared expressionless, her demeanor might pass for purity. But when she looked at him with her slightly upturned eyes, it was undeniably enticing. Lu Yanzhou thought that Brother Pants would surely be scolded. To his surprise, he didn't hear Shi Liao's inner thoughts, but rather saw her nod in agreement. Indeed, I purely desire 100 million RMB. Both pure and desirous. Upon returning to the dormitory, a doctor awaited them at the door, bowing respectfully upon seeing Lu Yanzhou, young master. He was a physician from the Lu family. At St. Dun, A-class students could bring their family medical teams into the academy, if not for their own academic burdens. Merely walking through the halls would be enough to drown them in jealous glances. Shi Liao has injured her leg. Let me take a look. Lu Yanzhou commanded, seemingly unable to endure the dirt and grime clinging to him, and promptly went upstairs to shower. Shi Liao faced the doctor, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. Maru? Do you think this doctor can determine my gender just by looking at my leg? Chapter 16. Maru. Don't worry, he definitely won't. It's just an examination of your leg. Normally, Shi Liao avoided doctors, intending to treat her injury with her first aid kit, but she was surprised when Lu Yanzhou silently summoned the doctor. The late-night scene of a CEO rushing to tend to the female lead's ailments had unexpectedly turned her into an NPC enjoying such an experience. It was merely a superficial injury, a few days of rest, and she would be fine, with instructions to avoid water and spicy foods for now. After cleaning the wound with saline solution, he applied a bandage. All done. Shi Liao softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. The doctor glanced at her disheveled appearance, silently packed his things, and suddenly remarked, remember to report tonight's events to the family head. He then turned and left. Shi Liao paused. Was this also someone from Lu Tingfeng's side? Honestly, she felt suffocated on Lu Yanzhou's behalf. Maru hopped onto her lap, a bit nervously asking host, do you need to report to Lu Tingfeng's secretary? Shi Liao pondered, I'll ask Lu Yanzhou later. He is the male lead and surely surpasses his father. It seems I will have to stay close to him for a while, and I should show sincerity. Maru raised a finger. Well done. Shi Liao changed into a fresh outfit, quickly cleaned herself with a towel, and knocked on Lu Yanzhou's room door. She had timed her arrival, but to her surprise, the big man took longer to shower than she did. When he opened the door, he was wrapped in a towel around his lower body, his upper half completely bare, with damp hair. Wow, Yanzhou, you have quite the physique. Today she learned what it meant to look slim in clothes and voluptuous when undressed. Lu Yanzhou's skin was almost pale, yet his muscles were well-defined. His bare chest was prominent, while his waist was slim, with clearly defined abs. Even the area concealed by the towel. Lu Yanzhou held a towel with one hand, drying his hair, still emitting the residual warmth and scent of shower gel. His tea-brown eyes fell on Shi Liao's leg as he asked, what did the doctor say? She replied directly, the doctor said it's just a superficial injury.
And it will heal soon.
The doctor also mentioned that tonight is destined for insomnia and suggested I sleep on a set of 8-pack abs. Lu Yanzhou paused in his drying. A droplet of water from his forehead fell onto a small mole at the corner of his eye, then slid down his cheek. After a moment, he nodded as if nothing had happened. Shi Liao never anticipated that at this moment, her employer, young Master Lu, would formally confirm her as a gay individual. She stood in the hallway, puzzled, glancing back at Lu Yanzhou's room, wondering why he locked the door. It wasn't as if she would sneak in at night and stand by his bed, lifting her backside to fart at him. Maru. The host's life is destined to be intertwined with all things messy. After she left, Lu Yanzhou opened his wardrobe to find several sets of sleepwear missing, suddenly recalling that Yang Qingzhou had taken a few sets for his muddled cousin. He sent a message to Shi Liao, requesting her to order more sets for him tomorrow, along with the contact number of his favorite store. Just after sending it, Yang Qingzhou's number, already renamed to Brother Pants, called immediately.
Hello.
Yang Qingzhou's voice erupted. I've just remembered. I haven't asked why your servant calls me Pants. Lu Yanzhou settled into the rocking chair by the window, tousling his hair back with one hand to reveal his well-defined forehead, before draping a towel over his shoulder. You called just to discuss this? Of course not.
Well,
what I truly wish to convey is that this incident likely wasn't orchestrated by those 3 fools. They lack the audacity to offend you. With his head propped on his hand, the soft glow of the lamp cast a warm hue over half of Lu Yanzhou's face. I know. Realizing that Lu Yanzhou was well aware, Yang Qingzhou felt reassured, though his tone turned anxious. What about the people your father left around you? Are you not planning to deal with them? Including that Shi Liao-liao. Lu Yanzhou replied nonchalantly, no rush. We still need an opportunity. Truly, the emperor is not in a hurry, while the eunuchs are in a panic. Not wishing to be likened to a eunuch, Yang Qingzhou decided to refrain from further inquiries.
So, why do they call me Pants?
If you don't tell me tonight, I shall have your little servant stand by your bed in the dead of night to frighten you. Typically perceiving him as rather coarse, Lu Yanzhou unexpectedly decided to treat him with a bit more kindness. After all, his wit could only stoop to such a level. If it were Shi Liao-liao, it would probably escalate to her standing by the bed at midnight, passing gas at him. All because of his large face. Recalling Shi Liao-liao, his tone towards Yang Qingzhou grew somewhat dismissive. What does that have to do with my face? What do you know? That's not about having a big face. My mother says it's about being magnanimous. Lu Yanzhou teased, "Your mother is deceiving you." Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao received a message and replied affirmatively, but after hesitating at the window for a while, she edited a lengthy text before sending it. "Shall I report everything about tonight to the master? I've been waiting for quite some time without a response," she added. The doctor from earlier seems to have been sent by the master. Still, there was no reply from Lu Yanzhou. Is he asleep? That can't be. His hair isn't even dry yet. What kind of hairdryer works that quickly? Maru, you're off topic, my friend. Shi Liao-liao felt a twinge of unease, pondering whether Lu Yanzhou might not trust her. She stood up, checked her chest binding for any issues, and after glancing in the mirror, she quietly opened the door and tiptoed towards Lu Yanzhou's room. Standing outside the door, she pressed her ear against the door panel, listening intently. The dormitory of St. Tun Academy, despite having been renovated several times over its centuries-long history, still lacked sufficient soundproofing. Thus, she easily heard the sound of a man crying from within. Unable to contend with Lu Yanzhou, Yang Qingzhou resorted to a theatrical display of manly sobbing. "Oh, you can't treat me this way. Oh, you weren't like this when we were younger. Where has that person gone who used to say my nostrils were beautiful?" Lu Yanzhou, exuding exasperation, responded coldly. "You know exactly what you've done. I mean, if you dare to urinate on my bed again, I'll stuff you in a horse's nostril." Outside, Shi Liao-liao, eavesdropping, was taken aback. "What about the bed? What happened? Who urinated?" "Maru, must you break the sentences like that?" Though she was startled by the implications of those words, Shi Liao-liao stepped back slightly. Perhaps due to the awkwardness of her earlier movements, the bundle of glow sticks she had retied suddenly slipped from her legs, tumbling down her pant leg. They clattered loudly against the floor of the silent corridor. Instantly, Lu Yanzhou ceased his lament and hurriedly opened the door. Chapter 17. Lu Yanzhou immediately spotted Shi Liao-liao standing outside, clad in light blue pajamas, her hair cascading limply down. Unlike her usual formal attire, she appeared even slimmer in her sleepwear, seemingly taken aback by his sudden opening of the door. Her eyes widening in surprise, exuding an understated air of vulnerability. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yanzhou's chestnut-colored eyes glinted with coldness, reminiscent of the scrutinizing gaze he had cast upon her when they first met. Shi Liao-liao pointed to the ground. "I came to deliver this." Following her gesture, Lu Yanzhou looked down to see a bundle of glow sticks wrapped in tape lying on the floor, their colors muted under the corridor's lights. His expression momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Liao-liao explained, "I feared another unexpected power outage. If you can't light candles in time, you can place these by your bedside." Lu Yanzhou gradually bent down to retrieve the colorful bundle, his fingers grazing the uneven creases of the tape, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "Is this all for delivering this?" Shi Liao-liao nodded. "Of course, it would be perfect if you returned the previous bundle to me." Heaven above. She felt too shy to ask for it back at the time, yet it seemed this young master had truly neglected to return it. Shi Liao-liao even began to wonder if he carelessly discarded it in that shabby room. Recalling the bundle of glow sticks she had unknowingly placed in the drawer of her bedside table, Lu Yanzhou tightened his grip on the new bundle. "Thank you. I will be mindful." His smile was appropriate, and under the light, his face radiated a captivating allure. He then proceeded to close the door again. Shi Liao-liao stood there, staring at the wooden door, her expression transforming to one of sheer astonishment before she turned and dashed back to her room. The first thing she did upon entering was to lock the door with a click, then she rushed to her mirror, scrutinizing her face. "Oh my, I'm looking so good. What if Lu Yanzhou's primal instincts awaken one day, and he includes me in his ranks?" Shi Liao-liao clutched her chest in fear. The words she had overheard left her mind in a whirl. "This won't do. I can't stay here for another second. Who is the female lead? Can Gu Shuizhao reveal her gender tomorrow so I can witness Lu Yanzhou's reaction? Maru, what are you afraid of?" "I think Lu Yanzhou should be afraid of your sentence structure genius. If you truly wish to know, why not play the role of a divine matchmaker and bring the two together?" Maru whispered enticingly. Shi Liao-liao rolled her eyes. "Meddling in romantic affairs. That would invite divine retribution. I might as well sneak into Lu Yanzhou's room tonight and whisper 100 times in his ear that Gu Shuizhao is a girl." "Maru, shut it." Meanwhile, Lu Yanzhou, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind, concluded that Shi Liao-liao had indeed come solely to deliver that item. Gazing at the glow sticks in his hand, he contemplated the ones he had taken from the drawer. He reached for his phone. Ignoring Yang Qingzhou's frantic messages questioning why he abruptly hung up, insinuating he might be with another, He opened Shi Liao-liao's chat window. Upon seeing her message, the coldness in Lu Yanzhou's eyes dissipated, and he unexpectedly recalled the small feet he had glimpsed while picking up the glow sticks. Very small, at most a size 37, with rounded toes and pinkish nails, utterly uncharacteristic of a man. Realizing what he was contemplating, Lu Yanzhou froze. What am I thinking? That's a girl. He brushed his hair back, a flicker of annoyance crossing his chestnut eyes. Then, he began typing a response to Shi Liao-liao. Lu. It doesn't matter. Lu. Even if it weren't you, others would inform him. He then sent 1,000 yuan as compensation for the glow sticks, explicitly labeling it as such.
Shi Liao-liao,
who had been devising a plan to make a swift exit within a week, sprang up from her bed with a start upon receiving the transfer notification. Seeing the phrase compensation for glow sticks made her beam with joy, her earlier worries instantly evaporating. Stealing your underwear, you buy, a little person bows JPG. Later, I found that this expression was overly obsequious, somewhat incongruent with her aloof persona, and promptly retracted it, replying, it was the least I could do. Having witnessed her series of actions, Lu Yanzhou curled his lips, placed his phone on the bedside, turned off the main light in the room, leaving only a small lamp by the bed, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, as Lu Yanzhou descended the stairs, Shi Liao-liao had already prepared breakfast, impeccably dressed and waiting for him. Observing the steaming dishes on the table, he nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work. Shi Liao-liao respectfully lowered her head, replying, it was no trouble, just a matter of fate. Lu Yanzhou, I knew it. As they sat down to eat, he first selected a crab roe bun, punctured its skin, and sipped the broth, pleasantly surprised by its unexpectedly delightful flavor. Meeting Shi Liao-liao's anticipation-filled gaze, Lu Yanzhou generously offered his praise. Delicious. A hint of joy sparkled in Shi Liao-liao's eyes, causing the corners of her lips to curve upwards. Her radiant smile bathed in the morning light streaming through the slats of the window, reminiscent of a flower blooming at dawn. That's good. It made my alarm worthwhile. I specifically ordered takeout. Burp. That was close. I almost let out a burp, hee. Lu Yanzhou. Lu Tingfeng must have his reasons for bringing someone like you close to him. After all, having an A-grade employer is advantageous. For instance, while other students hurriedly rose early, scrambling to gather their books and navigate half the campus to find their classrooms, Shi Liao-liao drove a sleek silver sports car, ferrying Lu Yanzhou to class. Do you still remember my class schedule? Upon exiting the car, Lu Yanzhou lowered his head to address Shi Liao-liao, who nodded in affirmation. I've memorized it. Lu Yanzhou nodded, instructing her. Wait for me here after class. Shi Liao-liao replied. Understood. Satisfied. Lu Yanzhou turned to approach a group of students adorned with A-grade badges who appeared to be waiting for him, while Shi Liao-liao clutched her books and headed towards her own destination, needing to traverse 4 buildings to reach her classroom. Upon entering Class F, Shi Liao-liao noticed that the previously lively classroom fell into a profound silence at her arrival. She teased Wanwan. Did you see that? On the first day of class, I've already become a campus celebrity. Wanwan paused, unable to contain her urge to remind her. You might want to turn around and see who is standing behind you. Shi Liao-liao abruptly turned. Her gaze slowly descended, meeting a face markedly more delicate than that of the boys. Her brow furrowed slightly. She recalled that the second-year classrooms were not located here. Gu Shuizhao cast her eyes downward to conceal the resentment within, offering Shi Liao-liao a clear smile. I've repeated a year. Though she appeared carefree, the performative quality was too evident. Anyone could discern her bravado. Shi Liao-liao nodded. Congratulations. Staying away from the adult world and spending another year in study is a good thing. Gu Shuizhao, Shi Liao-liao shouldn't he have uttered that phrase. After it was spoken, just as she settled into a corner with her book, Gu Shuizhao squeezed over, taking a seat beside her. However, Shi Liao-liao chose not to say much. After all, the seat wasn't her home. Yet it was clear that some individuals thought otherwise. When a boy with dyed red hair, adorned with lip piercings and a strikingly handsome face, swaggered over and forcefully tossed his book onto the desk, demanding to purchase the seat, Gu Shuizhao trembled with rage. Not this kind of person again, one who so easily tramples on their own dignity with money. I would never allow it. Her eyes blazed with fury, glaring fiercely at the boy, her face a mask of defiance. To her surprise, after being rebuffed, the boy said nothing further, not even casting a glance back at Gu Shuizhao, but instead turned his gaze towards Shi Liao-liao. The latter met his gaze calmly. How much? The boy raised an eyebrow. 100,000. Without hesitation, Shi Liao-liao stood, clutching her book as she departed. Be my guest. I withdraw, and this withdrawal shall last a lifetime. Chapter 18. Red-haired boy. To be honest, he felt a twinge of guilt when he quoted that sum. After all, Shi Liao-liao, with such a face, seemed utterly unbribable. Gu Shuizhao was left dumbfounded. She turned in disbelief. How could you do that? As Shi Liao-liao retrieved her phone with the QR code, she lowered her head slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. Gu Shuizhao thought she still had some backbone. Do you think I should dust off his pants before leaving? I made a mistake, forgetting to leave him with a good impression. What if they're SA next time? Gu Shuizhao, red-haired boy, I'm not deaf. Gu Shuizhao turned away with frustration, and throughout the class, she didn't utter a word to Shi Liao-liao. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao reveled in her leisure. After math class concluded, she prepared for her next class, waiting until most students had departed, then glanced at the red-haired boy who was napping peacefully at his desk. After contemplating, she gently tapped him. Classmate, the lesson has ended. His fingers twitched slightly, as if stirring from slumber, yet he remained silent. Shi Liao-liao remarked that he should wake up and leave, as tardiness would incur penalties, then turned to exit. Initially believing that she would be the last to leave, and thus avoid a crowd, Shi Liao-liao stepped outside only to find Gu Shuizhao cornered by several tall boys at the entrance. Furrowing her brow, Shi Liao-liao contemplated something but ultimately diverted her gaze back towards the mathematics classroom. To her surprise, just as she lifted her foot, Gu Shuizhao's voice reached her. Shi Liao-liao, help me. Her voice was filled with terror, as if she had been severely bullied. Shi Liao-liao pretended not to hear, but the boys closed in. Are you Gu Shuizhao's friend? They surrounded Shi Liao-liao, blocking her path. Shi Liao-liao replied expressionlessly. I am not. One of them, seemingly deaf, continued. She broke my watch. She can't afford to pay, so you should compensate. As he spoke, he produced a broken watch to show her. Gu Shuizhao shrank back. I was just careless. It wasn't intentional. You guys bullied me first. That's nonsense. When did we bully you? You suddenly squeezed in and broke my newly bought watch. Gu Shuizhao flinched at the shout, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Shi Liao-liao. Shi Liao-liao maintained her usual demeanor. How much do you want? The boy who had first approached was about to speak when another nudged him, whispering, This is a member of the Liu family. Only then did the boy reluctantly say, 100,000, but I wanted to ask for more. Consider it my bad luck. Shi Liao-liao transferred the money to him. The boys exchanged glances, thinking that this girl was quite astute, and turned to leave, satisfied. You know your place. You shorty, don't let me catch you again. They bumped heavily against Gu Shuizhao's shoulder as they departed. Gu Shuizhao approached, tears in her eyes. I will pay you back. As she walked away in a disheveled state, she resentfully added, Are you satisfied now, seeing me in such a miserable state? Shi Liao-liao. My life is indeed lacking in large sums of money and abundant love, but it is certainly not devoid of fools. A mocking whistle echoed from behind, prompting Shi Liao-liao to shift her gaze away from the foolish Gu Shuizhao and turn to the figure leaning against the door. The flamboyant red hair and rebellious face appeared at this moment, evoking a sense of irritation. You let someone take advantage of you, did you know that? He remarked. Shi Liao-liao met his gaze directly. The Rolex Datejust priced at over 50,000, yet he demanded 100,000 for me. Is that what you mean? The red-haired boy looked puzzled. You're aware that you gave them money. Shi Liao-liao's lips curled into a cold smile. Give money? No, I'm making an investment. If they extort my money, they should be prepared to return it double. As she recalled the D-level badges worn by those individuals earlier, Shi Liao-liao couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter tinged with an eerie quality as her crimson hair glinted in the light, resembling a creature witnessing something monstrous. After the final class concluded, she was not the last to leave this time. Instead, she surged ahead, burdened with the responsibility of retrieving Liu Yanzhou. Maru, puzzled, remarked, I rarely see you this enthusiastic, and who were you messaging earlier? You seemed rather secretive about it. In high spirits, Shi Liao-liao showed no signs of having just been swindled out of 100,000 yuan. Liu Yanzhou is an A-level. He can dine at the highest tier of the restaurant. Surely, this wild boar deserves to indulge in a bit of delicacy as well, she mused, her mouth watering at the thought of a Michelin-starred chef's culinary skills. As for whom she had messaged regarding the substantial sum, that remained a secret for the time being. She tossed her textbook to her subordinate, who had been waiting outside, while several A-level students gathered below, awaiting the arrival of their vehicle. That short guy from class F got held back. Did you have a hand in that? Yang Qingzhou asked, surprised as he pocketed his phone and leaned in to quietly inquire of the only other person beside him, Lu Yanzhou. Even a GPA of 4.0 can lead to advancement. I merely suggested he ought to reinforce his foundational knowledge from the first year, Lu Yanzhou replied nonchalantly. We must not tarnish the reputation of Sainton Academy. Yang Qingzhou stifled an eye roll, muttering, right, as if you've ever cared about reputation. Before the institution could provide Lu Yanzhou with an explanation regarding the events of the previous night, he had already uncovered the truth that morning and contacted the principal. Reflecting on the short fellow's misdeeds, Yang Qingzhou expressed his frustration. Isn't being demoted too lenient for that little rascal? Seeing the familiar silver sports car, Lu Yanzhou approached Shi Liao-liao, who was stepping out of the driver's seat, without responding to Yang Qingzhou's question. I'm leaving. Yang Qingzhou informed his subordinate before striding over to Lu Yanzhou. Hey, wait for me. Passing his book to Shi Liao-liao, Lu Yanzhou whispered. We're not going to the cafeteria today. Let's south head to 3rd Street. Yang Qingzhou leaned in, grinning as he added, yes, 3rd Street. My darling is going to get me fried chicken. Upon hearing this, Shi Liao-liao felt as if struck by lightning. Wait, that voice? Maru interjected. You mean the one from last night? Both Shi and Shi Liao-liao looked as though they had seen a ghost. Arriving at 3rd Street, Lu Yanzhou's gaze fell upon a young servant standing nearby, his expression clouded with confusion. Why is it so quiet today? I can't even hear your thoughts. Shi Liao-liao had initially hoped Lu Yanzhou would personally fetch the fried chicken, thinking it would be quite endearing, until she witnessed a man in a suit handing over various documents, including a property certificate, to Yang Qingzhou with a cheerful grin. Shi Liao-liao realized. So when they said they were buying fried chicken, it meant acquiring the fried chicken shop? Her perception of the two shifted dramatically. Such affection? Maru advised against reading too much into it, insisting the male lead was undoubtedly straight and that engaging in such subtext would lead to scorn in romantic narratives. Nonetheless, Shi Liao-liao appeared somewhat dazed, a state that persisted even upon reaching the restaurant. Realizing the dishes were arriving too slowly and fearing the two young masters would go hungry, she raised her hand to summon a waiter. The food is taking too long. Please bring a pot of water to stave off hunger. The waiter, approaching with a smile, stood momentarily dumbfounded. What are you rushing for? I'm just asking what you mean by rushing. Chapter 19. Yang Qingzhou, the first to comprehend the waiter's reaction, felt his toes curl in embarrassment. Friend, are you trying to kill me? She had merely meant to request water to quench their hunger, as in the starving kind. Yang Qingzhou explained, her scalp prickling with discomfort. Initially oblivious to the awkwardness, Lu Yanzhou slowly grasped what was happening. Upon hearing Yang Qingzhou's explanation and meeting Shi Liao-liao's innocent gaze, the waitress's face turned crimson. Damn it, I knew reading too much would reveal flaws. Before the flustered waitress could retrieve the water jug, the dishes began to arrive. 3rd Street, located outside Sainton Academy, thrived due to the commercial activity generated by the academy, with most establishments catering to students, resulting in generally high prices accompanied by assured quality. The Lu family's shops occupied an entire street on 2nd Street, and Lu Yanzhou typically avoided hassle, opting for 3rd Street more frequently. Young master, please enjoy. Shi Liao-liao said, glancing at the time before standing to address Lu Yanzhou. Meeting his gaze, she clarified, the custom outfit I ordered for you is ready. I'm heading to 2nd Street to pick it up. Lu Yanzhou surveyed the table laden with food, recalling that she hadn't even sipped water, and suggested they should have it sent back to the dormitory. As your personal servant, I must personally inspect the quality of the garments and examine each piece of fabric that will touch your skin, Shi Liao-liao declared with righteousness. Yang Qingzhou shot her an envious look from the side. How wonderful! I wish I had a servant who could accompany me at Sainton. Lu Yanzhou maintained his expression, not allowing any presumptions to take root. As expected, the next statement came swiftly. Who wants to eat lunch while feeling like a royal tutor? I'm off to enjoy the best that the Lu family's establishments have to offer, and I'll make sure they bring out the finest delicacies for my enjoyment. All while checking my clothes, huh? Lu Yanzhou nodded. Go ahead. At least he would genuinely have his clothes checked, which was quite commendable. Shi Liao-liao turned to leave, and Maru nimbly hopped onto her shoulder, twisting back to inquire, are you really going to retrieve the clothes? Shi Liao-liao thought, of course not. She had arranged to meet someone at 2nd Street. The call from the shop provided a convenient excuse to step away from Lu Yanzhou. After securing a shared electric bicycle and fastening her helmet, Shi Liao-liao set off with agility. Yang Qingzhou, peering out from the window and leaning down, observed this scene and lamented, she'd rather ride a beaten-up electric bike than take your car without permission. Is she that loyal as someone sent by Lu Tingfeng? Casting another glance at Lu Yanzhou, who was calmly slicing a lamb chop with an air of composure, Yang Qingzhou inwardly marveled at how his old friend exuded the aura of a significant figure, as if everything were under his command. However, Lu Yanzhou remained undisturbed simply because he was aware that Shi Liao-liao refrained from driving out of a desire to avoid drawing attention. The young servant was a paradoxical figure, clearly enamored with wealth and harboring ulterior motives, yet remaining discreet. Whenever thrust into the spotlight, he appeared composed but was, in truth, quite out of his depth and uncomfortable. Evidently, Lu Yanzhou understood Shi Liao-liao well. Yet, in her quest to remain inconspicuous, she overlooked an important detail. Riding a shared bicycle clad in Saint Academy's uniform while wearing a helmet made her stand out even more than if she had been driving a sports car. Returning the bicycle with a scowl, Shi Liao-liao arrived at their agreed location at a speed that could only be described as her fastest ever. There, a boy in a polo shirt, carrying a large backpack, stood waiting, his face reflecting a mild awkwardness as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly awaiting someone. Spotting Shi Liao-liao, his eyes lit up. Xiao Shi. Shi Liao-liao hurried over. Xiao Liang, did you bring the items? When Xiaoliang, the grandson of a friend of Shi Liao-liao's grandfather, was the first person she encountered upon her arrival in this world. With a sly grin spreading across Wen Xiaoliang's otherwise unremarkable face, he declared, I brought it. Hurry. Check it. The two covertly found a corner to squat down, and when Xiaoliang set his backpack down, carefully extracting its contents, while Shi Liao-liao lifted the black cloth covering the items. Before her eyes appeared a long-necked vase, its azure hue gradually fading into a delicate gradient. According to your request, it bears a resemblance of 5 points. Shi Liao-liao nodded repeatedly, expressing approval. Not bad. Not bad. Although a discerning eye could discern the truth, it still appeared quite impressive at first glance. When Xiao Liang beamed with pride, their family ran an antique shop, and since childhood, when Xiao Liang had been well-versed in various antiques, but his greatest skill lay in creating forgeries. For this, he had often faced reprimands from his grandfather, who admonished him for not engaging in honest work. Shi Liao-liao, however, greatly admired him, which was why when Xiao Liang enjoyed spending time with her. The money has been transferred to her card. I'll send you some pocket money for sweets after the matter is successfully concluded. She reached out to pat Wen Xiaoliang's head. The latter smiled so widely that his eyes nearly disappeared. Thank you, Xiao Shi. Gazing at the vase in her hands, Shi Liao-liao revealed a sinister grin. After placing the items back neatly, she shouldered her bag and headed to the Lu family store. Upon entering, she approached the front desk to state her purpose, and the smile of the attendant became more sincere. Please, this way. We have prepared the clothing for you. Please feel free to select. Shi Liao-liao found a secure spot to place her backpack, then happily settled onto the sofa in the VIP room. One after another, staff members brought tea and water. And considering it was noon, they thoughtfully prepared meals as well. Employees showcased sets of clothing for her approval. Once she nodded, they began to wrap them up. Relishing the opulence she had only witnessed in television dramas, she mused to herself about why some arrogant servants always flaunted their employers' names, wielding power inappropriately. It was indeed a pleasurable experience. After making her selections and filling her stomach, she instructed, please deliver these to dormitory 13. That will be all for today. Thank you for your hard work. The staff shook their heads in unison. It's no trouble at all. As Shi Liao-liao reached the door, the previous attendant approached her with a gift box and said, Mr. Shi, this is a gift made from new fabric that hasn't been released yet. I hope you like it and would appreciate your feedback when you have the time. Shi Liao-liao thought to herself, I have another gift. Looking at the small box, she speculated it might contain a tie or a handkerchief, and with a composed demeanor, she accepted it. Thank you. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned away. The attendant mused to herself that it was no wonder she was by the young master's side. Not only was she remarkably attractive, but her maturity at such a young age was also commendable. Once the composed Shi Liao-liao had walked away, she discarded her calm facade, finding a secluded corner to eagerly unwrap the outer packaging, revealing a pair of bright red men's underwear. Chapter 20. It was considerate of them to provide the smallest size. Shi Liao-liao mused, not taking the civil service exam is truly a waste. Even I know it's my zodiac year, and they specially sent red. Wan revealed her prominent front teeth, her eyes narrowing into slits as she laughed unabashedly. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. After a brief moment of silence, Shi Liao-liao tossed the bothersome packaging into the trash, thinking to herself that the festive fabric could be stowed in her bag, serving at least a negligible protective purpose for the vase. Just as she was about to do so, Xiao Shige, a familiar voice called from behind, causing Shi Liao-liao to become flustered. Hearing the footsteps growing closer, she quickly stuffed the fabric into her pocket. "Why haven't you returned yet?" Recovering her indifferent expression, she calmly turned around, betraying no signs of her earlier fluster. When Xiao Liang stood behind her, holding 2 large shopping bags. "I bought some food to share with my classmates. By the way, what are you doing by the trash can?" Shi Liao-liao maintained her composure, replying, "I was throwing something away." Without suspicion, when Xiao Liang nodded, "Xiao Shige, are you heading back?
Why not come with me?
I need to take a cab to Stenton Academy." She nodded, "Sure, let us go."
The two walked side by side.
And when Xiao Liang scrutinized this peer of equal height, unable to suppress his curiosity, "Brother, is Lu family's young master easy to get along with?" Upon hearing Lu Yanzhou's name, Shi Liao-liao fell momentarily silent. Was Lu Yanzhou easy to get along with? The answer was a resounding no. However, now, recalling the image of Lu Yanzhou curled up in the corner, his chestnut brown eyes brimming with forbearance and fear while feigning calmness, Shi Liao-liao could not help but curve her lips ever so slightly. "He's all right." After bidding farewell to Wen Xiaoliang, Shi Liao-liao hurried back to school, not heading directly to Area A, but instead turning towards Area F, standing beneath the dormitory building she had inquired about earlier. Shi Liao-liao ascended after reporting to the dormitory supervisor, proceeding straight to the 2nd floor and knocking on the door. After a lengthy pause, the door finally opened, revealing a disheveled figure with wild red hair, glaring at Shi Liao-liao with a sleepy expression.
"This is for you."
Shi Liao-liao thrust the packed meal into his arms. The red-haired youth blinked in confusion. "As compensation, just be a witness." In the public game room of Area D, several boys were gathered around playing board games.
"Hey,
that sissy servant of Lu Yanzhou said he'd pay 100,000 just like that. Haha, you guys didn't see him that day at the ball." It was probably a misunderstanding. Lu Yanzhou just wanted to show off. He really doesn't care about that sissy. The man who had initially forced Shi Liao-liao to pay for the watch suddenly brought up the topic, eliciting laughter from the others. "That sissy is surprisingly good-looking. He must have served Lu Yanzhou well in bed to get into Stenton."
Who would have guessed?
"I thought he was a decent person, but behind the scenes, he's messing around with men. Disgusting, that gay." Compared to Lu Yanzhou, who was the only son, he was merely an illegitimate child, the most inconspicuous one in a family bustling with legitimate heirs. The thought of the usually aloof Lu Yanzhou engaging in such sordid affairs made him vent his frustrations, incessantly chattering on as if saying too much might result in Lu Yanzhou being thrown out of the Lu family tomorrow. Just as he was about to say more, the door suddenly swung open, and a head peeked in.
"Hey, Wuzi."
"Someone's looking for you." Wuzi, the one who had just insulted Shi Liao-liao, impatiently raised his eyes. "Who?" The messenger wore an intriguing expression. "You'll find out when you go down." When Wuzi descended with a face full of impatience, he was momentarily stunned upon seeing Shi Liao-liao. Shi Liao-liao waved her hand. "Hi." Wuzi had just begun to speak, but before he could finish, the next second, Shi Liao-liao pulled out a vase, swiftly lunged in front of Wuzi, bent her knees slightly, and leaped. Without hesitation, she brought the vase crashing down onto Wuzi's head. The sound of shattering porcelain mingled with droplets of crimson blood. Wuzi, stunned by the blow to his head, could hardly believe it. He raised a trembling hand to feel the jagged wound, then shouted angrily, "Have you lost your mind?" Shi Liao-liao stood there with the remaining neck of the shattered vase, her face contorted with grief. This was the young master's vase. How could you break it? Wuzi, completely taken aback by her, stammered, "What are you talking about? You're the one who smashed it." Before he could finish his protest, Shi Liao-liao deftly shoved her height-increasing insole into his mouth. Nearby, the red-haired youth observed helplessly as Wuzi struggled to dislodge the object from his throat. Shi Liao-liao scoffed, "Go ahead, scream all you want. Once the whole world arrives, I'll tell them how you scammed the Lu family out of 100,000 with the broken watch." Wuzi spat out the insole, defiantly retorting, "What evidence do you have?" Shi Liao-liao waved her hand dismissively. "Evidence? Here." The red-haired youth, wearing a look of exasperation, stepped forward, offering her a disdainful glance. Upon seeing him, Shi Liao-liao noticed that this large fellow from Area D seemed to regard the red-haired youth from Area F with a hint of apprehension. This was an unexpected discovery. "I am the evidence, you big oaf." The red-haired youth flashed a smug grin at Wu Zi, who instinctively recoiled. How much do you want? Realizing that she was deliberately trying to extort him, Wu Zi dropped all pretense and adopted a posture of offering money to absolve himself. Shi Liao-liao, uninterested in overthinking, simply sought to achieve her objective. 500,000. Wu Zi blurted out. You must be dreaming. Shi Liao-liao glanced down at the shards of the vase scattered across the floor. 300 bucks. The vase is quite valuable. I would let it go for 500,000, which is already a discounted price. Why don't we find an appraiser to authenticate it? Or I could just call my young master and hand it over to him. Am I not allowed to offer that? Upon hearing the name Lu Yanzhou, Wu Zi promptly pulled out his phone. As he hobbled toward the infirmary with the 500,000 confirmed in his account, he cast a glance at the crowd peering from behind the windows, and then turned to leave with Hong Mao. Send me your account details. I'll split it with you, Shi Liao-liao remarked to Hong Mao. Hong Mao shot her a disdainful look. I don't want your money from scamming. Shi Liao-liao retorted, this isn't scamming, that's a counterfeit, and it's enough to fool an outsider. Hong Mao pushed her head away. But as his fingers brushed against her soft cheek, he thought the texture was quite pleasant and absent-mindedly touched it again. Before he could speak, a male voice called out, Shi Liao-liao. Shi Liao-liao and Hong Mao turned their eyes toward the source of the voice. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Lu Yanzhou stood with his arms crossed, gazing at her, though a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Shi Liao-liao inexplicably sensed a chill in his eyes. Young master. She stepped forward, navigating through the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Your Majesty, I shall attend to you and your harem, Lu Yanzhou remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Hong Mao, who was staring at him. He mused, attend to me? How would that work? Are you going to pinch my cheeks? Feeling a twinge of guilt for having previously leveraged Lu Yanzhou's name for her own gain, Shi Liao-liao wiped her face, which had become dirty. It's a bit unclean, he remarked in a flat tone. Shi Liao-liao reached for a handkerchief, pulling it out to dab at her face, wondering if she had gotten something on herself while dealing with the earlier chaos. Just then, she noticed an eerie stillness had descended over the crowd, their gazes fixed on her as if they had seen a ghost. Confused, she wondered if a ghost stood behind her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a piece of red fabric near her face, and, suddenly realizing what it was, froze in shock. A pair of bright red men's underwear was clutched in her hand, flapping in the wind. The silence that ensued was deafening. Even Hong Mao no longer looked at Lu Yanzhou but instead stared incredulously at what Shi Liao-liao held. In this bizarre atmosphere, Shi Liao-liao slowly tucked the bright red underwear away, scanning the crowd with a calm demeanor as she explained, Don't worry, I've never worn it. Lu Yanzhou replied, What if you had? A chuckle erupted from one of the onlookers. Lu Yanzhou, your subordinate is quite amusing. Laughter rippled through the crowd, though many remained silent, stifling their mirth. Lu Yanzhou shifted his gaze from Shi Liao-liao to the one who had laughed first. A clear smile on his lips as he quipped, Wang Ko, have you forgotten the incident last year when you neglected to zip your pants and paraded around all morning? As soon as he spoke, the attention of the crowd pivoted to that embarrassing event. Yes, Wang Ko, I still dream about your crayon Shinchan underwear. Another chimed in. Exactly. How can you still mock others? We agreed not to bring that up. Laughter erupted, especially from Yang Qingzhou, who was guffawing the loudest. Hey, what are you doing standing there? You rude child, come over and greet us. Upon hearing Yang Qingzhou's words, Shi Liao-liao, whose mind had been muddled, initially thought it was directed at her. Suddenly, a lazy voice called out from behind, I see you. Hong Mao then stepped forward, reluctantly and awkwardly addressing Yang Qingzhou, brother. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback.
Huh?
She glanced at the robust Yang Qingzhou and then at Hong Mao, who, aside from his unique hairstyle, possessed an attractive countenance. I can't imagine you both came from the same womb, Lu Yanzhou thought, knowing full well that they did not. The group seemed familiar with Hong Mao, greeting him one after the other. You've dyed your hair orange. Are you keeping up with your studies? Surprisingly, the typically rebellious youth responded obediently, answering each question posed to him. Yang Qingzhou, unable to resist, inquired, How did you two end up together? Shi Liao-liao quickly replied, It was a chance encounter. We're in the same class. Hong Mao shot her a meaningful glance, but chose not to expose her. Lu Yanzhou noticed the exchange of glances between them, his expressions subtly shifting. Class is about to start. As he stepped forward, he playfully pinched Shi Liao-liao's cheek as they brushed past each other. the actions so swift that no one else noticed, akin to a sudden prank. Shi Liao-liao stood frozen for a moment, only to turn back and see Lu Yanzhou, looking every bit the elite youth, casually conversing with those around him as if he hadn't just mischievously pinched her.
That was the spot I touched just now.
As the sole witness, Hong Mao approached Shi Liao-liao, his tone inscrutable. Shi Liao-liao's heart raced as she met his gaze.
Hong Mao flashed à tout tigre.
Revealing his sharp canines, I'm Yang Qingcheng. Don't call me Hong Mao or any other nickname in private. Shi Liao-liao replied. Is it that obvious? Are you and young Master Yang brothers? I'm his cousin. My parents died in a car accident when I was young, and the Yang family took me in, so I share their surname. The boy spoke rapidly, as if reciting a well-rehearsed line, clearly having explained this many times before. It was evident that another question would provoke his ire, leaving Shi Liao-liao at a loss for words. Yang Qingcheng didn't seek sympathy. He merely asked, what is your relationship with Lu Yanzhou? Shi Liao-liao noticed that he had greeted everyone except Lu Yanzhou, suggesting a strained relationship. We have a master-servant dynamic. As the saying goes, behind every successful man, Yang Qingcheng interjected, is a male servant? ISN, Tia to spine? Shi Liao-liao asked, slightly puzzled.
Yang Qingcheng fell silent.
He had only followed Shi Liao-liao along for a breakfast bribe and ended up entangled in this ridiculous situation. Shi Liao-liao wasn't overly talkative either. The two, who seemed to have little in common, walked side by side to class under the incredulous gazes of their peers. One was a well-known subordinate protected by Lu Yanzhou, while the other was an outlier from the Yang family assigned to District F. Their sudden companionship seemed, in the grand scheme of things, rather unremarkable. Gu Shuizhao had already arrived, ignoring Shi Liao-liao and sitting far off, lost in thought. Shi Liao-liao was preoccupied with her own concerns and paid her no mind. What was Lu Yanzhou's meaning earlier? Could it be he has developed feelings for me? The sensation of his fingers brushing against her cheek made her restless, and Yang Qingcheng's earlier peculiar question lingered in her mind. Glancing at Gu Shuizhao, who clearly had no intention of paying attention in class and seemed unbothered by the prospect of failing, Shi Liao-liao resolved that this could not continue. She needed to find the right moment to subtly indicate her feelings to Lu Yanzhou, while also discreetly expressing her preference for girls. It was no joke. If one day Lu Yanzhou were to drink too much and attempt something forceful, she would be in a predicament. After the afternoon class concluded, upon meeting Lu Yanzhou, he rested his chin on his hand and casually remarked, you seem a bit distracted today. Shi Liao-liao's back tensed instantly. No way, is it that obvious? Lu Yanzhou thought to himself that something must indeed be amiss. Have you been bullied? Although those individuals harbored a certain trepidation towards the Lu family, it was inevitable that a few reckless souls, emboldened by their audacity, would cast their gazes upon the seemingly frail Shi Liao-liao, contemplating their intentions. Young master, she said, her fingers nervously tracing the steering wheel. After a moment of internal conflict, she finally uttered the remainder of her thoughts, encouraged by Lu Yanzhou's patient demeanor. Have you noticed that Gu Shuizhao appears to be a woman? The unexpected name caused Lu Yanzhou to raise an eyebrow in amusement.
He?
Are you implying he seems to harbor feelings for me? Shi Liao-liao nearly relinquished her grip on the steering wheel, unable to contain her astonishment. You are aware?
So,
do you know she is indeed female? Observing the young servant's heightened reaction, Lu Yanzhou surmised that she was likely feeling uneasy. You needn't worry, this is, after all, a boys' school. Shi Liao-liao promptly inquired, what is your perspective on this matter? Upon meeting her anxious gaze, Lu Yanzhou found himself bemused. Was she concerned that he might be enamored with Gu Shuizhao, which had rendered her so distracted throughout the day? I hold no interest in him, Lu Yanzhou asserted with conviction. Chapter 22 Shi Liao-liao. Who inquired about this? So, does no interest refer to Gu Shuizhao or to this entire group? Maru suggested. Why not clarify a bit more? At that moment, Lu Yanzhou was still deliberating whether to add that he was also uninterested in men. However, considering the young servant's orientation, he decided against it, not wishing to cause her distress. Although he genuinely could not envision how Shi Liao-liao would appear if she were saddened. The two returned to the dormitory building, each lost in their own thoughts. As Lu Yanzhou ascended the stairs, he remarked, I shall take a nap. If Yang Qingzhou comes by, just serve him some tea, but nothing too extravagant. This fellow always manages to take the finest he leaves, and we cannot indulge him. With that, he departed. Shi Liao-liao complied and ventured into the kitchen. Contemplating the evening's menu. Although breakfast had been delivered, she felt the need to express her gratitude for Lu Yanzhou's status by preparing a proper meal. From a nearby delivery of fresh ingredients, she lifted a 6-pound Australian lobster and placed it onto the expansive cutting board, intending to prepare it as both sashimi and shrimp dumplings. Donning an apron and rolling up her sleeves, she readied herself to showcase her culinary prowess. Meanwhile, Gu Shuizhao, who had been forcibly dragged from her dormitory in full view of onlookers, was far from enjoying such leisure. "What are you doing? I need to inform the dorm supervisor. I must tell the dorm supervisor," she protested, struggling futilely against the grip of her captors. They brought her before Wu Zi, who, bandaged and brooding, regarded her with a dark expression. "Long time no see." Gu Shuizhao bit her lip. "What do you want from me? Shi Liao-liao already gave you money."
Didn't she?
At the mention of this, Wu Zi's expression twisted in fury as he sprang to his feet.
Do not utter that name. He seethed.
500,000. That was half a semester's worth of my allowance down the drain. Gu Shuizhao trembled in fear. Wu Zi approached her, lifting her as if she were a mere chick, his voice low and furious. "You little ingrate. It was you who told me your friend was wealthy and could even pay double, prompting me to ask." He pointed to his own head, nostrils flaring with indignation. "So you were just playing me for a fool." Gu Shuizhao, her body shaking with terror, felt her collar tighten, making it difficult to breathe. "If I get hurt, you won't escape unscathed." With that, he swung his fist toward her.
Don't.
She screamed, instinctively shutting her eyes, tears streaming down her face in fear. Her resentment toward Shi Liao-liao intensifying. "Why must I endure such a fate? I clearly stated I would repay the money. Why are you treating me like this? Shi Liao-liao, you are doing this on purpose. Hey, what is going on?" At that moment, a voice rang out just as Wu Zi's fist was about to descend. Wu Zi turned impatiently to see the newcomer and, upon recognizing him, released Gu Shuizhao in fright.
Yang.
He took a step back. Whether out of fear or guilt, he could not discern, perhaps concerned that Yang Qingzhou had revealed this incident to his cousin. Yang Qingzhou's mere presence sent Wu Zi and his entourage fleeing in terror. As he approached, he glanced at the trembling boy kneeling on the ground and could not help but ask, "Hey, are you okay?" Before he could finish, the boy looked up, revealing a tear-streaked face. Upon recognizing her, Yang Qingzhou cursed inwardly. "Why is it her? TSK, I've meddled enough." Just as Gu Shuizhao was about to cling to his leg and weep, Yang Qingzhou deftly sidestepped her. "I'm not helping you. I only came over because you looked somewhat similar to the young servant. Don't pin this on me." With that, he turned and fled, as though fearing Gu Shuizhao might hold him accountable. Once again, it was Shi Liao-liao. Gu Shuizhao lowered her head, her long bangs obscuring her eyes, nails digging into her palms, creating crescent-shaped wounds. "I am unique." She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, reminding herself to remain calm and not to compete with a man. "I am different. The way they treat me now will only lead them to beg for my forgiveness in the future. Gu Shuizhao, you are the protagonist of this world." Recalling the words spoken to her, Gu Shuizhao gradually regained her composure. By the time Shi Liao-liao had prepared most of the dishes and was considering a dessert to follow, Yang Qingzhou entered with an expression of one who had seen a ghost. "Lu Yanzhou, I must tell you," he exclaimed as he walked in, his words cut short by the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. It smells delightful." Shi Liao-liao emerged from the kitchen, clad in a bear-themed apron, and nodded at him. "Have you eaten, young Master Yang?" Yang Qingzhou immediately shook his head. "Not yet, not yet. Is there any for me?" Shi Liao-liao nodded. "Please wait a moment. I will summon the young master." Yang Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively. "No need, continue what you're doing. That guy will wake up when the time comes." "Very well, then I shall prepare some tea for you." Thinking to herself how well acquainted he was with Lu Yanzhou's habits, Shi Liao-liao brewed a modest tea, as per Lu Yanzhou's instructions. She placed the teacup before Yang Qingzhou, who was amusing himself with a little hamster that Shi Liao-liao had casually tossed out. Yang Qingzhou sniffed the tea, then took a sip. What is this tea? It doesn't tea resemble the usual British brews he drinks?" Shi Liao-liao stood nearby, holding a silver tray, her beautiful face adorned with respect as she replied. "This tea is called Old Man Wang tea."
Yang Qingzhou, speak blindly. Shi Liao-liao, Wan Lao Zi.
"Apologies, Yanzi, I've been exposed. I can assist you only this far." Yang Qingzhou, he was genuinely curious about where the Lu family had discovered such a talent in Shi Liao-liao. After a moment of silence, Shi Liao-liao spoke again. "Young Master Yang, has the young master ever had a girlfriend?" The abrupt shift in conversation took Yang Qingzhou by surprise. Shi Liao-liao added, "As the personal servant of my employer, I am entirely unaware of his past. You know, the young master is quite popular among the young ladies, and I often find myself uncertain of how to approach them. If I err, the young master may become upset. This rationale sounded plausible.
Yanzhou chocolate.
Rest assured, your young master is quite virtuous. I have known him for years and have never witnessed him harboring feelings beyond mere friendship for any female. Shi Liao-liao. That sounds increasingly like he may be gay. Has the young master ever mentioned what type he prefers? Upon hearing this question, Yang Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he regarded Shi Liao-liao with newfound scrutiny.
Ah.
She is cleverly inquiring about the type Lu Yanzhou is attracted to. Clearing his throat, he responded mysteriously, "You have indeed asked the right person. Your young master favors." Chapter 23. Noticing his deliberate prolongation of the suspense, Shi Liao-liao leaned in, eager to hear more. Yang Qingzhou lifted his head, approaching her ear with an air of mystery, whispering softly, "He prefers those who do not wear red underwear." Shi Liao-liao, numbly sitting up, faced the teasing with little reaction, retorting, "For instance, is that you, young Master Yang?" Yang Qingzhou, struck by his own imaginative musings, cast her a resentful glare. Shi Liao-liao nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I will never reveal to the young master that you harbor deep feelings for him."
Who has deep feelings for me?
Before Yang Qingzhou could counter, Lu Yanzhou's hoarse voice drifted from the staircase. The two turned to look. Young Master Lu stood at the bottom step, clad in a beige two-piece pajama set adorned with bare patterns, exuding a languidness typical of one roused from a gentle slumber, his forehead slightly tousled. Yang Qingzhou's thick black brows nearly shot up to the heavens. He scrutinized Lu Yanzhou's pajamas before glancing back at Shi Liao-liao. "Did you pick this out?" Shi Liao-liao appeared quite pleased with Lu Yanzhou's attire. "Yes, it suits the young master perfectly." "How well it suits our Yanzi. Boys should wear adorable pajamas." Lu Yanzhou's eyelids flickered. Indeed, if Yang Qingzhou were to peruse his own wardrobe, filled with gaudy cartoon pajamas, he would realize that this set was, in fact, the most normal of all. Although tall and slender, his boyish features rendered the pajamas surprisingly fitting, creating an inexplicable contrast. I truly wish others could see the aloof young Master Lu in his bare pajamas. How amusing that would be. Lu Yanzhou wore a habitual expression of indifference. "It doesn't matter, I'll just wear it." Shi Liao-liao stifled her burgeoning smile and invited Lu Yanzhou to the dining table. Upon seeing the sumptuous spread before him, Lu Yanzhou expressed mild surprise. It was not takeout.
Yang Qingzhou lian it in, Xiao Liao.
"Hurry and pour a cup of old man Wang tea for your young master." Lu Yanzhou cast a sidelong glance at Yang Qingzhou, whose face was alight with schadenfreude. Shi Liao-liao indeed went to fetch it. After tasting the concoction, Lu Yanzhou set down his teacup and dabbed at the corners of his lips with a napkin. "When did you buy Wang Laoji?" Yang Qingzhou's expression was one of utter disbelief. "You've actually had it?" Who knew he had only heard of it in advertisements? Lu Yanzhou calmly finished the drink, embodying the principle of waste not, want not, while casually bestowing a glance upon Yang Qingzhou. "Only you're tacky."
Yang Qingzhou felt deeply wounded.
Shi Liao-liao chuckled inwardly. "Hans, brother, you take things too seriously. You aren't suited to date Yanzi. You should sit on the roadside and observe instead." Lu Yanzhou's movements with the knife and fork paused. "Who is dating? With whom am I dating?" He looked up at Shi Liao-liao, who, upon sensing his gaze, returned it innocently. Lu Yanzhou dismissed her as merely speaking nonsense and did not dwell on it. Once Shi Liao-liao left, he seemingly asked Yang Qingzhou nonchalantly, "What were you two discussing just now?" Shi Liao-liao could converse with any male, even Yang Qingqing today. He added, with an expressionless face, "I'm merely concerned about the conduct of my personal servant." After all, with a young servant like that in such a school, it was his duty to be aware of all matters regarding his subordinate. Yang Qingzhou, feeling hungry and indulging in his meal, responded without much thought, just casual chatter.
"Oh.
By the way, he even inquired about your type." The sound of Lu Yanzhou's knife scraping against the white porcelain plate pierced the air. At 3 a.m, Shi Liao-liao, feeling despondent, got out of bed and rummaged under it for a box. She extracted a sanitary pad and hurried into the bathroom.
Moment latte.
She emerged with a grim expression. Maru, nestled on her bedside table, had just been roused by the noise and was now rubbing its eyes with one paw. "Host, what's wrong?" Shi Liao-liao sighed. "Aunt Flo has arrived." Maru paused, taken aback. Shi Liao-liao, dressed in male attire, sometimes made it easy for it to forget her true gender, let alone the fact that she still had to deal with her monthly visitor. "Oh, dear. What should we do? I read online that girls suffered during this time. Do you need me to fetch you some pain relief? Shi Liao-liao shook her head. It's fine, I'm not in pain. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly, enduring severe cramps and relying on painkillers. However, in this body, much to her surprise, she experienced no pain. Provided she avoided the cold, she hardly felt anything at all. The downside was the excessive flow, leading to more frequent trips to the restroom than in her past life. Yet the issue was that Shi Liao-liao slowly exhaled, feeling utterly despondent. Tomorrow, there was a swimming class. The next morning, upon rising, Shi Liao-liao keenly noticed that Yanzhou bore faint dark circles under his eyes. It appeared he was not the only one who had suffered from insomnia last night. But why had Yanzhou been unable to sleep? As she placed a coffee cup beside him, she seized the moment to scrutinize him closely. Did you stay up late watching movies? Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao. When will your thoughts ever be healthy? If he could hear her inner voice, Shi Liao-liao would undoubtedly snicker disdainfully. Being young and broke, what was wrong with indulging in something a bit vulgar? After breakfast, Yanzhou habitually glanced in the mirror, only to frown slightly, clearly dissatisfied with his appearance marred by dark circles. Aware of his vanity, Shi Liao-liao ascended the stairs to retrieve something. Young master, this product is excellent for dark circles. Would you like to give it a try? Yanzhou nodded. Just as Shi Liao-liao stepped forward to assist him, he abruptly turned his head away. Realizing his reaction was overly pronounced, he murmured, I can manage it myself. He then took the item from her hand. Shi Liao-liao thought nothing of it. As she gazed down, her eyelashes resembling a small fan, Yanzhou recalled the dream from the previous night, his fingers trembling slightly. Shi Liao-liao, if only you were a girl. Realizing what he was thinking, he felt a wave of self-disgust. He then applied the product to his under-eye area. Afterward, he remembered to check the brand. The glaring letters read, Who do you hemorrhoid ointment? Chapter 24. Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao. Did you grab the wrong thing? The emotion of a domineering CEO, caught between amusement and exasperation, welled up within him. Good news, it was funny. Bad news, he was the punchline. Upon hearing this, Shi Liao-liao took the item back for a closer look. Young master, I did not grab the wrong one. She even thoughtfully checked the production date. It's not expired. You can use it without worry. The youthful vigor that had adorned Yanzhou's face that morning faded. How did you come by this? Shi Liao-liao replied earnestly, it was a supermarket giveaway. I want to tell you I stole it from a servant at the Liu household. Indeed. It was the grandson of the gardener who had often bullied Shi Liao-liao. After he had stepped on her foot, she had stealthily acquired the ointment that very evening. Shi Liao-liao, never left a grudge unavenged. Rest assured, Yanzi, this ointment cares for every eye. Yanzhou, some things are better left unresolved for the time being. Perhaps after a while, he wouldn't even remember them. Let us go. Shi Liao-liao casually tucked the item into her pocket, then moved to open the door for Yanzhou. As she turned, the mingling scent of soap and a faint woodsy fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Yanzhou, adjusting his cuffs, instinctively asked, Did you wear perfume? Shi Liao-liao nodded. What a keen nose. I only sprayed a little, and yet you detected it. As Yanzhou contemplated the thoughtful gesture of the young male servant who had discerned his fondness for this particular brand of perfume, he lamented the unfortunate reality that such affection could never blossom between two men. Yanzhou was unequivocally certain of his sexual orientation. There was no need for anyone to fetch him at noon. He retrieved his book from Shi Liao-liao and proceeded towards the group of people awaiting him behind. Shi Liao-liao, not particularly curious about the reason for his departure, felt assured as long as Yanzhou was not off gallivanting with anyone other than the female protagonist. Pondering the absence of the female lead, Shi Liao-liao found herself questioning the very essence of life. I say, Wan, has our female protagonist lost her way? Why has she yet to make an appearance? Wan, equally perplexed, reasoned that she should have arrived by now. Do not fret, host. There are only two plausible scenarios. First, there is that Gu Shui Zhao. Second, the female lead has encountered some predicament and is currently trekking back from Africa. Shi Liao-liao retorted, What nonsense is the second option? It is far more likely that she is the female lead. During the second swimming lesson, Shi Liao-liao approached the teacher with the certificate she had exchanged from Wan. Having forfeited several points, she felt a pang of regret. Teacher, may I refrain from swimming? I have a fear of water, as evidenced by this medical certificate, she presented. Prior to her arrival, she had researched all the courses at St. Don College, and upon discovering the swimming class, she had contemplated ways to avoid it. While clothing offered some concealment, donning the thin swimsuit would undoubtedly expose her. Fearing that those with a keen sense of smell might detect the scent of blood, she had taken the precaution of applying perfume. Although she remained baffled by the original owner's ominous statement that revealing her gender would lead to death, her instincts told her there was an underlying danger. Thus, she placed great importance on concealing her gender. Very well, you may simply observe. As all the boys changed into their swimsuits, Shi Liao-liao slipped away towards a corner. Her gaze brushed over Gu Shuizhao, who appeared somewhat surprised. While she was curious about how Gu Shuizhao had managed to take leave, Shi Liao-liao had no intention of inquiring with this troublesome girl. Noticing Shi Liao-liao's approach, Gu Shuizhao seemed equally taken aback. Ignoring her reaction, Shi Liao-liao rummaged through her bag for the homework assigned by the teacher. After a brief moment of free swimming, the boys began to horse around. Shi Liao-liao glanced over, failing to spot the conspicuous red-haired boy amidst the crowd, which confirmed her suspicion that he had skipped class. She then diverted her gaze. The swimming pool typically hosted only one class, yet a group of students with D-grade swim trunks entered, causing a ruckus. Upon seeing the D emblazoned on their attire, Shi Liao-liao felt a twinge of aversion but reminded herself that she must not stereotype. Not all individuals associated with the D grade were nefarious. However, it soon became evident that those with D grades indeed clashed with the F students. Hearing an unsettling commotion, Shi Liao-liao raised her head once more. The students from her class had been displaced, as the D-grade students forcefully pushed them out and even threw one into the water, encircling the poolside to prevent him from resurfacing. The other F-grade students stood helplessly to the side, seething with indignation, yet unable to voice their frustrations. Shi Liao-liao recognized one of the boys in the pool, a rather popular figure in their class, who was friendly enough to greet her every morning. Remembering his daily salutation, she gathered her belongings and prepared to discreetly seek out the teacher. Alas, Shi Liao-liao's life was lacking in funds and affection, but not in foolishness. Shi Liao-liao, are you going to find the teacher? Gu Shuizhao's voice rang out from the corner, loud enough to echo throughout the swimming hall and effectively drawing everyone's attention. Damn you, Gu Shuizhao. Were you born to be a nuisance? Shi Liao-liao rolled her eyes at the girl, who had the audacity to call out. Oh look, another one. You there, shorty, hurry up and come here. Despite her height of 1.74 meters, which was hardly short, Shi Liao-liao scoffed at the label. My grandfather is dead. What of it? Do you wish to join him? She retorted with a cold smile as she approached. Just as she was about to express her irritation, the boy's expression shifted when he recognized her. It's you, the one who knocked Wu Zi out. Seeing him fall silent, Shi Liao-liao pushed through the crowd and extended her hand towards the boy still floating in the water. Come up. The D-grade students' bravado diminished, and the F-grade students exchanged glances in disbelief. The boy in the water seized Shi Liao-liao's hand without hesitation, using her strength to pull himself up. Thanks, mate. He grinned appreciatively, water dripping from his face. The D-grade students, clearly familiar with Shi Liao-liao, began to retreat nonchalantly. How dull, the leader of the group muttered. Shi Liao-liao tossed a towel to the boy and shot a glance at her own classmates. The enemy has retreated. Are you all just going to stand there? Should we kneel and congratulate them on their departure? She mocked. Her words ignited a spark of anger within the others, who clenched their fists at the memory of the earlier scene. All of them were fresh students, raised with care at home. Shi Liao-liao's provocation awakened their fury. Stop. Who told you to leave? They hurried forward, encircling the D-grade students. The leader's face twisted in offense. F-grade trash, are you seeking death? Shi Liao-liao replied nonchalantly. If trouble arises, I will take responsibility. With the backing of the Liu family's name, the F-grade boys surged forward, plunging into the fray. What do you plan to do in terms of responsibility? Wanwan queried, with a hint of concern. I shall return and bow to young Master Liu, Shi Liao-liao replied calmly, adopting a tone that juxtaposed audacity with humility. As the skirmish escalated, the boy wrapped in a towel remarked, we should intervene. Shi Liao-liao nodded. Indeed. It would be unwise for things to spiral out of control. The boy added, that idiot just called you short. Don't take it to heart. We could just jump up and hit him in the knees. Shi Liao-liao halted, her expression blank as she removed a decorative sunshade from its stand, collapsing it before striding towards the battleground. What do you intend to do with that? Use a sunshade to mediate? The boy questioned. Shi Liao-liao remained focused, stating, I plan to insert it into that fool's backside and open it repeatedly. Oh! What a vicious method. Chapter 25. Initially concerned that Shi Liao-liao's petite frame might be tossed aside, the boys soon realized that she was indeed a powerhouse. The diminutive girl wielded the large umbrella with remarkable skill, akin to a lance. Moreover, she was not one to make idle threats. If she declared her intention to make someone suffer, she would follow through. As Shi Liao-liao planted her foot on the back of the instigator, disregarding his struggles, she raised her makeshift weapon, preparing to strike just as the teacher arrived late. Observing the chaotic scene, the teacher was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is happening here? F grade. What is the meaning of this? Although he had caught sight of the D grade students who clearly did not belong, he chose to first admonish the F grade. Teacher. The boy whom Shi Liao-liao had saved stepped forward to explain, but just as he opened his mouth, the teacher turned his attention to Gu Shuizhao, the only other student present who had not participated in the fray. You speak. The D grade students stood aloof, maintaining distance from the F grade, their expressions devoid of remorse. Perhaps they were aware that the teacher would not reprimand them, standing confidently with their arms crossed, openly glaring at Gu Shuizhao, exuding an air of menace. Gu Shuizhao, however, did not acknowledge them. Instead, her gaze drifted towards Shi Liao-liao, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly daydreaming. Teacher. The situation is as follows. The D grade students suddenly barged in, occupied the space, and pushed Yu Zi into the water. You see, the boy draped in a large towel, stood beside Shi Liao-liao. Damn it, how many temperamental D grade students do you have? He shouted. After receiving a disapproving glance from the teacher, he quickly subdued his outburst. Shi Liao-liao then approached to incite a fight among the classmates. I understood that the actions of the D grade students were misguided. However, resorting to violence was unequivocally wrong. Gu Shuizhao, with an air of righteousness and a slight lift of her neck, showed no signs of sheltering them. As Shi Liao-liao snapped out of her daze, she resisted the urge to roll her eyes, muttering a curse under her breath. With the instigator identified, the teacher's sharp gaze immediately swept over. Shi Liao-liao. Do you have anything to say? Yu Zi promptly interjected, Teacher, it's not just Shi Liao-liao's fault, it's mine. Other classmates quickly chimed in, yes, teacher. We started it. She didn't incite us. Look at her build. How could she possibly fight? It was all us. I had to admit. Shi Liao-liao's earlier actions successfully quelled the fleeting prejudices of these impassioned youths, allowing her to be accepted among them. The teacher, hearing this, cast a glance at Shi Liao-liao, who stood out among the group of boys averaging 178 centimeters in height, his expression faltering. Gu Shuizhao's nails dug painfully into her flesh as she bit her lip. What was happening? Hadn't this group disliked Shi Liao-liao? Ahem. Shi Liao-liao cleared her throat, patiently waiting for the surrounding noise to diminish before she spoke softly. Teacher, I have something to say. Under the collective gaze of her peers, Shi Liao-liao sighed and stepped out of the crowd, walking directly to Gu Shuizhao, who was watching her with apprehension. I forgot to thank Gu Shuizhao, she said, forcing a polite smile. If it weren't for you, I would have summoned the teacher long ago. In the midst of the teacher's bewildered expression, Shi Liao-liao suddenly seized Gu Shuizhao's collar and dragged her towards the poolside, tossing her in with a flick of her wrist. Help! I can't swim! I can't swim! Help! Gu Shuizhao flailed, drenched, her eyes fixed on Shi Liao-liao above her, as if gazing upon a demon. No one anticipated such an abrupt action from her. The consequence was severe, publicly bullying a classmate. You are disregarding school rules. Disregarding the principal. Call your parents to the school. Immediately. The teacher, exasperated, tossed his whistle aside, pointing at the remarkably handsome youth before him. Shi Liao-liao stood there, calm and composed, showing no hint of the fierce energy she had just displayed. Teacher, my family has passed away. The teacher paused, his earlier fervor dampening. Then, let us call someone who can take care of you. Shi Liao-liao nodded, I understand. She exited the office, retrieving her phone to make a call. The person on the other end seemed preoccupied, taking a while to answer. Shi Liao-liao? A breathless voice came through the phone, and Shi recalled that Lu Yanzhou was likely playing tennis at this hour. Adjusting her tone, she spoke into the phone, her voice tinged with frustration. Young master. I got into a fight, and the teacher wants you to come. There was a moment of silence before Lu Yanzhou's voice, laden with exasperation, came through. Shi Liao-liao, am I your guardian? Shi Liao-liao responded obediently, yes, sir. Shocked by her audacity, Lu Yanzhou retorted, please, I don't have calluses. Though he silently hung up, he still came. Shi Liao-liao stood at the office door like a forsaken child awaiting adoption, her eyes eagerly searching for Lu Yanzhou. Young Master Yan, you've come to fetch me. Lu Yanzhou paused, clearly contemplating retreat. He had changed from his athletic wear into his school uniform, having showered. And Shi Liao-liao caught a whiff of the white tea-scented shower gel on him. Her eyes flickered, her lips parting as if to speak. Lu Yanzhou involuntarily slowed his pace. It's all right, Yanzi. If the teacher scolds you, just imagine how should I put this? His demeanor will become less intimidating, right? Lu Yanzhou replied, that sounds even more terrifying. Thank you. The moment he stepped into the room, the teacher's posterior abruptly disengaged from the chair. What brings you here, Lu? Is there something amiss? He wore a congenial smile. Lu Yanzhou nodded slightly, addressing him as teacher, before gradually explaining, Shi Liao-liao said you were looking for me. Upon hearing the name, the teacher momentarily appeared flabbergasted. Yes. What a significant matter, and you had to come personally. Outside, Shi Liao-liao fidgeted nervously, pondering how long they might converse. She could not wait. She felt a pressing need to rush to the restroom. Maru, your bag is still where you left it, the voice reminded her. It contained sanitary napkins. So she needed to retrieve it. Simultaneously, in the now empty swimming pool, a hand reached towards the black backpack that had clearly been forgotten by its owner.
As if it had been planned for some time.
In Chapter 26, Shi Liao-liao located her bag at its original spot. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, she unzipped it, only to suddenly tighten her grip on the fabric. Maru, someone has rummaged through my belongings, she declared with certainty. Maru gasped, what? The little hamster peeked inside, noticing signs of disturbance. It appeared that someone had even attempted to organize it, albeit poorly. Shi Liao-liao exchanged glances with Maru, the latter sighing in relief. Thank goodness you were prepared. Shi Liao-liao smirked, reaching inside to feel the hidden compartment she had sewn, which bore no signs of tampering. Clearly, the intruder had overlooked it. It contained several sanitary napkins, and fearing unforeseen circumstances, she had stayed up late to create this compartment. How careless of her. Her expression turned cold. In a hurry, she rushed to the restroom, changed into a fresh sanitary napkin, and emerged from the stall to wash her hands, only to find an unexpected presence. Gu Shuizhao stood there, clad in clean clothes, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Shi Liao-liao, why aren't you in swimming class? She asked, seemingly oblivious to their previous conflict, her gaze fixed intently on Shi Liao-liao. Shi Liao-liao found it impossible to decipher her thoughts. If Gu Shuizhao were truly the protagonist, then this world ought to be obliterated. Gu Shuizhao, just in case, I think it's best to clarify things, she said, drying her fingers with a handkerchief, her expression icy. Don't speak to me again. From now on, you walk your path and I'll walk mine. She stepped past her. I'll traverse my own glorious path. Gu Shuizhao stood still, her expression inscrutable. Had Shi Liao-liao turned back to glance at her, she would have noticed a complex mixture of emotions on her face. Gu Shuizhao harbored a secret she had never shared with anyone. Her sense of smell was extraordinarily acute. The moment Shi Liao-liao had been caught, she had detected a familiar scent of blood emanating from her. It was the first time she had doubted her judgment, even trembling as she rifled through Shi Liao-liao's bag, but found nothing. Yet, as she reassured herself that perhaps she was overthinking it, Shi Liao-liao appeared in the restroom. Instead of using the urinal, she emerged from a stall, carrying that faint scent Gu Shuizhao had previously detected, brushing past her. Gu Shuizhao felt as if she could not breathe, her mind racing to deny her thoughts, only to be swiftly persuaded otherwise. What if men could also experience their monthly visitor? However, as she recalled that face, one devoid of excessive sharp angles, a visage that was strikingly beautiful and not at all fitting for a boy, her mind was struck like a thunderclap. Teacher, where is Lu Yanzhou? Upon returning, Shi Liao-liao had not spotted Lu Yanzhou. The teacher's demeanor was entirely different from before, as he smiled amiably and said, classmate Shi has returned. Lu has already gone back. He mentioned that you are to write a 3,000-word reflection tonight and submit it to him by morning. Shi Liao-liao gasped in shock. In a fit of anger, she had prepared for a collective reprimand for the F-grade students involved in the brawl, yet nothing came of it. Almost everyone recognized that it was Shi Liao-liao's merit. Consequently, upon entering the classroom the next day, Shi Liao-liao was met with unprecedented attention. Good morning, Shi Liao-liao. Have you had breakfast? Hey, Shi Liao-liao, do you want some chocolate? I left it on your desk.
Bro.
Want to shoot some hoops after class? Among the crowd, 3 individuals felt quite out of place. Yang Qingcheng, who had skipped class for a day, the disdainful Su Shuizhao, and Shi Liao-liao herself. During lunch break, as she walked outside with Yang Qingcheng, he turned to stare at her, who was half a head shorter. Shi Liao-liao, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Qingcheng thought to himself how curious she was. "I don't feel well," he replied dismissively. As they descended the stone steps at the entrance, Shi Liao-liao instinctively inquired, "What doesn't he feel well?"
Yang Qingcheng retorted impatiently, "My chest feels uncomfortable."
In the next moment, a slender finger suddenly brushed against his chest. Even daring to take a liberty. With a blank expression, she remarked, "It feels quite good, actually."
"What are you dissatisfied with?"
Yang Qingcheng fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze, coincidentally locking eyes with Lu Yanzhou, who stood nearby, arms crossed, his A-grade badge glinting in the light. A chill ran down Yang Qingcheng's spine, prompting him to quickly distance himself from Shi Liao-liao. "Shi Liao-liao, your master is waiting for you. I'm leaving." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. Shi Liao-liao, still puzzled about what master meant, lifted her gaze and spotted someone across the street, an arm tucked under a book, the other hand in his pocket, long legs elegantly framed in his suit, a striking figure. The refined face bore a smile, and upon noticing her gaze, he raised a hand and beckoned her with a finger. With a face full of resignation, Shi Liao-liao walked over. Beside Lu Yanzhou stood another tall individual adorned with an A-grade badge. Regarding looks, there are no unattractive people in young Master Lu's entourage. Lu Yanzhou's fingers lightly tapped her smooth forehead. Shi Liao-liao, slow to react, covered her forehead. "Young master? Is this little gesture of yours merely to catch my attention? Let me tell you, that won't work. I'm not that kind of person, Shi Liao-liao. Unless you secretly slip 10,000 into my pocket." Lu Yanzhou, the accompanying individual, observed Lu Yanzhou's expression. The young attendant, perhaps unaware of how conspicuous he was, had just taken his position alongside Lu Yanzhou when he immediately spotted Shi Liao-liao emerging from class. He assumed Lu Yanzhou was upset because his attendant was touching another boy's chest. "Wait, why does that sound so wrong?" He teased, "Don't be mad. Young Master Lu, with a look like that, even if he tries to resist, some will still want to take a bite." Shi Liao-liao, perplexed, asked, "What are we eating?" The boy glanced back at her, revealing a clear smile. "Eating you." Without hesitation, Shi Liao-liao retorted, "I'm feces." The boy, Lu Yanzhou, tilted his head, the corners of his lips curving. Someone is about to acquire 3 properties. The still bewildered boy looked toward him. Lu Yanzhou tossed the car keys to Shi Liao-liao, raised his wrist to check the time, and nonchalantly remarked, "Left atrium, right atrium. And your defenses?" The boy, Lin Xiao, you, Shi Liao-liao. "Haha. I cannot endure my own ridiculous sense of humor. Bring the car over. Bai Li Yi is still waiting for you." Just as she was about to turn and leave, Shi Liao-liao paused, her expression somewhat perplexed. "You've been in contact with Bai Li Yi behind my back." "Absolutely not. Before the heroine arrives, you cannot fool around with other girls." Lu Yanzhou truly wished to remind her that he was not her personal property. With a slight smile, his voice gentle, he said, "She organized a game and wanted to find you." Shi Liao-liao was utterly bewildered. What kind of game? A contest to see who can make the bed the stinkiest? Lu Yanzhou. The boy beside him draped his arm over Lu Yanzhou's shoulder, leaning in with a playful grin and a knowing glint in his eyes. "It's a little game just for boys. However, the losers must wear maid outfits." Chapter 27. Although Bai de Xiaojia is not particularly fond of Shi Liao-liao and Lu Yanzhou, she actually gets along quite well with the higher-ranking students at St. Dawn Academy. Most are willing to attend the gatherings she organizes. Of course, this does not include Lu Yanzhou. As for why Lu Yanzhou, who usually shows no interest in such things, had changed his mind, probably only he could guess. Upon hearing about the maid outfits, Shi Liao-liao almost visibly displayed her aversion. "What in the world is this ruckus? Young master, are you participating as well?" The young attendant, sitting upright at the steering wheel, asked nonchalantly, as if it were just casual conversation.
"Yanzhou.
You wouldn't be hoping to indulge your cross-dressing fetish through this opportunity, would you? Although I've heard wealthy people tend to have some psychological quirks, this is quite something. I'm not participating." Lu Yanzhou raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, a hint of helplessness crossing his tea-brown eyes, refusing to let his mind wander further. Shi Liao-liao unconsciously tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "Huh? Isn't every boy participating?" She stealthily glanced at Lu Yanzhou's groin area. Upon catching that glance, a faint exasperation flickered in Lu Yanzhou's eyes as he reached out to grasp the back of the young attendant's neck, giving it a gentle squeeze. Focus. The warm, slightly musky scent wafting from his sleeves was not sweet, reminiscent of sun-baked pages, a scent Shi Liao-liao had encountered many times while tidying up his discarded clothes. "Why are you pinching my nose while talking?" she muttered inwardly. Lu Yanzhou's peripheral vision fell upon her slender neck revealed beneath her tousled hair, and he absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers together. A boy, with such smooth skin, was quite unusual. He shifted his gaze to the window, lazily contemplating. "I'm still alive." The boy who hitched a ride chuckled softly. He himself was indifferent to gender and did not find Lu Yanzhou's earlier actions inappropriate. Whether subordinate or servant in his mind, as long as the superior wished, the other could lie beneath them at any time. What I meant was all boys will participate, but there's a prerequisite for that standard. Shi Liao-liao looked curiously into the rear-view mirror. The boy smiled without speaking, playfully winking at Shi Liao-liao. Guess what? There's a reward for the right answer. His elongated, alluring eyes bore a resemblance to Shi Liao-liao's, yet his appearance lacked any hint of femininity, exuding a strong masculine charm. She pondered, boys on their period can't participate. Or boys with prostatitis can't participate. Lu Yanzhou neither could experience menstruation nor wish to suffer from prostatitis, so he interjected, "West Yen." His tone carried a faint warning. The boy, known as Shi Yan, merely shrugged, still wearing a cheerful expression. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. This game is only for subordinates to join." In that instant, Shi Liao-liao comprehended the nature of the situation. "Oh, observing the pet competition, I suppose it provides amusement for you owners, does it?" Lu Yanzhou cast a nonchalant glance towards the back seat. Shi Yan had grown up alongside him. Their understanding had reached a level where he could discern the slightest quirk of the other's demeanor. Of course, participation was not mandatory, it was entirely optional. Shi Liao decisively stated, each participant will receive a monetary encouragement of 100,000. However, as someone from the Lu family, you likely consider this some trifling. "In that case, I must participate," she asserted with determination. "Catching flying discs, shaking hands, walking upright, chasing tails in circles, I excel in all these endeavors." Shi Yan retorted, "Aren't those tricks meant for dogs?" Shi Liao expertly maneuvered the car into a parking space, executing a stylish reverse parking with one hand deftly adjusting the steering wheel. "I fight for my young master. I can hardly fathom how cheerful I would be with that 100,000. Lu Yanzhou adjusted his cuffs, stepping out of the car with long strides. "Coward, I can imagine," he replied. Shi Liao trailed behind the two tall gentlemen, whose faces she could only see by craning her neck, maintaining the facade of a dutiful young servant while secretly contemplating her aspirations for wealth. Not through theft, but through diligent efforts. Maru, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. "Host, the male lead just referred to this person as Shi Yan." Noticing the emphasis, Shi Liao cast a glance at Shi Yan, who was conversing with Lu Yanzhou. "What's the matter?" Maru's tone sounded somewhat peculiar. In the original narrative, the wealthy family that reclaimed the female lead's long-lost kin bears the surname Shi. Shi Liao felt a shiver run down her spine. She scrutinized Shi Yan from head to toe. Maru seemed to anticipate her words. Indeed, this Shi Yan is the future brother-in-law of the male lead. Shi Liao was thoroughly astonished. This was the closest she had been to the female lead. Sensing the intense gaze directed at her from behind, Shi Yan appeared unfazed, his smile only becoming more pronounced. "Young Master Lu, your little servant's gaze is quite fervent." Shi Yan casually draped an arm over Lu Yanzhou's shoulder, his bright, phoenix-like eyes sparkling. Lu Yanzhou promptly removed the wayward arm. "He is not your type." After knowing Shi Yan for so many years, Lu Yanzhou was well aware of his standards in selecting romantic interests, regardless of gender. Shi Yan was always drawn to individuals with a delicate appearance and innocent demeanor. Shi Liao's strikingly beautiful face did not meet those criteria. Shi Yan shrugged. "You understand me well." However, upon meeting Shi Liao's unabashed gaze, he found no inclination to shy away. Instead, he boldly observed her in return, winking before turning back to Lu Yanzhou to say, "But if she were to pursue me, I might make an exception." Perhaps due to the vividness of his words, an image spontaneously emerged in Lu Yanzhou's mind of the young servant being embraced by a boisterous friend, proclaiming their status. His fingers curled slightly, and he felt an inexplicable irritation. Though he was the employer of the young servant, he could not interfere with her romantic pursuits, if Shi Yan genuinely sought after her. Liu Yanzhou would likely offer his blessings. Suit yourself. At that moment, Shi Liao had finished appraising Shi Yan and made a succinct remark. Flamboyant, but not as flamboyant as I am. A smile crept into Liu Yanzhou's eyes, one that he was unaware of. However, there was no possibility for them. Shi Yan questioned, why? Liu Yanzhou slowly revealed a virtuous smile. Because you are not flamboyant enough. Shi Yan. Chapter 28. Shi Liao did not expect to encounter Gu Shuizhao here. She stood beside a B-grade student she had never met, her delicate face exuding a sense of resilience, akin to a solitary flower untouched by the world. Shi Liao cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yanzhou. He still wore a smile at the corners of his lips, yet radiated an aura that seemed to repel mortals, his gaze fixated intently on Gu Shuizhao. Shi Liao's lips twitched. What was going on? Had he suddenly noticed Gu Shuizhao's uniqueness? Shi Yan also perceived that Liu Yanzhou's gaze was somewhat unusual, following his line of sight. Upon seeing the diminutive boy who stood in stark contrast to the others, his interest piqued. Shi Yan had recently returned to school due to family matters and was unfamiliar with Gu Shuizhao, thus unaware of her actions. He was quite conspicuous. Liu Yanzhou nodded. Shi Yan continued his assessment. Fragile, she seems easily blown away by the wind. Liu Yanzhou nodded again. Indeed. Shi Yan's smile froze, looking at Liu Yanzhou with a mixture of surprise and seriousness. Are you interested? Liu Yanzhou nodded. Yes. Quite unique. If it were me, I would prefer to keep her at home. Such delicacy should not be exposed to the world. Shi Yan was stunned. Are you suggesting confinement play? Are you taking this to such extremes? How had this straight man suddenly developed an interest in men? Just as he hesitated over whether to relinquish this appealing individual to his friend or to satisfy his own desires, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. Shi Yan turned to find Shi Liao's exquisitely beautiful yet expressionless face. Young Master Shi, kindly direct your gaze downward. Shi Yan blinked innocently with his phoenix-like eyes. Then followed Shi Liao's finger down to a pot of unknown flowers, their pure white petals swaying in the breeze. Curiously, the positioning of this pot was cleverly situated right behind Gu Shuizhao. Shi Yan remarked, you might as well live your life with a broken flower. Shi Liao felt equally speechless. Initially, she had thought Liu Yanzhou was admiring Gu Shuizhao. Everyone present shared the same impression. Even the B-grade student who had brought Gu Shuizhao here stood a bit taller, seemingly proud. Let us not forget our agreement. I brought you here to participate. And afterward, you will. Gu Shuizhao bit her lip, her downcast eyes filled with humiliation. I understand. Just then, a figure strode over in high heels, her white dress accentuating her slender legs despite the chilly weather, exuding an aura of beauty that could freeze. Shi Liao instinctively sighed upon hearing Bai Lia's voice from afar. Here comes my wannabe sister-in-law. Liu Yanzhou remarked, sudden memories of the past are attacking me. Bai Lia seized Shi Liao's arm and marched forward, disregarding the reactions of those around them. Everyone knew that Miss Bai had a fancy for young Master Liu, and it appeared that this young servant was in for a rough time. Previously, someone had drugged Liu Yanzhou, and Bai Lia had retaliated with a fierce blow that could knock out teeth. Let us hope she doesn't aim for his face. I quite fancy the young servantess looks, and I wonder when Liu Yanzhou will tire of him. Meanwhile, Shi Liao was oblivious to the commotion. She was perplexed. Miss Bai, how did you get in here? Bai Lia brushed her wind-tousled hair back. My cousin teaches here. Is there a problem? Shi Liao gave her a thumbs up. Bai Lia seemed quite pleased. Clearing her throat, she got to the point. I'm just asking casually, nothing more. Shi Liao adopted a sanctimonious demeanor. As a qualified young servant, I would never disclose the color of my young master's underwear. Bai Lia stomped her foot in irritation. Who asked you that? Shi Liao shrugged. Oh. Even if you did, I wouldn't know. Liu Yanzhou washes them himself. Bai Lia hesitated, noticing Shi Liao's gaze drifting, as if lost in thought. She gritted her teeth and spoke up. Hey, what type of girl do you like? Ahem. I have a friend who asked me to inquire. Don't get the wrong idea. Shi Liao remained largely unfazed, her beautifully upturned eyes calmly observing her. Her pale and slender figure exquisite, reminiscent of the expensive BJD dolls in her cousin's room. Her cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush. Her gaze averted as she spoke with a hint of feigned anger. Why don't you just say something? Anything at all, just don't stare at me. I enjoy indulging in street food, dipping it in spicy sauce. When I return borrowed scissors, I might as well stab them into the heads of passers-by. I also have a peculiar fondness for using my hands to blow my nose, then wiping them on the heads of strangers. Oh, And my greatest delight is flicking boogers onto unsuspecting pedestrians from a distance of 10 meters. Bai Liya interjected. Enough. I feel sorry for the pedestrians. And please stop talking. She interrupted. Are you doing this on purpose, Shi Liao-liao? Why must you say such things? Tears began to well in her eyes. It was all that person's fault. Why did he have to embrace her? If it weren't for him, how could she waver in her feelings towards the Liu family's assets, or Liu Yanzhou himself? Shi Liao-liao lowered her lashes and gently brushed her fingers against the reddening corner of her eyes, regarding her with a hint of helplessness as she softly replied. My dear lady, you requested that I say something casual, as long as I don't continue to gaze at you. Bai Lia's face flushed a deep crimson. You scoundrel. She pushed Shi Liao-liao away, turning to run off, her skirt trailing behind her, leaving Shi Liao-liao standing there, bewildered. What just happened? Wan's face reflected her confusion. Perhaps you want to borrow some scissors? Young Master Liu, your little male servant has been taken away by Bai Liya. Aren't you afraid she will bully him? Shi Yan, guided by the event staff, took his seat and nudged the composed Liu Yanzhou's arm. Calmly accepting the champagne handed to him by a servant, Liu Yanzhou swirled the liquid in the tall glass, his tone laden with meaning. Not necessarily. Shi Liao-liao is capable. She can defend herself quite well. He recalled how his teacher had complexly informed him that upon entering, he had seen Shi Liao-liao with a large umbrella, attempting to place it in the posterior of a D-grade student, a faint smile gracing his lips, causing many who were discreetly observing him to blush. The little male servant returned. After Bai Liya, with reddened eyes and an affected nonchalance, had dashed over, Shi Liao-liao made her appearance unscathed, eliciting astonishment from many. What's going on? St. Dun Academy, with its sparse population yet abundant resources, boasted ample grounds for students to engage in games. While the impoverished simulated games were born from nothing, the wealthy feared they were not sufficiently authentic. It was unclear what game Bai Liya was playing, but the entire space had been transformed into a street painted in pastel pinks. Stalls resembling shops lined either side, with high-ranking students choosing their preferred establishments to sit, while attendants stood nearby, holding trays and catering to the young master's needs. Seated in the prime position, Shi Yan waved at her. Shi Liao-liao stepped out from the throng of subordinates. Young Master Shi? Shi Yan tossed her a pen. The game requires us to name our shop. It's such a hassle. Could you write for us? Shi Liao-liao hesitated, glancing at Liu Yanzhou, who was nearly spilling champagne all over himself. Sensing her gaze, he lifted his eyelids and nodded. You should write. Reluctantly, she accepted the pen, stepping back a few paces, contemplating the blank sign hanging above. Suddenly, her expression turned serious, her strokes firm and decisive.
Done.
Closing the pen lid, she exhaled softly, her eyes sparkling with self-admiration as she gazed at her handiwork. Liu Yanzhou, holding back his urge to rise, descended first, following Shi Liao-liao's gaze upwards. What once was a blank sign now bore elegantly written characters, for sale. In the rear of the shop, a handsome young man with a romantic visage supported his chin on his hand. Perceiving Liu Yanzhou's gaze, he looked back in confusion.
What?
Am I so captivating? The flamboyant appearance harmonized amusingly with the store name. Liu Yanzhou replied, Friend, do you intend to eliminate Shi Yan? As the little male servant walked toward the registration area, Liu Yanzhou unhesitatingly wiped the inscription away and wrote anew. Shi Yan, perplexed, asked, Hey, I haven't seen it yet. What did you write? Liu Yanzhou returned to his seat, cryptically stating, Congratulations, you've turned over a new leaf. Shi Yan? Noticing Shi Liao-liao's registration, Bai Liya suddenly pushed past the staff and approached. Hey, why are you participating too? Shi Liao-liao, reading the game rules, answered candidly. Because I won $100,000. Everyone else, most participants were here to curry favor with upperclassmen, hoping to build connections and become familiar faces. But Shi Liao-liao was likely the only one motivated by money. Moreover, she spoke quite frankly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Liya fell into a moment of contemplation. Right? Shi Liao-liao was merely a male servant of the Liu family, impoverished enough to participate in such a performance-based game for the sake of $100,000 to entertain the higher-ranking students. Reflecting on the Liu family's wealth and then glancing at the exquisite youth before her, Bai Liya's gaze grew resolute. She refrained from uttering another word and turned to walk toward Liu Yanzhou's location. Forgive me, God of wealth, I almost let my heart lead me astray. The rules of the game were straightforward. After confirming the participant list, the staff clapped their hands, summoning everyone for detailed explanations. Participants were to draw lots from 2 boxes, corresponding to their shop number, and the tasks they needed to perform for the shop owner. By any means necessary. They were to obtain the items listed on the slips from the shop owners, with only half an hour allotted. Once time was up, the losers would have to don maid outfits and serve the shop owners for a week, during which they must obey orders without question. Rest assured, the school had already communicated with the participants. Shi Liao-liao suspected that the title of shop owner was merely a ruse to disguise the true nature of the game, and the maid outfits were simply a means to indulge the upper-class students' whimsical desires to exchange subordinates. She decisively positioned herself at the end of the line, opting to observe the unfolding events. The first to draw a lot was Gu Shuizhao. After reading the contents of her slip, Gu Shuizhao's expression dimmed. She was uncertain of what awaited her. Those with a mind for mischief stopped to inquire with those who had already drawn, but Shi Liao-liao remained indifferent. How difficult could it be? Shi Liao-liao, it's your turn. The line dwindled, and soon it was Shi Liao-liao's turn. She approached and drew slips from both boxes. Undoubtedly, this dark-haired, striking youth was the center of attention among the group. The maid must obey unconditionally. This meant, according to the game's rules, they could issue any command to her. Even if her original master was Yanzhou, she would still have to comply. Ignoring the prying gazes of those around her, Shi Liao-liao moved to a corner, ensuring no one could peek, before unfolding her slip. Shop number 10. She raised her eyes toward the designated shop, scanning the numbers before finally locking onto her task target. Yanzhou. Shi Liao-liao felt a surge of joy, scarcely believing her good fortune. A familiar face, this is a guaranteed win. She managed to suppress her grin, quickly unfurling the other slip. Sit on the shop owner's lap and demand their underwear. Shi Liao-liao expressionlessly crumpled the slip into a ball. Day after day, I'm left washing garlic. 1-1. The questioner clearly has no intention of letting you off easy. What could Shi Liao-liao do? Thinking of how she had been blinded by the allure of $100,000 and had recklessly joined the game, she felt regret coursing through her. The path she chose was fraught with challenges, yet she had to persevere. She closed her eyes. Someone had already taken action. Shi Liao-liao wondered if the tasks assigned to others were equally absurd, but upon seeing Gu Shuizhao standing before an unfamiliar upperclassman stall, humiliated and barking like a dog, she felt a pang of envy. How wonderful! Why didn't I draw that? I wouldn't just bark. I could catch frisbees too. Maru. Attention, you are no longer acting normally. Feeling the piercing gaze of Shi Liao-liao, Gu Shuizhao anxiously dug her fingers into her flesh. Interpreting the look as mere amusement at her expense, tears nearly spilling from her eyes in frustration. Why has it stopped? Continue. Seated in the shop, the high-ranking student, embodying the demeanor of a formidable boss, urged with a tone that was almost lethargic. So dull. Can we speed this up? When can we return? Gu Shuizhao bit her lip fiercely. Had it not been for her mother requesting money, she would never have begged to be brought to such a place. Enduring such humiliation. Why wasn't he at Yanzhou? If only it were Yanzhou, how splendid that would be. Over there. Shi Liao-liao approached the shop of Yanzhou and Xian. The name of her own shop had been erased, replaced by a solitary letter, L.
Oh.
How fortuitous. You've drawn old Liu, Xian remarked with a smile, looking as though he had anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Yanzhou sat there, tranquil as still water, his gaze languid. Upon sensing Shi Liao-liao's glance, he offered her a brief look. What is the task? Shi Liao-liao pressed her lips together. I cannot disclose it. Yanzhou seemed to have asked out of mere curiosity, not expecting her to respond. Let us begin. His tea-colored eyes silently narrowed, the small mole at the corner accentuating his handsome features, giving him an almost bewitching quality, akin to a tree spirit cloaked in human skin. Shi Liao-liao turned to survey her surroundings. Everyone appeared engaged, though some seemed overly enthusiastic, yet none were excessively out of line. Everyone is busy.
It's better that way.
Surely no one has noticed me, right? Taking a deep breath, Shi Liao-liao, caught between the wretched maid outfit and embarrassment, ultimately steeled herself and took a step forward.
Yanzhou.
Don't blame me, Yanzhou. Yanzhou remarked. It feels as though you're heading to your doom. It was rare for the young male servant to display such overt emotion. She hadn't even lost her composure when using red underwear to wipe her face. What on earth did she draw? As Yanzhou began to speak, Shi Liao-liao had already taken a few steps to stand before him. Under the gaze of his mildly puzzled tea-colored eyes, she reached out and nudged his cross leg aside, swiftly turning to sit upon his thigh. The previously bustling surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as if everyone had collectively pressed the mute button. In the distance, Bai Li Yi, consumed by thoughts of the Lu family fortune, crushed the wine glass in her hand. Gu Shuizhao, having just mastered a dog bark, stumbled and fell. Shi Yan, nearly choking on his own saliva, was trying to regain his composure. Only Shi Liao-liao remained unfazed, sitting calmly atop her employer's thigh, her expression impassive. She raised her hand to wrap it around the slightly stiff neck of the man before her and leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against his pale ear as she whispered, "Young master, I desire your underwear." Chapter 30. The person in her embrace felt light, a delicate neck emerging from beneath disheveled hair, while the rest of the skin was concealed by the uniform, stirring the imagination. Lu Yanzhou averted his gaze, his expression inscrutable, allowing Shi Liao-liao, his male servant, a man, to embrace his neck in such an intimate manner while seated on his lap. The young male servant, with his beautiful eyes downcast, quietly matched his gaze with Lu Yanzhou's tea-colored orbs, appearing as if he were glued to his leg, yet maintaining an air of nonchalance. It was as though he were seated upon a normal chair, rather than his employer's thigh. This was the perception of outsiders. However, what Lu Yanzhou heard was, Yanzi, why are your thigh muscles so firm?" A response would be appreciated, Yanzi. I know I'm being absurd, but you must react. I beg you, Yanzi, a pair of underwear would be a kind gift. I can't bear this maid outfit any longer.
Sobi.
Lu Yanzhou raised a hand to grasp the young servant's shoulder. There was little flesh, and he was notably slender. Loosening his grip, he gently pushed the servant off his lap, his tea-colored eyes as composed as ever, his voice warm. "Apologies, that is not permissible." Shi Yan watched with an expression of unsurprised bemusement. "Pray tell, what did you draw?" Surely at ISN TA confession to Lu Yanzhou? "Let me tell you, abandon all hope. He does not fancy men, and any semblance of play-acting is impossible." He spoke in a hushed tone, clearly not wishing for others to witness the unfolding drama. Shi Liao-liao understood that Lu Yanzhou would never acquiesce to such a request, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief. Judging by Lu Yanzhou's indifferent reaction, it was evident he harbored no such feelings toward her. "My apologies, young master." Shi Liao-liao coughed lightly, reverting to her servant demeanor, speaking earnestly. Lu Yanzhou's demeanor grew cooler, although he did not express it. Shi Liao-liao was aware that her earlier actions had offended him. However, due to his upbringing, he refrained from displaying his discomfort, preventing her from feeling publicly shamed. It was at that moment that Shi Liao-liao sincerely reflected, Yanzi is truly a good person, contrasting sharply with the arrogant, disdainful male leads found in other stories who regard NPCs as mere objects. Time is up. Contestants, please return to the starting point. The staff called out, prompting Shi Liao-liao to glance at Lu Yanzhou. He nodded before she turned to leave. Just as she spun around, Lu Yanzhou suddenly stood up. Shi Yan turned in confusion. "Hey, where are you going?" Lu Yanzhou offered no reply, his usually steady pace tinged with urgency. Closing the door of the restroom stall, the previously carefree youth now wore a troubled expression as he glanced down. His thin lips curved slightly, yet there was a hint of bitterness. What a troublesome situation. A hoarse voice escaped his throat as Lu Yanzhou closed his eyes, his mind clouded with images of that soft, fragrant body, hands entwined around his neck. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the slender waist accentuated by the uniform, the warm flesh pressing against the muscles beneath his slacks. His throat tightened as Lu Yanzhou parted his lips, exhaling a heavy sigh, his long lashes trembling. It seemed he had truly fallen. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback to find that many had failed to complete their tasks. Gu Shuizhao was not among them. She regarded Shi Liao-liao, who remained composed despite the maid outfit, with a complex expression. Yet her gaze did not appear out of place, for, aside from her, numerous upperclassmen were also observing Shi Liao-liao. The young male servant was not particularly tall, his frame slender and skin fair, with two straight and proportionate legs. Had he donned a maid outfit, complete with white stockings and high heels, he would surely be stunning. Yet, alas, with Lu Yanzhou's possessive nature, how could he allow his male servant to be seen by others? Shi Liao-liao's drawing of number 10 was not mere fortune, but rather a result of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Otherwise, for some upperclassmen with a preference for men, this delectable piece would have been irresistible. "Go change, boys." Bai Li Yi smiled at them, her gaze sliding over Shi Liao-liao before awkwardly diverting. Shi Liao-liao wondered if it was merely her imagination, But it seemed the other girl had shot her a glare, disturbed by the inexplicable behavior of the young lady. She stepped forward and selected the most conservative-made dress from a row of intricately designed outfits adorned with lace. High-necked, long-sleeved, the hem brushing her ankles, a dress that adhered to traditional male decorum. Where is the changing room? You can change in the restroom over there. Of course. They wouldn't even let them use the changing room. With no other option, Shi Liao-liao gathered the outfit and shoes and headed toward the restroom. Thankfully, St. Anne Academy's restrooms were uniformly clean and bright, so Shi Liao-liao felt little resistance. However, she walked slowly, and as others trickled into the restroom, she frowned at the crowd. "Excuse me, is there another restroom available?" She casually stopped someone to inquire. The person paused, scratching their head and pointing in a direction. "If you walk a little further, there's another one, but it's a bit far." Shi Liao-liao nodded in gratitude. After walking for a while, she indeed found a public restroom. Upon entering and casting a glance around, it was evident that the diligent cleaning lady of the academy had not overlooked this place. The floor gleamed with a pristine shine. "Is anyone there?" she inquired softly. Her voice echoed in the restroom, yet no reply came for quite some time.
Satisfied,
Shi Liao-liao made her way to the last stall in the innermost row, confirming that the lock was secure. She tossed her maid's dress over the partition and began to disrobe. The fabric of this dress was heavy and long-sleeved. The vest over her binding chest left little to be revealed, and thankfully, her faux male appendage was the latest custom-made design, securely wrapped around her legs, while a pair of safety shorts beneath ensured that, even in a skirt, any potential mishaps would be mitigated. Just as she was removing her shirt and draping it over the door, a slight figure stealthily entered, deftly reaching for her garments hanging above without hesitation, and promptly dashed away. Caught off guard, Shi Liao-liao turned back just in time to glimpse the fleeting silhouette of her stolen clothes. Momentarily stunned, she contemplated rushing out, but a glance at her own appearance caused her to freeze. "Oh no, this look would clearly reveal to everyone that I am merely a cross-dressing imposter." Clutching the pile of garments, Gu Shuizhao panted, her fingers trembling as she stuffed them into the trash bin. Shi Liao-liao could not afford to be seen in women's clothing. It was imperative that Lu Yanzhou never discover her true gender. After securing the lid of the bin, she surveyed her surroundings and stepped away, entirely unaware that in her haste, she had inadvertently discarded her own school uniform into the trash as well. At that moment, clad only in a pair of trousers and a flimsy vest over her binding chest, Shi Liao-liao embraced her bare arms, suppressing her anger, and called out once more, "Is anyone there? Can someone assist me?" From a stall in the front row, a young man with trembling eyelashes sighed in resignation before stepping out. Chapter 31. Shi Liao-liao pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the sounds outside, regretting not having brought her phone with her. Speculating about the identity of the person who had taken her clothes, she caught the sound of footsteps approaching. The sharp click of polished shoes on the smooth marble floor resonated, their pace leisurely. "A classmate?" Her eyes lit up, and she spoke again. "Is anyone there?" A ghost would suffice. "What is it?" A clear, melodious voice filtered through the door, causing Shi Liao-liao to momentarily freeze. That voice? "Yanzhou, young master?" she tentatively called. His chestnut brown eyes scanned the stalls before settling on the last one, and he approached. Shi Liao-liao couldn't help but feel fortunate. "Young master, someone just took my clothes. Could you send someone to bring me a new outfit?" She succinctly explained the situation. At her words, Lu Yanzhou's eyelids flickered. "They took everything?" His gaze held an odd glint. Shi Liao-liao responded, with a hint of frustration. "The top, and that dress as well." This implied that she was currently without any upper garments. Although he was acutely aware that Shi Liao-liao's physical anatomy mirrored his own, an inexplicable warmth surged in his throat as he envisioned the delicate, fair neck of the young male servant. "That brat better not fall into my hands, otherwise I shall unceremoniously toss him into a cesspool to compare who smells worse." Lu Yanzhou remained silent for a moment, causing Shi Liao-liao's heart to skip. Could he be annoyed with me? While it is indeed a bit of a hassle, Lu Yanzhou must have his phone, right? If not, I could at least ask to borrow it. Just as she pondered this, the door emitted two soft knocks. Lu Yanzhou's voice, previously distant, now resonated much closer, as if he were whispering directly into her ear. "Open the door." Instinctively, Shi Liao-liao tightened her grip on the door lock. "Young master, I haven't flushed yet. It would be quite unsightly." Lu Yanzhou sighed. "Aren't you here to change clothes?" "Just a quick visit to the restroom," she fabricated smoothly. "Crack the door open." His tone shifted from its earlier calmness to one imbued with an undercurrent of firmness, naturally exuding an air of authority. "I want to look," Lu Yanzhou added. After a few seconds, she heard the click of the lock being disengaged. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Lu Yanzhou stood at the threshold, unmoving, seemingly devoid of any intention to enter. "Extend your hand." A slender, pale hand cautiously emerged from within, fingers curling nervously. Shi Liao-liao's gaze was fixed on the gap, while her other hand pressed firmly against her chest, prepared to slam the door shut at the slightest hint of an unexpected occurrence. The faint rustling of fabric reached her ears, and just as she wondered about its source, she felt a weight in her hand. A warm jacket fell into her grasp. "Put it on, and wait for me here." As he passed by the still outstretched hand without a trace of curiosity, he remained composed, clad in his white shirt,
and continued on his way.
Once his footsteps faded into the distance, Shi Liao-liao withdrew her arm and relocked the door. The jacket bore the familiar fragrance she had detected earlier that day, enveloping her in warmth, and she realized just how cold she had been. Shivering slightly, she inhaled the faint scent lingering in the air. Machi, Yanzhou truly is a good male lead. For a male lead to be so noble, the female lead must be exceptionally intelligent, beautiful, kind, and generous to match. She hoped Lu Yanzhou was worthy of such a counterpart. The jacket hung loosely on her frame, its size considerably larger than intended, rendering it oversized on her petite form. The restroom had ample space. Yet Shi Liao-liao hesitated to squat or sit on the toilet for fear of soiling Lu Yanzhou's clothing. Instead, she stood in place, contemplating who might have wronged her. Not long after, Lu Yanzhou returned. True to his gentlemanly nature, he first knocked on the door. Shi Liao-liao's eyes brightened, as if she were a child waiting to be picked up from kindergarten. "Young master? You can just toss the clothes over to me from above." Earlier, Lu Yanzhou had requested she open the door, presumably to avoid dirtying his own attire. But this time it was her own, and she was unconcerned about that. Lu Yanzhou raised his hand, extending the items above. His height made this gesture effortless, and Shi Liao-liao stood on her tiptoes to grasp the bag from his hand. "Thank you, young master. I'll return your jacket after washing it." She gazed down at the contents of the bag, which contained a brand new maid's outfit. I shall head back now." Lu Yanzhou's voice seemed somewhat cold, and after delivering the items, he turned to leave. It dawned on Shi Liao-liao that not long ago, she had been sitting on his lap, requesting his undergarments, placing their relationship in a rather awkward position. Machi couldn't help but remark, in retrospect, the male lead is even better. You repulsed him once while masquerading as a man, yet he remains considerate, lending you his jacket and fetching you clothes. A twinge of guilt crossed Shi Liao-liao's face. She had previously wrongfully accused him of having ulterior motives, assuming him to be gay. Now she realized Lu Yanzhou bore the brunt of her misjudgment. If the Lu family were to go bankrupt, and I, Shi Liao-liao, were to prosper, I would never forget the young master's kindness. I shall adopt him as my son. At that time, I would still refer to him as young master, and he would call me father. Just as she was lost in her imaginings of a future filled with familial affection, she took out the complete maid's outfit, only to find, upon inspection, that the light, fluttery dress had a low neckline barely covering her chest, a hem that barely grazed her thighs, accompanied by a pair of white stockings, black high heels, and a set of cat ears. If a stunning beauty or a cross-dressing gentleman were to don the attire, it would undoubtedly evoke excitement akin to that of a great matriarch. Yet, when Shi Liao-liao herself slipped into the costume, her disguise was unambiguously revealed. Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Shi Liao-liao, she yearned to summon Lu Yanzhou back and inquire, "My friend, do you intend to kill me?" Lu Yanzhou did not personally retrieve the dress. Instead, he enlisted the help of a staff member. The more conservative styles had already been claimed by other boys, leaving only a few options that were deemed too revealing, and thus overlooked. Unaware of the nature of the dress he had unwittingly sent, Lu Yanzhou navigated through the crowd, eventually securing a seat in the prime viewing area thanks to the deference of those around him. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of their weekly maid. As the attendees settled in, amidst a throng of ostentatious maids, a figure emerged, refreshingly distinct and captivating. In an instant, she captured the attention of all. Dressed in a janitorial uniform paired with traditional Beijing cloth shoes, Shi Liao-liao appeared before them, her visage radiating righteousness. Amidst the collective astonishment, she stepped forward in her humble shoes towards Lu Yanzhou, finally standing before him, her expression resolute as though she were preparing to join a political party. Master, which restroom shall I clean? Chapter 32. A profound silence enveloped the room. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, an aunt clad in a black and white maid outfit, adorned with cat ears and high heels, joyfully wielded a large mop as she flitted between the various restrooms. From that point onward, Shi Liao-liao rose to prominence, successfully transforming her status from Lu Yanzhou's subordinate to that of a cleaning maid. This even added another reason for Lu Yanzhou to receive attention as he strolled down the street. Look, the owner of the cleaning maid. The owner of the cleaning maid. Oh, how delightfully juvenile that title sounded. It was sufficient to provide Yang Qingzhou and Shi Yan with ample material to jest about him for ages. Hey, young Master Lu. Where's your cleaning maid? Shi Yan exclaimed, draping an arm casually over Lu Yanzhou's shoulder with a beaming smile. The latter nearly lost his composure, almost responding with an uncharacteristic display of irritation in front of the crowd. Following that game, their relationship had rapidly cooled, initiated solely by Lu Yanzhou. Upon realizing his own feelings, he began to distance himself from Shi Liao-liao, rarely instructing her to do anything outside of their meals, and even drove himself around. During this period, he attempted to watch numerous films centered around same-sex themes. It would be untruthful to say he felt no aversion. Yet his yearning for Shi Liao-liao was undeniably genuine. With zero romantic experience, the young master found himself in an unusual state of confusion. Before he could sort through his thoughts, he was incapable of facing Shi Liao-liao rationally. As for Shi Liao-liao's perspective on this matter, what? Am I being neglected by Lu Yanzhou? While engrossed in a gaming session with Yang Qingcheng, she was momentarily taken aback by Wanwan's words. Though she masked her surprise, her fingers dancing swiftly on the controller. Where are you having dinner? After showcasing her impressive skills in front of Yang Qingcheng, the foundation of their brotherly bond began to form. Shi Liao-liao returned the gaming console to Yusi, who sat behind her, and inquired curiously. Going back to cook for the young master. A week had yet to pass, yet Shi Liao-liao adhered to the game's regulations, still dressed in her maid outfit, albeit the cleaning version. As she traversed the campus, she was often urged by unexpected aunts to get to work. Didn't Lu Yanzhou inform you? Yang Qingcheng said, brushing back her hair, now showing signs of dark roots. There's a banquet tonight, my brother and he will both be attending.
Indeed.
Shi Liao-liao had not heard Lu Yanzhou mention anything about it. Seizing the moment before class commenced, she lowered her head to send him a message. Stealing your underwear to sell. Young master. Are you not coming back for dinner tonight? Presumably busy, Lu Yanzhou's response arrived after her class ended. A succinct reply. Shi Liao-liao pondered deeply. You are right, yet also not right. Reflecting on the past few days, she realized that aside from their breakfast and dinner times, she hadn't seen Lu Yanzhou much at all. Rather than feeling neglected, she couldn't shake the impression that Lu Yanzhou was avoiding her. But then again, what reason could he possibly have to evade her? After all, the dormitory was his, and she was his employee. Who knows, perhaps Uncle Yanzi has come to visit. Maybe he has just been busy fetching him hot water these past few days. She shrugged, dismissing the matter from her mind. Hey, let's go out tonight. A new bar has opened nearby. I'll take you to have some fun. Yang Qingcheng announced as she walked ahead. Considering she hadn't yet indulged in any leisure since arriving, Shi Liao-liao nodded in agreement. After watching Yang Qingcheng depart, she turned to head in another direction. The faculty building was situated to the west of the college, and Shi Liao-liao headed straight for the second floor, choosing not to knock but instead stealthily hiding behind a pillar. Just as she nestled into the shadows, the door swung open from within. Thank you, teacher.
I'll take my leave now.
A petite figure emerged, closing the door behind her. Gu Shuizhao had just finished explaining to her teacher why she had been absent from school for the past few days. Her mother had somehow learned of her grades from the previous semester and had locked her at home, questioning whether she had been enchanted by the lives of the wealthy. Forgetting her roots, it was only after she agreed to hand over the 10,000 yuan prize for participating in the game that she avoided a severe beating. A bitter smile graced her lips. Before arriving at St. Dawn, she had been the envy of all as a top student. Now, she realized her past accomplishments were but a joke. The starting point was entirely different. The students here had been educated in Latin from a young age, whereas she had never encountered it in her previous school, and her other once proud subjects had devolved into rigidity under the professor's scrutiny. Her fists clenched a little tighter. As she contemplated, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Gu Shuizhao looked up to meet Shi Liao-liao's calm gaze. Her pupils dilated in surprise, clearly not expecting to encounter her here. What do you want? Gu Shuizhao retreated a step, wary. Shi Liao-liao grasped her arm, dragging her outside. Gu Shuizhao, feeling guilty, continued to step back, even contemplating turning to shout for help from those inside the office. Go ahead, call for help. I'll show the teacher the surveillance footage of you tossing my clothes. Gu Shuizhao froze, her voice catching in her throat. The two exited in tandem. Finding a secluded spot suitable for conversation, Shi Liao-liao questioned her. Aside from throwing my clothes, you rifled through my backpack as well, didn't you? Gu Shuizhao's thoughts became jumbled. I don't understand what you're saying. Shi Liao-liao pressed on. Is that so? Then, who was the person in the surveillance? Your twin sister? Noticing Shi Liao-liao's choice of words, Gu Shuizhao's brow furrowed. You know? She shot her head up, colliding with Shi Liao-liao's cold gaze. Recalling the sight of Shi Liao-liao perched on Lu Yanzhou's lap, only to be pushed away, Gu Shuizhao felt a surge of satisfaction, retorting, Give it up. Lu Yanzhou doesn't like boys. You'll only disgust him. But I am different. Gu Shuizhao previously could not comprehend her disdain for Shi Liao-liao until this moment. She finally understood. It was because Shi Liao-liao was akin to her. And both of them harbored affections for Lu Yanzhou. Shi Liao-liao's eyes flickered momentarily. I thought she suspected my gender. Judging by this response, it seems otherwise. You should save up some money to get yourself a brain check. She disregarded Gu Shuizhao's expression and turned to leave. Lu Yanzhou was at a boys' school, not a male prison. As long as he stepped outside the school, he could easily encounter girls. Did Gu Shuizhao really consider herself the sole girl in this world? It was simply absurd. That evening, with Lu Yanzhou absent, Yang Qingqing arrived in her rugged vehicle, exuding the same carefree demeanor as everyone else. This is the place. As Shi Liao-liao gazed upon the bar that threatened to blind her with its garishness, she merely cast a cursory glance before following Yang Qingqing inside. Meanwhile, the young lady from the Li family had just returned from abroad, and you are to accompany her this evening. Clad in a pale gray suit, a man with strikingly similar features to Lu Yanzhou, his hair beginning to show signs of gray, and a shadow of melancholy lurking beneath his handsome exterior, issued a cold command to those around him. Lu Yanzhou, impeccably dressed in a well-tailored light suit that accentuated his tall stature, stood beside this imposing figure with an air of noble elegance. His tea-brown eyes resembled exquisite glass beads, exuding a casual nonchalance as he gazed at others. I refuse, he replied without hesitation. In this public setting, Lu Tingfeng, the center of attention, maintained an outwardly calm demeanor as he retorted, Have you learned that from your whore of a mother? I sent that young male servant to your bed. I have the authority to withdraw him at any time. Lu Tingfeng spoke without a hint of restraint, entirely indifferent to whether his son preferred men or women. Lu Yanzhou's expression darkened. Lu Tingfeng had completely lost his sanity after the death of that woman, first spiraling into madness and despair, then somehow resurrecting hope to establish an entire research base, yielding minimal results, only to be consumed by love turned to hatred. He felt no lingering interest in the gathering. Ignoring his father's warning gaze, Lu Yanzhou turned and left without pretense. Let him go, he thought. It would be better for Lu Tingfeng to feel he had no leverage over him than to believe that Lu Yanzhou's life was in danger. At the very least, out of respect for the old steward, Lu Tingfeng would not act against him. Even if he were to see Shi Liao with another man, he would calmly choose to offer his blessings. Just as he contemplated this, Yang Qingzhou hurried over, whispering, Lu Yanzhou, my brother took your young male servant to a gay bar. Lu Yanzhou halted, turned on his heel, and quickened his pace, leaving Yang Qingzhou behind. To hell with blessings. Chapter 33. It wasn't long after Yang Qingqing and Shi Liao entered that they sensed something was amiss. Why is it all men? Yang Qingqing furrowed his brow, pushing away a young boy who was approaching him with a sway. Moments later, Shi Liao watched as a red-haired youth was approached multiple times, and without exception, each suitor was a man. Casting a glance at Yang Qingqing's flamboyant red hair and his strikingly handsome, rebellious face, Shi Liao had an epiphany. This was indeed a gay bar. As Yang Qingqing was about to take a seat at the bar, he froze, then muttered a curse. Yang Qingzhou actually tricked him into coming to a gay bar. Frustrated, Yang Qingqing scratched his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as his ears turned slightly red. Just then, a boy clad in a fitted outfit and donning a delicate makeup approached him, not like the others who directly pounced, but rather politely offering him a drink. Shi Liao felt a pang of envy. Someone else offering to buy drinks, huh? He patted Yang Qingqing's shoulder, exclaiming, You lucky brat. Yang Qingqing replied, Do you want this fortune for yourself? Noticing Shi Liao's keen observations and lack of intent to leave, he begrudgingly sat back down. Glancing at the drink the boy had pushed toward him, he accepted it without protest, smoothly raising the glass to take a sip. Perhaps due to its recent opening, the bar was not overly crowded, and seating was limited but snug. A resident guitarist strummed softly, serenading the ambience. Shi Liao chose not to sit beside Yang Qingcheng but instead relocated to a different spot. Before long, a glass of milky drink was pushed toward her, garnished with a sprig of mint. The bartender, smiling, indicated a gentleman nearby. That gentleman ordered it. Following the direction, Shi Liao noticed a man holding up his glass, leisurely meeting her gaze. He rose and approached her. "Hello, little beauty." Clad in a pale gray suit, he had an appealing physique, though his face was rather ordinary, relying solely on his aura to captivate. "Hello, Atmosphere King," Shi Liao replied. The man chuckled softly, clinking his glass against hers without invitation. "You must be a student from St. Dawn Academy." Shi Liao nodded, refraining from touching the drink. Sensing her hesitation, the man jested. "Are you worried I might slip something in?" Shi Liao shook her head, her long lashes fluttering down like a butterfly's wings. With an alluring yet frosty demeanor, she captivated the onlooker's attention. "Too cheap, I'll pass." The man smirked. "What type of man do you fancy, beauty?" The apparent disinterest from the youth before him only fueled his competitive spirit. Playing with her glass, Shi Liao casually replied, "A man who can rap." The man was momentarily taken aback. "You mean rap, right?" Realizing that the young lady was teasing him, the corners of his mouth twitched downwards.
Do me a favor.
Shi Liao raised her eyes, glancing at him. "And who might you be?" Meanwhile, Yang Qingcheng had become quite engrossed in drinking, with the boy beside him cheering him on. The man tapped the table with confidence. "Do you know who Chongqing is? Your husband?" The man's forehead twitched with a vein pulsing. "He my stepfather."
Oh.
"Your godfather." That sounds so harsh. "Stepfather. Don't say it that way." "My apologies. I don't usually converse with others' godsons." Shi Liao felt a bit exasperated, eager to dismiss him. The man, feeling slighted, realized that usually any young man would eagerly approach him with a beckoning finger. "Fine, whatever."
He scoffed.
"Honestly, I'm not that into you. My little beauties are far prettier than you. You're rather average." "How amusing. You really are pretentious." The man stood, his facade cracking as he turned and nearly collided with a passing waiter, whom he kicked away. "Watch where you're going." The waiter stumbled, losing his balance.
Shi Liao,
seeing this, rushed to assist, but before she could reach out, the person had already lifted his head, revealing a handsome yet disheveled face. Why is Gu Suezio everywhere? At that moment, Gu Suezio also spotted Shi Liao. She had seen the job advertisement a few days ago, and with decent pay, she decided to work here part-time. Changing out of her school uniform each time she left school, donning a hat and mask to avoid being recognized by any St. Dawn Academy students. "You, Shi Liao?" Shi Liao pretended not to see her, sidestepping as she walked away. The man, noticing the two seemed to know each other, regarded them thoughtfully. He assessed Gu Suezio's appearance, finding her barely acceptable. Had it been any other time, he might have shown interest, but with a jewel in front of him, the fish was ultimately lacking in flavor. "Help me with something, and I want to report you to St. Dawn Academy." St. Dawn Academy forbade students from taking part-time jobs outside, and since Shi Liao knew the short girl, it implied she was also a student there. As expected, upon hearing St. Dawn, the youth trembled slightly. "What do you want me to do?"
"Yang Qingcheng, wake up."
Shi Liao looked at the red-haired youth slumped over the bar, giving a light pat on his head. The boy beside him, witnessing this, chuckled. "He want to wake up. Try pinching him?" Seeing the sweet smile on his face and recognizing he looked quite young, Shi Liao affectionately ruffled his hair. Pinching randomly could lead to trouble. The boy, taken aback by the gesture, blinked at Shi Liao, seemingly asking what to do next. Shi Liao instructed him to help Yang Qingcheng to his feet, flipping him over. She then patted the boy's firm backside, her tone serious. "You can't press the pressure point, you can only press the backside." With that, she extended her finger, aiming for Yang Qingcheng's backside, ready to poke. The once drunk individual jolted awake, shielding his rear and pushing away the boy supporting him, hastily turning around, exclaiming in exasperation, "I'm awake. Am I a traitor? Is this how you treat me?" Shi Liao shrugged, turning to the wide-eyed boy, saying, "Pressing the pressure point may not awaken the truly unconscious, but pressing the backside will definitely wake up the feigning." The youth's face was adorned with an expression of earnest learning. As they bid farewell, Shi Liao-liao stepped outside alongside Yang Qingcheng, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Were it not for Wanwan's revelation that her misfortune was merely a matter of chance, Shi Liao-liao might have genuinely questioned her own significance in this narrative. Why else would her every action seem to mirror that of a protagonist, consistently triggering unforeseen plotlines? Just like now. She gazed down at her damp clothing before casting a glance at Gu Shuizhao, who was hurriedly dabbing her with a handkerchief. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Gu Shuizhao's eyes flickered awkwardly before she gritted her teeth and retorted, What reason would I have to do such a thing?
Yang Qingcheng frowned.
Enough with the nonsense, step aside. Gu Shuizhao shook her head. No, if we leave like this, the manager will deduct my wages. Then you'll have to compensate me. Yang Qingcheng replied briskly, her breath reeking of alcohol, barely concealing her irritation. My phone is in the staff office. Come with me, and I'll cover the dry cleaning costs. Gu Shuizhao lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 34. Yang Qingcheng had indeed drunk too much, her head spinning. Shi Liao-liao urged her to find a place to sit while she went off alone. Are you alright?
Call me if you need anything.
He raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, frowning as he looked at Shi Liao-liao, who left him with a carefree silhouette, waving her hand. Wanwan couldn't help but remind her. Host, Gu Shuizhao has ulterior motives. Why are you still falling for it? Shi Liao-liao felt exhausted. Could she claim she was merely following the plot? Don't worry. When necessary, I'll hurl a sanitary napkin at her face. Wanwan imagined the scene, her fluffy face contorting. Gu Shuizhao did indeed lead her to the break room and handed her the money. Shi Liao-liao glanced at the transaction notification while standing outside the break room, trying to ascertain the way she had come. How strange. Had Gu Shuizhao experienced a change of heart? She truly hadn't attempted any underhanded dealings. With this thought, Shi Liao-liao stepped toward the path she had taken. But just as she lifted her foot, someone unexpectedly pressed against her from behind, covering her face with a towel. Yang Qingcheng was roused by a slap. Yet, remarkably, he did not lose his temper. A slap to the face was certainly preferable to a shove elsewhere. Bro? Upon recognizing the person in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise. He then noticed the individual standing beside Yang Qingzhou, dressed in light formal attire, evidently freshly emerged from some upscale establishment, yet to change clothes. Under the dim lighting, his already captivating features appeared even more alluring, a small mole at the corner of his eye enhancing his charm. Though his hazel-brown eyes held a gentle warmth. Where is Shi Liao-liao? Lu Yanzhou's tone was somewhat heavy. His mood, particularly affected by Lu Tingfeng that evening, had robbed him of his usual smile. Yang Qingcheng, still dazed, instinctively raised a hand. Her clothes got dirty. She went upstairs. The ambiguity of his statement prompted him to add that Shi Liao-liao was fetching money for dry cleaning, but before he could articulate this, he saw Lu Yanzhou's figure swiftly retreating. He turned to push away Yang Qingzhou's inquisitive head, indignantly propping one long leg up. You deceived me into thinking this was a clean bar. Yang Qingzhou chuckled, his robust frame paired with a rugged visage drawing many furtive glances from admirers. Isn't this a clean bar? It is a clean bar, but it also happens to be a gay bar. Yang Qingcheng averted his gaze, disinterested in continuing the conversation. His brother naturally settled beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. You don't understand. I'm merely playing matchmaker. Reflecting on Lu Yanzhou's recent demeanor, Yang Qingzhou felt a twinge of sympathy. Love truly was a formidable force, transforming the typically composed Lu Xiaoyi into someone so disoriented. Excuse me, have you seen this person? Lu Yanzhou halted a passing waiter and handed over his phone. Upon catching sight of the photograph, the server's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned down to scrutinize the image. It depicted a boy in a janitor's uniform, expressionless as he cleaned the restroom. I have a vague recollection. He just checked into a room with a man, the server hesitantly replied. Though Lu Yanzhou's expression remained unchanged, the server instinctively trembled. The aura surrounding the impeccably handsome youth suddenly darkened, those striking hazel-brown eyes now shrouded in shadow. Which room? Can you take me there? His voice was low, yet the politeness of his words belied the intensity of his presence. The server, however, quivered and took a step back. That's a guest's privacy. There are 500,000 on this card. Take me there and the money is yours. He extended a slender finger, offering the server a card. The server glanced down and, without hesitation, tucked the card into his pocket, bending slightly. Right this way, sir. To hell with guest privacy. It's this room. Is there anything else you need, sir? The server's smile was overly eager. Lu Yanzhou's gaze darkened as he stared at the door before him. No, thank you. The server discreetly retreated. The sound insulation of the room was subpar. Even from outside, Lu Yanzhou could hear the rhythmic thuds emanating from within. His fingers curled slightly as he silently repeated the mantra of restraint 3 times before ruthlessly kicking the door open.
Ah, Dad.
I was wrong. Please, let me go. Yet the scene he had envisioned did not manifest. Inside the room, a striking youth clad in a black hoodie and trousers was gripping a man, fiercely slamming his head against the wall with a look of fury etched across his face. Blood streamed from the man's head, splattering the boy's chin.
Disgusting.
The boy cursed angrily, only releasing his grip once the man had nearly fallen silent. Standing outside, Lu Yanzhou silently exhaled in relief. Shi Liao-liao was unharmed and had not sought out other men due to his neglect. Shi Liao-liao. He smiled slightly, softly calling her name. Hearing his voice, Shi Liao-liao turned. Upon seeing Lu Yanzhou leaning against the doorframe, his long, straight legs accentuating his stature, she trembled slightly. Lu Yanzhou wondered if his young servant was prepared to face his inquiries. In the next moment, the bloodied youth lunged at him, pressing tightly against Lu Yanzhou. One hand on his waist and the other gripping his backside, a mischievous grin on his face.
Hey.
Where did this little devil come from to tempt me? Lu Yanzhou, expressionless, swatted away the hand that was groping him. Clearly, his young servant was not in her right mind. Taking a step forward with the person in front of him, Lu Yanzhou lifted his leg and swept it, closing the door once more. Shi Liao-liao, it's me. Shi Liao-liao wrapped her arms around his neck, her slender legs encircling Lu Yanzhou's waist, her cheeks flushed, and her enchanting eyes now clouded with desire. Abandoning their usual chill, her smile was unabashed, her gaze sultry and inviting. Hey, where's the most sensitive spot on you? Lu Yanzhou lowered his gaze to her, his throat tightening silently. I do know where you're most sensitive. Shi Liao-liao shifted closer, her body coiling around Lu Yanzhou like a serpent. Where am I most sensitive? She whispered, blowing gently into Lu Yanzhou's ear. He raised a hand to grasp the nape of her neck, his fingertips tracing her delicate skin. To deduct your wages. Shi Liao-liao cried out no. Don't deduct there. Outside the door, Gu Shuizhao's face turned pale. That person wasn't supposed to be interested in men, was he? She had thought that upon discovering Shi Liao-liao was a girl, he would refrain from any advances. But now it seemed the situation was quite the opposite. Gu Shuizhao's hands began to tremble. Yang Qingcheng is downstairs. She stumbled hurriedly toward the stairs. Inside the room, Lu Yanzhou was confronted with a mischievous Shi Liao-liao, who was currently stepping on the man on the floor, searching his body to ascertain what unsavory items he had given to Shi Liao-liao. Be good, don't move. Lu Yanzhou patted Shi Liao-liao's head, signaling her to loosen her grip on his tie. With a face flushed crimson, Shi Liao-liao imperiously tugged at his tie. Then give me your contact information. Lu Yanzhou casually replied, I don't have it. Discontent brewed within Shi Liao-liao as she leaned closer, her misty eyes locking onto Lu Yanzhou's. Then give me a kiss. I see you have lips. With that, she pressed her lips against his. Chapter 35, Another's First Kiss. Innocent, naive, even if the technique is unrefined, it is undoubtedly electrifying. As for Lu Yanzhou's first kiss, it left his gums bleeding. As he grasped Shi Liao-liao's cheeks, trying to pull her away, she clung to his lower lip like a playful pup. Eventually, she released him. Having been kissed by a man, there was no revulsion as she had anticipated. Instead, Lu Yanzhou's tea-brown eyes reflected more of an exasperated acceptance. Shi Liao-liao's face turned increasingly red, resembling a shrimp just pulled from boiling water, her voice muffled. I won't let go. Meeting his gaze, fleeting images flickered in her mind. Check your underwear. Shi Liao-liao, never one for idle chatter, proceeded to reach down along Lu Yanzhou's lower back, attempting to slip her fingers into his pants to tug at the waistband of his underwear. Lu Yanzhou exclaimed, even now, you can't forget about my underwear? You little maid. In a desperate bid to protect his modesty, Lu Yanzhou used all his strength to pry Shi Liao-liao off him. Despite her slender appearance, her strength was surprisingly formidable, and it took Lu Yanzhou considerable effort to detach her. Without the sturdy tree to cling to, Shi Liao-liao pouted in dissatisfaction. It's hot. She tugged at the neckline of her sweatshirt. I'm so hot, handsome. Shi Liao-liao's face was filled with grievance, and when she noticed Lu Yanzhou avert his gaze, she mistakenly thought he didn't believe her. As Lu Yanzhou finally managed to pull out his phone, he was abruptly yanked back. Feeling feverish, as if thrown into the alchemical furnace of the Grand Master, Shi Liao-liao grasped his wrist, guiding his hand toward her chest.
Feel.
Handsome, I'm really hot, I'm not lying. The depths of Lu Yanzhou's tea-brown eyes darkened, even though Shi Liao-liao's chest was flat. The mere sight ignited a fire in his heart, ready to blaze uncontrollably, with just a hint of wind. Lu Yanzhou's arm gradually slackened, and as his fingers brushed against the collar of the little maid, the already precarious door swung wide open with a loud crash, jolting Lu Yanzhou back to reality. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Liao-liao reattached herself to him, instinctively craving the coolness of his body. Thus, the scene unfolded before the onlookers, who had come to rescue the little maid from her predicament. Lu Yanzhou, disheveled, with his pale lips glistening and a cut at the corner of his mouth, was clearly the victim, and the culprit was the flushed little maid, resembling a koala clinging to him, starkly contrasting her usually stoic demeanor.
Yang Qingzhou, Yang Qingzheng.
And the inquisitive Xian, who had rushed over to witness the commotion, exchanged glances. Are we interrupting something? Xian raised an eyebrow, noticing the unconscious man sprawled on the ground. Bloodied. Familiar face. Xian, go call a doctor and have someone clean this up. Get rid of the trash, ordered Yang Qingzhou. While Lu Yanzhou remained unfazed by the teasing, he lowered his gaze to adjust Shi Liao-liao's collar, opening a bottle of mineral water to offer her a few sips. Fortunately, the refreshing coolness was welcomed by Shi Liao-liao. Once Lu Yanzhou had finished speaking, Xian, despite his playful demeanor, promptly turned to make the call. Yang Qingzhou directed the dazed Yang Qingqing to remove the heap of human debris, while glancing at Shi Liao-liao, who stubbornly clung to Lu Yanzhou, sipping water obediently. Unable to resist, he teased, your clothes are wrinkled. Should I help you pull her away? Lu Yanzhou replied nonchalantly, no need. Yang Qingzhou could not help but smirk. Oh. Very well then, you can hold on to her. After all, she is your maid. After dragging the unconscious man outside and rummaging through his belongings, Yang Qingqing returned with a small bottle. Found this. Yang Qingzhou leaned in to inspect it. The unlabeled brown bottle, no larger than a palm, was familiar to the three. Having grown up in affluent families, they recognized the potential dangers of such items and refrained from touching it. The doctor will arrive shortly. I've had the place sealed off. No one can come in, Xian announced as he entered, arms crossed, observing his brother's rare state of disarray. Glancing again at the little maid who had caused this chaos, Xian jested, thank goodness Shi Liao-liao is a boy. If she were a girl, Lu Yanzhou, you have to take responsibility. Lu Yanzhou did not even lift his eyelids. Have you heard anything about your sister? Instantly, the teasing smile vanished from Xian's face.
No.
The mention of this topic irked him. He was supposed to have a younger sister, but she was taken at birth, leaving the Xian family in despair. Just days before the school year began, a lead had emerged, prompting him to take leave to accompany his parents to a remote location, only to find it was a misunderstanding. After a brief silence, Shi Liao-liao felt the heat within her surge again, writhing uncomfortably as she pulled away from Lu Yanzhou. Handsome, I can't take it anymore, I must leave. My Yanzi is still waiting for me to serve him. If I miss dinner, he'll deduct from my sensitive salary. Yang Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Yanzi?
Wait.
He suddenly turned to Lu Yanzhou. The first to react, Xian doubled over in laughter. Ha ha ha, is that what he calls you in private? The normally serious little maid had a playful side, calling her employer Yanzi. What a ludicrous nickname. Yang Qingqing, standing coolly to the side, also looked over, astonished. It was hard to imagine that Shi Liao-liao could come up with such a nickname, given her usual formality. Lu Yanzhou, faced with their banter, longed to shoo them away. Just moments ago, Shi Liao-liao had clung to him, yet now she refused to approach, leaning against Yang Qingzhou instead. Shi Liao-liao, in a daze, began to feel her way along the firm thigh beside her, inadvertently letting out an audible sound of admiration. Wow, strong legs, your muscles are impressive. Yang Qingzhou felt goosebumps rise. Despite Shi Liao-liao's delicate hands, the undeniable truth remained. She was still a man. He couldn't believe he was being touched on the thigh by another man. Before he could react, Lu Yanzhou swiftly pulled her back. Shi Liao-liao, if you keep this up, I'll deduct your salary. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, the playful smile gone, his tea-brown eyes now heavy with seriousness. Yang Qingzhou, feeling aggrieved, nestled into Xian's embrace, resembling a small wife, the child's father. He thinks I'm dirty. Xian patted his head, shaking his head. Child's mother? Our Lu Yanzhou has grown up. Turning their attention back to Yang Qingqing, who raised an eyebrow, he declined. Don't involve me. Upon hearing the words deduct salary, Shi Liao-liao sprang to her feet in indignation. No way. Perhaps due to her earlier writhing, the item secured to her leg had shifted, rising prominently. Though concealed beneath her sweatshirt, it was still quite noticeable, instantly capturing the attention of all the men present. As the subject of their gaze, Shi Liao-liao felt their eyes upon her. With a hazy expression, she glanced down and grinned foolishly. Oh, this? Just a small issue. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she calmly delivered a punch to the protruding part. The collective reaction from the men present was simultaneous, as they instinctively crossed their legs. Chapter 36. Yang Qingzhou stammered. What the heck? This is possible? Is the doctor not here yet? Lu Yanzhou stood up and pulled the young male servant back. Lowering his gaze to the area she had struck with her own fist, her voice tinged with barely concealed anger. Why did you hit it? Doesn't it hurt? This marked the first instance of Lu Yanzhou losing her temper with Shi Liao-liao since their acquaintance began. Shi Liao-liao, sensing the tension, shifted her eyes nervously and unexpectedly took a step forward to embrace Lu Yanzhou, gently patting his back as she murmured, "Don't be angry." Lu Yanzhou's rigid posture softened, her gaze dropping to Shi Liao-liao's expression, which was inscrutable. Getting angry can lead to impotence, you know. Lu Yanzhou interjected, "That remark is unnecessary." Shi Yan exchanged glances with Yang Qingzhou. Well, let us step outside to see the doctor. They should be arriving soon. With that, he pulled Yang Qingcheng and headed for the door. Under the influence of alcohol, Yang Qingcheng couldn't help but comment, "Aren't we three a bit conspicuous?" Once the room regained its tranquility, Lu Yanzhou made a move. She reached out to embrace the young male servant, unable to stifle a sigh. "What am I to do with you?" Just when I thought of pushing you away, a casual remark from Yang Qingzhou brought me rushing back. Shi Liao-liao's hair had grown longer since her arrival at the Lu residence, the ends curling up like a duck's tail. Lu Yanzhou's fingers brushed against that tuft of hair, tangling it around her fingertips. The pads of her fingers occasionally grazed Shi Liao-liao's nape, eliciting tremors from the girl in her embrace. "Don't touch me if you dislike it." Shi Liao-liao was already sensitive, and Lu Yanzhou's teasing was unbearable. Lu Yanzhou's deep brown eyes were fixed on Shi Liao-liao's flushed face, not missing any of her reactions. "What do you like, then?" Lu Yanzhou asked softly, her voice low and husky. With disheveled hair, long lashes, and a tiny mole at the corner of her eye, the angle added an air of intrigue to her features. Before Shi Liao-liao could respond, Lu Yanzhou continued to entice her. "Do you like Lu Yanzhou?" Shi Liao-liao looked at her in confusion, taking a moment to comprehend before she sluggishly nodded. "I like Lu Yanzhou." A heartbeat skipped in Lu Yanzhou's chest. "The money." Shi Liao-liao added the last two words and then broke into a dreamy smile. "What if I really want to dock the young male servant's wages? What's wrong, handsome? Are you unhappy?" Shi Liao-liao patted his lower back, rising on her toes to nuzzle his chest with her chin. "Don't be sad. Can I tell you a secret?" Her smile was sweet, her face radiating an unfamiliar charm. Lu Yanzhou pinched her waist and lifted her onto his lap, fearful of her moving and hurting herself again as she had moments before. "What's secret?" he asked casually. Shi Liao-liao rested her head on his shoulder, squinting as she whispered, "It's a secret that's dangerous to speak of." Lu Yanzhou's fingers absent-mindedly caressed her side, lifting an eyelid with a smile playing at his lips. She leaned closer to his ear and articulated each word carefully. "Actually, I am." Suddenly, Yang Qingzhou burst into the room, exclaiming, "The doctor is here." Interrupting Shi Liao-liao's statement, Lu Yanzhou helped her sit up, not paying heed to her unfinished words. The doctor, equipped with medical supplies, conducted an examination on Shi Liao-liao before accepting a small vial from Lu Yanzhou. After administering an injection, it wasn't long before the previously lively girl slumped over, asleep. This substance is called infatuation, imported from a distant small country. Anyone who inhales its scent becomes utterly submissive, compliant to every word, with an added hint of allure and seduction. Shi Yan raised an eyebrow. "Submissive?" Looking at Lu Yanzhou's bitten lip, "She doesn't seem that obedient." The doctor chuckled. "This vial is expired, so its effects have altered. I'll take it back for analysis and administer another dose when she wakes up tomorrow." Observing Shi Liao-liao's steady breathing and her flushed face rapidly returning to its natural color, Lu Yanzhou finally picked her up. He had always thought the young male servant was light, but carrying her now emphasized that sensation even more. Initially intending for the doctor to examine the spot she had hit, he hesitated due to the crowd and his instinctive reluctance to do so, deciding instead to wait until she awoke to discuss it. The group made a conspicuous exit from the bar. A slight figure among the crowd watched them, Her gaze fixated as she saw Lu Yanzhou holding Shi Liao-liao. Biting her lip, she pondered, why is Lu Yanzhou here and why is he holding Shi Liao-liao so closely? With the upper floor under guard, she couldn't slip in, leaving her in the dark about the situation. She couldn't discern whether Shi Liao-liao's identity had been revealed. If it hadn't, would Lu Yanzhou embrace a man so openly? Gu Shuezhou's fingers intertwined, her thoughts tangled like a knotted ball of yarn, elusive and confusing. Qian, don't forget to take your people away. Just before boarding the car, Lu Yanzhou suddenly turned and uttered this remark. Qian shrugged. That's my father's subordinate's stepson, not one of ours. This was his way of distancing himself. Qian couldn't help but admire Lu Yanzhou's memory. He remembered the connections of those he had crossed paths with only briefly. The man who had previously schemed against Shi Liao-liao was indeed the stepson of one of Qian's father's subordinates, someone he had only met a few times. It was unexpected to encounter such a situation. Shi Liao-liao was roused by the persistent calls of the little hamster. Host! When the small creature attempted to leap and block Shi Liao-liao's nostrils, the oblivious girl suddenly sat up, wide-eyed. What the heck? I dreamt I was kissing Lu Yanzhou last night. What a ridiculous dream. Haha. Realizing something was amiss, she wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of strong alcohol. Then glanced down at her attire, still stained from the previous night. Wait, Yang Qingcheng invited me to the bar and then… Maru, the little hamster, cautious not to provoke her, inquired gently, do you remember anything? Shi Liao-liao, looking bewildered, replied, I remember Gu Shuezhou transferred me the dry cleaning money, and then… I can't recall anything after that. Maru sighed internally, wrestling with the decision not to reveal to the host that she had indeed kissed the male lead last night. Considering Lu Yanzhou's demeanor from the previous evening, Maru felt utterly embarrassed before the main system. What should I do? My host has bent the male lead using her guise as a handsome boy, unable to tolerate her own stench of alcohol. Shi Liao-liao lifted her hands to remove her sweatshirt, intending to take a shower. Suddenly, the door swung open, followed by a familiar and soothing voice. Chapter 37. Lu Yanzhou knocked on the door for an extended period without receiving a response. Worried about Shi Liao-liao's condition from the previous night, he pushed the door open. Shi Liao-liao's pale back came into view, her upper body clad in a thin tank top, exposing her smooth back, turned away from Lu Yanzhou. Apologies. Not understanding why he averted his gaze, perhaps it was the enticing sight of her delicate back and slim waist that startled him. By the time Lu Yanzhou processed the scene, he had already closed the door and stood outside. Inside, Shi Liao-liao questioned, what just happened? Wasn't there a Lu Yanzhou who came in? Maru, feigning death on the floor, sprang up with a startled leap. Yes. A huge Lu Yanzhou just appeared out of nowhere. Looking down at her tank top, Shi Liao-liao silently thanked her lucky stars for being a flat-chested girl. Otherwise, it would have been too obvious from behind. Young master, I'm going to take a shower, I'll be quick. Unsure if Lu Yanzhou was still present, she called out before heading to the bathroom. From now on, I'll only undress in the bathroom. This is too dangerous. When Shi Liao-liao emerged, she found Lu Yanzhou absent from the doorway. The downstairs was also deserted. Glancing at the time, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful that it was the weekend and she was spared from the burdens of classes. Tying on her apron, she prepared to engage in some culinary activity. However, the thought of dining out soon prevailed. She turned around to find Lu Yanzhou clad in light-colored casual attire, his hair half-dry and cascading nonchalantly, his expression mirroring his usual demeanor. It was as if the cold and indifferent Lu Yanzhou of a few days prior had merely been a figment of Shi Liao-liao's imagination. The sun must have risen in the west. Yanzhou is speaking now. Resisting the urge to raise an eyebrow, Shi Liao-liao removed her apron. Young master, did you escort me home yesterday? Earlier, while she was showering, she had inquired of Wan, who had said nothing, leaving her to question Lu Yanzhou alone, further piquing her curiosity about the events of the previous night. Lu Yanzhou's fingers curled slightly by his side as he languidly sat at the bar. Idly fiddling with the drooping flowers in the vase, his chestnut eyes fixated unwaveringly on her. You don't recall? His tone was unremarkable. Yet Shi Liao-liao could sense an undercurrent of irritation. Given that expression, could it be, she couldn't help but display a hint of disbelief. Did I lose control and soil myself on you? Or perhaps it was on your head. Beyond this, Shi Liao-liao struggled to conceive of a more severe transgression. She cast a furtive glance towards Lu Yanzhou's head. Had the sight of her earlier prompted him to relive the horrors of the previous night, inciting a wave of nausea that compelled him to shower again? Wan, I told you, Shi Liao-liao's mind is but a vulgar cesspool. Aside from the incident in her trousers, she can hardly let go of anything else. Yanzhou, as he recalled the image of the small male servant, limp against him, nipping with soft lips, an increased weight of irritation settled in his chest. Though his expression remained inscrutable, the curve of his lips deepening. Last night, you were slipped expired medication, as if intoxicated, clinging to me and biting randomly, he mentioned, casually gesturing to the corner of his mouth, where a bruise lingered. Shi Liao-liao was rendered speechless. What? I was gnawing at your backside? Yanzhou, does any of that sound ambiguous? Young master, you didn't restrain me at all? Shi Liao-liao poured him a glass of warm water. Noting the chilly air and the potential for irritation, especially given the split at the corner of his mouth, the smile at Yanzhou's lips faded. Restrained? At that moment, you were more unmanageable than a pig during the new year. Shi Liao-liao, Yanzhou is displeased. This emotion was evident in his actions as he moved the pot of flowers she had given him from the sunlit spot to a dim corner. Shi Liao-liao, noble? Gentleman? Young master? Where did this childishness come from? What had suddenly incited his anger? Before she could react, a doctor arrived to administer her injection. This was not the same doctor who had examined her leg, but someone unfamiliar. You seem much improved. No longer tugging at my belt for food? The doctor greeted her with a warm smile. Shi Liao-liao. Wait, was that last statement normal? Doctor, I don't recall what happened yesterday. Could you please tell me what medication I was given? Maintaining a stoic expression, she inquired while seated. Meanwhile, Yanzhou, diligently trimming bamboo with scissors, appeared engrossed, but Shi Liao-liao noticed he seemed to be using the wrong pair, not the usual custom pruning shears. A substance that awakens one's primal desires. The doctor replied mysteriously. Shi Liao-liao gasped in shock. What? My greatest desire was to strip Yanzhou of his trousers for food? She could hardly believe it. If it were about asking Yanzhou for money or touching his waist, I might understand. The scissors snipped sharply, and Yanzhou mused, thinking, you truly understand yourself. Every last detail had been accounted for. After listening to the doctor's admonishments, Shi Liao-liao remained in a daze. Young master, the injury at the corner of your mouth. Could it possibly be from my nibbling? She cautiously ventured from behind Yanzhou. Placing the scissors down, Yanzhou turned abruptly, towering over her. He nearly enveloped her entire being. He offered a gentle smile, his chestnut eyes radiating warmth. A puppy's nibbling. Shi Liao-liao. Implying something, are we, Yanzi? I apologize. Young master, but I recall nothing. Yanzhou lowered his gaze, fixated on her lips. The doctor mentioned that the medication could evoke the most primitive desires, implicitly suggesting that her deepest yearning had been to kiss him. Shi Liao-liao wished for nothing more than to vanish. Young master. The doctor also stated that the medication had expired and is therefore ineffective. The phrase not effective struck like a button. Yanzhou's smile vanished, his chin raised slightly. His lips pressed into a cold line. Not effective? The audacity of a small servant who, after kissing his employer, claims he can't remember, implies that nothing counts. Then Shi Liao-liao noticed that her young master was once again angry. This was evidenced by the pot of flowers that had been relegated to a dark corner. Now confined in the first-floor restroom, Shi Liao-liao, Chapter 38. Unbeknownst to her, rain had begun to fall outside.
Yanzhou sat in his study.
The document on his computer intended for his thesis remained blank, clearly indicating his mind was elsewhere. Hello? Yanzhou, are you ignoring me again? A voice emerged from the phone carelessly tossed on the desk. It was Yang Qingzhou. Yanzhou's languid gaze finally descended upon it.
I'm listening. Yang Qingzhou complained.
Don't you think you've been spacing out more frequently lately? Xian has gone back, claiming to have found leads on his sister, leaving just the two of us relying on each other. I was up early this morning and discovered dark circles under my eyes, all because of your little servant. Speaking of which, there's something I forgot to mention. Do you know who tipped us off yesterday? Yanzhou picked up the phone, switching it to speaker mode. Who? Yang Qingzhou's tone was laden with complexity. It's that Gu Shuizhao. The men taken by Shi Yan have all confessed, and now he is in prison. Gu Shuizhao's inconsistent behavior raises many suspicions. According to the man's confession, she initially agreed without hesitation. But what made her change her mind and warn Yang Qingzhou? What do you plan to do? Just persuade her to back down? Yang Qingzhou held no fondness for the petite figure. Lu Yanzhou shook his head. Shi Liao-liao is the victim. I will inform him of Gu Shuizhao's actions. How to handle it will be his decision. Upon hearing the small servant's name, Yang Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, so, how far have you two progressed? Is the little servant starting to shy away from you? Lu Yanzhou rose and strolled to the window, his gaze resting on the large tree outside, silent for a while. Shy? A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Seeing his silence, Yang Qingzhou couldn't refrain from rambling on. I mean, what are you thinking? Though society has become more open, our families cannot sustain a lasting bond with men. I know. He had known from the very beginning. After a night of contemplation, Lu Yanzhou had come to a realization. He did not fancy men. He only cherished Shi Liao-liao. It had nothing to do with gender. Ending the call, he felt a sense of relief from Yang Qingzhou's incessant chatter and promptly hung up. He then rose and descended the stairs. Shi Liao-liao was not on the first floor. After scanning the area, Lu Yanzhou stepped outside, only to return shortly, his wool sweater chilled by the outside air. At this moment, Shi Liao-liao was crouching on the ground, digging in the soil while discussing with Wanwan the peculiar incident from the previous night when she had bitten Lu Yanzhou. She felt no particular concern. After all, it was merely an accident, and both she and Lu Yanzhou were ostensibly two mature men. Yet, the dilemma lay in whether this constituted the male protagonist's first kiss. Not long ago, when Shi Liao-liao suspected Lu Yanzhou might be gay, she had casually mentioned Gu Shuizhao in his presence, observing him closely. Eventually, she concluded that he indeed showed little interest in Gu Shuizhao, especially after becoming acquainted with the female lead's older brother, Xian. Without delving into specifics, it was evident to Shi Liao-liao and Wanwan that Gu Shuizhao could not possibly be the female protagonist. Before they could thoroughly debate whether the male lead being kissed by another man would provoke the ire of readers, Shi Liao-liao received a text message from him. Lu Yanzhou, please send the items on the table to Yang Qingzhou. Shi Liao-liao rose and wiped the dirt from her hands. It was time to get to work. St. Dun Academy was vast, and a few days prior, when Lu Yanzhou had driven himself to school, Shi Liao-liao had purchased an electric scooter. Students below grade B were not permitted to use vehicles on campus, but weekends were an exception. Carrying a bag, she approached her newly acquired scooter with anticipation. However, when the garage door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside, she fell silent. In the expansive garage, her light blue scooter was wedged in the corner, completely blocked by 3 sports cars of different colors, pitifully trapped against the wall, unable to move. How did Shi Liao-liao notice this? Was she blind? Who would park their car haphazardly, encroaching upon her scooter's minuscule space? It was a veritable barricade. In the study, Lu Yanzhou rested his head on his hand, his chestnut eyes fixed on the digital clock, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, a knock sounded at the study door, more forceful than usual, as if imbued with irritation.
Come in.
Lu Yanzhou smirked, lifting his teacup to admire the exquisite cloisonné work on the cup. Shi Liao-liao entered, enveloped by a gust of cold wind, her expression stiff. Lu Yanzhou sat there, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Shi Liao-liao wished to hurl the car keys at his refined face. Young master, I noticed your car is not parked in its space. Shall I help you reposition it? She was absolutely certain that the car had been parked correctly that morning. As for why it was now blocking her scooter, the answer was obvious. You did this on purpose. Lu Yanzhou furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat conflicted. It is possible, but my car possesses a sense of self-awareness, and what I say may not hold weight. A fleeting glimmer of mockery crossed his chestnut eyes, which then turned serious as they locked onto Shi Liao-liao, as if he were genuinely troubled. Shi Liao-liao felt her eyelids twitch. If she could not comprehend the meaning behind Lu Yanzhou's words, she might as well be living in vain. Young master, what would you have me do? She sighed. If there's a problem directed at me, why target my little scooter? It's still a child. It knows nothing. Lu Yanzhou chuckled softly, responding in a low voice. Anything goes? Just don't go too far. If you push me to my limits, I could do anything. Except math. Anything else is fair game. Lu Yanzhou rose from his seat, maneuvering around the long table to stand before the little servant. He seemed to have been up to something earlier, and still bore the scent of earth and grass. With 2 fingers, he pinched her chin and lifted it gently. Shi Liao-liao was compelled to meet his chestnut gaze. Proud as he was, Lu Yanzhou had prepared himself to accept Shi Liao-liao, unwilling to let her evade him. Do you harbor any wild and audacious fantasies?
Speak them.
His voice was low, almost coaxing. and the small mole at the corner of his eye rendered his chestnut gaze irresistibly captivating, making it difficult for anyone to refuse him. Shi Liao-liao's expression softened momentarily, only to be swept into a tide of desire, confronting her innermost, most reckless longings. I want to resign. Lu Yanzhou tightened his grip on her chin, his tone exasperated. Something more scandalous. Shi Liao-liao replied, I'll quit without notice. Lu Yanzhou pinched her cheek, narrowing his eyes. Don't even think about it. Observing the little servant's expressionless face being manipulated by his fingers, he couldn't help but recall that night when she had embraced him, her smile sweet and alluring. His gaze fell upon her full lips, and he remarked calmly, You've applied lipstick. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback. Young master, I have in tea. Why would I put on lipstick? Lu Yanzhou brushed his fingertip across the corner of her lips, then smiled. If you don't believe me, taste it. In a moment of shock, Shi Liao-liao found herself at a loss for words as Lu Yanzhou leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Chapter 39. With a resounding slap, Shi Liao-liao hardly registered her actions before her hand instinctively struck out. Lu Yanzhou's face turned slightly as a crimson handprint slowly emerged on his porcelain white cheek. Young master? Shi Liao-liao retreated a few steps, creating enough distance to accommodate two adults before she felt reassured, her usually expressionless face now showing clear astonishment. What on earth just happened? Yanzhou, what were you doing? Quick, say you were just checking if I had something in the corner of my eye.
Huri, Yanzhou.
Just say it, and I will believe you. No one had ever struck Lu Yanzhou in his life, especially not on the face. He raised a hand to touch the fiery spot on his cheek, his expression inscrutable, but he stared intently at Shi Liao-liao, whose fluffy hair stood on end in shock. Aren't you going to kiss me? Shi Liao-liao looked at him as if he were insane. Young master, I am a man. Lu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. I know. If you know, why would you kiss me? I don't mind, but I do. My friend. Shi Liao-liao was on the brink of madness. Why on earth would the male protagonist want to kiss her? What had gone awry? Had the female protagonist's tardiness in arriving from Africa somehow altered the male protagonist's sexual orientation? Lu Yanzhou observed her response, a hint of confusion in his chestnut eyes. Did the little servant not like him? He took a step closer. Shi Liao-liao instinctively recoiled, nearly toppling the vase on the wooden cabinet behind her. Lu Yanzhou halted, his heart clenching painfully, his gaze darkening. Shi Liao-liao looked at him, unable to resist saying, Young master, if you need, I can help you find. Lu Yanzhou interrupted without hesitation. I don't like men. For the first time, Shi Liao-liao witnessed such a serious expression on Lu Yanzhou's face. Her stomach dropped, her voice caught in her throat. Young master, if you truly like it, we could give it a try. Lu Yanzhou's eyes flickered. But I want to be on top. Shi Liao-liao raised her chin, her tone assertive. Shi Liao-liao, was born to be the one, and I will never be the other. After speaking, she dared not look at Lu Yanzhou's expression and turned to leave. The door closed softly behind her. The figure stood at a distance, motionless for a long while. Shi Liao-liao crouched at the entrance, staring at the ginkgo tree in the courtyard, her face a portrait of despair. Like her, Wanwan had been rendered mute since the earlier incident. Wanwan, does your system manual include any methods for turning the male protagonist straight? Wanwan sprawled out, her eyes vacant. None. How had the male protagonist become bent? Shi Liao-liao stood up in confusion, brushing the dust off her pants, her usual concern for her uniform's neatness forgotten. Wanwan sprang up like a carp. I've figured it out. This is merely the plot before the female protagonist's arrival. Just a misstep. Once the female protagonist appears, Lu Yanzhou's gaze will surely not allow for anyone else. Shi Liao-liao found her reasoning sound. Though she donned male attire, she still bore the essence of a girl. Lu Yanzhou, possessing mature features, was but a youth who had recently crossed into adulthood. He was merely momentarily beguiled, not genuinely enamored. Once the female protagonist arrives, he shall not only regret his actions but also, upon seeing her, will be reminded of this sordid chapter in his life, conveniently paving the way for her resignation. Upon realizing this, the pent-up frustration within Shi Liao-liao dissipated significantly, prompting her to recall her task of delivering items to Yang Qingzhou. Unable to ride, she resolved to walk on her own two legs instead. In stark contrast to Shi Liao-liao, Lu Yanzhou was hardly in high spirits. For the first time in his life, having been rejected and slapped, he leaned against the table, his normally straight posture now slightly bent, his forehead hair hanging down, casting shadows over his lashes, bestowing a somber air upon his handsome visage. Naturally, Lu Yanzhou did not believe Shi Liao-liao's nonsensical claims. He simply could not fathom why the young servant, who had clung to him all night and had even been the first to act after being drugged, would now repudiate him. Previously, at the Lu residence, Bai Liya had approached him several times, all of which he had silently rebuffed, even scoffing at Yang Qingzhou's increased familiarity with him. So why? Lu Yanzhou contemplated Lu Tingfeng. He had not forgotten that Shi Liao-liao was sent by Lu Tingfeng, leading him to wonder if the involvement of his nominal father had instilled fear in the young servant, preventing him from expressing his feelings. It was no surprise that Lu Yanzhou entertained such thoughts. As a young master who had always been adored, he had never considered the possibility of unrequited affection. He would rather believe that Shi Liao-liao harbored some unspeakable secret than doubt the young servant's feelings for him. Meanwhile, Yang Qingzhou was engaged in a phone conversation with Shi Yan, who was far in another province, discussing Lu Yanzhou's romantic dilemmas. Despite Lu Yanzhou appearing the most mature among the three, he had been quite spoiled and temperamental as a child, while Yang Qingzhou and Shi Yan had consistently been the accommodating ones. Especially now, as the once proud young master had unexpectedly developed feelings for a man. It was crucial for Yang Qingzhou and Shi Yan to deliberate on the matter. I wager 100,000 that Lu Yanzhou will never take the initiative to confess. He is far too proud. Shi Yan yawned on the other end, retorting, then I bet he will be the one to clarify. Lu Yanzhou was exceedingly hungry. Do not overestimate his self-control. All right, I have just landed and am utterly exhausted. Hearing the doorbell, Yang Qingzhou glanced at the monitor, saw it was Shi Liao-liao, and let her in, standing up to head downstairs. You doubt how tired I am? Shi Yan chuckled, tired as a husband in an adult film. Yang Qingzhou's lips twitched. I don't believe you, show me. Shi Liao-liao stood at the entrance, silently observing him with a complex gaze. Forgive the intrusion, young Master Yang, please. Continue with your activities. After speaking, she set down the items and turned to leave.
Wait.
Let me explain. Yang Qingzhou called out. But Shi Yan's side erupted in laughter before hanging up. Yang Qingzhou, now visibly frustrated, picked up the paper bag Shi Liao-liao had delivered. Our young Master Lu is truly considerate. Upon hearing I had dark circles, he promptly sent his beloved young servant with eye cream. With eager anticipation, he tore open the packaging, only to find Hu Deyu hemorrhoid ointment glaring back at him. Indeed, it is eye cream. Perhaps there is nothing amiss? Upon returning, Lu Yanzhou had seemingly regained his composure, or at least his exterior suggested as much. The chrysanthemum that had been confined to the restroom was returned to its rightful place. Hearing footsteps, he inquired without turning, was it delivered? Shi Liao-liao replied affirmatively. Lu Yanzhou turned, his lips bruised, a red handprint marring his face, appearing as though he had been thoroughly mistreated. Shi Liao-liao paused for a moment. I shall fetch some ice for you. Afterward, she produced a handkerchief and began to blow her nose, her features contorted, rendering her once beautiful face momentarily unviewable. My apologies, young master. I have a bit of a cold. She carelessly sniffed, rubbing her nose with her hand. Lu Yanzhou's lips curled into a smile as he shook his head. It's quite all right. If you're unwell, we should visit the hospital and let the doctor examine the injury from last night. Shi Liao-liao froze. What injury? Confused. She climbed into the car, unable to contain herself. Young master, I don't feel unwell at all. Lu Yanzhou displayed a somewhat surprised expression. Not feeling anything is the most severe. Observing his earnest demeanor, Shi Liao-liao felt a twinge of fear, completely forgetting his recent desire to kiss her. She leaned forward slightly and asked, Young master, where exactly am I injured? Lu Yanzhou tossed his phone towards her. First, we need to make an appointment. Ignoring the absurdity of needing to make an appointment at a hospital given his status, Shi Liao-liao instinctively took it. For what? Urology, Lu Yanzhou stated. Chapter 40. Shi Liao-liao felt as though she might as well kneel before Lu Yanzhou. They spent an indeterminate amount of time arguing over the necessity of a visit to the urologist. Eventually, it was Shi Liao-liao's staunch insistence that she was entirely untroubled that convinced the determined young Master Lu to abandon the idea. In the end, she forgot the awkward relationship that lay between them, her frustration manifesting in countless internal curses directed at Yanzhou for his inability to adapt. Was Lu Yanzhou being deliberate?
Indeed, he was.
He could not fathom the young servant avoiding him due to the earlier incident. A steady flow was preferable. After all, the person was right beside him. Whether it was an unspeakable secret or some other reason, Lu Yanzhou would find a way to aid the young servant in resolving it. In the library, having just sent Yang Qingzhou and others on their way, Lu Yanzhou was met with new company. Without raising his head, he stated, "Change seats." It was not a suggestion. The would-be speaker swallowed their words, deterred by his icy demeanor, yet did not move. Lu Yanzhou was busy. Ordinarily, he might have changed seats. But the library was crowded today, and besides the one he occupied, no other seats were available. Switching places would be cumbersome. Moreover, with someone he cared for, he wished to avoid entanglements with others who might fixate on him, even less so to have rumors spread. Gu Shuizhao, do I need to repeat myself? Lu Yanzhou lifted his gaze, his tone distinctly displeased. Under his scrutiny, Gu Shuizhao's face flushed crimson. She stood, fidgeting with her clothing, murmuring, "I merely wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for not reporting my part-time job to the school." Lu Yanzhou lowered his head lethargically. "You should speak to Shi Liao-liao about that." He had already informed her of the previous matter, and Shi Liao-liao had shown little reaction, urging him not to concern himself with Gu Shuizhao. Upon hearing Shi Liao-liao's name, Gu Shuizhao bit her lip. Do you know that Shi Liao-liao is actually... Meeting the gaze of the dark brown eyes before her, Gu Shuizhao grasped the undisguised impatience within them, and her face paled. "It's nothing." She swiftly gathered her books and hurried away, unaware that her secret had nearly been revealed. Shi Liao-liao was currently seated in a car, waiting to pick up Lu Yanzhou. Their relationship had returned to its previous state, aside from attending classes. They spent almost all their time together, with Shi Liao-liao acting as a devoted servant and Lu Yanzhou as the employer. However, certain details had shifted. For instance, Lu Yanzhou rarely ordered her about anymore, and Shi Liao-liao spent most of her time in a daze. She even began receiving gifts from Lu Yanzhou. Occasionally, it would be a masculine lapel pin, other times a pen, and crucially, Shi Liao-liao could not refuse them, for he claimed they were employee benefits. What a jest! Which worker could turn down such perks? Shi Liao, have you been waiting long?
Yang Qingzhou clumsily squared in.
His face adorned with a teasing grin as he glanced at Shi Liao-liao. Shi Yan playfully smacked him on the forehead. "Take it easy. Don't scare her off. Our little Lu has finally won her over." A chill ran down Shi Liao-liao's spine. The familiar scent wafted into her nostrils as a figure, carrying the cold air from outside, settled into the seat beside her. Despite the playful jibes from the two in the back seat, Lu Yanzhou exhibited no trace of anger, appearing rather indulgent instead. Shi Yan, with a smile crinkling his eyes, peered through the rear-view mirror at Shi Liao-liao. "Haven't you been sleeping well these past few days? You've got dark circles under your eyes. Qingzhou, hurry, bring out that miraculous eye cream of yours for her." Lu Yanzhou's eyelids twitched. Yang Qingzhou let out a strange laugh, instructing Shi Liao-liao not to drive just yet before tossing her an item. "Use this. It's even better than the 10,000 yuan creams my mom uses. It's a classic brand, supporting domestic products." Shi Liao-liao nodded, her gratitude formal. "Thank you, young Master Yang. Domestic products are not easy. As if we loose women are any easier? Who cares about us?" Lu Yanzhou mused, sometimes baffled by what exactly it was that attracted him to Shi Liao-liao. The familiar packaging and brand instinctively drew Shi Liao-liao's gaze to Lu Yanzhou. "You gave them the hemorrhoid cream I gave you. You actually gave it to them? All right, Yanzhou, if you want something from me tomorrow, it won't be happening." Lu Yanzhou flung the item back, nearly hitting Yang Qingzhou's forehead. He looked towards Shi Liao-liao. "This one is new. The original is still here." Shi Liao-liao averted her gaze. "This is more like it." Lu Yanzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. "So, how did you two spend the long holiday?" The mention of vacation reminded Shi Liao-liao of Lu Yanzhou's promise to grant her a break last night. Just as she was about to respond, Yang Qingzhou's gaze fell upon her, prompting her to feel the weight of Lu Yanzhou's intense yet not overwhelming stare beside her, sending a shiver down her spine. Driving a dung truck to pick up customers. The three in the car pondered. How did driving a dung truck and picking up customers end up in the same sentence? Lu Yanzhou turned his gaze away, propping his chin on his hand, watching the reflection of the people beside him through the car window. At that moment, the formerly stiff young servant relaxed, as if he were a dog that had just been petted. Lu Yanzhou found it amusing. The reason for his amusement stemmed from a saying he had forgotten the origin of. When you love someone, they seem like a puppy. Even if the puppy wanted to drive a dung truck, you would probably just helplessly let them buy one. Of course, Shi Liao-liao had no real intention of driving a dung truck. It was merely an excuse to appear busy. She had borrowed a game from Yang Qingzhou, planning to indulge in it while cocooned in her blankets during the holiday. Just as she was returning from borrowing the item, she encountered Gu Shuizhao, who seemed to be waiting for her. "Shi Liao-liao, does Lu Yanzhou know you're a girl now?" Fearing Shi Liao-liao would ignore her, she asked directly. Shi Liao-liao's pupils dilated. Gu Shuizhao really knows. Just as she was about to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of something, causing her body to stiffen. When did Lu Yanzhou arrive there? Chapter 40, One Young Master. She called out to Lu Yanzhou first, successfully interrupting Gu Shuizhao's impending words. Surprised, Gu Shuizhao turned her head, her face visibly registering astonishment upon seeing Lu Yanzhou. Unsure of how much Lu Yanzhou had overheard, Shi Liao-liao approached him. What brings you here, young master? Oh wow, you flew over here, Yanzhou. Why are you so quiet while walking? Lu Yanzhou, clad in loose loungewear, shed the restraint of his uniform, revealing a more youthful demeanor, yet his gaze retained an air of indifference befitting his status. Gu Shuizhao's face flushed, her eyes cast down, unable to meet his gaze. What are you holding? Lu Yanzhou seemed oblivious to Gu Shuizhao. His eyes fixed on the bag in Shi Liao-liao's hand. Unfazed, Shi Liao-liao replied, I borrowed some study materials from Yang Qingqing, studying how to quickly conquer the temples on high roll. Lu Yanzhou quipped, so you're learning how to play Zelda, huh? Heading back now, the driver is already waiting. Shi Liao-liao paused, surprised. In such a hurry? Thankfully, I've packed all my things. The two of them seemed to forget Gu Shuizhao's presence as they turned and walked away in tandem. What were you two talking about just now? Lu Yanzhou slowed his pace, falling in step with the young servant, who habitually lagged behind. Shi Liao-liao's anxious heart began to relax. It seems he didn't hear anything. It's nothing, young master. Lu Yanzhou lowered his gaze, allowing it to linger on the young servant beside them for a moment. Although there was no visible tension between them, Shi Liao-liao clearly harbored some reservations. As long as he remained silent, she would not initiate conversation. Yet just moments ago, she had left the room with a noticeable glimmer of joy in her eyes, presumably from conversing with someone. Lu Yanzhou sat by a floor-to-ceiling window with a view of the entrance, cradling a potted plant and idly poking at the small green shoots. Eventually feeling the room was too stifling, he stepped outside for a walk and fortuitously spotted Shi Liao-liao engaged in conversation with Gu Shuizhao. Arriving late, he only caught the tail end of Shi Liao-liao's remark about Gu Shuizhao's awareness. What, then, did Gu Shuizhao know? He withdrew his gaze, choosing not to expose her lie, delivered with unwavering eyes. What do you want for dinner? He skillfully redirected the topic. Noticing Lu Yanzhou's decision to refrain from further probing, Shi Liao-liao sighed in relief, grateful for his upbringing that rarely pried into others' personal affairs.
Rice. Now.
Seeing Western cuisine feels akin to encountering excrement. Lu Yanzhou thought to himself, weren't you quite fond of sister stools? How could you detest excrement? Contemplating the recent sparse messages and the underlying inquiries about Shi Liao-liao from Bai Liya, Lu Yanzhou assessed the charm of the person beside him. Shi Liao-liao felt his scrutiny and instinctively shrank back. Don't tell me your interest in me has grown just because you want to eat rice. If not, I can settle for enoki mushrooms. Lu Yanzhou dismissed the thought. Let us have something nice. With a driver around, you won't need to drive. He initially intended to assist the driver with the luggage, but Lu Yanzhou beckoned her into the car, leaving her with no choice but to sit idly inside. The driver, surprised, cast several glances at Shi Liao-liao as they boarded, only losing sight of her once Lu Yanzhou raised the partition. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Shi Liao-liao was astonished to discover that among the rows of servants welcoming Lu Yanzhou, not a single familiar face was present. All the servants that had previously ostracized her, along with the old gardener and his grandson, had vanished, replaced by unfamiliar faces, all bending and smiling as they greeted him. Lu Yanzhou appeared unfazed, his expression normal as he walked inside, subsequently instructing Shi Liao-liao to bring him a cup of coffee in his room. The driver, the same one as before, remarked quietly as Lu Yanzhou ascended the stairs, "You've been getting quite the attention lately. May I ask, if you put in a little extra effort tonight, will you get a promotion?" Shi Liao-liao tilted her head, maintaining her volume, her surprise evident. Asking for promotion? So you're eager to climb the ranks, huh? She then clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the surrounding servants. Anyone recently promoted, come and let the driver catch some of that promotion energy. Everyone else, what are we supposed to catch? Just tell me what to catch? The driver's face flushed, neck turning red. Shi Liao-liao paid no mind to his expression, turning and heading towards the kitchen to prepare coffee for young Master Lu. Mr. Shi. The cook, also unfamiliar, smiled and greeted her upon her entrance. Shi Liao-liao nodded. Do you know where the original servants went? The cook, tiptoeing to help her retrieve coffee beans from the top shelf, shook her head in response. The specifics remain unclear. I have only heard that they were all dismissed. Shi Liao-liao's expression appeared contemplative. As she ascended the stairs with a tray, she encountered a man outside Lu Yanzhou's study, clad in a slate-gray suit, exuding an air of sophistication and elitism. He gave off the distinct impression of a secretary who possessed comprehensive knowledge of that woman's background. Sensing Shi Liao-liao's gaze, the man met her eyes, nodding with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Shi." Shi Liao-liao politely nodded in return, her beautiful face reflecting a courteous distance. "Hello, Mr. San." The man paused. "My surname is Shi. No matter when we were acquainted, I would still be of value to you?" Shi Liao-liao instinctively responded. The man, somewhat exasperated, adjusted his glasses. "Indeed." Shi Liao-liao nodded impassively, signaling her understanding. Shi Rui remarked, "To be honest, I had envisioned countless times what this little servant would be like. But aside from that exquisite face, everything else seems slightly amiss." It was unusual for a good-natured person to play the part with such an impassive expression devoid of any tonal inflection. Shi Liao-liao knocked on the door, and, upon receiving a response from within, pushed the door open. The man followed her inside. Upon seeing him, Lu Yanzhou exhibited no surprise. "President Lu." Hearing the man in the suit address Lu Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao's actions momentarily halted, only to be resumed as she nonchalantly retracted her hand. Noting that Lu Yanzhou showed no reaction, as if tacitly permitting Shi Liao-liao to listen, the man continued, "The news has already been disseminated. Lu Tingfeng has flown to Beihai overnight. The summoned sorcerers are prepared." The subsequent matters discussed delved into realms Shi Liao-liao could not comprehend. Yet the information conveyed in those initial sentences was profoundly significant. Sorcerers? Wait, Lu Tingfeng has been as quiet as a grave lately. Could this be the doing of Yanzhou? Since the passing of his wife, Lu Tingfeng's already fragile mental state had deteriorated drastically, abandoning his family affairs in pursuit of dark arts to resurrect her. From Mr. Shi's words, it appeared that Lu Yanzhou's involvement was also at play. It was no wonder Shi Liao-liao was taken aback. After all, the persona Lu Yanzhou had consistently presented to her was that of a young master still unfledged, oppressed by his forebears, a less mature version of a domineering CEO. "So, you've been feigning all along." Maru's tone was somewhat complicated. "I can only see that someone is now flaunting their prowess, like a peacock." Chapter 42. No wonder all the previous servants were replaced. It turned out to be Lu Yanzhou's doing. With so many moles, he found it tedious to eliminate them one by one, opting instead for a complete sweep. Reflecting on her previous cautious reminder to Lu Yanzhou regarding the family doctor, she suddenly felt it had been an unnecessary endeavor. Exhausted, she decided to sit down. The abrupt cessation of conversation and the simultaneous gazes directed at her maid Shi Liao-liao realized that Lu Yanzhou was addressing her. "Young master, this is against the rules." Shi Liao-liao rejected, without a moment's hesitation. "What rules?" "I, Lu Yanzhou, am the rule here." "Hurry up and speak, Yanzhou. Let me feel just how domineering the future CEO can be." Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Lu Yanzhou seemed to perceive a glimmer of expectation in her impassive face, his eyes brightening. "Lu Yanzhou, what a shameful line. Does anyone truly speak like that?" "I am the rule. Sit down." His tone took on a note of firmness. Shi Liao-liao decisively seated herself on the stool she had selected earlier. Standing opposite her, Shi Rui observed as Lu Yanzhou's fingers curled momentarily, his face remaining unchanged. "What is it, Secretary Shi?" Shi Rui pondered for a moment. "Nothing. It's just that I've never seen President Lu show such concern for a man." Lu Yanzhou replied, "You need not participate in this." A little hamster poked Shi Liao-liao's backside with its tiny paws. "Listen, someone is stealing your lines." "What the heck?" Shi Liao-liao retorted. That evening, as the servants finished their shifts, Shi Liao-liao found it peculiar that the cook had not prepared dinner. Just then, Lu Yanzhou emerged from the kitchen, removing his apron. Shi Liao-liao questioned her own waking state, wondering if she were still dreaming. "Don't be foolish. Go to the kitchen and bring the food out." Lu Yanzhou reached out to pinch her cheek, leisurely making his way to the dining room. In her shock, Shi Liao-liao forgot to evade him. Finding herself caught in his grasp, with a red mark on her face, she entered the kitchen. Lu Yanzhou had made curry. So, he truly remembered her earlier comment about wanting rice. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback. Maru interjected, "Because he likes you at this moment. Once the female lead appears, you won't even be able to get pig's trotter." Shi Liao-liao found this reasoning compelling. Lu Yanzhou did not genuinely harbor feelings for her. The female lead was his destined one. After bringing the dishes out, Yanzhou gestured for her to take a seat across from him. Shi Liao-liao gazed at the beautifully presented curry, feeling somewhat tempted. Who would have thought, Yanzhou, that you could cook? She had never heard of a domineering CEO who could cook. Yanzhou certainly could not. He had learned it recently. His demeanor was composed, his tea-brown eyes warm under the dining room light, giving his smile a gentle quality.
Try it.
Shi Liao-liao, eager to please, scooped a generous spoonful into her mouth. Setting down her spoon, she sincerely remarked, delicious. Did you cook the rice too hard? Yanzhou responded, he knew it. Let's eat out. After tasting it himself and finding the texture indeed less than soft, Yanzhou spoke. Shi Liao-liao, still chewing, raised her gaze, her expression filled with incredulity. You don't want to eat anymore, do you? She licked the grains of rice from the corners of her mouth. We can't waste food, Yanzhou. With that, she took another bite. Yanzhou's demeanor softened, and he suddenly smiled. Just then, Shi Liao entered with urgent documents and happened to witness the scene. As their gazes fell upon him, Shi Liao remarked with a complicated tone, "It's been a long time since I saw President Liu smile like that." Shi Liao-liao quipped, "Are you addicted to stealing my lines?" Yanzhou, noticing Shi Liao's busyness, prompted Shi Liao-liao to quickly finish her meal and depart. Whether it was merely Shi Liao's impression or not, although Yanzhou's expression remained unchanged, he distinctly felt the surrounding atmosphere had grown somewhat oppressive. What is going on? Did I arrive at an inopportune time? Young master, are you serious now? In Shi Liao-liao's absence, he refrained from addressing him as President Liu, reverting to the most familiar appellation. Yanzhou lowered his gaze to the documents, his fingers gently tracing the edges of the paper. Just that one word caused Shi Liao's expression to shift dramatically. In his memory, Yanzhou was the least likely person to experience a change in sexual orientation. To call it homophobia would not be an exaggeration. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly develop feelings for a man, particularly for his personal servant? A conspiracy theory crossed Shi Liao's mind. Did Liu Tingfeng send him here to seduce his own son? After all, such a madman could certainly entertain such notions. Yanzhou seemed to sense Shi Liao's thoughts and softly closed his pen, saying, "She is not my father's person." Shi Liao-liao had not been in contact with Liu Tingfeng's people for quite some time. By the way, there's something. Shi Liao quickly returned to work mode. What is it? Should we cut the internet connection for the rival company or deflate Liu Tingfeng's car tires? Have someone purchase these items from the list? Shi Liao glanced down at the documents he received. A certain gaming console topped the list, followed closely by various game titles.
Shihui Market.
This is clearly not something the young master bought for himself. And there's one more. He pointed to the table, seemingly recalling something, a fleeting smile crossing his eyes. Shi Liao looked at the last item. A momentary crack appeared on his elite facade. Are you certain? Yanzhou nodded. Yes, he likes it. The light in Shi Liao's eyes dimmed. Last night, Shi Liao-liao stayed up late gaming for an entire night. Had she not been worried about damaging Yang Qingcheng's game controller, she might have pulled an all-night. However, despite her late-night endeavors, her biological clock roused her at 6 in the morning. After tidying herself up, she planned to head downstairs to supervise the cook preparing breakfast, awaken Yanzhou, and then address the new servants, among other tasks. Suddenly, Shi Liao-liao jolted. Realizing her oversight, the originally poised Wan, who had been about to intervene, sighed. Host, have you forgotten? Yanzhou granted you a few days off. You do not need to work today. Shi Liao-liao scratched her nose. After being a servant for so long, she had nearly forgotten that she was indeed a free woman. Returning to her room, Shi Liao-liao changed out of her servant's uniform into a more comfortable oversized sweatshirt. After tidying her space, she glanced at the game console she had left on the table and yawned. Should I take a nap? Since arriving in this world, she had been preoccupied with learning various etiquettes and cramming numerous courses, leaving no time to cultivate any hobbies. If she had to choose, her recent interest lay in cultivating leeks. Now, under Yanzhou's guidance, she was gradually learning to tend to flowers and plants. As she lay on her bed, contemplating taking a day to visit her good neighbor, when Xiaoyang's family, a knock sounded at her door. Shi Liao-liao blinked slowly before rising to open it. The servant smiled at her. Mr. Shi, the young master is downstairs and sent me to fetch you. Shi Liao-liao thought to herself. Wasn't I on vacation? What could Yanzhou want with me? With her hands in her pockets and unwilling to don a jacket, she descended the stairs wearing her thin sweatshirt. However, upon stepping outside, she found no sign of Yanzhou. The only sounds were the gentle sprinkling of water on the lawns on either side, rendering the atmosphere eerily quiet. As Shi Liao-liao wondered if she had been played by that servant, the sudden sound of tires rolling over the pavement drew her attention. To her astonishment, a rather large white vehicle slowly approached and came to a halt before her, its bright red lettering boldly proclaiming sewage truck. The window gradually rolled down, revealing the driver's handsome face. Yanzhou sat in the driver's seat of the sewage truck, his chestnut eyes lowered as he looked at Shi Liao-liao, the corners of his lips curling into a gentle smile. "This is your gift. Do you like it?" Chapter 43, Shi Liao-liao. Oh heavens. Come down and see your male lead. While others received gifts like Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, and Lamborghinis, Yanzhou presented a sewage truck, an explosive gift indeed. Shi Liao-liao stood in stunned silence for about a minute. What a flashy vehicle. How dare you try to entice me, a mere muckraker? My lord, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Shi Liao-liao approached, looking up at Yanzhou, whose arm casually rested on the window, his chestnut eyes twinkling with amusement. Although she spoke words of refusal, her eyes betrayed her excitement as she discreetly surveyed the pristine sewage truck. Her emotions laid bare before Yanzhou. Refusal will result in a deduction from your wages. Yanzhou's eyes glimmered, a few strands of hair brushing against the small mole at the corner of his eye, as if he were convinced she could not turn him down. Shi Liao-liao found herself torn. "Oh, Yanzhou, you are far too persuasive." Ultimately, she surrendered, wearing a look of reluctant acceptance as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Oh dear heavens, Shi Liao-liao, am now the proud owner of a vehicle." Thus, the newly appointed servants of the Liu household witnessed this spectacle during their free time. In the spacious courtyard, adorned with greenery and exuding an air of neat antiquity, their esteemed young master, appearing amiable and refined, confidently gripped the steering wheel of a large, pure white sewage truck, cruising around. Everyone thought, is this how the wealthy indulge? As Shi Liao-liao observed Yanzhou's adept driving, she marveled at how he made even a sewage truck look stylish, instantly elevating its status. "Young master, may I take a turn?" Unable to contain her excitement, she gazed eagerly at Yanzhou, clearly wishing to seize the opportunity. With a blue license plate, a C1 driver's license sufficed, and Yanzhou nodded, sure. It was originally a gift for the young male servant. The onlookers watched in disbelief as the sewage truck came to a halt. Everyone sighed in relief. The farce seemed to be concluding. Instead, the two merely swapped seats, with Shi Liao-liao now at the wheel, continuing their joyride. Isn't anyone going to stop this absurdity? With a new vehicle added to her name, Shi Liao-liao cherished Yanzhou's gift, personally taking tools to wash her beloved truck. Yanzhou sat at a nearby table under a covered porch, eyes glued to his computer, occasionally glancing at the cheerful figure scrubbing the truck. As Shi Liao-liao was engrossed in her task, her phone suddenly buzzed in her pocket. She removed her gloves and pulled out her phone. "What do you want to eat?" Yanzhou inquired. Shi Liao-liao paused for a few seconds, recalling the hard rice and curry from the previous night. "Anything is fine, young master." As if already prepared, Yanzhou quickly responded, "Let's go to a farm stay. Yang Qing will pick us up early tomorrow." Upon reading this message, Shi Liao-liao realized too late that he hadn't asked what she wanted to eat tonight. Wanwan had grown indifferent. "Clearly, he is trying to set you up. Congratulations, host. Your first day of vacation did not fulfill your wish to stay at home. Clearly, the second day wouldn't either." In the afternoon, Yanzhou went out, and it seemed dinner would also be handled externally.
Shi Liao-liao,
having thoroughly enjoyed her time with her new vehicle, returned to her room. When would it sprout new leaves? She retrieved the potted plant she had nurtured, poking at its wilted, seemingly bare green stems. Wanwan squatted beside her. "This plant is quite delicate. It won't grow that quickly. You might as well give it to Yanzhou now. At least it might thrive in his care." Shi Liao-liao pouted. This plant had originally caught Yanzhou's attention during Bai Li's game event, and she had no idea which inconsiderate soul had uprooted it, leaving only a bare stem. When she found it unwanted, she had brought it back, hoping to nurture it for Yanzhou as a gesture of gratitude for not abandoning her in the restroom. Especially now that he had gifted her a vehicle, her debt had only grown. She pinched her own cheek, muttering, "Shi Liao-liao, you useless thing. How can you be so enamored with a sewage truck?" She vowed never to accept gifts from Yanzhou again, absolutely not. The next morning, after a quick wash and changing into her male servant uniform, ensuring her appearance was tidy, she presented herself before Yanzhou, who was having breakfast. He paused in his actions. I recall you were still on vacation. Shi Liao-liao nodded. Yes, young master. Lu Yanzhou pinched the bridge of his nose, casting her a slightly exasperated glance. I intended to take you out for fun, not for work.
Change into something you like.
Shi Liao-liao nodded and turned to return to her room. Lu Yanzhou, surprised by her obedient demeanor, had not expected the young servant to be so compliant. 10 minutes later, after Lu Yanzhou had the servants bring up Shi Liao-liao's breakfast, he turned to see her, her hair elegantly styled, revealing a polished forehead. Dressed in a dark blue checkered shirt tucked neatly into her trousers and clutching a briefcase under her arm. Young master, I'm ready. Lu Yanzhou remarked to the servant who had delivered breakfast. This is my favorite outfit. The young servant replied earnestly, What do you think, Yanzhou? A man past 18 shouldn't he dress like a child? Let me give you a glimpse of a mature man's charm. Lu Yanzhou sighed. That's such an old joke. Change into something else. He closed his eyes, leaving Shi Liao-liao to wonder what Yang Qingcheng would never know. Lu Yanzhou single-handedly succeeded in saving the eyesight of their group. On the other hand, Shi Yan observed Shi Liao-liao, who was clad in a cream-colored knitted jacket over a white collared shirt, appearing as obedient as a male student, with an expression that hinted at intrigue. This attire is quite commendable. I had thought only Lu Yanzhou favored this brand. He winked at Shi Liao-liao, grinning like a cunning fox. Shi Liao-liao nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, Counterfeit, purchased merely for show. Shi Yan chuckled, recalling how Lu Yanzhou had personally selected this outfit from his wardrobe just 20 minutes prior. He mused that it seemed Lu Yanzhou had yet to succeed in his endeavors. If Yang Qingzhou were not aware that all of Lu Yanzhou's clothing was custom-made from a private brand, he might have genuinely believed Shi Liao-liao's deadpan assertion. Upon arriving at the airport, Shi Liao-liao discovered that their party was not limited to just the four of them, but also included several A-grade students who had maintained a good rapport with Lu Yanzhou during their time at school. Among them was Gu Shuizhao, who stood beside a senior of high standing. Lu Yanzhou, you've arrived, she called out, striding over in her small heels, though her gaze was directed at Shi Liao-liao. The Miss Bailey. Shi Liao-liao maintained a stoic expression, thinking, look, the main cast is gathered. In the 44th chapter, Lu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow at the sight of Gu Shuizhao. He extended a finger to block the advancing Bailey, casually tossing Yang Qingzhou aside as a buffer, before turning his attention to Shi Liao-liao. His lips, devoid of curvature, radiated an air of warmth, yet his words were ruthlessly straightforward. If you dislike her, I shall have her leave. Shi Liao-liao felt a chill run down her spine from Lu Yanzhou's domineering tone. No need, young master. I have no aversion. Wanwan reminded her. We still need to inquire how she knew you were a girl. Shi Liao-liao deduced it through experience. But what about Gu Shuizhao? What was her basis? Lu Yanzhou nodded, choosing to respect her preferences. Once Shi Liao-liao turned away, he naturally picked up his phone and sent a message. The expressions of most recipients were subtly complex, yet they swiftly reverted to their usual demeanor, resuming their conversations. The only notable change was the senior who had accompanied Gu Shuizhao, who found himself inexplicably ignored, with no one engaging him in conversation. Unbeknownst to Shi Liao-liao, who was engrossed in observing Bailey, the undercurrents of tension surged around her. Even after boarding the Yang family's private jet, her gaze remained fixated on Bailey. Since earlier, Bailey had suddenly quieted, her posture erect, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Lu Yanzhou, who was engaged in a card game with others, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. Stop staring. Miss Bailey's face is devoid of currency, someone quipped, eliciting laughter from the group. It was only then that Shi Liao-liao realized the jest was directed at her. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze. Lu Yanzhou summoned a flight attendant, requesting, please bring her a cup of hot milk. Shi Yan teased, are you bringing a male servant? Have you brought your son along, Lu Yanzhou? Lu Yanzhou shot him a sidelong glance, while Shi Yan, undeterred, laughed along with the others. The flight attendant, glancing at Shi Liao-liao, approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, would the young gentleman like some sugar? Shi Liao-liao, captivated by the beautiful attendant, replied, yes, thank you. Bailey, dissatisfied, plopped down beside Shi Liao-liao, casually asking, what were you just staring at? Awaiting her hot milk, Shi Liao-liao replied, I was admiring Miss Bailey's poise. Bailey flicked her hair, responding, of course. The fragrant, silky strands swept past her, igniting a moment of envy. How wonderful. I wish to grow my hair long too. Lu Yanzhou paused momentarily. The young servant hair was soft and of good quality. Growing it long would be delightful, and he would need to carry hair ties to style it during meals. I would love to wear high heels too, he mused. That way, I could poke others with my heels instead of a stick. Just take off the shoes. Excuse me. Could I have a glass of water? The previously unnoticed Gu Shuizhao suddenly spoke up. Shi Liao-liao received the milk from the flight attendant, turning her gaze toward the direction of the voice. Gu Shuizhao remained standing, her male attire somewhat worn and oversized, casting her in a rather lackluster light. Bailey rolled her eyes and turned to Shi Liao-liao, stating, "Do you see the counterexample? Let me teach you a trick. The best way to elevate one's elegance is to focus on the details of speech." Shi Liao-liao, eager to learn, inquired, such as? Replace all quantifiers with quan. For instance, I just drank a ton tea. Shi Liao-liao's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Understood. Bailey nodded in satisfaction, pleased with her pupil's progress. Give it a try. After a moment's thought, Shi Liao-liao declared, "Young Master Yang just took on dump." The room fell into collective silence for a brief moment. Yang Qingzhou's neck flushed crimson. It's a normal human need. What's wrong with me taking a dump? Don't you all do it? Lu Yanzhou calmly discarded his cards. There's no elegance in your situation. Shi Yan doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself. The others joined in the mirth. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao nonchalantly sipped her milk. In the corner, Gu Shuizhao observed the scene with a gaze that was inscrutable. Once again, Shi Liao-liao seemed to effortlessly capture Lu Yanzhou's admiration simply by virtue of her appearance, while she herself struggled to gain even a fleeting glance. Despite her earnest efforts to draw near, he remained oblivious. She had painstakingly earned her place at this gathering, yet he refused to acknowledge her presence. Though labeled a farm stay, it was merely a villa constructed by the Yang family amidst the mountains, offering a tranquil environment with lush greenery, complete with a banquet hall, mahjong rooms, and various recreational facilities. Yet, within such a vast space, was there not enough room?
Yang Qingzhou exclaimed in surprise.
The coordinator awkwardly explained, "Young master, several rooms are under repair due to a recent pipe burst. Currently, only 13 rooms are available. With 13 rooms for 14 individuals. It meant that 2 would have to share a room." Shi Yan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Yanzhou, who seemed lost in thought. The latter, sensing the gaze, returned it calmly. Young Master Lu had always been perceived as generous, yet he was notoriously difficult to please. He could hardly tolerate anything that might be deemed bothersome. He had assumed Lu Yanzhou would spare Gu Shuizhao and her companion due to the young servant's remark. However, it became evident that he was well aware of the room shortage and had invited the 2 to fill the gap. As expected, the next moment, Lu Yanzhou spoke up. "I shall share a room with Shi Liao-liao." Everyone turned their heads in unison. Shi Yan silently applauded. Impressive. Who said romance dulled one's senses? Lu Yanzhou had his wits about him, every last one. Shi Liao-liao herself was left bewildered. What on earth? Why must it be just the 2 of us? Her gaze flitted about, landing on the plump fish in the aquarium. Gu Shuizhao's face paled, and she blurted, "No way." The others were taken aback. "What business is it of yours?" Lu Yanzhou cast a slow, measured glance her way, his warm, amber eyes radiating an unspoken pressure. Yet, what was most astonishing was that Gu Shuizhao showed no sign of retreat. In the midst of everyone's astonished stares, she resolutely approached Shi Liao-liao's side, asserting, "I will share a room with her." Almost everyone was aware of the conflict between Shi Liao-liao and Gu Shuizhao. Yet, curiously, time seemed to stand still as Shi Liao-liao remained motionless, allowing Gu Shuizhao to grasp her sleeve. The smile on Lu Yanzhou's face vanished entirely. "Shi Liao-liao, the choice is yours." The tone of the young master was forgiving, yet his gaze was profoundly serious. Unlike his usual demeanor where he could be both firm and gentle, the young servant did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his eyes and murmured, "Young master, I slept with her." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yanzhou turned on his heel and walked away. It was evident that he was angered by Shi Liao-liao's decision not to choose him. Shi Liao-liao's first thought was, "Thank goodness that flower pot didn't arrive, otherwise, I would have been locked in the restroom again." Chapter 45. Shi Liao-liao found herself sharing a room with Gu Shuizhao once more. Observing Gu Shuizhao awkwardly packing her belongings on the adjacent bed, she inquired, "How did you know?" Gu Shuizhao paused, ceasing her fidgeting with her luggage, and cast a complex look toward Shi Liao-liao. "I could smell the scent of blood on you." It took a few seconds for Shi Liao-liao to comprehend her meaning. Goodness, who could distinguish her from a dog's nose? Despite her attempts to mask it with perfume, fearing detection by those with keen senses, Gu Shuizhao had seen through her disguise. It would have been one thing if it had been someone else who might not have thought in that direction, but Gu Shuizhao was a girl herself. You know I'm a girl, right? Seeing Shi Liao-liao's lack of response, Gu Shuizhao gritted her teeth. She had suspected it earlier, but after offering to share a room with Shi Liao-liao and receiving no refusal, Gu Shuizhao was almost certain of it.
Shi Liao-liao nodded. Yes.
Gu Shuizhao's fingers trembled as she asked when she had come to this realization. From the very beginning, Shi Liao-liao replied. The room fell into silence until Shi Liao-liao, her bottom growing numb from sitting, heard a hoarse voice break the stillness. Does Liu Yanzhou know? Shi Liao-liao rose to stretch her numb limbs. Know what? Whether he knows you are a girl, or that I am a girl. Don't worry, he knows nothing. With that, she moved toward the door. As the door clicked shut, Gu Shuizhao was left alone, her gaze cast downward, filled with confusion. How could this be? This contradicted what that person had said. If she already existed, why did Shi Liao-liao appear? The phone on the nightstand rang, and Gu Shuizhao answered it slowly. Mom? A woman's voice on the other end erupted with curses. You wretched girl. Where have you run off to? I called the place where you were working. And your boss said you took leave. Why aren't you earning money? Have you been gallivanting with those wealthy men? I knew I shouldn't have let you into that fancy school. You've gotten a taste for the rich life and abandoned us. Haven to you? Just like your father. A traitor. I'm telling you, Gu Shuizhao. Don't think you can escape me. Gu Shuizhao's tears flowed instantly. Mom, I haven tea. I took a private job. I'm making more than at work. I'll give you the money when I get back, okay? The other end continued to rant for a while before hanging up. After the call ended, Gu Shuizhao wiped her tears away, her delicate face now ice cold. What could pleasing the wealthy bring? While Shi Liao-liao could reside in a district's dormitory by masquerading as a boy, she was confined to a cramped four-person room, living in constant fear of revealing her gender. Both faced exclusion, yet Shi Liao-liao could effortlessly turn the tide with just a few words. And everyone was eager to befriend her, while she, despite her strenuous efforts to fit in, was met with disdain. Both were exemplary students. Shi Liao-liao could keep pace with ease, while she struggled to barely pass and was held back a grade. In the past, she had resented her father for abandoning her and her mother to follow the affluent. But now, reflecting on it, her only bitterness was directed at her father for not bringing her along. If she had someone to protect her like Shi Liao-liao, would her life not have been much easier? Thoughts of Liu Yanzhou transformed her initial fluttering feelings entirely. Gu Shuizhao, without a hint of hesitation, retrieved a small bag of powder sewn into her backpack. She no longer desired Liu Yanzhou's affection, she sought to make him submit. Shi Liao-liao had inquired and learned that everyone was playing mahjong. Although on paid leave, she did not regard herself as a guest. Yanzhou was generous, especially after developing a fondness for her, offering even more. Just listening to her salary made her smile, yet she felt the need to be responsible. She made her way to the kitchen, glanced at the menu, and instructed, do not put ginger in young Master Liu's dish, avoid red tablecloths. Refrain from placing roses in the vase, and ensure the tea is served at 45 degrees. Additionally, the chef and the steward showed no signs of annoyance, even taking notes. Once Shi Liao-liao finished, they poured her a cup of tea. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Shi. Shi Liao-liao waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, as long as Yanzhou calms down and doesn't deduct my salary.
Just don't mention it was me who said so.
The person in charge nodded in understanding. Rest assured, Mr. Shi. In the mahjong room, Yang Qingzhou glanced at Liu Yanzhou, who was visibly distracted, and felt a pang of irritation. It's infuriating to see someone win so much while their mind is elsewhere. Yang Qingzhou thought to himself. Does anyone truly distinguish between him and a gambling king? I want to go night fishing this evening, Yang Qingzhou announced. Liu Yanzhou lazily cast a glance his way. Do you want me to lend you a fishing rod? Xian stifled a laugh, and Yang Qingzhou felt a vein throb on his forehead. With such a sharp tongue, it's no wonder the young servant refused to share a room with him. Of course, he only dared to think this. If he voiced it, Liu Yanzhou would probably shove that very fishing rod down his throat. After a while of playing, someone knocked on the door to announce that dinner was ready. Bai Lia looked back and asked, where is Shi Liao-liao? The person in charge smiled slightly. Mr. Shi has a bit of business to attend to. What business could be so pressing that it delays dinner? Bai Lia grumbled, then turned to Liu Yanzhou, who was walking unusually slowly, and exclaimed innocently, oh, could it be that he went on a date with that girl Gu Shuizhao? The scenic surroundings seemed perfect for a romantic stroll between a man and a woman, quite poetic indeed. The others remained silent, but Bai Lia smirked. quickly donning an innocent expression before rejoining the group. She didn't believe Yanzhou was unresponsive. Those two remarks had nearly driven her mad. Recently, Leah had come to a realization. She could not forsake her lifelong ambitions due to a peculiar fondness for Shi Liao-liao. Yet she could not bear to see the man she liked with her target. Given that she knew Yanzhou preferred men, he was certainly not an option for her. Casting a glance at the tall young Qingzhou ahead, a determined glint appeared in Leah's eyes. With a perfect family background and decent looks, he didn't seem particularly clever, making it easy to persuade him to become a house husband, thus allowing her to firmly hold onto the company and restore the Bai family to glory. Yang Qingzhou, wait for me, she called, her heels clicking lightly as she rushed forward, not sparing a glance at Yanzhou. It was fortunate she didn't look back. Had she done so, the intensity of Yanzhou's gaze would have been enough to frighten her. Chapter 46. At mealtime, Shi Liao-liao had still not arrived. Gu Shuizhao was likewise absent. Yanzhou cast a detached glance at the empty seat beside him. Xian, with a smile, remarked, Master Liu, ease up. We're here to eat. You can fume after the meal. The others remained silent. In the past, when someone provoked Yanzhou, he wouldn't need anyone's help. Yang Qingzhou and Xian could handle it. But this time, the situation was different. Everyone could see the unusual dynamics between Yanzhou and his young servant. Apologies, let us eat. Until he spoke, the crowd remained subdued. But once he did, laughter resumed, and the servers began to serve the dishes in succession. The ingredients were all organically farmed within the estate, free from additives. Even the simplest of home-cooked meals was artistically presented, the vibrant colors igniting one's appetite. Accustomed to intricately crafted dishes, indulging in these humble fare felt quite delightful.
Hey,
how come you have fish soup? A steaming bowl of milky fish broth was placed before Yanzhou, its freshness tantalizing to Yang Qingzhou, who could hardly contain his drool. As their gazes shifted, it became evident that only Yanzhou was served the fish soup. What a disparity in treatment, old Liu. My salary comes from the young master. He glanced at the person in charge. Old Liu chuckled, just about to say something, when Yanzhou, who had already taken a sip with his soup spoon, proclaimed, It's made by Shi Liao-liao. His tone was notably assured. Old Liu flattered, as expected of young Master Liu, to discern it after just one sip. He continued, Mr. Xiao made a special trip to convey your preferences to us. This dish wasn't on the menu. Mr. Xiao personally caught a fish for you. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. Oh, dear, look at me. Mr. Xiao instructed me not to disclose it to you. Please, don't mention that I told you. Old Liu smiled apologetically at Yanzhou. The overt flattery and subtle intentions did not irk Yanzhou. Rather, they brought a sense of ease to his every pore. Where is he? Yanzhou asked casually while ladling soup. The previous air of tension dissipated entirely, leaving even Xian somewhat taken aback. Young master, is it just this bowl of fish soup that has soothed you? Old Liu replied, Mr. Xiao seems to have gone out for barbecue with that boy from the same room. The sound of the spoon clinking against the porcelain bowl resonated clearly as Yanzhou stood up. Yang Qingzhou swallowed his food, perplexed. Where are you going? Yanzhou adjusted his sleeve nonchalantly, the familiar curve of his lips still teasing. To catch Shi Liao-liao. If she knew old Liu had claimed she went out for barbecue with Gu Shuizhao, she would likely feel wronged. She had merely stepped out for barbecue, and Gu Shuizhao coincidentally left at the same time. Mr. Xiao, do you want some squid? Shi Liao-liao, sitting on a wooden bench and gnawing on grilled chicken wings, turned at the mention. Yes, thank you. The servers responded affirmatively. All right, we'll grill you 3 skewers. The barbecue was outdoors, and fearing that the young masters might suddenly crave a midnight snack, they had been waiting here. When Shi Liao-liao arrived, she noticed the fresh ingredients, a testament to the Yang family's estate. The chicken wings she was enjoying were from birds freshly slaughtered that morning. Just as she was savoring her meal, she suddenly recalled the lobsters she had seen earlier. As she was about to turn her head, she felt a sudden chill at the back of her neck. A hand grasped her nape, a familiar scent enveloping her from behind, bringing with it a slight coolness. Is it delicious? Shi Liao-liao's skin prickled with goosebumps. She quickly stood to face the person behind her. Young master, how did you come? Yanzhou had appeared without her noticing, his gaze lowered, the deep brown of his eyes obscuring his emotions. His facial features softened by the light, yet harboring an underlying sharpness. That old Liu didn't he tell you that I made the fish soup, did he? Did he not grasp my hint? Yanzhou appraised her silently, not uttering a word. Suddenly, Shi Liao-liao was enveloped by a warm, comforting aroma. As she raised her hand to push the item away, she discovered it was a coat, which Lu Yanzhou had donned over his simple attire. Young master, I'm not cold. Watching Lu Yanzhou sit in her previous spot and eat from her untouched plate of skewers, Shi Liao-liao felt an urge to speak. Yanzi, please be gentle with your bites. Lu Yanzhou ignored her, delicately consuming the grilled sweet potato skin. I'm hot. Shi Liao-liao realized this was indicative of his lingering displeasure. Who said Lu Yanzhou has a good temper, that he is mild-mannered? Clearly, he held grudges fiercely. Emboldened, she sat beside Lu Yanzhou, noticing he didn't object to her presence, and she cleared her throat softly. Young master, are you unhappy? Lu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. All right, I'm just rambling. The reason I'm not sharing a room with you is due to propriety. Privately, it may be permissible, but with so many people present, it would tarnish your reputation. What sort of servant shares a room with their employer? Seeing Lu Yanzhou remain silent, Shi Liao-liao's anxiety was visibly mounting. Oh dear. If I keep eating, there won't be any left. I've barely had a few bites. Young master, if you're angry, may I tell you a joke to lift your spirits? Just don't take out your frustrations on my barbecue. At last, Lu Yanzhou paused, turning to look at her. Relieved that he finally stopped, Shi Liao-liao sighed inwardly. One day, a tomato asked its mother, Mom, are we a fruit or a vegetable? The mother replied, Goodness, how can a tomato talk? Lu Yanzhou interjected, Return my coat. I'm freezing. While the two conversed, the chef in the kitchen, noticing the young master, attentively prepared extra dishes, handling the ingredients nearby. He failed to notice a small figure quietly appearing, pouring something into one of the prepared juice cups. Shi Liao-liao, feeling somewhat deflated that she hadn't made Lu Yanzhou laugh, remarked, Why aren't you laughing, Yanzi? Is it in your nature not to smile? Lu Yanzhou thought to himself that he was refraining from laughing to avoid spraying bird's nest soup. The head chef approached, bringing 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice. Enjoy. After tasting a sip, Lu Yanzhou suddenly asked, Why are you sharing a room with Gu Shuizhao? The answer was obvious. What else could it be? I'm afraid you'll eat me. Just as she began to speak, she went along with the flow. Lu Yanzhou's deep brown gaze fixed intently on her.
Is that so?
Shi Liao-liao nodded. Yes, young master, there won't be a next time.
No need for a next time.
Lu Yanzhou picked up the juice, his expression unruffled. We'll soak in the hot spring together later. Chapter 47. Exposure. Shi Liao-liao was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, a hand suddenly reached from behind Lu Yanzhou, boldly snatching the juice from his grasp. You two are sneaking a snack here. Yang Qingzhou tilted his head back and downed the juice in one go. Wearing an expression of caught in the act, Bai Lia had invited a popular singer to perform recently. Are you going to watch? Lu Yanzhou, without shifting his gaze, pressed down on the fidgeting Shi Liao-liao beside him. We're going to soak in the hot spring. Clingy Yang Qingzhou chimed in, then I want to go too. Young master Lu crossed his arms, a playful smirk gracing his refined features. Will you be joining us for bed tonight? Yang Qingzhou, with a teasing tone, replied, That's not out of the question. He looked toward Shi Liao-liao, his gaze questioning. Shi Liao-liao, maintaining her professionalism, nodded. As long as young master is happy. I don't know if you two need a storyline. I could play the role of the sleeping husband. Lu Yanzhou dismissed, no need. I won't be paying you for your performance. Lu Yanzhou stood, pulling the young servant along. No way. He then called Shi Yan to take Yang Qingzhou away. Yang Qingzhou stood there, full of grievances, and when he saw Shi Yan approaching leisurely, he dramatically clutched his chest and lamented, Father, Lu Yanzhou has forgotten his roots. Not even inviting me to the hot spring. Shi Yan patted his well-defined chest. Don't worry, the rest's still me. Let us go enjoy the music. Nearly 2 meters tall, Yang Qingzhou shyly bent down, resting his head on Shi Yan's slightly shorter shoulder. It seemed the two hadn't yet confessed. So the betting game continued, of course. Rumor has it, Lu Yanzhou bought the young servant a car yesterday. It's time to extend my congratulations to Xiao Shi. She can now hitch a ride with her. Hiss, how about we sneak away to check the situation? The two paused simultaneously, exchanging a glance that revealed a shared mischievous expression. Shi Liao-liao trailed closely behind Lu Yanzhou. Young master, are you truly planning to pursue her? If you are indeed intent on that, I could assist you with a back scrub. You know, I'm quite skilled at it. Lu Yanzhou halted, raising his hand to steady the little male servant who nearly bumped into him, his chestnut eyes calm as a placid lake. The hot springs here possess remarkable healing properties. Moreover, He lightly grazed her cheek with a curled finger, withdrawing almost immediately, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. What you possess, I also possess. What is there to fear? Shi Liao-liao's smile stiffened slightly. That is not necessarily true. I might have a bit more than you. Lu Yanzhou, taken aback by the response, felt a flicker of surprise. As it happens, the little male servant seemed to skip swimming lessons. Previously, during the game, he had chosen the longest skirt, preferring a cleaning uniform over a short skirt. The gentle smile on his face was suddenly swept away by the wind, revealing a hint of complex emotion. Can I wear a bathrobe? Lu Yanzhou did not press further. Do as you wish. Shi Liao-liao sighed in relief, entirely oblivious to Lu Yanzhou turning away to search for something on his phone. On the verdant path flanked by dense foliage, the streetlights shone brightly, softening the glow of the phone screen. The search box quietly displayed the words, "What to do if a man has one more egg?" After a prolonged delay in the changing room, Shi Liao-liao finally emerged, ensuring her bathrobe was securely wrapped around her, her face bearing the expression of one walking to their doom. Wanwan could not comprehend her reluctance to refuse. We are all men. If I were to act coy, I would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Observing Shi Liao-liao clad in 2 bathrobes, Wanwan remarked, I think you appear even more suspicious like this, don't you agree? The outdoor hot spring was enveloped in a veil of steam. As Shi Liao-liao pushed the door open, her breath caught at the sight of a figure turned away from her, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Oh my heavens! Lu Yanzhou casually tousled his hair and turned to look at her, water droplets cascading down his well-defined abdomen, his pale and lean form enveloped in mist. His chestnut eyes seemingly glazed with moisture, the small mole at the corner of his eye faintly visible. It was the first time Shi Liao-liao found herself associating the term seductive with a man. The little male servant was securely wrapped in his bathrobe, revealing only a pair of delicate, pale feet. Lu Yanzhou beckoned her over with a smile tinged with mischief. Come here and scrub my back. Maintaining her stoic expression, Shi Liao-liao approached without averting her gaze. Lu Yanzhou's eyes roamed over her unabashedly, discreetly kicking something towards her. Unexpectedly stepping on a bar of soap, Shi Liao-liao lost her balance and tumbled forward into the alabaster figure before her. Lu Yanzhou stood firm, arms outstretched, eyebrows raised, and mockingly remarked, How careless of you! As her fingers brushed against his warm, toned muscles, Shi Liao-liao jolted in surprise, slipping again, not landing in young Master Lu's embrace, but rather colliding directly with him. Pain flickered across Lu Yanzhou's chestnut eyes, his expression momentarily contorted. With her feet firmly planted, Shi Liao-liao held onto his waist to stabilize herself, silently lifting her gaze from the white bath towel. Young master, is he all right? Yang Qingzhou, who had just changed into a swimsuit, suddenly changed expression. Xian, I think something's off. Xian turned to him. What is it? Yang Qingzhou took a deep breath. You go in first. Before he could finish, he turned and ran. A slender figure, hiding behind a potted plant not far from the restroom, emerged from the shadows upon witnessing someone rush inside. With a serene yet expressionless face, her eyes glinted with a hint of craziness. Lu Yanzhou, I will have you. Approaching the only locked stall, Gu Shuizhao no longer disguised her voice, sweetly inquiring, Need any assistance? A string of flatulence erupted from inside, and the occupant's face contorted in disgust. The figure outside brandished a roll of toilet paper, enticingly saying, Stay with me, Lu Yanzhou. If you don't agree, I want to give you any paper. Not receiving a response, Gu Shuizhao calmly continued, I've taken all the paper from every stall in advance. Aside from me, there is no paper to assist you. Inside the stall, Yang Qingzhou, on the verge of collapse, trembled in frustration, unable to utter a word. Damn it, Lu Yanzhou, do you even know who I am? Seeing he remained silent, Gu Shuizhao grew anxious. Can't you tell? I'm actually a girl. I came to St. Dun Academy for you, Lu Yanzhou. Get lost, Lu Yanzhou. You've miscalculated, you old hag. A furious roar erupted from within, leaving the figure outside momentarily stunned. You're not Lu Yanzhou. How is that possible? I distinctly saw him drink. Yang Qingzhou was enraged. You wait. A girl, huh? When I come out, I'll make sure to deal with you. Give up on that thought. Lu Yanzhou does not fancy women. He prefers men and he likes Shi Liao-liao, do you understand? The roll of toilet paper slipped from her hands in shock, scattering across the floor. Gu Shuizhao's expression turned to one of disbelief as she staggered back several steps.
Impossible?
How could Lu Yanzhou like men? Like Shi Liao-liao?
No.
That is not right. If that is the case, Lu Yanzhou cannot like Shi Liao-liao, because Shi Liao-liao is a girl. The madness in Gu Shuizhao's eyes surged violently. If I cannot have him, neither shall you. As long as the truth reaches Lu Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao will never be with him. Hearing the hurried footsteps fading away, Yang Qingzhou turned pale. Ah, leave me the paper. Chapter 48. The hot springs were not enjoyed, and Shi Liao-liao nearly ruined her young master's future happiness. Once Lu Yanzhou settled on the bench, regaining his composure, Shi Liao-liao lowered her voice, feeling compelled to ask, "Young master, would you prefer I lock myself in the restroom? Private Masai banquet." Truly a very private Masai. Crouching down to catch her breath, Shi Liao-liao looked apologetically at little Lu. "Revive now. Little Lu." Xian pushed the door open and immediately spotted Shi Liao-liao squatting between Lu Yanzhou's legs. "My apologies for the interruption. Please continue." The door slammed shut. Xian wore a complex expression. Who is truly concerned about Lu Yanzhou's emotional progress? Just look at how playful he is behind the scenes. Get up.
He is fine.
Lu Yanzhou remarked, recalling how Shi Liao-liao had pounded herself without consequence back then. If he were to cry out in pain, it would seem quite pathetic. "Should I call a doctor?" Shi Liao-liao asked anxiously. Wanwan urged. "Hurry. For the happiness of the female lead's future." Lu Yanzhou shook his head. "You go ahead. I have matters to discuss with Xian." With that, he stood and exited, his movements as graceful as ever. Shi Liao-liao blinked. It seems he truly is all right. It appears the child is safe. Lu Yanzhou, what nonsensical description. Freed from the confines of the restroom, Shi Liao-liao stood up, refraining from soaking in the springs, instead heading to the single shower room for a quick rinse. After all, who knows if someone might walk in unexpectedly. Halfway through washing, with suds covering her hair, Shi Liao-liao suddenly recalled something. "I didn't grab a towel. Wan, go fetch me a towel." The little hamster splashing in the basin shook off droplets of water. Understood. The little hamster scampered out. Just as it finally managed to snag a towel, it collided head-on with Lu Yanzhou returning. Immediately, Wan lay down and feigned death beneath the towel.
"Don't look at me."
Searching for the little male servant, Lu Yanzhou noticed the towel lying awkwardly on the ground, bent down to pick it up, and inadvertently lifted a fluffy little ball that rolled out. "What is this?" He gently poked the little hamster's rear, a faint smile gracing his hazel eyes. "I am, in fact, the third egg of Shi Liao-liao. Do you believe me?" As for Shi Liao-liao, Lu Yanzhou had seen this little hamster perched upon her shoulder and knew it was her cherished pet. At St. Tun Academy, it was not uncommon for students to bring their exotic pets, and a small hamster hardly raised an eyebrow. Maru discreetly opened one eye. Noticing the male protagonist gazing down at her with a smile, his long, thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes, as if he regarded her with deep affection.
Squeak.
She pointed with her tiny paw, her fluffy face adorably dazed by the unexpected beauty of the moment. Lu Yanzhou set her down and looked at the towel in his hands. It was a soft pink, devoid of any patterns, save for a small, black-stitched emblem in the corner. He raised an eyebrow. Had she forgotten her towel? Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao had finished her wash but was left waiting for Maru to bring her towel, feeling rather chilly due to the insufficient heating. After a moment's contemplation, she donned her discarded bathrobe and ventured out in search of her hamster. As she approached the door, her hand barely touched the doorknob before it swung open from the outside. Shi Liao-liao had barely begun to call out when she caught sight of a pair of distinctly human feet, leading her mind to momentarily stall as she instinctively recoiled behind the door. "Don't come in. I'm not dressed." A figure swiftly entered, followed by the panicked voice of a young servant echoing in the bathroom. Lu Yanzhou stood still, clutching the towel, and glanced toward the figure hiding behind the door. "It's me. Why are you not dressed? Aren't you cold?" Shi Liao-liao was bent over, inspecting her bathrobe. She hadn't dared to bring a new undergarment, nor did she wish to wear the old one, feeling quite frustrated by her own obsession with cleanliness. Although her figure was not particularly ample, the thinness of the robe left little to the imagination. "Is that you, young master?" Lu Yanzhou confirmed with a hum, his gaze drifting to the hand gripping the door frame with such force that the fingertips were turning red, as well as the hint of clothing peeking through the gap. "Not dressed? I saw your hamster playing with the towel outside." Lu Yanzhou remained unmoving, his thumb absently running over the soft pink towel, his eyes fixated on that hand. His expression inscrutable. Compared to his own, Shi Liao-liao's fingers seemed almost delicate, hardly befitting a man. "I came to inform you that the servants have prepared a room And Gu Shuizhao has already moved in. You will have your own space. I've hung the towel on the doorknob. Remember to dry your hair before going to bed. After listening for a while and confirming that no one was around, Shi Liao-liao cautiously peeked out. Indeed, her towel was hanging there, and Lu Yanzhou had already left. That scared me to death. Thankfully, he didn't ask any more questions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to explain. Once ready, Shi Liao-liao stormed out, intent on giving the hamster a piece of her mind. When Lu Yanzhou hurriedly arrived in response to a call from Shi Yan, he found Yang Qingzhou wrapped in a blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon seeing him, Yang Qingzhou cried even louder. Lu Yanzhou, do you know what I've lost for you? Lu Yanzhou sat at the edge of the bed, exchanging a glance with the exasperated Shi Yan. Did you lose your childhood innocence? Shi Yan retorted. You never used to speak so crudely. Yang Qingzhou sniffled, her voice quivering. That damned Gu Shuizhao mistook me for you and gave me a laxative. She even took all the toilet paper, forcing me to be with her. Lu Yanzhou found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Shi Yan interjected, and I failed to notice something was amiss until I found her. Yang Qingzhou fumed that Gu Shuizhao is a woman. She said she enrolled at St. Tun just to get close to you. Lu Yanzhou's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening. His back straightened slightly, and his hazel eyes narrowed. What did you say? Shi Liao-liao's slender figure and exquisite features flashed in his mind. The conversation he had interrupted that day, her words about knowing too much, and Gu Shuizhao's insistence on sharing a room with Shi Liao-liao all surged forth. Where is Gu Shuizhao? Noticing the change in his expression, Shi Yan raised an eyebrow. She's downstairs. I've locked her up. Gu Shuizhao sat on the floor, hugging her knees. Hearing the door open, she turned sharply, her face lighting up with surprise upon recognizing her visitor. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand grasped her collar, lifting her effortlessly. The depth of emotion swirling in Lu Yanzhou's hazel eyes sent shivers through Gu Shuizhao. Shi Liao-liao, just like you? Chapter 49. The hope in Gu Shuizhao's eyes faltered, her gaze evasive, her tones strained. Lu, what are you talking about? What do you mean, just like? Lu Yanzhou released her collar, observing her reaction with a flicker of darkness in his gaze. You are a woman. He slowly withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket, methodically wiping his fingers, his expression calm, yet tinged with unmistakable disdain. To Gu Shuizhao, this action echoed the rumors she had heard about Lu Yanzhou's preference for men. Originally, she had intended to rush to tell him the truth, but was intercepted by Shi Yan and brought here instead. Now, faced with Lu Yanzhou's presence, she found herself regretting her impulsiveness. Clenching the fabric of her clothing tightly, Gu Shuizhao steeled herself, meeting his scrutinizing hazel gaze. Yes, I am a girl. 2 years ago, I was struck by a car on the street and no one helped me. You had someone take me to the hospital. Ever since then, I've been searching for you. When I saw you on the news and learned you were attending St. Tun Academy, I studied fervently just to find you here. With tears glistening in her eyes, she looked at Lu Yanzhou, her tone accusatory.
But you didn't recognize me.
Your eyes only see Shi Liao-liao. Lu Yanzhou, clearly disinterested in her tale, thought to himself that if he were to remember every person he had casually assisted, he wouldn't be living among mortals. Why are you sharing a room with Shi Liao-liao? He waited patiently for her to finish before speaking, a remnant of his dwindling civility. Gu Shuizhao recalled his earlier question about whether Shi Liao-liao was just like him, her gaze flickering momentarily. Rather than directly answering Lu Yanzhou's question, she tentatively probed. Yang Qingzhou said you don't like women. Is that true? Lu Yanzhou shot her a sidelong glance, too weary to respond. Yet Gu Shuizhao interpreted his silence as affirmation. The realization that the man she had admired and aspired to be with did not favor women was a bitter pill to swallow, leaving her in a state of disarray. Why can't you men just wear your sexual orientation on your foreheads? Years of bullying and her mother's relentless exploitation culminated in an explosive outburst. Give it up, Lu Yanzhou. Yes. Shi Liao-liao is just like me. She's a girl. She pretends to be a boy to attend school, not a man. A moment of stunned silence enveloped them. Lu Yanzhou's vision blurred as he struggled to process her words. The moment she uttered that Shi Liao-liao was a girl, a deafening roar erupted within his chest, drowning out all other thoughts. Upon returning to her room, Shi Liao-liao discovered that Gu Shuizhao's belongings were indeed missing. She now monopolized the entire space, feeling a sense of unbridled joy. What on earth happened earlier? Thankfully, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I'd have been exposed, you know? Shi Liao-liao sat up abruptly, scolding the little hamster that had just received a swat. Maru, clutching her rear with both paws, whimpered, "I didn't know what was happening." When the male protagonist looked at me, my mind went all fuzzy. Recalling Lu Yanzhou's face, Shi Liao-liao couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and frustration. The noble Lu Yanzhou is indeed beautiful, but you are truly foolish. As she applied a facial mask, she lamented her own shortcomings. Recalling that moment, she had been concealed behind the door, rendering her invisible, while Lu Yanzhou's tone seemed utterly unremarkable. Nevertheless, such a situation must not recur. If it persisted, even if Lu Yanzhou did not entertain any doubts, he might begin to question his own state of mind. After all, if he were indeed a respectable man, why would he shy away from encounters? With a sigh of relief, she felt drowsiness creeping in. Glancing at her phone before sleep, she noted that ever since that day, Lu Yanzhou had been sending her a good-night message each night. Initially perplexed, she had gradually grown accustomed to it, checking her phone before slumber. However, today, the chat history remained unchanged, stagnant at last night's goodnight, devoid of any new messages. As she drowsily set her phone aside, she mused whether Lu Yanzhou had become engrossed in revelries with Yang Qingzhou and Shi Yan. Her head tilted, and she drifted into slumber. While some found tranquility in sleep, others wrestled with insomnia. Lu Yanzhou stood on the balcony, his elbows resting on the railing, his hair tousled by the wind. The overhead light was off, and only the soft glow of the decorative lights outside illuminated his expression. A faint smile played on his lips, yet his gaze was icy, flickering with an unsettling intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Reflecting on the multitude of romantic references and films concerning male relationships lining his room, along with his plans for the future, it was the first time in 19 years that Lu Xiaoyi felt the awkward sting of unrequited affection. He pondered whether Shi Liao-liao found him utterly ridiculous, pining over a man who did not even exist. He chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with chill. The following day, when Shi Liao-liao dutifully attempted to rouse Lu Yanzhou, she discovered that he was absent from his room. The balcony door stood ajar, remnants of ash-like debris littering the floor. She closed the door, recalling that she had never witnessed Lu Yanzhou smoking. "Good morning, Miss Bai," she greeted, encountering Bai Liya, who appeared to have just risen, impeccably made up and styled, embodying perfection at all times. "Morning," Bai Liya stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. "Why haven't you gone back? Planning to leave after breakfast?" As Bai Liya approached, she scrutinized the early rising youth with keen interest. Shi Liao-liao was somewhat perplexed. "Go back?" Surprised to see a look of confusion on Bai Liya's typically expressionless face, Bai Liya exclaimed, "You didn't know? Lu Yanzhou left last night, didn't he inform you?" She used the word inform, though Lu Yanzhou had brought her along and seemed to have some fondness for her. No one truly believed they would end up together. After all, Shi Liao-liao was merely a male servant, a man serving at that. The disparity in their social standings was insurmountable. Cinderella existed only in fairy tales, let alone a cinder boy. Shi Liao-liao genuinely had no knowledge of this. She even pulled out her phone to check, ensuring she hadn't inadvertently activated airplane mode. Lu Yanzhou's interface still remained unresponsive. She dialed his number, but there was no answer. "What is going on? Is something the matter?" A slight frown creased her brow. Wan, equally puzzled, remarked, "That shouldn't he be. Even if something happened, he should have at least given you a heads up. He left last night. Surely he has time to inform you now." Just as uncertainty washed over her, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder from behind. Turning, she saw Shi Yan standing there, his enchanting eyes curving into a smile. Your young master had to leave unexpectedly before he departed. He instructed me to bring you back. Come, for the time being, you belong to me." Although Shi Liao-liao felt a flicker of doubt, she understood her position did not permit her to inquire further and nodded in agreement. "All right, Master Shi." Shi Yan's gaze held a knowing glimmer. It seemed Lu Yanzhou truly had not managed to secure her. He didn't even bother to ask, treating her as an outsider. "I'll wait downstairs for you. Go fetch your belongings." Nodding, she bid farewell to Bai Liya and returned to her room. Bai Liya, watching the young servant's retreating figure, turned to Shi Yan and asked, "Did they have a fight?" Shi Yan shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. "I'm not sure. Why don't you ask Lu Yanzhou directly?" Bai Liya muttered something about a fox and walked away, without looking back. Once Bai Liya departed, Shi Yan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After Lu Yanzhou had ordered Gu Shuizhao and the fool who had accompanied her to leave hastily the previous night, he had sent an email to the school clarifying Gu Shuizhao's gender, then stated he had urgent business, and departed the villa under the cover of night. Originally, Yang Qingzhou, weakened from illness, had dragged himself from bed, puzzled and tugging at Lu Yanzhou's collar, inquiring who had offended him. Shi Yan speculated that a disagreement might have arisen between Lu Yanzhou and the young servant. However, Shi Liao-liao's expression earlier suggested she was completely in the dark. It was indeed perplexing. After packing her belongings, Shi Liao-liao sought out Shi Yan's driver, initially intending to assist, but the driver, with a warm smile, encouraged her to sit while she waited. As a male servant, she felt it improper to merely sit idly. "I'll wait over there for Master Shi." Others wished to continue their revelries, and Shi Yan seemed to have matters to attend to, so Shi Liao-liao stood at the entrance awaiting his emergence. However, before she could catch sight of him, she was abruptly shooed away. "Make way, don't block the path," grumbled an elderly man with a broom, his face etched with deep wrinkles. Shi Liao-liao stepped aside.
"I'm sorry."
The old man squinted at her slender figure, and as he approached, he suddenly slipped, tumbling right before her.
"Ouch."
Instinctively, Shi Liao-liao reached out to help him up. "Are you all right?" The old man, clutching his broom, glared at her. "You bumped into me. Pay me." Shi Liao-liao raised an eyebrow, pointing to the monitoring camera above. "Sir, there's surveillance." The old man chuckled hoarsely, his voice gravelly. "I checked beforehand. That camera has been broken for ages." In a moment of defiance, Shi Liao-liao kicked the old man, sending him sprawling. "With no surveillance. You're quite bold, aren't you?" The elderly man's face twisted in rage as he pointed at her. His long, unkempt hair made him appear disheveled. Initially, he had only seen a young boy, but now, upon a closer look, his pupils dilated in shock. Shi Liao-liao raised an eyebrow. "Care to take another kick?" The old man's lips trembled uncontrollably, as if he had seen a ghost, and he scrambled away in terror. Treating it as a mere incident, Shi Liao-liao soon awaited Shi Yan's arrival, and they departed together in the car. From the bushes, a hunched figure emerged, gazing at the receding vehicle, trembling fingers gripping the gardener.
"Whose car was that?"
The gardener, grimacing in disgust, shrugged off his sleeve. This old man had only been admitted to work as a cleaner out of pity, but his character was questionable and the other workers tended to avoid him. "That's the Shi family's car." Not wishing to be further entangled, the gardener hastily walked away. Meanwhile, the old man seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on the now vanished vehicle. How could the Shi family have returned her? Shi Liao-liao arrived back at the Lu residence by noon, having skipped breakfast. She felt faint from hunger and made her way to the small kitchen to prepare a simple bowl of noodles. "Do you know where the young master has gone?" she inquired, catching the attention of a passing servant. The servant paused upon recognizing her. "The young master returned last night, but he left early this morning without mentioning where he was headed." Nodding, Shi Liao-liao indicated her understanding. She returned to check on the potted plant she had placed on the windowsill. It was still bare, with not a single leaf sprouting, and it appeared even more wilted. A pang of sympathy tugged at her heart. "Please allow me to water you a bit. Drink your fill and grow swiftly, for I am eagerly awaiting your gift of goodwill to bestow upon another." At long last, Lu Yanzhou returned in the evening. When the servant knocked on the door to inform Shi Liao-liao, she was still nestled in her bed, engrossed in a game. Upon receiving the news, she quickly donned her shoes and hurried downstairs. Lu Yanzhou appeared as though he had just emerged from a high-class establishment, impeccably dressed in a suit. It seemed he had indulged in spirits, for his porcelain-like cheeks bore a faint blush, and his chestnut-brown eyes shimmered with a glistening allure. "Young master," Shi Liao-liao greeted him. Unlike before, Lu Yanzhou merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction and nodded, uttering not a single word. Shi Liao-liao felt somewhat perplexed, instinctively trailing behind him. What could be the matter? Did he encounter something unpleasant outside? She gazed at his back in confusion, attempting to deduce the situation. Could it be that a business deal fell through? Do not be disheartened, Yanzhou. At least you can still relieve yourself daily. Do you realize how many people in this world are plagued with anxiety because they cannot? Lu Yanzhou paused mid-step, remarking, "If you cannot offer comfort, then refrain from attempting." Little deceiver. Though he said nothing further, he did not prevent Shi Liao-liao from following him into the study. "What is it?" Lu Yanzhou inquired, loosening his tie and leaning back wearily in his chair. Shi Liao-liao poured him a cup of honey water. Young master, she wishes for you to return his call when you finish your work." Lu Yanzhou's phone had long since run out of battery, and only now did he recall it. After she spoke, Shi Liao-liao intended to leave, but the man, who had initially seemed fatigued, tapped his fingers on the table and suddenly asked, "Do you not have any other questions?" such as why I returned or why my demeanor is so frosty. From a distance, he gazed at the young servant, a striking figure with dark hair and fair skin, whose delicate features were particularly captivating. The subtlety of his frame rendered the notion of a masculine appearance somewhat ludicrous, as she was, after all, not a man. They stood and sat, respectively, seemingly separated by an insurmountable chasm of status, yet the power dynamic in this relationship had never been dictated by Lu Yanzhou. After a moment of silence, under Lu Yanzhou's scrutinizing gaze, Shi Liao-liao fluttered her long eyelashes, hesitated, and ultimately met his gaze, asking, "Young master, did you find your bowel movement satisfactory today?" Chapter 51. Lu Yanzhou. I have grown accustomed. I know full well that she cannot produce anything of quality. Gu Shuizhao, disguised as a boy, had been expelled from St. Dun. Lu Yanzhou's tone was as casual as if he were discussing dinner, yet his eyes remained fixed on the young servant standing nearby, determined not to miss any nuance of her expression. Shi Liao-liao's face exhibited a flicker of astonishment. Gu Shuizhao is a girl? What the devil? That wretched girl was discovered. Lu Yanzhou's gaze flickered. Such fine acting, her employment at the Lu household had hindered her from competing for the Best Actress award. Come here and massage my shoulders, he commanded without hesitation. Shi Liao-liao had no choice but to abandon the nearby doorknob and turn to approach the increasingly peculiar Yanzi. As she drew near, she gently placed her hands on Lu Yanzhou's shoulders through the fabric, cautiously inquiring, "Young master, are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yanzhou, engrossed in his work, replied without looking up, "No." "Oh, that's reassuring. I thought I had somehow offended you, haha." Lu Yanzhou's page-turning motion momentarily halted.
You may leave now.
He pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation compared to before. Shi Liao-liao had initially intended to subtly probe how Gu Shuizhao had been exposed and whether she had mentioned her before the revelation. But seeing Lu Yanzhou's busy state, still dealing with work after drinking, she ultimately remained silent. Before returning to her room, she prepared a hangover soup in the kitchen for the cook to deliver. "You informed the male lead about your return to your hometown tomorrow, did you not?" Wan reminded her. Shi Liao-liao hesitated. "I forgot. After all, it was merely a holiday, and she believed Lu Yanzhou would not care about her whereabouts." Changing into her sleepwear, she peeled off her socks and lamented to Wan, "I think Lu Yanzhou has lost interest in me." Though the exact cause was unclear, the outcome suited her just fine. The novelty had worn off swiftly, unlike her fondness for money, which had persisted for 18 years. Wan seemed puzzled. "Surely, there must be a reason. This change in attitude is indeed significant." Shi Liao-liao remained unfazed. "I did ask him if he was feeling unwell, and he said no. So that settles it." Slipping on her slippers, she entered the bathroom. The familiar pink flower pot stood prominently in the center, seemingly to ensure she could not overlook it. Undoubtedly, this was the pot of daisies Shi Liao-liao had previously given to Lu Yanzhou. Clearly, this pitiful plant had once again been relegated to the restroom, and worse, her restroom. When did Lu Yanzhou bring it back? How did I not notice? "Young master, it has gone cold, if you do not wish to eat it. Shall I take it away?" The cook tentatively inquired upon seeing that Lu Yanzhou had not touched the hangover soup Shi Liao-liao prepared. Recently bathed and clad in loungewear, Lu Yanzhou, lounging on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, lazily lifted his eyelids at the remark. No need. Once the cook departed, the night deepened, with only the rustling leaves in the wind breaking the silence, even the dogs having succumbed to slumber. It was then that Lu Yanzhou finally stood up. Cradling the now-cold hangover soup, he traversed the long corridor between the buildings and entered another structure. At the far end of the corridor, standing before a door, Lu Yanzhou glanced at the dust on the ground by moonlight, then tossed the mat he held at the entrance, sitting down upon it, leaning against the door, and sipping the now-chilled soup. Shi Liao-liao awoke early, pushing open the window, nearly succumbing to the cold. "How did it turn so frigid so quickly?" she muttered, hastily shutting the window, fearful of chilling Lu Yanzhou's daisies and the bald flower yet to be gifted. Today, she was to return to her hometown, and as she descended, she coincidentally encountered Lu Yanzhou, who was also heading out. "Young master," she greeted him, and Lu Yanzhou, with a distant smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Several servants observed this scene and could not help but re-evaluate Shi Liao-liao. It seemed that the young master had fallen out of favor. Noticing his attire, seemingly unfazed by the cold, Shi Liao-liao called out to him, "Young master, please wait for me." She turned to ascend the stairs. Despite having been rather stingy with his glances moments prior, he halted, standing still, indeed waiting. The new driver gently suggested, "Young master, did you not mention you were in a hurry?" Lu Yanzhou regarded him with a half-smile. Is Uncle Lu in such a rush? His visage, otherwise gentle and refined, held a certain intensity in his chestnut brown eyes, imparting an uncanny sense of urgency. "The weather is rather chilly. I shall go turn on the car's air conditioning to warm it up in advance," the driver awkwardly remarked, as though he had completely forgotten the car's preheating function. Lu Yanzhou nodded, "Thank you." The driver turned and departed, and shortly thereafter, Shi Liao-liao descended. "Young master, here is a scarf." As she spoke, she hurried a few steps closer to Lu Yanzhou, extending the beige scarf towards him, yet he remained unmoving, simply gazing at her calmly. "Well then, I shall serve the esteemed concubine Yan," she jested, rising on her toes to tie it around Lu Yanzhou's neck. Struggling with the task, she fumbled for some time without succeeding, so naturally, she patted the figure before her, who stood as still as a statue, and said, "Young master, bend down." The servants murmured among themselves, "Such audacity. The young master has always maintained a straight posture. Perhaps one should reflect on their own shortcomings, after all these years. Have they truly grown taller, or have they diligently applied themselves?" However, the indifferent Lord Lu, seemingly unaware of the young male servant's presence, maintained an air of noble composure as he slowly bent down, allowing the other to fasten a scarf around his neck. The servants, who had just felt that their favor had waned, were struck by the peculiar sensation of witnessing a couple quarrel yet still exhibit concern for one another. Once the scarf was secured, Lu Yanzhou politely uttered a simple thank you before turning to leave, still not casting a glance in Shi Liao-liao's direction. As she observed his retreating figure, she silently added, "Wishing you a smooth day." Lu Yanzhou, without diverting his gaze, replied, "Thank you, and I wish you the same." After tidying up her belongings, Shi Liao-liao did not hasten to the high-speed train station but instead made a phone call to Yang Qingqing. At 9 o'clock, he was still asleep, his voice thick with morning grogginess. "What is it? Do you know Gu Shuizhao is in trouble?"
Yang Qingqing mumbled,
flipping over and ruffling his hair. "You call me early in the morning just to say this?" She's a girl, and the St. Dun forum is buzzing with discussions about this. What's the matter? Shi Liao-liao rose and walked to the window. Do you know how she was exposed? The SI Club, in stark contrast to the ostentatious vehicles that had come before, featured a car that was far more understated in color and form. Yet no one dared to underestimate the owner of this globally rare vehicle, Lord Lu. The manager approached personally, his eyes crinkled with a smile. Lu Yanzhou nodded at him, and after taking a few steps, the scarf around his neck suddenly loosened and slipped to the ground. A quick-witted individual hurried to retrieve it. "Lord Lu, your scarf has fallen." They added a compliment. "This design is truly exquisite, especially with its unique split." The crowd, intrigued, focused their attention on the bifurcated scarf. What bifurcated scarf? A beige knitted scarf was billowing in the wind. Meanwhile, Lu Yanzhou, who had kept the scarf on even in the warmth of the car, called out, "Shi Liao-liao." Chapter 52. Unaware that she had mistakenly taken someone else's belongings, Shi Liao-liao was seated on the high-speed train heading home, politely declining a girl's request for her contact information.
"Sorry."
The girl paused, then suddenly realized, "Oh, you're a guy." Shi Liao-liao nodded. My apologies. I thought you were a handsome tea." With that, she left without a trace of regret. Today, Shi Liao-liao had opted for a more relaxed look, wearing fewer height-increasing insoles and donning a cap, revealing only her delicate, fair face. Dressed in a refreshing manner, she indeed resembled a tea more than a man. The original owner had learned to disguise her voice to avoid revealing her gender, a skill that Shi Liao-liao had perfectly inherited, her voice not betraying her femininity. She pondered over Yang Qingqing's earlier words. "Oh, this matter involves my brother. It seems Gu Shuizhao exposed herself, and then my brother reported it to the school, leading to the discovery that Gu Shuizhao is actually a girl. I wonder how the information was falsified." As Shi Liao-liao continued to inquire about details, Yang Qingqing admitted he didn't know much, as he had little interest in the matter. It was Yang Qingzhou who had brought it up. Shi Liao-liao had to drop the subject. Before hanging up, Yang Qingqing muttered, "You resemble a woman more than she does." Which explains why no one discovered it for so long. With her reflections concluded, Shi Liao-liao sighed, utterly baffled by Gu Shuizhao's motives for self-exposure. She could have asked Lu Yanzhou for clarification, but it seemed he had entered a phase of indifference towards her recently, making her hesitant to bring it up. Thus, the investigation fell to her. Maru interjected, "When I snuck up to the podium to pilfer the Latin teacher's nuts, I think I came across Gu Shuizhao's address." It seems she is from the same hometown as you. Shi Liao-liao's expression froze.
What?
You stole the teacher's nuts and didn't he bring me any? Maru replied. What do you expect? But that wasn't the main point. Let me check with Wen Xiaoliang. He knows a lot of people and might have some insights. Before being taken away by the Liu family, Shi Liao-liao had lived in a small town not far from a city, where the old butler had left her a property and a meager inheritance. Though she was unaware if it was due to Liu Tingfeng's nefarious deeds that all remaining properties had been liquidated and donated. Shi Liao-liao had spent 2 months in that house after her arrival. Xiao Shi, a boy of ordinary appearance, came to greet her, carrying a bag. Shi Liao-liao approached, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then they rode together back home. Grandpa Wen invited her for dinner. This child. Why brings so many things just for a visit? In the Shi household, Shi Liao-liao, who often wore a stern expression, now smiled. When I see something good, I want to buy it to show my respect to you. Grandpa Wen's eyes crinkled with joy. You clever child. Xiao Yang, your older brother seldom returns. Go slaughter a duck. Shi Liao-liao rolled up her sleeves. I'll help too. If left alone, the old man would inevitably start asking if she had a girlfriend and such matters. Together with Wen Xiaoliang, they caught a duck and began to prepare it. Seemingly casually, Shi Liao-liao asked Xiao Yang, do you know someone named Gu Shuizhao? Initially, she held little hope, but to her surprise, Wen Xiaoliang actually did know her. Isn't her mother named Yanglu? She works as a cleaner at XX Mall. Shi Liao-liao was somewhat astonished. This boy had quite the network. How do you know? When I went shopping with my classmates, I accidentally stepped on her broom, and she yelled at me, asking if I knew who she was. Her child, Gu Shuizhao, is studying at the prestigious St. Dun Academy, mingling with the wealthy. Believe me, if I mess with her, I'll regret it. Shi Liao-liao replied, thank you for the information. Gu Shuizhao had gained notoriety in a peculiar manner, carrying the prepared duck into the house. Grandpa Wen approached and asked, when you two were slaughtering it, did it say anything? Wen Xiaoliang thought for a moment. Well, it just quacked a couple of times. Grandpa Wen patted his shoulder. Do you know what it was saying? Shi Liao-liao thought it was impossible to understand what a duck would say. Wen Xiaoliang shook his head. No idea. Can you interpret its words? Grandpa Wen pointed at the basin. It was saying, I am a goose. I am a goose. When Xiaoliang responded, we committed a fatal error. Let the goose brother rest in peace. Shi Liao-liao calmly plucked the feathers. Having already put it to death, they might as well enjoy the meal. Once they began eating, not a single sound was uttered. While Shi Liao-liao was joyfully stewing the goose in the Wen household, on the other side, Yang Qingzhou addressed the boy across from him. So, you suddenly realize that the person you like is completely different from your imagination, leaving you somewhat unmoored? The boy nodded. The disparity is indeed significant. I find it hard to accept all at once. Yang Qingzhou handed the cue stick to Xian, shaking his head with the wisdom of experience. You need to discern whether you truly like her as a person or just her outward appearance. The boy paused, then nodded. I see. I'll think it over when I return. During their exchange, they failed to notice a certain someone who had been leaning against the billiard table, idly toying with a glass, suddenly exhibiting an unusual demeanor. Yang Qingzhou was in the midst of advising when someone unexpectedly thrust a glass into his hand. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Sometimes, one can impart a rather profound truth.
Yang Qingzhou, bewildered,
clutched the glass and watched Liu Yanzhou's unhurried silhouette as he strolled away.
Huh?
Did I say something just now? He turned to Xian, who appeared equally disoriented, having seemingly drifted off somewhere. The driver noted a distinct change in the young master upon his return compared to when he had left. Young master, has something good happened? He could not help but inquire. Liu Yanzhou rested his chin on his hand, smiling at the question. Is it that obvious? The driver nodded. Indeed. His naturally cheerful face, now infused with joy, radiated an even more vibrant aura. Liu Yanzhou's smile broadened, his chestnut-colored eyes softening. I merely came to understand one thing. Upon returning home, he discovered 2 flower pots on the desk in his study. One was a familiar daisy, while the other caught Liu Yanzhou's attention, the flower resembling a steel ball. Picking up the handwritten card, he noted the elegant handwriting. Young master, I sincerely apologize for not nurturing it properly. To enhance its aesthetic appeal, I had to substitute with some artificial flowers. P.S. The flower language of the steel ball is one of forbearance and wealth, which suits you perfectly. Liu Yanzhou covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. It was indeed a task befitting a capable young servant. He recognized it immediately as the flower he had long admired at the game hosted by Bai Liya. He wondered how long Shi Liao-liao had secretly cared for it before finally presenting it. Unbeknownst to Lu Yanzhou, his expression at that moment radiated a gentle warmth, akin to a serene moonlight. Had Shi Liao-liao been present, she would undoubtedly refute any claim of her disinterest in him. Go fetch Shi Liao-liao. Lu Yanzhou instructed a servant, then reconsidered, adding, no need, I shall find her myself. Before he could take a step, the servant hesitated and spoke. Young master. The tides have turned. It is finally your turn to hear this phrase. Do you not know? Young Master Xiao has left this morning. Did he not inform you? Chapter 53. Achu in the middle of the night. Just after taking a shower, Shi Liao-liao suddenly sneezed. As she dried her hair with a towel, she felt puzzled. Was she catching a cold? The estate left by the old butler was a two-story self-built house, and even after it was taken over by the Liu family, Shi Liao-liao had never rented it out. Glancing at the address of Gu Shuizhao sent by Wen Xiaoliang on her phone, she resolved to visit in person the next day. At that very moment, young master, it seems we are lost. The driver, glancing at his phone with no signal, turned to the partially shadowed figure of Lu Yanzhou in the back seat. Who in their right mind would venture out at this hour to snatch someone? Early the next morning, Shi Liao-liao woke up early, having grown accustomed to Lu Yanzhou's routine. She decided to emulate him and went for a morning jog. The town was large and populous, and after running a few laps, she unexpectedly encountered an ant returning from harvesting vegetables. The ant's scrutinizing gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Shi Liao-liao shot her a glance, thinking, who knows from whose bed you crawled out of this early? Why are you staring at me? The ant exclaimed. After her run, Shi Liao-liao tidied herself up and boarded a bus to the neighboring district. Meanwhile, young master, it appears we have taken a wrong turn. Young Master Xiao's hometown should be next door. After much effort, the driver finally regained a signal and hastily opened the map, only to be left dumbfounded. They had come in such haste that they had forgotten to bring anyone else, and the only device they had was the driver's phone. While Lu Yanzhou's had run out of battery the previous night. Without his ever-reliable young servant, and used to going out without any essentials, the young master was utterly unprepared. Lu Yanzhou was merely clad in a white hoodie, the oversized hood obscuring his head, revealing only a chin resembling carved white jade. Proceed forward. We shall determine our direction when we reach an area with signal, he instructed. The driver nodded. Understood, young master. Excuse me. Do you happen to know which apartment belongs to Gu Shuizhao? Shi Liao-liao inquired, stopping a passerby outside the apartment building. The passerby, initially a bit impatient, softened upon noticing the handsome youth before him. Oh, you must be referring to Aunt Yang's daughter. She no longer resides here, he replied. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback, thinking to herself, I hope I'm not making a fruitless trip. Do you know where she currently lives? She pressed. The passerby's expression turned complex, and after a moment of silence, he replied ambiguously, you might want to check with the anti-gay organization. Shi Liao-liao. Her anxious heart finally calmed as she soon found herself amidst a throng of people from the anti-gay organization, spotting Gu Shuizhao among them. The scene was somewhat chaotic, with a sizable crowd brandishing anti-gay banners, chanting in unison, can we not spare dysmenorrhea for those self-proclaimed little girls who are gay? Among them, at the forefront and the loudest, was Gu Shuizhao, who had reverted to her feminine attire, exuding an unmistakable air of leadership. Shi Liao-liao, ah? It hadn't been long since the incident, and Gu Shuizhao had already transformed into such a spirited person. Maru. She's not spirited, she's lost her mind. After waiting for their parade to conclude, Shi Liao-liao seized the opportunity to approach Gu Shuizhao, who was surrounded by admirers and appeared quite charismatic. Gu Shuizhao, she called out, but as she approached, the unfriendly gazes of the crowd scrutinized her appearance, causing some to block her path. Noticing this, Shi Liao-liao took a small fan from an ant responsible for promoting the event and waved it, her expression stoic as she shouted, support the anti-gay movement. Why should you suffer dysmenorrhea, when they are the ones being lewd? The crowd responded positively, this young man understands, let him through. In truth, Gu Shuizhao had noticed Shi Liao-liao long before. Seeing the crowd obstruct her, she chose not to intervene. As Shi Liao-liao approached, Gu Shuizhao's eyes held a complex expression. It had always been this way. Shi Liao-liao never succumbed to introspection amidst trouble, solving issues as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst. Had Shi Liao-liao heard her thoughts, she would have resolutely countered. Constipation is unacceptable. Gu Shuizhao, can we converse? In a brief span, Gu Shuizhao had undergone a significant transformation. Her gaze no longer reflected fear, nor did her face exhibit familiar indignation. Instead, it bore the calm of someone deceived by the gay community. Gu Shuizhao remained silent, standing up and leading Shi Liao-liao to a corner. "What do you wish to inquire about?" she asked, absently fiddling with a loose thread on her sleeve, not bothering to look at Shi Liao-liao. Without further ado, Shi Liao-liao asked, "Why did you expose yourself?" Gu Shuizhao's brow twitched as she raised her head, her gaze profound. "You wish to know if I sold you out, don't you?" Frowning, she added impatiently, "I didn't say anything. I have other matters to attend to."
Can you leave now?
Observing her expression, Shi Liao-liao deduced she was not feigning and promptly turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Shuizhao took out her phone and dialed a number. "I've conveyed your instructions," she said. A low chuckle emanated from the other end. "Good child." Though Shi Liao-liao held doubts about Gu Shuizhao, she currently had no other means of verification. She certainly could not approach Yang Qingzhou to ask whether Gu Shuizhao had claimed to be a woman as well. Initially intending to offer a hush money to ensure Gu Shuizhao kept her mouth shut, she now observed Gu Shuizhao's singular focus on the anti-gay movement, seemingly indifferent to such matters. As she glanced at her phone for the bus schedule, a sudden call interrupted her. "Yanzhou," she cleared her throat. "Hello, young master." Contrary to her expectations, only the sound of rhythmic breathing reached her ears from the other end. Shi Liao-liao gasped, "Who are you? What was Lu Yanzhou up to with some wild man?" "Hello? I'm the one who snatched the phone. The owner just fell into a pit. And I felt awkward to help, so you should go rescue him. I'll send you the location." Enough of this. The phone was dead, and I borrowed a power bank. I'll need to return it soon.
Bye.
Shi Liao-liao, you're quite something. Wait, what the hell? This address isn't far from here. Why is Lu Yanzhou here? Maru glanced over. Indeed. It exclaimed, "Host. Could it be that Yanzhou is here to find you?" Shi Liao-liao pondered for a long moment. "Is he constipated?" Maru replied. "Serves you right for being unable to find a partner." Following the navigation directions, Shi Liao-liao ventured deeper into unfamiliar territory until she arrived at a construction site. The road riddled with potholes. Uncertain of Lu Yanzhou's exact location, and embarrassed to call out for fear of embarrassing him, she resolved to inspect each pit one by one. In the end, Shi Liao-liao discovered Master Lu beside an abandoned building.
The boy,
clad in a white hoodie stained with dust, sat quietly inside, his long legs propped awkwardly in the narrow pit, elbows languidly resting on his knees. His usually immaculate hair, now disheveled. Upon hearing a sound, he lifted his gaze, revealing a strikingly refined visage that even the dust could not obscure. His brows were elegantly arched, and when his tea-brown eyes met Shi Liao-liao's, they crinkled into a smile. "You're here." Chapter 54. Shi Liao-liao moved her lips, hesitating to speak. Lu Yanzhou, as if anticipating her words, resignedly interjected, "I'm not defecating. Why use such euphemisms? My excrement is hardly something to be embarrassed about." Lu Yanzhou, "Just a bit of humor, my dear. Young master, what brings you here? Are you alone?" Shi Liao-liao squatted down helplessly. Lu Yanzhou maintained his uncomfortable position, looking up at the young servant, finding the angle rather novel. "Shouldn't you first help me out of here?" Shi Liao-liao met his gaze, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "If I speak now, will he acquiesce to any request I make?" Lu Yanzhou mused that the young servant had learned to seize opportunities. Although she wished to boldly ask him for $1 billion, it remained merely a fleeting thought. If she were to voice such a request, it might indeed be granted, but she would likely be crushed under the weight of that $1 billion in cash. "My driver has left me. Please call him back." Shi Liao-liao sought assistance to pull Lu Yanzhou from the deep pit, and after they succeeded, she inquired, "What will you do now?" Lu Yanzhou cast down his long eyelashes, the once aristocratic young master now appearing dusty and disheveled, his height adding a touch of tragic contrast to his expression. "I didn't bring any identification. I can't board a plane." Shi Liao-liao waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I'll have someone bring your private jet." Lu Yanzhou, unfazed, replied, "The plane is broken." Shi Liao-liao regarded him with skepticism. An hour later, Old Master Wen glanced at the now gleaming Lu Yanzhou, who was wearing an obviously smaller hoodie and had already bathed. After a moment of surprise, he turned to Shi Liao-liao. "Who is this?" Shi Liao-liao introduced him. "This is my classmate." Before she could finish, Lu Yanzhou stepped forward, ignoring Shi Liao-liao's bewildered expression. "Hello, Grandpa Wen. You can call me Xiao Lu. I apologize for not bringing a gift today. I was in a hurry." With his naturally charming smile and warm eyes, he rarely faced rejection when engaging with others. Ah, a classmate of Xiao. Come in and join us for a meal. No need for gifts. You're studying at St. Dun, right? Such a promising young man. You remind me of my own youth. As Shi Liao-liao observed Old Master when welcoming Lu Yanzhou with open arms, she regretted borrowing his clothes earlier. She thought he might as well have gone about in his birthday suit. Old Master was not well versed in the internet, so he did not recognize Lu Yanzhou. But when Xiao Liang certainly did, and he was utterly astonished. My heavens! It's the living Lu Yanzhou. He pulled Shi Liao-liao aside, excitedly tugging at her sleeve. Shi Liao-liao responded dryly, Have you ever seen the deceased? Xiao Shi, ISNT here employer? He's here to see you. Before Shi Liao-liao could find an excuse to explain, Lu Yanzhou's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. He seamlessly approached the two, smiling at Wen Xiaoliang, who promptly released his grip on Shi Liao-liao's sleeve. Lu Yanzhou turned to Shi Liao-liao. Don't linger outside in such light attire. Let us discuss matters inside. Of course, do not inquire about my bowel movements today. Shi Liao-liao had already noticed the shift in Lu Yanzhou's demeanor. Moreover, he seemed even more different than before their return from the villa. Whenever she turned around, she would invariably meet Lu Yanzhou's gaze, as if his eyes had been inadvertently affixed to her. Young master, your birthday is approaching. I've already decided on your gift. Shi Liao-liao abruptly mentioned this. Lu Yanzhou opened the door for her to enter, a deeper smile gracing his lips. I thought that steel wool was my birthday gift. Shi Liao-liao shot him a look that conveyed, You think I would only offer something so trivial? Lu Yanzhou believed she had something far more extraordinary in store. Of course, the reaction of Lu Yanzhou, who thought Shi Liao-liao was merely jesting, when he received a set of books titled Why Older Gay Men Experience Incontinence, authored by Gu Shuizhao, on his birthday, was a tale for another time. After their meal, Lu Yanzhou expressed a desire to explore the town. As Shi Liao-liao, his personal young servant, could only accompany him, they walked side by side, their steps leisurely and aimless, enveloped in silence. Passing by an old park, they overheard a dispute among a group of children. Lu Yanzhou listened intently, realizing that the boys were mocking a chubby girl for her thick legs, refusing to play with her. Shi Liao-liao also heard, but remained motionless. Just as Lu Yanzhou contemplated intervening, the isolated little girl suddenly jumped up, clutching a nearby branch, and poked it at the boys' behinds. You're the thinnest. If you think you're so slim, then why is everything else so big? Lu Yanzhou fell silent for a moment.
You taught her that.
Shi Liao-liao gasped in shock. Young master, what are you saying? How could I teach such rudeness? Lu Yanzhou retorted, When you shoved an umbrella at someone, why didn't you say the same? Indeed, Lu Yanzhou was not mistaken. It was Shi Liao-liao who had imparted that lesson. The last time they encountered the girl, she had been secretly crying over her perceived thick legs. Shi Liao-liao had comforted her then, saying, Girls think their legs are thick because they see them from above, just as boys view their own privates from above. Lu Yanzhou mused. That does seem to have some nonsensical logic. Their stroll continued pleasantly until they returned home. Xiao Shi, your house's water pipe has burst. It was an understatement to say that water was flooding everywhere. Shi Liao-liao silently raised her phone to take a picture, preparing to post it on social media. Lu Yanzhou thought that this child was not ordinarily composed. The Wen family had only 2 rooms, and with old Master Wen's advanced age, Shi Liao-liao declined Wen Xiaoliang's invitation for the 3 of them to share a bed, deciding instead to take Lu Yanzhou to the only inn in town for the night. Without identification, they could only share a room. The front desk girl, chewing gum, couldn't help but gaze at Lu Yanzhou. Only couple suites remained in the big bedroom. Lu Yanzhou's eyes flickered momentarily. Shi Liao-liao, ever perceptive, inquired, There are no surveillance cameras in the room, right? The front desk girl, popping her gum, rolled her eyes. That would be illegal. How could there be? As she spoke, her gaze wandered curiously between the 2 strikingly handsome young men. Shi Liao-liao nodded. She then took the room key and led Lu Yanzhou upstairs. Upon entering the room, just as Lu Yanzhou was about to say something, he watched Shi Liao-liao silently approach the bedside table, open a drawer, and retrieve a set of ropes. Lu Yanzhou's eyes widened in surprise, yet he showed no signs of rejection. Instead, he stood transfixed, intently observing the young servant's actions, even displaying a hint of eager anticipation. Just as he watched Shi Liao-liao prepare to hang the ropes from the beam, a sudden knock echoed at the door. The front desk girl's flustered voice came through, Excuse me, guest. If you wish to die, please do so elsewhere. Just don't die here. Shi Liao-liao smirked. I knew there were cameras. They successfully changed rooms. Upon entering the familiar room, Shi Liao-liao had yet to exhale a breath of relief when suddenly her arm was seized from behind. In the next moment, she found herself plunged into a firm chest. The usually clear and melodious voice now carried a hint of hoarseness, as if it had been stifled for far too long. Shouldn't we have a conversation? Chapter 55. Yanzhou appeared remarkably composed throughout the journey. Even when confronted by a phone thief and shoved into a pit, he calmly counted the weeds within the pit while awaiting rescue. However, in truth, ever since learning of Shi Liao-liao's departure, his heart had been in turmoil, akin to a tempest stirred by 100,000 teddy bears. The words of the steel wool were both restrained and opulent, and, in a sense, Shi Liao-liao had not misjudged him. Now, in a secluded space devoid of interruptions, Yanzhou gazed down at the back of the small servant, as head resting against his chest, noticeably shorter than in school, presumably lacking height-enhancing insoles. His usually bright tea-brown eyes simmered with an impending storm, their depth both unsettling and profound. As Shi Liao-liao became aware of her surroundings, she attempted to wriggle free, her strength having grown considerably. Yet, to her surprise, Yanzhou proved even more formidable. Though his grip was not particularly forceful, escape was futile. Resigned, she implored, Master, could you please let me go? We could discuss this civilly, Yanzhou. Acting so touchy is quite unbecoming. Yanzhou parted his lips to respond, but just then, Shi Liao-liao turned abruptly, raising her other arm to tickle his sides. Squirm, squirm. Yanzhou smirked, though his eyes revealed no trace of amusement. I must apologize. I am not ticklish. Shi Liao-liao's expression mirrored that of someone struck by lightning. Is it possible that there exists someone in this world who is not ticklish? Why didn't you inform me about returning home? Yanzhou wasted no time in evading her attempt at banter, steering directly into the matter at hand. Shi Liao-liao tilted her head back, straining to meet the chin of her master, and retorted, You didn't inform me when you returned home either. Her words, lacking the energy for internal criticism, slipped out effortlessly. Yanzhou's expression bore no hint of anger. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. At least she exhibited some temperament in his presence. Had the small servant merely sought to pacify him with a monotonous apology, he might have been driven to despair. I should not have abandoned you. I am sorry. Ultimately, it was his fault. He had intended to gather his thoughts anew. And with Secretary Shi informing him of Lu Tingfeng's disappearance, he had no choice but to rush back, only managing to instruct Xiang to bring her back the following day before departing. Hearing his apology, Shi Liao-liao was momentarily taken aback. She then softly replied, It's all right. You need not apologize to me. After all, I didn't mind, haha. Yanzhou relaxed his grip, and seizing the opportunity, Shi Liao-liao swiftly extricated herself. Master, is this the matter you wish to discuss? Yanzhou regarded her impassive face, though her eyes betrayed her trepidation as if facing a formidable foe. He walked to the bedside, mimicking her earlier motion, and opened the nightstand, discovering, as anticipated, some intimate ropes within. He toyed with them in his hands, the pink strands entwining around his long, pale fingers, exuding an indescribable allure. A sudden urge to turn and flee surged within Shi Liao-liao. Do you recall what you said previously? Yanzhou, leisurely playing with the rope, inquired softly. Shi Liao-liao pondered for a moment. To maintain regularity? Yanzhou shut his eyes briefly. Not that phrase. Rising with the rope in hand, he wore a half-smile as he said, You are to do the aforementioned. Shi Liao-liao recollected, I did indeed say that. Yanzhou tugged at his hoodie collar. I consented. She was momentarily taken aback. Consent to what? He approached the small servant, placing the rope into her palm, bending down to grasp her arm, guiding her to drape the rope around his neck, his tea-brown gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. After a moment, he added, I consent to you doing that. Shi Liao-liao decisively released her grip. Master, I am impotent. She then cast a glance filled with pity at him. I cannot bring you happiness. Yanzhou nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. How ruthless, Shi Liao-liao. To fabricate tales of something non-existent. Is it? He sighed, though his words lacked sincerity. The Xiang family's hospital boasts the nation's most renowned urology department. As an employee benefit, I shall take you for treatment tomorrow. He finished with a slight smirk. For the sake of my happiness. Shi Liao-liao was at her wit's end. Yanzhou, are you out of your mind? Why not visit this splendid urology department yourself? You could receive a 1,000-meter implant, thus avoiding long-distance relationships when you find a girlfriend, and when passing by my house, it could serve as a drying rack. How splendid! Lu Yanzhou replied. Bring your wretched implant to court. Master, I do not fancy men. Lu Yanzhou crossed his arms, his demeanor unfazed. Neither do I. Shi Liao-liao pondered what he truly wished of her. You are simply too young, a bit curious, wanting to sample the taste of men. Once you encounter your true love, you would likely wish to dissolve me into an implant. Lu Yanzhou retorted, what true love? They come like Yama, the king of hell. An inexplicable silence enveloped them. Observing Shi Liao-liao standing resolutely, determined to persevere through the night, it was Lu Yanzhou who ultimately softened first.
Come, sleep.
I shall not pressure you. After all, outside his side, Shi Liao-liao could not go anywhere, nor could she hope to be with anyone else. Lu Yanzhou was uncertain how many knew of the small servant's true gender, nor did he understand the motivation behind her cross-dressing. If it was to draw closer to him, she could have easily donned feminine attire. Fortunately, the bed was a double, ample enough for both him and Shi Liao-liao. Cocooned at the edge, her back to Lu Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao initially felt somewhat out of sorts. However, after a long day's exertion, her eyelids soon began to droop, and she drifted into slumber. In contrast to Shi Liao-liao's swift descent into sleep, Lu Yanzhou was evidently destined for a sleepless night. He had come to understand that the small servant's refusal stemmed from a desire to conceal her true identity. Thus, if that obstacle were removed, she would be able to be with him. The following day, Shi Liao-liao discovered that the water-damaged house had returned to its former state, the exterior even receiving a fresh coat of paint.
Master?
The only individual she could fathom responsible was the true master beside her. Lu Yanzhou nodded, a gesture of gratitude. Shi Liao-liao was immensely touched. May you never suffer from hemorrhoids, Yanzhou. Lu Yanzhou replied, thank you, and may you never have to apply Hudayu's hemorrhoid ointment. Just a touch on the upper eye will suffice. Upon their return to S City, before Shi Liao-liao could prepare for the new semester, she received news from Yang Qingcheng. Perhaps due to the shocking revelation of Principal Gu Xuezhai's true identity as a boy, St. Dun Academy decided to organize a health check for all male students upon the semester's commencement, mandating attendance from every male student, regardless of grade. Chapter 56. Upon receiving the news, Shi Liao-liao was the first to seek out Lu Yanzhou. At that moment, Lu Yanzhou was swimming downstairs, and after waiting for him to emerge, she approached.
Master.
Emerging from his shower, Lu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow upon seeing her at the door. Why don't you come in? Shi Liao-liao lowered her gaze. It's against the rules. Of course, you're afraid I might lose control. Bring Xiaofan in for a rinse as well, so I want TF to lift my arm to wash. Unquestionably, the endearing and playful name Xiaofan was one that Shi Liao-liao had given to her beloved car. Master, are you aware that we are to undergo health checks after the semester begins? Shi Liao-liao inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she followed him. Lu Yanzhou nodded, then cast her a sidelong glance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, they will not uncover your erectile dysfunction. Shi Liao, I wish to inquire, is attendance mandatory? I have prior commitments on that day. Lu Yanzhou observed her performance in silence. What commitments? Shi Liao replied with a nonchalant demeanor. I am attending an anti-male parade. Lu Yanzhou's brow twitched. You are not permitted to go. He then added, I will give you 200,000. Shi Liao thought to herself, 200,000? Am I the kind of person who can be swayed by money? At your service, Master Comrade. So, you failed to gain the favor of the male lead and compromised for 200,000? Maru concluded. Shi Liao nodded dejectedly. Maru shook her head. Alas, I can only say you did splendidly. 200,000. Let the host empty my shopping cart of all nuts right away. But what about the physical examination? I will definitely have to strip, and that would lead to discovery. She sighed. Just Lu Yanzhou's interest in her was enough to trouble her. And now there was a physical examination to contend with. Who even suggested the physical examination? The young masters clearly have their own family doctors for such checkups. This is not a mere physical examination. It's a matter of her life. Master Lu, your suggestion is quite commendable. And I would also like to thank you for the sponsorship from the Hospital of Young Master Shi. Lu Yanzhou rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping over the detailed list of examination items on the computer, and a smile tugged at his lips. No need for thanks. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. On the day of the new term, Shi Liao was bustling about. Young Master Lu had little luggage, which was already loaded into the car by the driver, but the most significant item was cradled in his arms. The driver glanced at the two pots of flowers held by his master. One was pink, an unfamiliar type, while the other was blue, featuring a small swallow's design at its center, seemingly hand-painted and quite charming. The flower stems were entwined into fine threads, a rare slate gray color, with the petals subtly shimmering with a metallic sheen. Truly a masterpiece. Lu Yanzhou chuckled. There exists only one pot in the world. Shi Liao felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. When they arrived, she offered to alleviate Lu Yanzhou's burden by carrying one of the pots. Lu Yanzhou handed her the pot with the swallows. As Shi Liao exited the car, she coincidentally encountered the driver opening the door for Lu Yanzhou. Catching sight of what she was holding, the driver chuckled. "Young master, your taste is unique. You've acquired a pot of steel wool." Shi Liao retorted. "When young master Lu holds it, it's a masterpiece. When I hold it, it's merely steel wool. It's not steel wool, it's auspicious ray." The driver replied, "Then take your steel wool auspicious ray and hurry along. Young master is waiting." Sure enough, upon turning around, Lu Yanzhou was gazing at her while holding the pink flower pot with one hand. "What are you chatting about, looking so pleased?" Noticing that the young servant finally acknowledged her presence, Lu Yanzhou waved. "How did you discern joy from my face? Which is harder than the frozen countenance of a 1,000-year-old bird." Lu Yanzhou, what a striking metaphor. He shoved the flower pot into her hands and swiftly untied the hastily tied bow tie she had managed to put on. His fingers deftly retied it for her. "Next time, do not rush. Prepare yourself before coming out, and I will wait for you." The sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting fragmented light. Lu Yanzhou lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes resembling a dusting of golden powder. His eyelashes were not purely black, they were tinted with a hint of brown, much like the color of his irises, which was not apparent in regular lighting but became discernible under the sun. His naturally gentle appearance, when caring for others, was simply captivating. As Shi Yan stepped out of the car, he was greeted by this scene. "Brother, who was that?" The girl beside him gazed thoughtfully at the unfolding scenario. Shi Yan cast a glance at his recently found sister, his voice devoid of inflection, sounding somewhat dismissive. "Are you taken with him?" The girl nodded. Shi Yan mused to himself. His brother's charm with the ladies was undiminished even in an all-boys school. He is Lu Yanzhou, the sole heir of the Lu family. The girl raised an exquisitely shaped eyebrow. "Not him. I was referring to the other one." "Shi Yan, huh?" He lowered his gaze to confirm where his sister was looking. And there stood a shorter boy, his expression perpetually neutral yet strikingly handsome, allowing the person in front of him to adjust his bow tie. "You mean Shi Liao?" The glee in Shi Yan's eyes was almost palpable. The girl focused on the boy, her expression contemplative. "His name is Shi Liao. A lovely name indeed." She then chuckled softly. "Brother, you will help me, won't you?" She regarded Shi Yan, with whom she had interacted for only a few days, her tone of calling him brother flowing effortlessly. Shi Yan spread his hands, his flirtatious eyes curling into a playful smile. "Of course, brother cares for you the most." "Lu Yanzhou, oh Lu Yanzhou. I told you not to be anxious. The rivals have already arrived at your doorstep." Shi Liao gazed at the freshly tied bow tie and thanked Lu Yanzhou. "Thank you, master. Well tied. Your fingers are quite nimble. It seems you are adept at fastening things, quite a waste otherwise." The seemingly adept Lu Yanzhou remarked, in broad daylight. "I sometimes wish I could siphon out Shi Liao's thoughts." The two returned to the dormitory, and after a brief tidying up, Shi Liao descended the stairs. Lu Yanzhou was pruning the bamboo that had grown considerably during his absence. Upon seeing her, he set down the shears and removed his gloves. "Let us go for the physical examination." Shi Liao remained rooted in place. "Master, I feel that the current developments have exceeded my capacity to evade, and I have decided to confess something to you. If you learn the truth, could you refrain from sending me away?" She lowered her gaze, her usual impassive expression softening, rendering her countenance somewhat pitiful in the eyes of the young servant. A fleeting glimmer of cunning passed through Lu Yanzhou's eyes. Yet his demeanor was exceedingly understanding. His tea-brown gaze was calm yet encouraging. "Do not be afraid. No matter what happens, I will not send you away." Shi Liao took a deep breath. "Master, in truth, I have scheduled a gonad replacement surgery in your name, and the time for the procedure is approaching." Chapter 57. Lu Yanzhou. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard. Was Shi Liao perhaps referring to a kidney replacement instead? Why mention a kidney issue only now? "I meant gonads, master. The two that every man possesses." Lu Yanzhou was compelled to accept the absurdity of needing a gonad replacement. However, Shi Liao underestimated Lu Yanzhou's level of tolerance. even if she inadvertently revealed to the entire hospital that Lu Yanzhou required a gonad replacement. Master Lu remained unflappable, calmly making a call to Secretary Shi to handle the matter. While Shi Liao awaited his conclusion, she watched as Lu Yanzhou ended the call and calmly murmured to herself, "The hospital you booked is not specialized in this. If you wish to proceed, I can have Secretary Shi arrange for hospital abroad, and I will take you there on Saturday, when there are no classes." Shi Liao Maru. Maru here? Heading abroad for a replacement. Master, you need not treat me this way. Shi Liao could not help but step back, and upon meeting Lu Yanzhou's penetrating tea-brown gaze, she suddenly found him somewhat daunting. Yanzhou has become utterly impervious now. Lu Yanzhou, I am grateful for Teacher Shi's guidance. My kindness towards you stems from my desire to be kind to you. Upon saying this, the corners of his lips curled in a sigh of admiration. This is just the beginning. Shi Liao felt thoroughly defeated. One could only say, he truly embodies a male lead. Doesn't he? It is unimaginable how he might transform upon encountering the female lead after developing feelings for the wrong person. Master, I am attracted to girls, and my sexual orientation is unlikely to change. Lu Yanzhou, seizing the opportunity while the young servant spoke earnestly, pulled her along outside. Yes, you mentioned that previously. Shi Liao, bewildered, was led away by him, entirely oblivious to anything amiss. Moreover, the disparity in status between me and the young master is so great that we will never be accepted by society. Lu Yanzhou pressed down a stray lock of her hair that had been lifted by his fingers. I understand. Apart from this matter, I have vowed to protect the young master with my life, traversing mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Whoever you signify, I will ensure their downfall. If you have an aversion to anyone, I will stitch their misdeeds together. Should you wish for someone's demise, I shall be the first to rush forth and let them meet their fate. Lu Yanzhou guided her around a stone, nodding, and I will hand you the knife when the time comes. Having said that, without waiting for Shi Liao-liao to respond, he continued, shall we have hot pot? Shi Liao-liao hesitated momentarily. Can we have a yin-yang pot? All right, I shall have Secretary Shi make a reservation. We will head there after the physical examination. By the time Shi Liao-liao realized what was happening, she was already standing before the hall designated for students' health checkups. Upon entering, 2 rows of nurses collectively bowed, welcome. Young master. The spectacle was so grand that it nearly blinded Shi Liao-liao. Is it Master Lu? The team for your physical examination is this way. Please follow me. As soon as Lu Yanzhou made his entrance, a doctor clad in a white coat stepped forward to guide him with a smile. Shi Liao-liao was left utterly astonished. Ah? Lu Yanzhou took the seemingly cold and composed Shi Liao-liao, who was actually in a state of bewilderment, along with him as they followed the doctor. Young master, do we really have to undress for the examination? Lu Yanzhou appeared oblivious to her dazed demeanor. Shi Liao-liao halted in her tracks. Almost the moment her steps slowed, Lu Yanzhou turned back. What's wrong? His chestnut-colored eyes regarded the little servant standing still with gentleness, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to brew an ominously intense emotion. He resembled a seasoned hunter, deeply yearning for flesh and blood, yet suppressing his desire, patiently awaiting his prey to reveal itself, to expose its vulnerability, and allow for the harvest. Young master, I need to relieve myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanzhou revealed an understanding smile, nodding slightly, of course. Shi Liao-liao sighed in relief and, following the doctor's direction, made her way towards the restroom. She failed to notice that after her figure vanished around the corner, Lu Yanzhou, who had initially appeared to be waiting for her, turned to speak to someone nearby before lifting his foot to follow her. Shi Liao-liao entered the restroom and retrieved Wanwan from her pocket. Wanwan, given the circumstances, we must resort to our ultimate technique. Wanwan raised a hand. Rest assured, I have already prepared everything you instructed. The delivery is on its way. No sooner had the words left her mouth when a voice called out from the restroom entrance. Is Mr. Gao on here? The caller's tone was tinged with embarrassment. Shi Liao-liao stepped out. I'm here. Standing at the restroom door was a delivery person, who upon seeing Shi Liao-liao's appearance and glancing at the name on the order, chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Gao, your delivery has arrived. Please check it. As he stepped aside, he revealed behind him a bound Yang Qingqing, sporting a head of bright red hair. Under his fierce gaze, Shi Liao-liao placed her finger beneath Yang Qingqing's nose and nodded. Still alive. What a bother. After the delivery person left, Shi Liao-liao untied the ropes binding the little red-haired boy. Yang Qingqing spat, his voice dripping with disdain. Gao Wan, sir? Shi Liao-liao cleared her throat. Codename, codename. The situation is urgent, and we had to resort to special measures. Before Yang Qingqing could respond, she promptly pulled him into a restroom stall. Brother, I need a favor. Shi Liao-liao patted his shoulder, her expression grave. The stall was cramped, and since Shi Liao-liao couldn't stand on the toilet, they had to face each other closely to converse. Yang Qingqing glanced down at her face, which was uncomfortably close, and thought to himself that this boy was surprisingly delicate. Even wearing perfume. Why would a grown man smell so lovely? What is it? Shi Liao-liao waved her hand, signaling him to lean in closer.
Yang Qingqing,
With great reluctance, bent down. After she explained, his dyed eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Are you sure? Shi Liao-liao nodded. I am certain. Yang Qingqing's expression grew complex, and his tone was no longer as fierce as before.
don't blame me.
Shi Liao-liao shook her head. I absolutely will not. Lu Yanzhou strolled leisurely along the path Shi Liao-liao had taken, reaching the restroom door. He was somewhat surprised to find her indeed in the restroom. He had expected the little servant to seize this opportunity to escape. Stepping inside, Lu Yanzhou walked straight toward the last stall without diverting his gaze. How's this pressure? A man's voice came from the final stall. Without hesitation, Lu Yanzhou turned around. Seems I've made a mistake. Too light. Focus. Lu Yanzhou's footsteps paused. It was the little servant's voice. I'm starting. Bear with it. It's all right. I am not afraid of pain. His chestnut eyes darkened in an instant. Inside the stall, Shi Liao-liao and Yang Qingqing were poised to take the next step when an enormous crash echoed in their ears. Following that, the door, unable to bear the pressure, shattered, revealing Lu Yanzhou standing outside, clad in a sharp academy uniform, his overly gentle face juxtaposed with a menacing iron hammer in his hand. As his gaze met Shi Liao-liao's shocked expression, his lips curled into a polite smile. Am I interrupting something? Chapter 58. Shi Liao-liao cuckolded Yang Qingqing. Yang Qingqing glanced at the water pipe in his hand, then at the iron hammer in Lu Yanzhou's grasp, silently swallowing hard. Shi Liao-liao, I think Lu Yanzhou might be able to act faster. Shi Liao-liao turned her head. How dare you say the young master is fast? Shi Liao-liao, come out. Lu Yanzhou suddenly spoke, standing before the shattered door, the tip of his hammer tapping the ground, producing a metallic clink that made both individuals inside gulp in unison. Young master, I. Shi Liao-liao wanted to persuade him to put down the weapon, that there was a way to discuss this, but Lu Yanzhou did not grant her the opportunity. Do not make me repeat myself. He smiled at her, yet his eyes held no mirth, resembling a layer of frost. The hairs on Shi Liao-liao's arm stood on end as she hurriedly pushed Yang Qingqing aside and walked toward him. The dilapidated door crumbled at the slightest touch. Shi Liao-liao stole a glance at Lu Yanzhou's hand gripping the hammer, his skin as smooth as jade, yet the veins on his hand stood out sharply. The contrast too jarring, causing her to hurriedly avert her gaze. Lu Yanzhou discreetly assessed her, noting her clothing was intact, marred only by a smudge of dust, devoid of any chaotic traces. His expression softened considerably. Have you finished in the restroom? Shi Liao-liao nodded obediently. I have. Even if you hadn't, you would have to finish up. If you were actually inside relieving yourself, this hammer would have scared you so much you'd have clenched it shut. Lu Yanzhou nodded in acknowledgement, then cast a measured glance toward the inside where Yang Qingqing still held the water pipe, still not having registered what was happening. He scrutinized the water pipe, particularly intently. Shi Liao-liao quickly waved her hands. Young master, it's not what you think. That water pipe is not for inserting into me. Lu Yanzhou was amused. Of course I know. Not everyone's thoughts were as unhealthy as Shi Liao-liao's. What are you two up to? Not finding any signs of flirtation from Shi Liao-liao, Lu Yanzhou realized he had misunderstood. He toyed absent-mindedly with the hammer in his hand, feeling relieved, while Shi Liao-liao was on the verge of a panic. If I confessed that I wanted to avoid the physical examination by having the red-haired brother break my legs so I could go to the hospital, would Yanzi think I have issues and force me to undergo the examination, only to discover my true gender and, in a fit of rage, stuff this hammer up my backside? The ease on Lu Yanzhou's face vanished. He turned to look at Shi Liao-liao beside him, rubbing the metal shaft between his fingers. While he would not relinquish the hammer, he would contemplate inserting something else entirely. Shi Jiao appeared to be quite serious. To avoid exposure, she would even go so far as to allow someone to break her leg with a water pipe. The sense of ease within Lu Yanzhou vanished completely. Why is revealing your true gender such a taboo for you? I clearly stated that no matter what occurred, I would never cast you aside. And I could even tolerate you using my name to trade for eggs. If Shi Jiao could hear his inner thoughts, she would surely exclaim her innocence.
Why?
She herself did not understand why she couldn't be exposed. The original owner had said nothing and simply enjoyed the luxuries. Let us go. Ultimately, Lu Yanzhou relented. Shijia followed closely behind him. Young master, shall we return for the health check? No need to check. If people find out your egg is damaged, it would tarnish my reputation. Shijia was taken aback. I knew it, Yanzi. You care about my egg? Ha ha ha. Lu Yanzhou thought. How could I not care? If it truly grew out, that would be a disaster. The two exited the restroom, while only Yang Qingqing stood holding a water pipe, eyeing the discarded heavy hammer outside the door. After being kidnapped and then threatened by the hammer, Yang Xiao's face turned as red as his hair. I knew there would be no good outcome being with Shi Jiao. His presence was as meaningless as the wife in a gay film. By the way, where did this hammer come from? At that moment, the principal, who was on inspection, received a call from the administrator. Principal, it's bad. The hammer from the sculpture in Hall A is missing. Although the health check was unsuccessful, Lu Yanzhou still honored his promise and took Shi Jiao out for hot pot. Once they reached the private room, Lu Yanzhou instructed her to enter and eat first, as he had matters to attend to. Shi Jiao declined, saying, Young master, hasn't he arrived? How can I eat without you? I'll wait for you. Don't tell me you're going back to get the hammer to bring it back, for hot pot. Lu Yanzhou couldn't help but ruffle her now longer hair. Instead of answering her previous question, he said, You should grow your hair longer from now on. Shi Jiao's eyes became complex. Longer hair can substitute for playful ropes, so you can indulge in bondage play, right? Lu Yanzhou thought, You truly are unyielding. Let us go eat. If I come back and find you haven't touched a bite, I'll deduct your wages. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Shi Jiao decisively walked inside. I just love Yanzi's little teasing about deducting wages. It's as adorable as a smooth bowel movement. Lu Yanzhou replied, No need, thank you. At the end of the corridor, Lu Yanzhou took out a slender mint cigarette and held it between his lips without lighting it. He smoked occasionally, but only when he felt troubled. Young master, do you have any instructions? Secretary Shi's voice came through the phone. Lu Yanzhou's tone was lower than usual, seemingly weighed down by emotions. No need to continue the investigation on that side. Focus on finding out why Lu Tingfeng was brought back. Secretary Shi thought to himself. No wonder they hadn't found what the young master wanted to know after such a long time. The direction was wrong, wasn't it? Understood, young master. Furthermore, our people still haven't located Lu Tingfeng's whereabouts. Should we continue the search? Lu Yanzhou did not believe that old man simply went missing. He must have sensed something. Continue. All right, young master. Additionally, the long-missing young lady from the Shi family has been found, and they are hosting a banquet for her. Extending you an invitation. Lu Yanzhou's gaze shifted slightly. Such significant news, and Shi Yan had not mentioned it at all. Although he didn't voice it. Lu Yanzhou knew that Shi Yan yearned to find that sister, yet he hadn't felt any joy from him regarding her return in recent days. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yanzhou stated, Reply to the Shi family, I will arrive on time. At that moment, Shi Jiao, blissfully unaware as she indulged in hot pot, did not know that the female protagonist Shi and Moan had been eagerly anticipating had already made her appearance. Chapter 59. The notification in the email specifically stated that all students were required to participate in the health check. Lu Yanzhou boldly took Shi Jiao away, and afterwards, no one came searching for her, proving her thoughts to be correct. Clinging to young Master Lu's leg was indeed quite beneficial. As she scrubbed the toilet, Shi Jiao joyfully pondered. Even though she did not understand why Lu Yanzhou, who had previously placed great importance on the health check, had suddenly changed his mind. What a wonderful Yanzi. How did he turn gay, and even want to play the submissive role? She sighed. Wan encouraged her to look at it positively. Whose youth hasn't he involved a bit of rebelliousness? Our male lead is destined to be a future tycoon. Having a richer life experience will provide him with more to talk about when he meets the future female lead. Shi Jiao frowned. Is my Lu Yanzhou's willingness to be submissive for love a topic of conversation about giving up a 1,000-meter prosthetic giant? Outside the door, Lu Yanzhou let his hand drop after knocking. Forget it, I'll wait until she finishes her rant before knocking again to avoid making her awkward. When Shi Jiao finished tidying up the restroom and stepped out carrying the bucket, she was startled to see Lu Yanzhou leaning nearby, engrossed in his phone. Young master, it's all cleaned, you can go in now. Lu Yanzhou replied, I want to go in. I'm waiting for you. Isn't that evident? Maintaining her poker face, Shi Jiao, with a hint of complexity in her eyes, retorted, I want to help you with that, young master. So, don't wait for me. Lu Yanzhou said, all right.
All right.
I remember I'm fully capable and Haven T degenerated to the point of needing assistance. Lu Yanzhou stood up straight and approached her. Tomorrow evening, I will attend the banquet hosted by the Shi family. You will accompany me. Shi Liao set the bucket down and removed her gloves. What banquet from the Shi family? The anniversary of the Group S establishment? Or is it to celebrate Shi Yan and Yang Qingqing's little film's successful release? Lu Yanzhou thought, what little film? The Shi family had once lost a child, Shi Yan's sister. The banquet was being held for that girl. After briefly explaining, he noticed the little servant before him remained motionless, as if rendered mute. What's wrong? Seeing the little servant frozen, his eyes clearly dazed, Lu Yanzhou curled his fingers under her nose to check for breathing. Good, still alive. It took Shi Liao a moment to regain her voice. Young master, are you saying that Shi Yan's sister has been found? Lu Yanzhou nodded, his chestnut-colored eyes revealing a hint of unusual color. The little servant seemed quite surprised by this news. You seem to care. He looked down at Shi Liao, who had half removed her rubber gloves, and directly helped her pull off the remaining part, tossing it into the bucket. The sound of the gloves hitting the bucket snapped Shi Liao back to her senses. Yes. I'm a bit concerned. After all, if young master Shi has a sister. Upon hearing Shi Yan's name, Lu Yanzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Typically, one wouldn't he notice, but it turned out Shi Liao cared so much for Shi Yan. If young master Yang Qingzhou wished to marry into their family, it would mean an additional sister-in-law. Lu Yanzhou remarked, Yang Qingzhou is straight. This matter would need to be addressed. They couldn't allow those two to run wild. Look at what misunderstandings it had caused for the little servant. Shi Liao's face was one of pure astonishment. How could it be like this? Lu Yanzhou tousled her neatly arranged hair. Come with me tomorrow evening. Shi Liao nodded. Following the employer to attend a banquet at night, doesn't that count as overtime? Lu Yanzhou seemed to know her thoughts, leaving behind a parting remark before he left. There will be overtime pay. Shi Liao was overjoyed. With Lu Yanzhou occupied with business, Shi Liao remained in the dormitory as she had no classes. After he left, she could hardly contain her excitement and immediately called for Wanwan. Wanwan, did you hear that? Wanwan excitedly rubbed her hands together. I heard. Shi Yan's sister must be the female lead. It's definitely the female lead. Although the protagonist was unable to disguise herself as a male and gain entry to St. Dun Academy due to unforeseen circumstances, she fortunately returned to the pivotal storyline of the Shi family without the need to search for anyone herself. Reflecting on Lu Yanzhou's earlier obliviousness and his gentle manner of speaking to her, Shi Liao-liao couldn't help but smile wryly. Yanzi truly is something. After the banquet, he'll likely cast me aside, his heart and mind solely focused on the female lead. In a pleasant mood, she brewed herself a cup of coffee and leisurely settled into the seat once favored by Lu Yanzhou, allowing her thoughts to drift. However, Maru, you are a system. You know the female lead is the daughter of the Shi family, yet you remain unaware of her identity? This question had been on Shi Liao-liao's mind for some time, and she finally voiced it. Maru sighed in response. Alas, this book was originally the author's first manuscript. Handwritten and never published online, it was later lost. However, following a car accident, the author's memories became altered, rendering her unable to recall who the female lead is, thus affecting this world. The butterfly effect has rendered the female lead unknown. We must wait for her to appear. Shi Liao-liao pondered. So I can leave once I recite those 3 classic lines of the butler? With a gentle swing of her legs, her gaze fell upon the 2 well-tended potted flowers by the window, cared for by Lu Yanzhou. Maru nodded. Indeed, when the time comes, whether you wish to return to your original world or remain in this one is entirely up to you. Young Master Lu, what brings you here in person? The receptionist's face momentarily reflected surprise as Lu Yanzhou entered. Is the master in? He inquired with a nod. The receptionist smiled. Yes, I'll call him out right away. What style of suit would you like to customize this time? Lu Yanzhou settled onto the sofa. The design sketches have already been sent. The receptionist acknowledged with a nod, promptly sending a staff member to serve tea and arrange exquisite pastries. The master, having seen the blueprints, soon emerged, a white-haired, blue-eyed elderly gentleman with impeccable Mandarin. Young Master Lu, the recipient of this suit must be quite important to you. The old gentleman discerned from the measurements that this suit was not for Lu Yanzhou himself, but rather a gift. Lu Yanzhou sipped his red tea, his brown eyes narrowing slightly. Very important. His gaze flickered towards several dress samples on a nearby rack. I recall that Master Charlie's craftsmanship for dresses is quite commendable. Charlie smiled. The last dress I made is still on display at the Fashion Museum for admiration. It's merely a trivial skill. Should you require it, I'm at your service. At this moment, Shi Liao-liao was unaware of Lu Yanzhou's whimsical purchases. She was inquiring, "Excuse me, are you selling this?" Chapter 60. The boy clutched his chest in horror, just as he was about to emit a sharp scream. The handsome youth before him slowly added, "That pendant of yours." The boy gasped, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Handcrafted, 51.
No bargaining.
Shi Liao-liao's gaze fixated on the item she desired, her heart racing. The hot pot meal Lu Yanzhou treated her to yesterday cost several thousand. How could she justify buying a $50 pendant as a return gift? Almost gritting her teeth, Shi Liao-liao completed the payment. "Thank you for your patronage." The boy handed her the packaged pendant. Shi Liao-liao took the item and departed. Behind her, Yang Qingqing finally had a chance to remark, "Your taste is truly indescribable." It's hard to imagine what standards the Liu family employs for hiring servants. The academy hosted a charity street fair where students sold various items, with proceeds going to donations. Everyone was quite enthusiastic. Money was secondary. The young masters simply wanted to experience the joy of selling, clearing out unwanted items while doing good, a win-win situation. The street was long, featuring stalls selling handmade crafts or baked goods, as well as second-hand items. Shi Liao-liao even spotted a B-level student attempting to sell his 3 sports cars. Yang Qingqing's interest was piqued when he spotted a stall selling games. His eyes lit up as he eagerly pulled Shi Liao-liao along. The stall offered many games she had neither seen nor heard of, some appearing quite vintage.
What do you want?
The vendor cheerfully inquired. Shi Liao-liao commented, "These cartridges look quite old. Are you planning to keep them as electronic antiques?" Yang Qingqing squatted down to browse, responding, "Some game cartridges are now out of print. I intend to collect them." Shi Liao-liao let him choose. She had no choice. After the last incident where she had attempted to kidnap young Master Yang without success, she felt guilty and agreed to compensate him, leading to her current financial predicament at this event. As she absent-mindedly gazed at the decorative lanterns, something caught her eye. "What is this?" She pointed to a piece charm located at the corner of the stall. The vendor glanced over. "Oh, that? I found it while traveling. If you like it, consider it a complimentary gift." Shi Liao-liao picked up the charm, which was dusty and clearly once pink, featuring a small embroidered rabbit in the center, with some fraying edges revealing the cotton stuffing inside. It was undeniably unattractive but had a certain quirky charm. "Thank you." After making her purchase, she winced at the sight of her dwindling bank balance of 250,000. Yang Qingqing, in a surprisingly good mood, even generously treated Shi Liao-liao to ice cream. "Are you going to the Shi family's banquet?" he suddenly recalled, glancing at Shi Liao-liao, who was licking her ice cream. She nodded. "Yes, young master said he would take me." His gaze was complex. "Lu Yanzhou is indeed quite kind to you." Shi Liao-liao looked at him curiously. "Do you have a conflict with young master?" After all, he addressed others as brother, but always referred to Lu Yanzhou by his full name. Yang Qingqing's expression soured, revealing a hint of humiliation. "It's nothing." He changed the subject. "I heard from my brother that the girl from the Shi family was promised to young Master Lu even before she was born. After she went missing, young madam passed away, and this matter was left unmentioned. Now that she's returned, the situation is quite uncertain." Yang Qingqing's gaze towards Shi Liao-liao was laden with complexity, almost as if the unspoken words could be read on his face. Unfazed by his concerns, Shi Liao-liao replied, "Oh." Yang Qingqing, frustrated by her nonchalance, said, "Your admission to St. Dun itself is an impressive feat. Even if you leave the Liu family, you can secure a decent offer after graduation." Noticing Shi Liao-liao's lack of resistance to his words, he continued, "So, cut your losses while you can. You and he do not belong to the same world. Continuing down this path will leave you with nothing." Shi Liao-liao stood her ground, looking up at Yang Qingqing. "I believe you are correct. I know you still harbor hope, but what did you say?" Yang Qingqing raised an eyebrow incredulously. Lowering her gaze, she met Shi Liao-liao's earnest expression. "I think you are absolutely right, young Master Yang. Staying beside young Master Lu, I wouldn't even qualify as a mistress. I would merely be a side character. Therefore, when the time comes for me to leave, I will rely on you." She patted Yang Qingqing's shoulder with a face that said, "You are truly a good friend." Yang Qingqing retorted, "Which word of mine indicated I would help you?" Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Yanzhou had not yet come back, and Shi Liao-liao continued to prepare dinner. Even if he dined elsewhere, upon returning home to see the light left on for him and a table laden with dishes. He would feel a sense of comfort, as if the wages of the household staff had not been in vain. As he entered his room, the protective talisman in his pocket slipped out as he shrugged off his coat. Maru, observing Shi Liao bending to retrieve the item, couldn't help but inquire, "Host, what purpose does this serve? It's dirty and of unknown provenance. Do you not feel any fear?" Shi Liao chuckled lightly. "Who is afraid? Am I to fear ghosts? Or are they to fear me stuffing the bedside lamp into their hideouts?" Maru replied, all right, you don't spare even the ghosts, do you?" Gazing at the grimy talisman in her hand, Shi Liao frowned. "Truth be told, I'm not quite sure. I just feel a strange desire for it." She settled at the table, turned on the lamp, and carefully cut the frayed edges with small scissors, intending to extract the cotton inside for a thorough cleansing. "Hey, what is this?" Maru, who had been quietly watching, suddenly spoke up. Shi Liao drew out an object from the cotton. It was a thin, slightly yellowed piece of paper. Fearing it would crumble, she delicately unfolded it with tweezers. Fortunately, the writing was clear, allowing her to easily discern its contents. "Wishing my darling daughter a life of ease and freedom," it read, signed by Shifeng. Shi Liao was taken aback. Shifeng? The head of the Shi family? Before she could ponder further, a sudden knock on the door startled her. Distracted, she opened it, only to be met by a tall figure, warm and reeking of alcohol, collapsing towards her. "Young master?" Shi Liao exclaimed, supporting herself on her hands as she looked at the person before her in astonishment. Lu Xiao seemed intoxicated, his earlobes flushed. A potent scent of liquor enveloping him, his arm draped over her shoulder as if drawing her into an embrace. Shi Liao felt Lu Yanzhou's warm breath against her neck, his soft lips grazing her skin, his voice muffled and tinged with discomfort. "Unwell," he murmured. The last time she had seen him in such a vulnerable state was in that dimly lit room. With her gaze lowered, her initially resistant arms loosened to encircle his slender waist, her fingers resting on his hip. She tilted her head and gently coaxed the inebriated young master. "If you don't get up soon, I might just poke you." The seemingly unconscious young master suddenly lifted his head, not out of fear of her poking him, but rather because "you smell like Yang Qingqing." Chapter 61. Shi Liao was somewhat astonished. Biology class didn't he mention that a swallow's nose is more sensitive than a dog's? Lu Yanzhou's cheeks remained flushed, but his tea-brown eyes darkened with a hint of anger, a touch of grievance in his tone. "After I left, you went to see him. Last time. When there was trouble, you sought him first, not me. Is Yang Qingqing that special to you?" Shi Liao thought this was rather absurd. The Lu family's bankruptcy wouldn't leave you wanting for food. You could easily enter the entertainment industry as a paparazzo, writing gossip about celebrities. "Young master, it's not as you think." Resigned, Shi Liao guided him into her room, helping him sit on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit of a headache. The young master, clad in a suit, usually dignified and gentle, was now completely unrefined in his drunken state. "I don't believe it." Unable to contain herself, Shi Liao momentarily abandoned her facade and rolled her eyes. "Young master, are you jealous right now?" She had only spent half an hour shopping with Yang Qingqing, and due to her status, she carefully avoided any physical closeness with males. She wondered how Lu Yanzhou had caught on. "Yes, I am jealous." The young master, his eyes misty, sluggishly nodded, even the small mole at the corner of his eye blushing. He appeared as if he had been deeply cherished by someone. Yet, upon glimpsing the exposed collarbone beneath his disheveled shirt, Shi Liao suddenly recalled the lean physique she had seen beneath that fabric and hesitated to truly regard him as the fragile party. "Young master, you're drunk. Let me assist you back to your room for some rest." After she spoke, the person sitting on the bed began to remove his shoes. And by the time Shi Liao realized, he was already unbuckling his belt. "Absolutely not." Shi Liao dove forward, grabbing his belt tightly. "Young master, look clearly, this is not your bedroom." Lu Yanzhou, oblivious, murmured, "I want to sleep here." With that, he broke free from Shi Liao's grip, too lethargic to bother removing his clothes. He simply fell onto the bed, adopting a position as if he intended to sleep. He even gazed at Shi Liao with his glistening eyes, softly asking, "Is that all right?" Taking the initiative, she seemed to yield, one leg atop the bed, her arm propped up as she leaned closer to the young master, who was gazing back at her. "However, I have a condition." Lu Yanzhou, looking at the young servant within arm's reach, raised a hand to caress her face, only to have it deftly evaded. "What?" Shi Liao slowly leaned in, maintaining a distance where she could just reach his earlobe, whispering, "What is the password to your safe?" Lu Yanzhou tilted his head and promptly fell asleep. Is he really not doing this on purpose? Shi Liao called out his name twice, but he showed no reaction. Such long eyelashes as she gazed at his profile, a wave of sentiment washed over her. Particularly when considering the individual now occupying her bed might soon shift affections, she felt a pang of regret. Had I known earlier, I would have agreed to be with Yanzhou. Then he could hug his new sweetheart and throw the 5 million breakup fee in my face. Imagining that scene, Shi Liao's lips turned down in a frown. With someone monopolizing her bed, she felt uncomfortable remaining there, so she planned to spend the night in an empty room with Maru and her unfinished homework. In the instant she closed the door, the previously peaceful sleeper abruptly opened his eyes, one of them clear and devoid of inebriation. He rose, his face betraying no emotion. But his gaze fell on the items on the table, his expression subtly shifting. Completely forgetting about the note within the talisman, Shi Liao woke up early the next day. "Young master, are you awake?" She couldn't help but grumble as she knocked on her own door. Then the door opened from the inside. Lu Yanzhou, having changed into the clothes Shi Liao had left at the foot of the bed, bore a look of mild apology on his face.
I'm sorry.
"I overindulged last night and occupied your bed." Shi Liao waved her hand graciously. "It's all right. If you truly feel sorry, you could tell me the password to your safe." He appeared to have forgotten all about last night's antics, his demeanor calm, revealing no signs of anything amiss. Shi Liao felt reassured. It seems Yanzhou is not exempt from that forgetfulness that comes with inebriation. Just as she was contemplating this, the person before her stepped closer, speaking with sincere regret. "Last night I was excessive." As compensation, before Shi Liao could even fantasize about the specifics of the compensation, his face, previously at a safe distance, suddenly loomed large before her. Then, a dry yet soft part briefly pressed against her cheek. His movement was swift, and before she could react, Lu Yanzhou had already stepped back as if nothing had occurred. "I accidentally caught sight of the item on your table, the note. The handwriting is indeed that of Uncle Shi." The abrupt shift in subject momentarily caught Shi Liao off guard, and she momentarily forgot about the kiss. "Shi family, the head?" Lu Yanzhou nodded. "Where did you find this?" It was not something particularly worth concealing. She openly recounted what the stall owner had said about last night's game cartridge. When Lu Yanzhou heard that she had gone with Yang Qingcheng, his expression remained largely unchanged. However, he couldn't help but recall the moment last night when he had embraced her and immediately recognized the scent of Yang Qingcheng. Instinctively, he offered an explanation. It could be considered compensation for the misunderstanding that arose from his earlier assistance. With a smirk that carried little sincerity, Lu Yanzhou replied, "I truly apologize. May I temporarily take custody of that note, along with the amulet? If you desire, I can gift you a more exquisite one." Shi Liao-liao promptly declined. "No need, young master. I prefer not to owe any more." As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly remembered something. "Young master, please wait a moment." She dashed into her room and retrieved a box. "I saw this yesterday and thought it suited you. So I bought it as a token of gratitude for your help with my health check." Upon hearing the word gift, Lu Yanzhou's eyes glimmered with a gentle smile as he carefully accepted the box and inquired softly, "May I open it?" Shi Liao-liao nodded, "Of course." With delicate movements, Lu Yanzhou unwrapped the packaging to reveal a handmade clay ornament, a little swallow delightfully enjoying a morsel. Shi Liao-liao looked on with satisfaction as the swallow savored its treat. Chapter 62. Lu Yanzhou, what am I anticipating? He even sought to understand his own motivations. "Thank you, it's adorable." Lu Yanzhou uttered the most disingenuous words he had spoken in 19 years. A fleeting smile flickered in Shi Liao-liao's eyes. She rarely smiled. Her expressions were mostly icy or mischievous. The last time he had witnessed such a distinct smile was during her traditional medicine consultation. Thus, instead of finding a suitable place to store the ornament, Lu Yanzhou decided to hang the clay swallow on the small desk lamp, so that when he looked up to ease his tired eyes, he would see it. As he turned to leave with the gift, Shi Liao-liao realized she had been led by the rhythm of the moment, successfully pushing aside her inquiries about why Lu Yanzhou had kissed her. Maru expressed concern about another matter. "Host, why didn't you just give the amulet directly to the male lead?" Shi Liao-liao nodded. "Dear daughter." This note must have been written by Shifeng for his daughter, then tucked inside the amulet. This implies that the amulet's rightful owner is the female lead. It serves no purpose remaining with me. Lu Yanzhou likely deduced this as well, which is why he requested to take it. It conveniently allows him to approach Miss Shi. Indeed, they were destined lovers, with even the pretexts for conversation aided by supporting characters. Shi Liao-liao found joy in her role as a facilitator. She placed the note she had received from Shi Liao-liao on her desk. Contrary to what some might have imagined, Lu Yanzhou merely organized the items for safekeeping before placing them in the drawer, showing no intention of taking them to the Shi family. As both had classes to attend, Shi Liao-liao arrived at the designated classroom with the assignment assigned by the professor last week, only to find Yang Qingcheng had not yet arrived. Noticing the potential for tardiness, she kindly called. The other end picked up promptly. "Hello, where are you?" "They're about to take attendance." Surprisingly, Yang Qingcheng was not asleep. Her voice was clear as she replied, "I'm on leave.
See you tonight."
Without further ado, she hung up. Shi Liao-liao gazed at the disconnected screen. Not particularly curious. Observing her classmates' habitual tardiness, she adjusted her mood and focused intently on the lecture. Unlike Lu Yanzhou, who effortlessly balanced work and study while finding time for leisure, Shi Liao-liao was not a genius, often accompanying her employer to various places. She would return home to study late into the night. Thus, during class, she was exceptionally attentive. Even if a talking piece of dung descended from the heavens, she would calmly shove it aside with her deskmate's hand and continue immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge. "Shi Yan, why didn't you bring your sister along for us to see? She is so precious," Yang Qingcheng remarked, sending the ball soaring through the air, her hand shielding the light as she scrutinized its trajectory. Shi Yan took a sip from the energy drink handed to him by the attendant. What's there to see? Though he spoke with a smile, there was little mirth in his eyes. He appeared reluctant to mention his newly found sister. Yang Qingzhou, oblivious to the tension, continued, "I've heard that Auntie is quite generous, buying her a plethora of gifts, compensating from the age of 1 to 18. Shi Yan dismissed the comment. Meanwhile, Lu Yanzhou, who had been reading, glanced at Shi Yan with a contemplative expression. After conversing about Shi Yan, Yang's mother began to chide Lu Yanzhou. "You're quite something, Lu Yanzhou. My brother pleaded with my father for ages, and he wouldn't agree to send him to the army. Yet the moment you spoke up, my father immediately called him back to select his military specialty." Yang Qingcheng had long aspired to be a special forces soldier, but had quarreled with her father after coming of age, due to differing ideologies. Ultimately being sent to St. Don, where she remained in the F class out of spite for not reporting to the A class. Lu Yanzhou chuckled lightly. "He's your brother. How could I bear to see him squander his potential?" Yang Qingzhou believed him entirely, exclaiming her gratitude. Meanwhile, Shi Yan wore a knowing expression.
"Silly Yang Qingzhou.
Haven't you noticed your brother and the little servant always stick together? Are you taking Shi Liao-liao out tonight?" Shi Yan inquired casually. Lu Yanzhou nodded, yes. Otherwise, she would just confine herself in her room, buried in her studies, neglecting meals. "When I'm not around, Shi Liao-liao tends to brush me off." Shi Yan thought to himself that there was indeed a good show to watch. Recently, why haven't you brought her out for fun? Your sister has asked several times. Lu Yanzhou lifted his eyelids to glance at him, seemingly puzzled by Shi Yan's unusual concern for Shi Liao-liao. "I have class." Shi Yan was taken aback. "Lu Yanzhou, you've become this considerate, yet she hasn't agreed to anything yet?" As for romantic partners, Shi Yan mused he would never be as thoughtful as Lu Yanzhou. When he desired to see someone, he would not care whether they were studying. In Shi Yan's mind, his partner need not strive. Even if they parted ways in the future, he would ensure they had sufficient means to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Lu Yanzhou traced his finger along the pages of the book, slightly puzzled by Shi Yan's surprise. "Isn't loving someone simply about caring for every aspect of their well-being?" Recalling a sleepless night when he had gotten up for fresh air and noticed the light still on in the little servant's room, Lu Yanzhou had refrained from disturbing her. However, in hindsight, he had not brought Shi Liao-liao out again unless absolutely necessary, at most taking her out for a meal. Yang Qingzhou completely failed to grasp their thought processes. "All right, it's getting late. We should head back." Glancing at his watch, Lu Yanzhou's gaze softened. At this hour, she should have received it by now. Indeed, Shi Liao-liao had received it. Upon opening the gift box, she was surprised to find a suit of extraordinary fabric. The handwritten card bore Lu Yanzhou's handwriting, employee benefits. Shi Liao-liao mused how delightful it would be to serve as a male servant. Wearing the tailored suit, no one would suspect she was merely a personal attendant. As the two pondered Lu Yanzhou's motivations, the personnel delivering the suit discreetly placed a dress in Lu Yanzhou's bedroom. As night fell, Shi Liao-liao accompanied Lu Yanzhou into the car, heading to the Shi residence. She had intended to ask Lu Yanzhou whether he had remembered to bring the amulet, but the partition remained down, and the driver was present. So she ultimately held her tongue. Sensing her gaze, Lu Yanzhou produced a bottle of juice and offered it to her. Would you like some? Shi Liao-liao accepted. Thank you, young master. After today, you may not be so kindly handing me juice anymore, she thought. Lu Yanzhou paused for a moment, maintaining his outstretched hand, and glanced at her. Upon arriving at the Shi family residence, Shi Liao-liao dared not glance around, closely following the strides of Lu Yanzhou, who appeared quite familiar with the surroundings as they were ushered inside by a servant. The moment Lu Yanzhou made his entrance, the head of the Shi family, who was previously engaged in cordial conversation with other guests, promptly excused himself, accompanied by his wife and his recently found daughter. Lu Yanzhou has arrived, he announced. The head of the Shi family and his wife presented a stark contrast. Although middle-aged, he remained tall and upright, his stubbled chin not detracting from his striking handsomeness. One could easily envision him as a merchant or even a general in ancient times. Mrs. Shi, petite and beautiful, donned a cheongsam, her demeanor gentle as she smiled warmly at Lu Yanzhou. Feeling Shi Liao-liao's gaze upon her, she turned to look, momentarily startled upon recognizing Shi Liao-liao, but quickly regained her composure and offered her a soft smile. For reasons unknown, Shi Liao-liao felt an instant affinity towards Mrs. Shi, her typically expressionless face softening as she offered a faint smile in return. Lu Yanzhou proceeded to introduce Shi Liao-liao. This is my classmate, Shi Liao-liao. She cast a sidelong glance at him, politely greeting both the head of the Shi family and Mrs. Shi. Subsequently, Lu Yanzhou added, "Let me introduce you to my daughter, Mu Xian." At that moment, a young girl approached, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate and beautiful visage somewhat at odds with her height, which matched Shi Liao-liao's, who had insoles in her shoes, and might even surpass it slightly. With a smile, she greeted them. "Hello, you can call me Mu Xian." Shi Liao-liao eagerly turned to gauge Lu Yanzhou's reaction, and indeed, his gaze was fixed upon Mu Xian. Regrettably, the reality diverged from her expectations, as the sole reason Lu Yanzhou was observing Mu Xian was that her eyes had not lingered on him but had instead shifted directly to Shi Liao-liao, her expression revealing a familiar desire he recognized well. "You young people should chat more," the head of the Shi family suggested, leaving his daughter behind as he and his wife walked away. Among the remaining trio, Shi Liao-liao felt a jolt of discomfort. She had no desire to be a third wheel. Instantly, her gaze darted to a nearby milk tower, constructed of cups of milk, designed for children. Perhaps in her excitement, she blurted out, "Young master, I'll go fetch you and Miss Shi some milk." Chapter 63, Mu Xian. Compared to the perplexed Mu Xian, who doubted her hearing, Lu Yanzhou seemed far more accustomed to the young servant's enthusiasm. "No need," he began, but before he could finish, Shi Liao-liao fervently nodded. "All right, young master. I will get some for you and Miss Mu Xian." With that, she swiftly turned to depart. "I distinctly said you needn't," Lu Yanzhou remarked, just as Shi Liao-liao, having walked a short distance, quietly glanced back to find the two already engaged in conversation. Young Master Lu always maintained an air of refined composure in public, standing before the tall and elegant Mu Xian. The pair appeared quite complimentary, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Shi Liao-liao felt a surge of satisfaction. See, the destined female lead can't help but engage in conversation as soon as she appears. I wonder if it's merely a guise for her good fortune. In truth, Lu Yanzhou's thoughts were far removed from such musings. His peripheral vision betrayed his focus, frequently drifting toward Shi Liao-liao as he nonchalantly replied, "It's been a while." Mu Xian, seemingly oblivious to his indifference, continued speaking, but the conversation gradually veered towards Shi Liao-liao, revealing her unmasked intentions. Eventually, she inquired, "Does Shi Liao-liao have a boyfriend?" At this question, Lu Yanzhou, who had been disengaged moments earlier, turned his full attention to the girl before him for the first time. "To be frank," he replied, offering a courteous smile, "Shi Liao-liao does not prefer your type." Mu Xian's smile remained unchanged, but as she caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye, her gaze dropped suddenly, transforming her already endearing features into a picture of vulnerability. "I see. I apologize for being so forward." Shi Liao-liao, witnessing her heroine's pitiful demeanor, felt the rehearsed words of concern die on her lips, her eyes shooting a reproachful glance at Lu Yanzhou. "Yanzi, what are you doing? How could you treat a delicate girl this way?" Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yanzhou remained unresponsive, and as his devoted servant, Shi Liao-liao felt compelled to salvage her employer's image. "Miss Mu Xian, are you all right?" she asked, only to be met with Mu Xian, who had lifted her head and, with a brave smile, grasped Shi Liao-liao's sleeve. "I'm fine, thank you." Observing from the sidelines, Liu Yanzhou noted the protective instincts of his devoted young servant, but failed to realize that Mu Xian towered over Shi Liao-liao, capable of overpowering her with ease. Liu Yanzhou inhaled sharply, interjecting, "Where's my milk?" Both pairs of eyes turned toward him, with Shi Liao-liao's expression revealing a mix of emotions. "Could you choose your words more carefully, young master? What do you mean by my milk?" "Oh no, look at Mu Xian's expression. She must think you have some peculiar proclivity." The young master, ever succinct in his speech, appeared unfazed. "You needn't misunderstand, Miss Mu Xian," the professional servant promptly clarified. All right, Liu Yanzhou acquiesced, observing Shi Liao-liao comfortingly explaining to Mu Xian as the latter's long, curled lashes fluttered, revealing an inscrutable emotion in her eyes. "She smells delightful." It was indeed a pity that she had to endure such humiliation, trailing behind a man. Surely, she deserved to be cherished and adored. Before Shi Liao-liao could finish her thoughts, Liu Yanzhou abruptly pulled her away. "We must go. Yang Qingzhou is waiting for us." "Excuse us, Mississippi." Shi Liao-liao felt his grip tighten on her wrist, her expression taut, but her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. "Are you feeling shy?" This unfamiliar formality, addressing her as Miss, is not how one pursues a girl, Yanzhou. A man should take the initiative. Liu Yanzhou pondered whether Shi Liao-liao was suggesting he should be more proactive in courting the younger sister of Xian. He found her matchmaking efforts perplexing. "Ah? You two have arrived. Xian has been called away to entertain guests and will be unavailable for now," Yang Qingzhou announced from the window. Raising his champagne glass in greeting, Shi Liao-liao remarked, "The term entertain guests is quite astute." Liu Yanzhou playfully pinched her cheek, almost causing her to lose her composed demeanor. "Young master?" She looked up at him, bewildered. He casually withdrew his hand, claiming it had slipped. "How slippery could it be to end up on my face?" Yang Qingzhou, observing the interplay between the two, sensed he ought to excuse himself. Before he could make his exit, Shi Liao-liao suddenly turned to him and asked, "Young Master Yang, has Yang Qingqing not arrived?" Upon hearing the name, Liu Yanzhou maintained his usual demeanor, even casting a curious glance in Yang Qingzhou's direction, his chestnut eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. "Qingcheng had a matter to attend to and could not come," Yang Qingzhou replied, almost as an afterthought. "You seem to have a good rapport with him." Shi Liao-liao shook her head. "It's nothing special." Instantly, Liu Yanzhou's aura visibly softened. "You bastard, Liu Yanzhou. You still have the audacity to say it's for my brother. I suspect it's more for your own sake." Shi Liao-liao nonchalantly added, "It's merely a relationship of going to the restroom together after class." At that moment, Liu Yanzhou's thoughts were consumed by a singular idea. Fortunately, that young man has been sent away. At this moment, the orchestra has transitioned to a different piece, and numerous gentlemen have taken the initiative to invite their partners to dance. Liu Yanzhou inquired, "Would you like to dance?" A chill ran down Shi Liao-liao's spine. What kind of spectacle is it for two grown men to dance together? "Young master, I do not know how to dance." As soon as the words left her lips, Shi Liao-liao sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere around her. Casting her gaze elsewhere, she spotted Mu Xian glancing in their direction, not far away. "Young master, Miss Mu has turned down the advances of a gentleman who approached her earlier. It seems she is waiting for someone," Shi Liao-liao suggested. Liu Yanzhou did not even glance in that direction. "Oh." "Several gentlemen are now making their way towards Miss Mu," Shi Liao-liao remarked. "Why aren't you anxious, Yanzi? If you delay any longer, someone else will sweep in." Feeling the palpable restlessness of those around him, Liu Yanzhou, under Yang Qingzhou's hesitant gaze, smoothly snatched a champagne flute from a passing server's tray. Applying just enough pressure to spill the drink all over his coat, Shi Liao-liao was rendered speechless. The calm demeanor of the perpetrator as he placed the empty glass back onto the now startled server's tray and turned to his young attendant, expressing mild annoyance. "My attire is stained. Could you accompany me to change?" Chapter 64. Shi Liao-liao's lips moved as she struggled to suppress the urge to exclaim that it was the first time she had witnessed the young master behaving so wildly. Very well. It was customary for Liu Yanzhou to bring two formal outfits to such gatherings. The two of them, accompanied by a visibly anxious servant who repeatedly reassured them that the young master would not blame them for any mishap, approached the door to the room. "Young Master Liu, this room has been specifically prepared for you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me," he said respectfully. Liu Yanzhou handed him a card. "Thank you for your efforts. Please ensure that no one disturbs us." Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang in Shi Liao-liao's mind. "Wait." What does he mean by no one disturb us? Before Lu Yanzhou could make any move, she instinctively took a step back. Young master, I shall wait outside. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yanzhou seized her by the nape of her neck and pulled her inside. The door clicked shut behind them, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock engaging. The sweet, intoxicating scent of champagne wafted around them as Shi Liao-liao found herself pressed against the door. Their proximity so close that Lu Yanzhou could easily kiss her forehead if he leaned down. Why are you trying to matchmake me with Mu Xian? Shi Liao-liao was taken aback by his sudden assertiveness. Does the young master not like her? Lu Yanzhou responded with little hesitation. Not at all. The look in Shi Liao-liao's eyes was one of disbelief, causing Lu Yanzhou to feel a twinge of annoyance. Little Yanzi, I know you secretly harbor feelings for her. Yet you outwardly insist on remaining steadfast, struggling internally. Fear not, embrace your primal desires. Do not suppress them. Choose your favorite path and pursue it without hesitation. I want ye mind. Lu Yanzhou thought to himself, this is your own invitation. Without further ado, he lowered his head. Shi Liao-liao felt a sharp pain in her neck. Which household Yanzi bites? Lu Yanzhou, release me. The address that had remained unchanged for ages finally shifted, igniting a new excitement in Lu Yanzhou. He responded with even more fervor. Shi Liao-liao launched a surprise attack like an eagle swooping down on its prey. But Lu Yanzhou had evidently anticipated her moves, seizing her arm just as she thought she had succeeded. Undeterred, she attempted to kick upwards, only to have that thwarted as well. Shi Liao-liao was astonished. Are you a worm in my stomach? How could you possibly know what I was going to do next? From now on, call me that in private. Lu Yanzhou lifted his gaze from her shoulder, catching sight of a mark on her formerly pristine neck, slightly broken skin with a hint of blood seeping through. A satisfied smirk graced his lips as he leaned down to lick the wound. Shi Liao-liao gasped, shivering at the sensation. Young master! Before she could finish her protest, Lu Yanzhou bit her again. In her life, she had feared little aside from constipation, but Lu Yanzhou could certainly be considered formidable. Lu Yanzhou! She exclaimed, quickly amending her address. Only then did he look up satisfied. Do not attempt to matchmake me with that Mu Xian again. Furthermore, he lifted a hand, tugging at Shi Liao-liao's short hair, his tone playful yet laced with an undeniable threat. Keep your distance from her. Otherwise, I shall confiscate all your precious Hudayu hemorrhoid cream stashed away under your bed. Shi Liao-liao's pupils constricted in horror. Damn it, he's discovered my Achilles heel. The Hudayu hemorrhoid cream was her currency for social interactions. She couldn't afford to lose it. Lu Yanzhou had expertly identified her most vulnerable point. Internally, she wrestled with pain, torment, and even questioned why it had to be her. Yet, Shi Liao-liao found herself entirely powerless. In the face of such absolute authority, she had no choice but to yield. This man before her had seized upon her most cherished weakness, her Hudayu hemorrhoid cream. Observing her head gradually bowing, her eyes filled with restraint, Lu Yanzhou felt a pang of sympathy. Yet he knew he had to maintain control over this vital leverage. As long as you obediently comply, I assure you that it shall remain untouched. Lu Yanzhou pinched her earlobe, and unlike before when she would shy away, this time Shi Liao-liao acquiesced, allowing him to toy with her as he pleased. Young Master Lu, it is innocent. Please do not harm it. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Shi Liao-liao could envision that if she truly angered Lu Yanzhou, he would likely go to the extreme of acquiring the brand, ensuring that Hudayu hemorrhoid cream would vanish permanently from the marketplace. The look in Lu Yanzhou's eyes held a depth that Shi Liao-liao could not comprehend. Very well. Just keep your distance from Mu Xian. As they tidied themselves up and stepped back outside, Shi Liao-liao ensured her collar concealed the mark on her neck. With a bit of caution, it would remain hidden from prying eyes. Lu Yanzhou, too, resumed his polished demeanor. Earlier, due to the presence of the Shijia people, no one had had the opportunity to approach Lu Yanzhou. Now that Xian had finished with the formalities, those with ulterior motives began to encircle Lu Yanzhou to discuss business. Noticing Shi Liao-liao standing idly by, Lu Yanzhou leaned closer to Xian, whispering, "Take her to eat something. Ensure it's not too cold or too spicy." Xian replied, "Am I your nanny?" Without turning back, Lu Yanzhou retorted, "Once this is accomplished, I will grant you that piece of land in the east." Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. "I am most willing, my young master Lu." He then cheerfully whisked away the still dazed Shi Liao-liao. "Come along, little one. Your father Lu has asked me to take you for a bite to eat." Shi Liao-liao was taken aback. Just as Xian had settled her, A previous acquaintance approached him, sweetly inquiring if he was currently seeing anyone. Shi Liao-liao, biting into her tuna sushi, was observing the lively scene when a gentle voice suddenly called from behind her. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Shi Liao-liao, correct? Turning around, she met the warm, compassionate gaze of a woman behind her. It was Mrs. Shi. Shi Liao-liao felt an immediate affinity for her and nodded. Hello, Mrs. Shi. She glanced around but did not see Mu Xian. It struck her that since returning, she had yet to catch a glimpse of the leading lady. She wondered where she had gone. St. Dun Academy can be quite demanding, but one must take care to eat well. You look a bit thin, Mrs. She remarked with a hint of concern in her eyes. In truth, she herself was puzzled by the fondness she felt for this boy whom she had only met once. The moment she laid eyes on him, she felt an inexplicable connection. If only she were a girl. Realizing what she was contemplating, she was taken aback. She must not think like that, as her daughter had already returned. Child, please eat first. Annie will go look for Mu Xian. She has just returned. I hope she hasn't gotten lost. Shi Liao-liao nodded. For reasons she could not fathom, a twinge of regret washed over her as she watched Mrs. Shi walk away. She was quite eager to converse more with this lady. Having indulged in champagne, she occasionally shifted her legs, feeling a pressing need to relieve herself. Turning to the uncle sent by Mr. Liu, she noticed he was engrossed in a lively discussion with a beautiful woman, so she refrained from intruding. I'll go by myself, she decided, inquiring with the server about the location of the restroom before heading in that direction. Unfortunately, it appeared that the restroom on the first floor was out of order. The servant, full of apologies, directed her to the second floor instead. Reluctantly, she took the elevator up. Where is the restroom? The West residence was quite expansive, with an unconventional layout that soon left her disoriented. Just as she contemplated retracing her steps to ask for directions, she suddenly heard a noise from the far end. Assuming it might be a cleaning servant, she approached to inquire. However, as she neared the door, it swung open, and someone collided with her. She took a step back, only to feel an arm wrap around her waist. Are you all right? A soft voice inquired. Looking up, she caught only a glimpse of a corner of the room before the door was shut again. Steadying herself, she glanced at the person before her, Miss Mu Xian. Mu Xian was inexplicably present here. As their eyes met, she noticed a sudden dimming in Mu Xian's once bright gaze. Stepping closer, Mu Xian brushed her nose against her ear and murmured, You smell wonderful. Does your employer know you are a girl? Chapter 65. It is not an exaggeration to say that at the moment she heard Mu Xian's words, she nearly lost her composure in shock. Yet, her long-established poker face enabled her to swiftly regain her composure. With an expression of just the right amount of bewilderment, she distanced herself from Mu Xian.
Miss Mu Xin, what are you talking about?
Mu Xian smiled, her beautiful face now tinged with a hint of cunning. Do not worry, I won't tell anyone. The moment I saw you, I knew you were different from those vile men. Your slender figure, your exquisitely striking features, and that uniquely feminine scent that lingers despite your efforts to conceal it, none of these could deceive my eyes. Maintaining her calm demeanor, Shi Liao replied, Miss Mu Xian, I do not understand what you mean. She resolutely refused to acknowledge it. Mu Xian, seemingly unwilling to press her further, lowered her long lashes and softened her tone. I apologize. I was just too excited. Since coming here, aside from my mother, I've been surrounded by men, all of whom have treated me kindly. Yet I still feel frightened. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. I fear that when I open my eyes again, it will all be a dream, and I will return to my former life. The sight of the weeping girl was heart-wrenching. Just as Shi Liao reached for her handkerchief to offer comfort, a figure suddenly rushed in, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Xian. The usually carefree glimmer in his eyes was now shadowed by a thin veil of anger. What are you doing? Wei Yan glared at Shi Liao, then turned to Mu Xian. What's the matter? Don't cry. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shi Liao realized that Wei Yan must have misunderstood. After all, he was her protective brother, anxious for her well-being. Brother, I'm fine. I just wanted to befriend Shi Liao. But while talking, I was reminded of past events, which made me unable to hold back my tears. She was about to comfort me when you arrived, Mu Xian explained, playfully pushing Wei Yan away, clearly irritated by his interruption. Realizing his misjudgment, Wei Yan turned to Shi Liao, his expression softening. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Shi Liao, not wishing to impose, quickly shook her head. It's all right. Misunderstandings happen. You can't stand even the slightest injustice, can you? Wei Yan remarked. Come on, Everyone is waiting for you. He glanced at Mu Xian and whispered something to her before they both turned to leave. As Shi Liao observed this tender scene, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed the female lead was beginning to adapt to life at the West residence. She raised her hand to touch her neck. Glancing back at the room from which Mu Xian had just emerged, her curiosity piqued. That brief glimpse had suggested it might be a storage room. However, important rooms should be equipped with smart locks, she reasoned. A shiver ran down her legs as the urgency to relieve herself returned, prompting her to abandon her thoughts and resume her search for the restroom. When Lu Yanzhou concluded his conversation with the group, Shi Liao returned just in time. Spotting her alone, he raised his hand to beckon her over. Ignoring the curious gazes around them, he touched her cheek with the back of his hand. Where have you been? What about Wei Yan? Shi Liao recounted her encounter as it had unfolded. Wei Yan is quite concerned about Miss Mu Xian? Lu Yanzhou echoed, his tone casual yet contemplative. Shi Liao nodded. Yes, he seemed quite upset, thinking I was bullying Miss Mu Xian. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Yanzhou's mind, and he spoke nonchalantly. Next time something like this happens, just punch him in the face. He added in a lower voice, but do not let your fist stray to his backside. Shi Liao raised an eyebrow. Is that the image I project in your mind? Lu Yanzhou ruffled her hair affectionately. To be precise, it's more like a beastly image. As the soiree drew to a close, Lu Yanzhou instructed Shi Liao to return to the car and wait for him. He then skillfully made his way to a pavilion hidden deep within the garden. Inside, someone had already taken a seat, and upon hearing his footsteps, the figure turned without looking back. You're so slow to arrive, he remarked, a smile brightening his face. The little male servant came to complain, didn't he? Lu Yanzhou settled across from him, barely lifting his eyelids as he replied, that was merely stating the facts. He then turned his gaze to Wei Yan, who appeared somewhat weary, loosening his tie and leaning against the pillar beside him. Let us get to the point. What's the deal with Mu Xian? Lu Yanzhou inquired. Wei Yan seemed unsurprised. You've noticed something amiss with her as well. He then dropped a bombshell beneath Lu Yanzhou's calm demeanor. She is not my sister. Lu Yanzhou had suspected as much, but hadn't he anticipated Wei Yan's unwavering conviction? What is her purpose? Wei Yan shook his head. Today, I saw her sneaking around alone, searching for something. When I followed her, I found her with Shi Liao and feared for your little servant's safety, so I quickly separated them. I tested her, but she was quite astute, revealing nothing. Searching for something? Lu Yanzhou pondered. Where did you find her? Previously, Yang Qingzhou had asked multiple times, but Wei Yan had deftly changed the subject. This time, however, he revealed, in a remote fishing village, an old fisherman approached us, claiming Mu Xian was a child of the West family. After searching for so long, we had encountered numerous frauds and initially, we did not believe him. Following protocol, we had a paternity test done, but the outcome was unexpected. The girl named Mu Xian truly is his daughter. There were too many inconsistencies, yet my parents were so immersed in the joy of finally realizing their long-held wish that they refused to dig deeper. I discreetly arranged for several tests, and both my mother and I indeed share a blood relation with that girl. However, I am certain that this girl named Mu Xian is not my sister. There is something off about her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanzhou reached the same conclusion as Wei Yan. With his confirmation, Wei Yan, who had often faced disapproval from his parents, felt a subtle sense of relief. Keep a close watch on her. I have inadvertently gathered some clues, and I will handle the investigation for now. Pausing, Lu Yanzhou added with a smirk, by the way, you should thank Shi Liao. She was the one who discovered the clues. Wei Yan shook his head, chuckling softly. Neither of you are willing to accept any loss, are you? Fine, from now on, I will cover all expenses for Shi Liao at St. Dawn. Is that satisfactory, young Master Lu? Lu Yanzhou did not hesitate. Change it. This sounds like something a guardian ought to do. Xian could not help but roll her eyes. At the same time, while holding on to Shifeng's arm and greeting someone, Muxin suddenly interjected. Dad, I heard that my brother's school is organizing a creative competition. Shifeng, filled with patience for his recently found daughter, immediately looked down and replied.
Yes.
Muxin winked at him. I heard Dad is a director. Does that mean you have decision-making power? Shifeng smiled, of course. Muxin tiptoed and whispered in his ear. Dad. Regarding the creative competition specifically. Upon hearing this, Shifeng's eyes displayed surprise, but more so, indulgence. You, appearing so obedient, yet you are quite the little rascal. Muxin shook his arm, her smile sweet. Chapter 66. When Lu Yanzhou got into the car, Shi Liao-liao was tilting her head, clearly asleep. He moved gently, bending down to pull her closer. Just as his fingers brushed against her hair, the drowsy individual suddenly jolted awake, yelling with closed eyes, "Teacher, I'm not asleep. I dropped my pen." After saying this, she bent over and began to rummage on the floor, remaining silent after a while in this position. Yanzhou, when he straightened her up, Shi Liao-liao was still mumbling something, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Latin words. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Yanzhou rested her head on his shoulder, signaling the driver to start. The driver gave an okay sign and drove steadily. Shi Liao-liao had no recollection of how she returned to her room. When she opened her eyes and raised her hand to feel herself, she breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing she was still in the same clothes from last night, then turned over. "Host. It was the male lead who carried you back last night. A Princess Carrie, no less." Shi Liao-liao lazily replied, "Oh." After lounging for a while, she finally got up and took off her clothes. After a night of tossing and turning, they were a bit wrinkled. She planned to take them to the dry cleaners later, since she needed to return them. After tidying herself up, Shi Liao-liao went downstairs, but did not see Yanzhou. "Young master?" She pulled out her phone and noticed that Yanzhou had texted her early on, stating he was out for some business and that breakfast was on the table. Looking at the spread of her favorite foods, she felt a wave of melancholy. Is Yanzhou emotionally obtuse? Why does it seem like he still has no reaction after meeting the female lead? Wanwan mimicked her and sighed. "I observed yesterday that it's not just the male lead. The female lead speaks more to you than she does to him. This shouldn't be the case." In the original book, the male lead, upon seeing the female lead regain her identity and don a dress, could no longer conceal his feelings and directly pursued her fervently. Even though the plot where the female lead dressed as a man was omitted, it shouldn't be like this. The male lead might be taking you seriously, host. So much so that even the destined effects have been weakened. Wanwan could only come up with this explanation. Shi Liao-liao bit into a crab roe bun, her chewing slowing as she mulled over her feelings. She was indeed quite oblivious to romance. In her previous life, when someone invited her out to talk, she assumed they were looking for trouble. She had taken her classmate, who was having a rough day, out and threatened the person to leave, or she would let her classmate retaliate. It was only later, after her classmate returned from the restroom, that she realized the person had likely come to confess to her. Just as she was preoccupied with her thoughts, Yanzhou was on the other side, enlarging a map and pointing at a specific location. "Are you saying you found it here?" The usually gaming-obsessed individual nodded respectfully. "Yes. I got a blind box ticket and went to that place. I heard the scenery was beautiful, so I went there to sketch, and I happened to find that talisman." After sending the person away, Xian turned to look at Yanzhou. "What's wrong? Is there something about this place?" Yanzhou's gaze lingered on the point on the map, his emotions shadowy. "It's nothing." Although there was no apparent connection, he suddenly recalled a call from Secretary Shi a while back. "Young master, although housekeeper Shi didn't uncover anything, we accidentally learned something. Shi Liao-liao is not housekeeper Shi's biological granddaughter. She was picked up." Sitting across from Yanzhou, Xian took a sip of water and suddenly said, "My dad promised Mushin one thing related to the creative competition at Saint. He found himself increasingly unable to comprehend this person." Yanzhou snapped out of his reverie, his hazel eyes scanning Xian's face with an inscrutable expression. "Do you think your biological sister resembles you?" Xian raised an eyebrow, of course. From this, he concluded that Mushin could not possibly be his sister, as they bore no resemblance whatsoever. Since childhood, Xian had fantasized about strolling hand in hand with his sister, receiving compliments on how they resembled siblings. Yanzhou seemed to have asked casually, what did she do regarding the creative competition? Xian's expression turned complex. "A cross-dressing competition? A cross-dressing competition?" Upon hearing those 4 words from Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao nearly lost her composure. The entanglement concerning feelings was entirely cast aside. Which mischievous soul proposed this? "Are they truly targeting me?" Yanzhou replied, "It genuinely wasn't me. It sounded amusing, but surely not many would participate. It's clearly a joke. Who would be bored enough to join?" Yanzhou took a sip of coffee, casually stating, "All students below C grade are mandated to participate. The grand prize is a promotion to the next level, which signifies status. No one would miss out on this. A mere cross-dressing competition." Yet it was beyond Shi Liao-liao's imagination that the reward could be so significant. "Then I must participate." Yanzhou nodded, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "I understand." Shi Liao-liao nodded. Since participation was mandatory, she could just go along with it. After all, a cross-dressing competition was merely about selecting the most feminine man, right? Until Lu Yanzhou leisurely added, the second prize is a priority amnesty. Seeing him mention this specifically, Shi Liao-liao curiously asked, what is a priority amnesty? Lu Yanzhou set down his cup, his hazel eyes fixating on her. During your time at school, regardless of any mistakes you make, as long as you have the priority amnesty, you will not be expelled and can continue studying at Sainton until graduation. Shi Liao-liao met his gaze, feeling as though those eyes held unspoken implications, akin to a mysterious substance that had not fully digested. I understand, young master. If my gender is ever revealed, I can still continue my studies at Sainton. It must be said that this reward would be of little use to the average student, but for someone like Shi Liao-liao, who harbored secrets, it was a godsend. In the evening, just after class, Shi Liao-liao received a message from an unfamiliar number. I am Mushin. I'm at the entrance of your school now.
Can we talk?
Ever since Wanwan's remarks, Shi Liao-liao felt an indescribable guilt towards the female lead. She handed her book to a classmate and headed towards the door. During this time, Yang Qingqing sent her a message out of the blue, saying that if they filled the group with 5 people, there would be benefits to claim. It was clearly a case of hacking. However, Shi Liao-liao recalled that the cooking oil in the dormitory seemed to have run out. Although it wasn't her responsibility to buy it, she also ate and occasionally snuck down for late-night snacks, feeling a bit guilty. She immediately joined the group. Casually, she dragged in the most familiar Lu Yanzhou, Yang Qingzhou, Shi Yan and another classmate, intending to claim the benefits before explaining to them. Meanwhile, Shi Yan, looking down at his phone, poked the two beside him. Hey, Shi Liao-liao created a group and said we can claim some benefits. Upon hearing the name of the young master, Lu Yanzhou instinctively picked up his phone. As anticipated, a new group appeared on the interface. Simultaneously, a private chat window popped up, requesting assistance from the young male servant. He glanced at the bowing emoji, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and sent a 1 in the group chat. In the next moment, the group leader shared a tweet, a high-definition and censored European film featuring a protagonist alongside a dog. Chapter 67, Lu Yanzhou, one must not, at the very least, cannot. Although he had gradually grown accustomed to the explosive scenes presented by Shi Liao-liao, there were moments when Lu Yanzhou still felt the urge to call the authorities. He shut his eyes briefly, and after a moment, uttered 2 words, take it off. Shi Liao-liao, engrossed in the novelty of her wig, twirled around. Her skirt of alternating red and green fabric, creating a graceful arc, was it unappealing? She had nearly been entranced by her reflection earlier. This was, after all, the first time she truly saw herself as a girl. Her shoulder-length hair accentuated her dainty features, rendering her femininity exquisitely delicate. Although her chest was flat, without a binding corset, the decorative bow at her neckline artfully concealed it, while the short skirt, falling just above her knees, fully revealed her slender, fair legs. If one overlooked the floral pattern reminiscent of a northeast cotton-padded jacket, it could be deemed nearly perfect. Lu Yanzhou endeavored to disregard the garish floral elements, focusing instead on Shi Liao-liao's visage. That hairstyle suits you well. Change out of that dress. Shi Liao-liao nodded. All right, I shall heed your words, young master. But I want to change, hee. Lu Yanzhou remarked. It's been a long time since I've seen you in a skirt. Shi Liao-liao felt a bit unaccustomed to the lightness of her legs. Just as she contemplated changing back into her previous attire, Lu Yanzhou suddenly beckoned her over from his seat. Upon sitting across from him, Shi Liao-liao accepted the blanket he naturally offered, only to realize after a moment that Lu Yanzhou intended for her to cover her legs. What's the matter? Are you planning for a heart-to-heart, Yanzi? Lu Yanzhou gazed at the female version of Shi Liao-liao before him, increasingly finding her delightful. Despite the explosion of colors from that oversized bow, did the steward say anything to you before he passed? Shi Liao-liao pondered for a moment. Aside from informing Lu Yanzhou of certain matters, it seemed that she recalled something, her expression shifting slightly before she shook her head. No. Lu Yanzhou did not miss the brief change in her demeanor. Even if it's a small matter, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. Shi Liao-liao ran her fingers over the blanket draped over her legs, still imbued with Lu Yanzhou's warmth, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. She mused that perhaps sharing this with him wouldn't be so grave. Was it truly of significance? Did the young master genuinely wish to hear it? Lu Yanzhou nodded patiently, pouring her a cup of milk tea he had already prepared. After taking a sip, Shi Liao-liao found it sweet, infused with the rich aroma of tea. My grandfather told me, if one finds themselves on the brink of starvation. To remember this, when faced with the choice of eating excrement, the kind that causes stomach troubles is not as foul, it merely has a slight sourness. However, the solid kind is truly odious and sticks to one's teeth. Lu Yanzhou's stoic and stern image of the steward crumbled like a collapsing edifice. Some individuals, in certain domains, would never reach his heights. Go ahead and enjoy yourself, I shall cook tonight.
At least until he had forgotten about this.
Lu Yanzhou would never be able to bring himself to eat anything Shi Liao-liao prepared.
Shi Liao-liao feignait surprise.
Let us hope the rice isn't burnt this time. As she ascended the stairs to change, Shi Liao-liao caught sight of a photograph of the original owner and her grandfather on the bedside table and suddenly recalled something. Now that she thought about it, the old steward had indeed mentioned something. Maru, what did he say? Shi Liao-liao reflected, recalling it was something along the lines of not easily trusting anyone claiming to be a relative. Initially, she believed this was the old man's way of guarding against distant relatives coveting the inheritance. But upon further contemplation, it seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Regardless of what Lu Yanzhou was probing into, or what Shi Liao-liao had realized, time continued its relentless march forward. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. The atmosphere at the academy was abuzz with excitement. After all, they were young men, typically mature in appearance, but inherently playful and lively. Upon stepping outside, the sight of a cross-dressing enthusiast almost made Shi Liao-liao doubt whether she was fully awake. She watched in disbelief as a woman, clad in high heels and sporting leg hair reminiscent of an unrefined gorilla, dropped a bun from beneath her skirt. The woman, giggling, bent down to stuff the round, white bun into her deflated bosom, exclaiming loudly, "This year's champion is definitely me." Shi Liao-liao wished she could record this and send it to Gu Shuizhao. Look, the target of menstrual pain has just arrived. Lu Yanzhou seemed to have anticipated this scene, having left early to spare his eyes. During the competition, the academy was open to the public, and many students from the neighboring girls' school came to partake in the festivities. Shi Liao-liao, wary of encountering Mu Xian, knew that if Lu Yanzhou found out, he would surely be displeased, so she swiftly entered the auditorium. She had come to terms with it. Matters of the heart were best left to those involved. She was merely a bystander and should refrain from interfering. Who knew if they could have hit it off? Only to have it fall apart due to her meddling? Preserving her own neck was paramount. Maru was also exasperated. Since arriving, nothing had gone as expected. If she failed her task, so be it. Worst-case scenario, she could return to the main system, wreak havoc, and then perish. Contestant 111, the changing room is over there. A volunteer led her inside. I have my own room? She was taken aback. With so many contestants, and her being the lowest-ranked F grade, such luck was unexpected. The volunteer offered little explanation, assuring her that she could use it in peace, without disturbance. Shi Liao-liao speculated that Lu Yanzhou must have arranged this in advance. Yanzi is quite considerate, even if he mistakenly believes I'm watching bestiality films. Mentioning this made Maru feel embarrassed. Hasn't she arrived yet? Hearing that Shi Liao-liao had not yet entered the room he had prepared, Lu Yanzhou frowned slightly. Apologies, I must step out for a moment. Nodding to the room full of people, he rose to leave. The student council president smiled and nodded, then tapped the table. Everyone, please continue. What Lu Yanzhou and Shi Liao-liao were unaware of was that a few minutes earlier, Mu Xian had discovered a peeping cleaner near their dormitory while searching for Shi Liao-liao. Have the bodyguards bring him here. Initially, Mu Xian intended to hand the man over to the guards, but upon hearing the bodyguard address her as Miss Shi, the quail-like old man suddenly looked up.
Feigning surprise.
Mu Xian instructed them to find the guards immediately. To maintain a low profile, she had only brought one bodyguard, and upon hearing her command, the bodyguard hesitated. Mu Xian's gaze flickered, her voice soft and gentle. There won't be any trouble. You've already tied him up. Haven to you? Seeing her resolve, the bodyguard nodded and left. Once he was out of sight, the previously frightened Mu Xian stepped forward and, amidst the old man's complex expression, delivered a sharp slap. Bloody teeth flew several meters away as the old man's head buzzed from the impact. Mu Xian smiled softly at him. You old fool. It seems you know a thing or two. Chapter 68. Watching the limping, rolling old man flee. Mu Xian kicked some fallen leaves to obscure the bloodstains on the ground while processing the shocking news. Oddly, there had been a deviation. Thinking of Shi Liao-liao, Mu Xian smirked. Nevertheless, this position truly suited her. Miss, where is he? The bodyguard rushed in with the guards, startled to find Mu Xian standing alone. Mu Xian turned. Her eyes reddened. He escaped. She then looked up at the panicked bodyguard. However, I took note of his employee ID. It is indeed perilous to have such a person remain in Stenton. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed towards the guard, who straightened his posture. Rest assured, I shall report this matter to my superiors and ensure that the janitor receives the most severe punishment. The captain had specifically instructed that we must not offend the children of the wealthy. A sigh of relief escaped Mu Xian, her anxiety visibly dissipating. Thank you so much. Once the guard departed, she beckoned her bodyguard over. I need you to do something for me. The previous scene had left the bodyguard feeling apprehensive, and now, as she spoke, he cautiously replied, Miss, the master has ordered me to protect you at all costs. Mu Xian shook her head. You need not leave.
You know Shi Liao-liao, right? Please assist me.
After uncovering certain truths, Mu Xian had abandoned her intention to have someone restore their true gender to accompany her at the girls' school.
Now,
she could not allow anyone to discover Shi Liao-liao's secret. The moment Shi Liao-liao stepped into the room, she abruptly realized she had seemingly entered the wrong place. Of course, it was wrong. Who leaves such an abundance of cash in a changing room? Staring at the room filled with money, Shi Liao-liao was momentarily dumbfounded. It was Wan who first regained her composure. Host, there is a piece of paper over there. She snapped back to reality and walked towards the only table in a room, upon which lay a bouquet of vibrantly blooming roses, with a light pink greeting card nestled among the flowers. The text was printed. If you do not participate in the competition, this all belongs to you. Shi Liao-liao raised an eyebrow, already certain that this was not the doing of Lu Yanzhou, as roses were his least favorite flowers. Someone did not want her to compete? Her first thought was that the other party feared she would win.
But why?
With this in mind, she did not even glance at the pile of cash behind her and walked straight towards the door, her expression remarkably indifferent. Upon discovering the door was locked, Shi Liao-liao let out a sigh and shrugged her shoulders at Wan. You see, I do not wish for this either. Even the heavens seem to want me to earn this money. Wan, please pull up the surveillance footage for me. Lu Yanzhou entered the surveillance room, followed by the volunteer who had initially been responsible for guiding Shi Liao-liao. It's right here. I stood in the most unobstructed position to ensure I could see her. However, I did not. And I would never overlook her unless someone had taken her away in advance. Lu Yanzhou nodded. Calm down. Compared to the flustered volunteer, Lu Yanzhou appeared remarkably composed. He was, of course, worried about Shi Liao-liao. He feared she might carelessly place a weapon in someone's rear. Lu Yanzhou had already made a call on his way here, but it seemed the signal had been blocked, and he could not get through. While Lu Yanzhou was checking the surveillance, in a corner, Shi Yan, who was cozied up with his new flame, suddenly noticed that the girl in his arms seemed distracted. Her gaze directed upwards. Shi Yan released the girl in confusion and followed her line of sight, only to see a rather curvaceous backside descending along the pipe. Feeling the unmistakable gaze from below, the owner of the backside glanced down briefly. Maintaining her position with limbs clinging to the pipe, she greeted Shi Yan with an impassive expression.
Hello.
Your father has arrived. Shi Yan, I really cannot help but wonder what Lu Yanzhou sees in her. The girl, who had been closely pressed against Shi Yan, burst into laughter. Shi Yan, your brother is so amusing. Watching Shi Liao-liao jump down in a handsome manner and check the dust on her clothes, the girl laughed uncontrollably. Shi Yan raised an eyebrow. He is not my brother. Shi Liao-liao nodded, affirming, I am an only child. The girl paused at this revelation. Oh, I see. You two do bear some resemblance, especially from that angle just now. Shi Yan glanced at Shi Liao-liao with a smirk. Really? In what way? Shi Liao-liao also looked at Shi Yan. Not at all. Young master, she appears to be rather rough around the edges. The girl imagined for a moment. I suddenly feel like breaking up. Watching the girl make an excuse to leave, Shi Yan nearly lost his smile. Shi Liao-liao, you owe me a girlfriend. He laughed in exasperation. Lu Yanzhou is truly remarkable. He decided he would never mock the love-struck Yanzhou again. When Shi Liao-liao turned to leave, Shi Yan, quick on his feet, grabbed her by the back of her collar and pulled her back. Wait, your Lu Yanzhou is worried sick about not being able to find you. He then called Lu Yanzhou to briefly explain the situation. Lu Yanzhou instructed him to send the location and then handed the phone to Shi Liao-liao. She took the phone, freeing herself from Shi Yan's grasp. Young master, stay close to Shi Yan, I will come find you. Who took you away? Shi Liao-liao briefly explained the situation, emphasizing that she had given up a considerable sum of money. Lu Yanzhou contemplated the logistics of moving such a large amount of money into an entire room. Such a grand gesture could not go unnoticed. Shi Yan, upon hearing this, appeared thoughtful. It is clear that someone does not want you to participate in the competition. Have you offended anyone recently? Shi Liao-liao slowly blinked, then took out a small notebook she always carried, beginning to flip through it. Shi Yan, using his height advantage, stole a glance. Goodness, a dense list of names. Is this a death note? All right, you can leave this matter to your esteemed one to investigate. Among those present, aside from Shi Liao-liao, no one found the phrase your esteemed one problematic. While the group continued discussing the details of the situation, Shi Liao-liao suddenly recalled something. Young master, I left something in that room. With her brows furrowed, she hesitated but ultimately voiced her concern. Lu Yanzhou's voice came through the phone.
What?
The outfit and wig for the competition. Shi Yan shot her a teasing glance, suggesting she was rather serious about this. No worries, I have prepared a spare for you. Even if no third party was meddling, Lu Yanzhou originally had 3 plans in place should Shi Liao-liao's northeastern JK outfit encounter any mishaps. Chapter 69. Upon hearing this, Shi Liao-liao was momentarily taken aback. When did you secretly buy women's clothing without me knowing? Shi Liao-liao discreetly scrutinized Lu Yanzhou. Yanzi, tell me honestly, the reason you do not like Mu Xian is that you wish to become Mu Xian, right? Lu Yanzhou nearly twisted Shi Yan's head off and threw it at Shi Liao-liao. Time was running out. Should they abandon the competition? Although Lu Yanzhou was curious to see what would happen, the previous individual had yet to be dealt with, and Shi Liao-liao might encounter trouble if she strayed from his sight. Of course, if she continued, Lu Yanzhou was confident he could eliminate any potential threats. However, it was evident that Shi Liao-liao did not wish to miss that opportunity for clemency. Young master, I want to continue. Lu Yanzhou promptly made a call to have the clothes delivered. Shi Yan observed the interaction between the two, thinking it hardly resembled that of a master and servant. Ignoring the little male servant's still awkward tone and address, they appeared more like a couple. Although both were male, Shi Yan couldn't help but consider the girl's earlier comment and took another look at the little male servant. Upon closer inspection, he indeed bore some resemblance to him. Shi Yan mused that if the little male servant were to disguise himself as a woman and go to the Shi family for recognition, he would resemble his sister far more than that imposter Mu Xian. Speaking of which, did you escape through a window? Otherwise, how did you end up on the pipe above? Lu Yanzhou turned his gaze toward Shi Liao-liao, his chestnut-colored eyes flashing with disapproval. Shi Liao-liao shook her head. The window was locked as well. Shi Yan exclaimed in surprise, then where did you climb down from? Is the person gone? Upon receiving the report,
Mukin furolet harbrais.
in a situation where the signal was blocked and all doors and windows were securely locked, how'd she manage to escape? The reporter hesitated for a while before finally stating with a complex tone that she had climbed to the summit of the pile of banknotes, removed the vent cover, and slipped inside. It sounded deceptively simple, yet the execution was remarkably challenging. Merely navigating into that ventilation duct demanded considerable strength in both arms and waist, making it hard to fathom how that slender youth could possess such remarkable flexibility. Mu Xian couldn't help but smile instead of getting angry. It was no surprise that she could manage this level of difficulty. Well, since fate had decreed it, so be it. Mu Xian instructed her team to step back. The messenger hesitated, saying, "But miss, there is another troubling matter." Glancing at her freshly done nails, Mu Xian replied without the slightest surprise, "Lu Yanzhou has found out."
Yes.
Withdrawing her hand, she tossed her hair back. "It's fine, I'll handle it with my father. If he can uncover even this little detail, he hardly deserves the title of male protagonist." The competition commenced with fervor. Although St. Dunn's atmosphere appeared relaxed, only the students here truly understood the weight of their academic burdens. Failing to graduate and being demoted were common occurrences each year. For the sake of the students' mental health, the school was quite supportive of this competition, which was steeped in mischievous spirit. Moreover, the generous rewards for the competition were not to be overlooked. Thus, apart from the high-level students who regarded it as a mere pastime to unwind, the lower-tier students took this event very seriously. My goodness! If it weren't for their lack of female school uniforms, I genuinely couldn't discern some of them from women. Yang Qingzhou emerged from backstage, his face a picture of astonishment. The true competitors were of an entirely different caliber than the group he had seen earlier. "I say, old Lu, can our family win this time?" Although Shi Liao-liao had a somewhat feminine appearance and a fragile physique, the world is not solely defined by the aesthetic of being young and slender. The array of captivating, bewitching, or charming cross-dressers, enhanced by a professional team, was indeed quite eye-catching. Lu Yanzhou, unflinchingly following the volunteers' guidance, entered his exclusive VIP viewing platform with an attitude that was as nonchalant as could be. "Is that so?" he replied dismissively, suddenly recalling something. He turned his head before stepping inside and said in a bland tone, "It's from my family."
Yanzhou market, so.
"You only absorbed those few words from what I previously said, huh? Look at him." Yang Qingzhou turned to Xian with a sense of grievance. Xian chuckled as he patted the solid biceps of a child's mother. "It's normal for children to grow up and not focus on us." Without hesitation, Lu Yanzhou ordered for this pair of unremarkable parents to be kept outside. Besides Yang Qingzhou, many others also held little hope for Shi Liao-liao. "What brings Lu Yanzhou here? I thought he had no interest in such competitions. It seems beneath his noble demeanor." Some watched as the lights in the room representing Lu Yanzhou lit up. "You may not know, but isn't that servant of Lu Yanzhou's an F grade? He must be participating." "No wonder. I didn't believe the rumors about them being involved until now. What's the harm? He's still young. He should enjoy himself. Once married, he'll have to keep his affairs private. Isn't there a marriage contract between the Lu family and the Shi family? They've found the daughter of the Shi family now. I attended that banquet the other day. Miss Shi is truly stunning. Even if Shi Liao-liao dresses as a woman, she can't compare to even a toe of hers." Ha, that's a harsh remark, but it's true. From a distance, Shi Liao-liao's face seems passable, but up close, it hardly holds up. Didn't he shy away from wearing women's clothing during the last game? A cleaning uniform? How ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped on his foot.
Ouch.
The girl in the white dress looked up with apologetic eyes. "Oh dear. How could I possibly step in dog poop while walking nicely? What bad luck." After speaking, she disdainfully wiped her heel against the pant leg of the person next to her, raising her chin as she walked away. "You." Incensed, he immediately considered yanking the girl's hair, but was swiftly restrained. "Hey, take a good look. That's the eldest daughter of the Bai family." The person who had been ready to erupt in anger instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Though the Bai family had seen better days, they were not to be casually dismissed by people like them. It has begun. The lights suddenly dimmed, and a beam illuminated the host on stage. The host, along with the photography team, were all professionals hired by the school, and as soon as they began speaking, the crowd couldn't help but follow the rhythm. Yang Qingzhou was right. Almost everyone was vying for the top prize, and they were truly putting in great effort for the reward. After the first 10 contestants, each either stunning, charming, adorable, or exuding an air of sophistication, made their entrance, the female students from the school below were left speechless. My goodness! Those in the know would think it was a cross-dressing contest, while those unaware would assume it was a beauty pageant. Are the people on stage truly men? Turning to Bai Liye beside her, she asked, "Hey, which number was the person you came to see?" Bai Liye, having seen Shi Liao-liao's number on the electronic screen outside, replied, "Number 11. Her voice overlapped with that of the host on stage. Lu Yanzhou, who had been engrossed in his computer, finally closed it, lifted his gaze, and fixated intently on the figure that had just emerged on stage. Chapter 70. Half an hour ago, Shi Liao-liao stood before the dressing mirror, feeling dazed after changing her clothes. Even Maru, who had been urging her, had fallen silent. After a while, it finally spoke up. "Host Lu Yanzhou has prepared a plethora of cosmetics. Do you remember how to apply makeup? Besides the dress." Lu Yanzhou had also prepared those items, seemingly confident that Shi Liao-liao could apply them. "I can." She was momentarily taken aback before regaining her voice. And she did not lower her tone. It was the natural voice belonging to this female body. Once everything was ready, she followed the mesmerized guide towards the stage, lifting her skirt with a slight sense of disorientation. "Please welcome number 11. Upon hearing her number, Shi Liao-liao walked towards the stage in high heels that felt like a step into another world. The lights locked onto her the moment she appeared. Instantly, the once bustling audience fell silent. The figure on stage bore no resemblance to the small servant who usually followed Lu Yanzhou. He, or rather she, had her hair styled in loose waves, adorned with silver chains, and wore a champagne-colored floor-length tulle gown. The upper half featured 2 delicate straps embellished with gemstones, while her bare skin gleamed like exquisite mutton-fat jade. As she moved, the hem of her skirt rippled, reflecting shimmering waves, with her slender legs barely visible. Yet, the most captivating aspect was her face, which rendered everything else pale in comparison. The masculine coldness typical of Shi Liao-liao had vanished entirely. Her naturally alluring features and ethereal beauty exuded an irresistible charm simply by standing there. Shi Liao-liao glanced towards the room where Lu Yanzhou was seated. Although she could see nothing, she inexplicably felt the gaze of a beast, sticky and undeniably aggressive. The host was the first to recover, smiling. Silence at this moment is the highest form of admiration. This young lady, gazing at the stunning girl before him. The host found it difficult to refer to her as a mister. Do you have any talents to showcase for us? Shi Liao-liao nodded. In the VIP room above, Yang Qingzhou's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. My goodness, who is that? Is that really Shi Liao-liao? His exclamations echoed in the room, yet none of the two present could spare him a glance. Shi Yan, who had been lazily observing, found his focus sharpened upon seeing Shi Liao-liao for the first time. His pupils constricting. She resembled his mother so closely when she was young, and he was momentarily lost in thought, his heart in disarray. As for Lu Yanzhou, the clarity in his eyes visibly deepened, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure on stage. With her fingertips repeatedly tracing the intricate patterns on the armrest, the delicate veins on the back of her fair hand stood out prominently, as if suppressing something with great effort. At this moment, the audience remained unaware of the male protagonist's complete capitulation to the plot as she, in her female attire, showcased her talents through a self-defense performance. She even invited an enthusiastic guest from the audience to assist in her demonstration. Quite the coincidence. The chosen guest was none other than the individual who had vehemently criticized her moments before. Nervously smiling, the young man stepped onto the stage, only to find himself effortlessly thrown onto the ground by her swift shoulder throw. The pain nearly escaped his lips, yet he stifled any sound, fearing the embarrassment that would ensue, and thus endured the discomfort in silence. Below, Bai Liya erupted into laughter, collapsing onto her companion, trembling with mirth. As she clasped her hands into fists and raised two fingers, Lu Yanzhou, who had been watching her intently, preemptively halted the unfolding disaster of the self-defense demonstration, sparing the unfortunate young man from further humiliation. Receiving the cue, the host skillfully intervened, announcing the conclusion of the performance and commending the young lady's impressive technique. Subsequently, staff swiftly assisted the luckless young man off the stage, who had narrowly avoided a rather unfortunate fate. Although Shi Liao-liao wished to express that her performance was far from over, she was promptly ushered off. As she descended, the audience collectively voiced their discontent, yearning to continue admiring her rare beauty. Hey, where are you going? Yang Qingzhou called out, noticing Lu Yanzhou abruptly rising to leave. Having disengaged from his thoughts, Shi Yan lazily interjected, Forget it, you single dog wouldn't he understand? Yang Qingzhou retorted angrily, Don't you dare call me a single dog. I'm on the verge of finding a partner. Shi Yan feigned surprise. Oh, is that so? Are you pairing up with a gorilla or a tiger? Planning to move into the zoo after the wedding? Yang Qingzhou, incensed, lunged to grab him by the neck. Is it just my imagination? Or do I feel like someone is following me? Shi Liao-liao mused as she ascended in the elevator, her skirt held delicately. This floor had been reserved exclusively by Lu Yanzhou, and theoretically, no unauthorized personnel should be able to access it apart from her. However, since earlier, she had harbored an unsettling sensation of being watched. Wanwan continued to drool over her face. You're beautiful. Whatever you say is right, she retorted dismissively. You wouldn't think so if I took off my makeup, she added, for the creation of beauty relies not only on natural allure but also on skillful presentation. Shi Liao-liao was inherently lovely, yet her typically unadorned appearance had transformed dramatically due to impeccable makeup and a flawless dress, which was why Wanwan found her so captivating. Wanwan shook her head, an expression of complexity crossing her face. Your character design now includes the trait of being beautiful yet unaware. As the duo returned to the dressing room, Wanwan inquired, Host, are you really going to change out of it? Shi Liao-liao resolutely replied, No, I can't. To win the competition, my chest must be real, and that poses a risk. Just as Wanwan lamented with a facepalm, the previously closed door suddenly swung open. A figure sauntered in, followed by the sound of the door locking behind him. Already on high alert, Shi Liao-liao abruptly dropped her hand from the zipper of her dress, seizing a nearby hanger and turning to demand, Who's there? Anyone claiming to have walked into the wrong room can find themselves in a rather uncomfortable position. A familiar silhouette emerged within her line of sight. She froze, instinctively draping a coat over her shoulders. Young master, what brings you here? Chapter 71. Lu Yanzhou halted a short distance from Shi Liao-liao. The image of her on stage had been astonishing, but now, standing closer, it captivated him even more deeply. "I came to see you," he stated casually, his chestnut eyes unwaveringly fixed upon her. Shi Liao-liao felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. "What are you staring at me for? Should I take off my dress for you to try?" "Not necessary," Yanzhou replied, taking a step forward, seemingly oblivious to the subtle wariness reflected in her eyes. Shi Liao-liao, wrapped in her coat, concealed her exposed skin from the cool air. His gaze slowly drifted downward, resting on her chest, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "What is this?" Shi Liao-liao glanced down calmly and responded, "Silicone breast pads." "Quite realistic," Yanzhou remarked with a chuckle. Yet, Shi Liao-liao sensed an underlying implication in his words. Before she could ponder his meaning, a shadow suddenly loomed over her, and she looked up just as a soft, dry lips brushed against the corner of hers. Straightening, Yanzhou politely inquired, "May I kiss you?" Shi Liao-liao nearly slapped him. "What the hell? You've already kissed me, and now you're asking for permission?" "Young master, I haven't brushed my teeth today." Her words were laced with a biting undertone, seeking to dissuade him. However, the Yanzhou before her was no longer the same as before. He merely nodded calmly, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Oh, I haven't brushed either." Shi Liao-liao exclaimed, "What nonsense! A person who brushes 3 times a day could not have not brushed." "Young master, please refrain from this behavior. It's quite distressing for me." Yanzhou had not distanced himself since their kiss. They were now exceedingly close, and from behind, he almost enveloped her entirely in his embrace. "How so?" He raised an eyebrow, his chestnut eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if feigning ignorance to her words. Shi Liao-liao silently ground her teeth. "Don't force me to bite your backside, Yanzhou. Young master, please don't kiss me so casually." She inhaled deeply, her gaze sternly directed at Yanzhou. "Even if you threaten me with hemorrhoid cream, I must reiterate, I like girls and cannot accept a man." Noticing her seriousness, Yanzhou suddenly asked, "Do you have a girl you like?" Before she could respond, he answered himself, "Is it Muexian?" Shi Liao-liao instinctively retorted, "Of course not." Yanzhou nodded, "Then you like me. But you're a man." Yanzhou was entirely unfazed, even playfully adopting the persona of a charming girl. "You can think of me as a girl." Shi Liao-liao gazed up at the tall, well-built man, whose masculine aura was just beginning to emerge. "Your little Lu is thicker than my arms. What nonsense are you spouting?" Her uncivil retort stemmed from the absurdity of the situation. "Try it, you don't dislike me, do you?" As he spoke, he covered her eyes with his hand, taking advantage of her grip on her coat to prevent her from escaping. He leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Don't even think about pushing me onto someone else. I want to give you that chance." Then, aiming for her lips adorned with lip gloss, he bit down sharply. In response, Shi Liao-liao's palm struck him. Anticipating this, Yanzhou calmly accepted the blow. But the force behind it was significantly greater than before, leaving his cheeks swollen in no time.
Yanzhou.
Shi Liao-liao's gaze turned icy. He lowered his eyes to the exposed skin revealed by her open coat and lightly touched his own bruised cheek. "Quite realistic," he remarked before she delivered another slap to the other side of his face. "Please leave, I need to change." Her voice had hardened. Yanzhou, this time, did not linger but turned calmly, exiting with a swollen cheek. As the door clicked shut behind him, Shi Liao-liao stood rooted in place, taking several deep breaths to compose herself. With great caution, Wanwan leapt out, saying, "Host, please do not be angry." Shi Liao's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Only she was aware of the fears that plagued her. It was not the fear of exposure, nor did she detest Yanzhou's kiss. Rather, it was the absence of hatred and disgust that instilled in her a sense of dread. Was Yanzhou not fond of her as a woman? She could simply confess her true gender. After all, the female lead had made her appearance, and the task only required her to utter these 3 sentences, without stipulating that Yanzhou must respond appropriately. The sooner the matter was concluded, the sooner she could depart. She could no longer afford to linger with Yanzhou. Meanwhile, the young Master Lu, expelled from the room, had not wandered far, but stood at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall while engaged in a phone conversation. Shi Liao felt a surge of anger, vowing not to entertain such foolish ideas again. Reflecting on her own reckless actions, Yanzhou sighed, aware that he would likely need to placate her for an extended period. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat guilty. "It won't happen again. But can you guarantee she will return?" Yanzhou responded affirmatively. "I will send someone to protect her discreetly." The other person continued, "Are you sure there's no need to inform the Shi inside?" After all, the two of them. Lu Yanzhou, lost in thought, shook his head. Not yet. The fewer who know about this matter, the safer it will be. That Mu Xin has some formidable backing. Understood. I will handle the arrangements. Having changed her clothes, Shi Liao gazed at the exquisite dress in her hands and, after a moment's contemplation, carefully hung it up. She then hastily exited. With numerous students participating in the event, time would stretch long, and she did not wish to encounter Lu Yanzhou. Unable to return to her dorm, she made the decision to leave the school grounds. Boarding a bus, intending to go wherever the vehicle would take her. Wanwan's spirits remained low. Host, are you truly going to confess to the male lead? Once you do, you will no longer be able to attend St. Dun. Shi Liao was aware of this. However, she found it even more unbearable to contemplate being with Lu Yanzhou. He was the male lead, meant for the female protagonist. If she were to engage with him, it would evoke a sense of shame akin to that of being a mistress. Seeing Shi Liao's resolve, Wanwan refrained from further commentary. It was oblivious to the true nature of Shi Liao's fears. The bus had not yet reached its final destination when Shi Liao disembarked. Standing before a zoo, a sudden thought struck her. Wanwan, I recall you mentioning that the original host seems to have been reincarnated as a panda, correct? Wanwan nodded. Yes. It appears to be this very zoo. Do you wish to see the original host? Having come this far, Shi Liao decided to purchase a ticket and entered. Following the signs to the panda area, she soon spotted several round, fluffy creatures munching on bamboo, delighting spectators. One panda, sitting in the center, suddenly paused, raising its head as if sensing something, locking eyes with Shi Liao. Before Shi Liao could express her astonishment, her breath became heavy, and the scene before her, along with the surrounding clamor, began to blur into obscurity. Amidst the chaos, a voice resonated within her mind. You have disguised yourself remarkably well. It seems you did not overlook the note I left behind. Chapter 72. Upon hearing this voice, Shi Liao found herself unexpectedly unfazed. Shi Liao? The original host shared her name. Even if she were to be called so, it felt unremarkable. Yet, to her surprise, the voice denied, I am not Shi Liao. You are Shi Liao. This profound statement left Shi Liao momentarily stunned. Are you not the original owner of this body? The voice chuckled softly. If it is merely a temporary occupancy, then I cannot truly be considered the owner. Temporary? Shi Liao pondered the implications of this term. Time is of the essence. I momentarily awakened my memories. But I will soon revert to being an ordinary panda. The voice continued, its pace hastening. In my previous life, I was supposed to reincarnate as a panda, but an unforeseen incident led me to inadvertently inhabit this body, displacing the original soul, and by a twist of fate, I became Shi Liao. When my grandfather was nearing death, a mysterious voice approached me, offering to return me to my rightful body, restoring it to the original soul, namely you. Shi Liao's breath caught in her throat. Yet she was a transmigrata, the chosen host of Wanwan. How could she be the original soul of this body? The voice grew fainter, and Shi Liao sensed its impending departure, prompting her to suppress her rising questions and voice the confusion that had lingered in her mind. You warned me not to reveal my gender, claiming that exposure would lead to death. Why is that? The voice replied swiftly. Lu Tingfeng has long been researching methods to resurrect his wife, and finding a suitable vessel to summon her spirit is the simplest and quickest approach. However, the criteria for a suitable body are exceedingly stringent, and your birth chart aligns perfectly. Your grandfather, being his confidant, was aware of this and disguised you as a boy to ensure your safety. Lu Tingfeng regrettably sees you as a male, yet he found it unfortunate to encounter someone who meets all the conditions, aside from gender. After your grandfather's death, he promptly sent you to the Lu family. Once he learns of your true gender, your life will be forfeit. Having conveyed this, the voice dissipated, leaving behind a final warning. Also, be wary of Lu Tingfeng's son. As the voice faded, the surrounding clamor returned, the cacophony of voices and Wanwan's incessant calls resonating in her ears. Host! Host! The little hamster perched on Shi Liao's shoulder, anxiously calling out to her. Shi Liao regained her composure. Realizing she still stood in place, the crowd around her oblivious to her momentary lapse, as though she had merely paused briefly rather than conversing with the air for several minutes. I am fine, she reassured, as Wanwan exhaled in relief. You suddenly stopped.
And it startled me.
Shi Liao sensed an oddity in the situation. Was Wanwan's reaction not a tad excessive? Which panda is the original host? Taking a step forward, Shi Liao glanced at the bamboo-munching pandas and casually inquired. Wanwan shook its head. I do not know either. Shi Liao withdrew her gaze, feigning interest for a moment longer before turning to exit the zoo. Host, are you returning to school? Shi Liao nodded. Yes. I am now composed enough that even if a lecherous old man were to approach me for an unsolicited kiss, I could politely ask him to leave. Just then, a short, middle-aged man with a leering grin approached. Hey there, how about exchanging contacts? I find your type quite appealing. Without a hint of emotion, Shi Liao raised her gaze. Look over there. Seizing the opportunity as the man turned, she delivered a swift kick to his backside.
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted. Though had it merely been a kick, such a shriek seemed implausible. Shi Liao had not merely kicked him with the sole of her shoe. Instead, she had sharply jabbed the tip of her shoe into the man's rear, sending him flying. Reclaiming her foot, she calmly retrieved a tissue to wipe the tip of her shoe before turning away. The bystanders were left in shock. Wanwan concluded, one should avoid provoking an unyielding woman. Shi Liao did not evade Lu Yanzhou for as long as he had anticipated. Rather, she soon returned to St. Dun as if nothing had transpired. Young master. Upon seeing Lu Yanzhou seated in his usual spot, Shi Liao even approached to refill his coffee. Lu Yanzhou, aware of her whereabouts, observed a flicker of surprise in his chestnut-colored eyes. Considering Shi Liao's earlier anger, he wondered why her visit to the zoo had seemingly soothed her. Or perhaps it was her earlier act of aggression that had allowed her to vent her frustration. As his gaze followed the small servant's retreating figure, he lifted his coffee cup to take a sip, only to abruptly spit it out. The contents of the cup were not coffee, but rather aged vinegar. Feeling the lingering sourness in his mouth, Lu Yanzhou's eyes flickered with a bitter smile. It seemed that before he could explain himself, Shi Liao-liao had already made up her mind not to forgive him. For the first time, Lu Yanzhou's thoughts deviated. In reality, Shi Liao-liao was no longer angry. She sat in her room, letting Wanwan out to munch on nuts, constantly reflecting on the words spoken by the original soul of the panda. Firstly, the matter of her being the original soul of this body. Speaking of which, during her previous life, when Shi Liao-liao volunteered at a temple, a venerable monk once told her that she did not belong there. Moreover, when she first entered this body, she indeed felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Compared to her previous life, her physical prowess and strength had significantly increased. Thus, it was quite possible that she was the original owner of this body, though she could not be entirely certain. Then there was Lu Tingfeng. Ever since Lu Tingfeng went missing, Lu Yanzhou had taken over the Lu family business. Yet to this day, there had been no news of the head of the Lu family. However, one could not afford to be complacent. Compared to me, Lu Yanzhou would likely yearn more for his mother's revival, she murmured softly. Wanwan, who was busy munching on nuts, turned its head. Host.
Did you say something?
Shi Liao-liao nodded. I was saying, the world kisses me with pain. I intend to die from it directly. Exposing my gender would lead to a dead end, haha. Wanwan. Who provoked her? Observing Shi Liao-liao's expression, it timely interjected. Are you still going to confess your gender to the male lead? Shi Liao-liao flopped down to sleep. No more talking. Seeing her dejected demeanor, Wanwan had to remind her. What about the male lead's dinner? With her eyes closed, she rolled over and replied curtly, let Lu Yanzhou eat shit. Outside the door, Lu Yanzhou, who was about to knock, thought to himself that if he entered now, the little male servant would probably shove his head into the toilet. At this thought, Lu Yanzhou sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have opted for a gentler approach. Fearing she might go hungry, Lu Yanzhou had fresh ingredients sent over, intending to prepare dishes that Shi Liao-liao liked. Just as he was preparing, one of his subordinates suddenly called to report. Young master, Mu Xian discovered a cleaning worker lurking outside your dormitory and later chased him out of Sainton. However, our people have just found out that as soon as that cleaning worker was expelled from Sainton, he was immediately taken away by someone. Chapter 74. Lu Yanzhou instinctively felt that something was amiss with that person. Continue investigating who took him away and ensure that cleaning worker is brought back. He sensed that this individual posed a problem, and it was certainly Mu Xian along with her backers who had taken him away. That night, Lu Yanzhou planned to visit the Lu family. Before leaving, he knocked on Shi Liao-liao's door. Dinner is ready. Remember to come down and eat. I need to go to the Lu family. Emphasizing that he would be absent, Lu Yanzhou turned and went downstairs. After twitching his ears and hearing footsteps fade away, Shi Liao-liao glanced at the desk cluttered with references, stretching her body. Come to think of it, she was indeed hungry. Initially, she intended to nibble on some instant noodles to make do. When she went downstairs, Lu Yanzhou was indeed gone. Shi Liao-liao was drawn by the enticing aroma and headed toward the kitchen. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, she was momentarily taken aback. From stir-fried vegetables to meat dishes, and even soup, everything was her favorite. She had no idea when Lu Yanzhou had become so familiar with her tastes. Just as she sat down and picked up her chopsticks, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yang Qingqing. It was surprising that young Master Yang still remembered the lowly ones. Shi Liao-liao answered the call at a leisurely pace. The first sentence from the long-lost acquaintance carried a tone of grievance. How could I dare? The rigorous training had exhausted Yang Qingqing to the point that he could hardly lift a finger. Finally, the day had come when he could use his phone. Damn it! He had been hacked. Not only had Shi Liao-liao been deceived, but he had also added his alternate account to a group chat. When he opened the app, expecting to see friends checking on him, what he found was a slew of adult content.
Who understands?
Shi Liao-liao seemed to have recalled something, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. I heard from young Master Yang that you are in the army. Does that mean you won't be coming back? Yang Qingqing snorted coldly and directly initiated a video call. On the screen, the boy who once sported flamboyant red hair now had a neat black buzz cut, his handsome features more rugged and defined. He had tanned a bit, and his rebellious face, coupled with a disdainful expression, made him appear even more manly. Unsurprisingly, he wouldn't be returning. Noticing Shi Liao-liao eating, he raised an eyebrow. Just you? What about Lu Yanzhou? Shi Liao-liao popped a piece of chicken into her mouth.
He has something to attend to.
Yang Qingqing seemed to casually inquire, but quickly changed the topic. I left a pair of headphones at school. The servant forgot to take them when cleaning up. Can you hold on to them for me? Evidently, the headphones held special significance. Otherwise, Yang Qingqing wouldn't have specifically asked Shi Liao-liao for help.
Got it.
Have you eaten? Already ate. After assigning the task, he reverted to his usual impatient demeanor. And one couldn't help but wonder if he would be bullied in the army. Before hanging up, he added, I have a property in the city center that I bought with my own earnings from stocks, and my brother doesn't even know about it. My game cartridges are stored there. If you want to play, feel free to go over and check on the place. I've already mailed you the key. He then vanished from Shi Liao-liao's screen. Shi Liao-liao curled her lips. Even though the call had ended, she still added, thanks. Shi Liao-liao had no idea when Lu Yanzhou returned. When she woke up in the morning, she found that Lu Yanzhou had prepared breakfast. The competition will continue today. If you're bored, I can have someone take you out to play. Seeing her, Lu Yanzhou's expression remained as usual, still wearing Shi Liao-liao's apron. As he placed the milk at her spot, Shi Liao-liao's keen eyes spotted the bandage wrapped around his finger. Could it be that a little wild cat outside bit him since he didn't come home all night? If Lu Yanzhou's mental state were any more unstable, he would have shoved his finger into her mouth. Although he did not expect Shi Liao-liao to think it was due to a careless cut while chopping vegetables, he never anticipated such a ridiculous assumption.
Come sit.
As he beckoned Shi Liao-liao over, he paused, slowly lowering his long eyelashes, just as the morning light streamed in, enveloping him in its glow. His clear and refined features bore a barely discernible weariness, and coupled with the light, a faint layer of melancholy shrouded him. If you don't want to see me, I can leave right now. Shi Liao-liao dared not. She walked over and sat down, taking a sip of milk without looking at Lu Yanzhou. In her unseen perspective, Lu Yanzhou's lips curled slightly as he stepped out of that perfect beam of light. There is something I need to tell you. Although he did not know why Shi Liao-liao had given up on returning home midway, Lu Yanzhou still tried his best to persuade her to go back. The old butler might not be your biological grandfather. Shi Liao-liao nearly spat out the milk in her mouth. Lu Yanzhou promptly handed her a tissue. Allowing her ample time to digest this revelation, he calmly regarded her, his tea-brown eyes reflecting the familiar indifference of Shi Liao-liao. Do you want to know who your biological parents are? Shi Liao-liao was still in shock, instinctively believing Lu Yanzhou's words. Lu Yanzhou peeled a hard-boiled egg for her and placed it on her plate. If you're curious, I'll help you find them. If you're not curious, just pretend this never happened and you'll still be a part of the Shi family. Lu Yanzhou placed the choice in her hands. Observing the bewildered look in Shi Liao-liao's eyes, Lu Yanzhou's heart softened. No rush, take your time to consider. Shi Liao-liao had held back for a long time, but could no longer contain herself. Young master, do you think the likelihood of my real family being wealthy is high? If I were broke, I wouldn't reach out. If I were affluent, of course, I'd seek you out. What if I'm the daughter of a billionaire?
Ha ha ha.
You, with your dilapidated grave, just wait for your grandson to get you a spacious apartment. Lu Yanzhou, Many individuals in this world yearn for wealthy parents. Shi Liao merely vocalized what others think. Indeed, it rings true. Well, let me ponder this further. After hastily finishing her meal, Shi Liao turned to him before stepping outside. Young master, as long as you promise not to engage in such indiscretions with me again, I shall reconcile with you. A fleeting smile crossed Lu Yanzhou's eyes. I promise you, I will refrain from doing anything inappropriate. However, you must also promise me, do not leave my side. He gazed intently at Shi Liao, his warm, tea-brown eyes revealing an unmistakable obsession. Shi Liao hesitated not at all. All right. The two exchanged glances, seemingly transported back to a bygone era. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this fragile agreement would soon be shattered. Chapter 75. The reason for the competition. St. Dun Academy buzzed with excitement, the usual classroom areas surprisingly empty. Following Yang Qingqing's instructions, Shi Liao sought out the headphones he had left behind at school. This chap is quite efficient. He mentioned sending the keys yesterday and delivered them this morning. As she toyed with the keys in her hand, Shi Liao tucked them into her pocket. Teacher, Yang Qingqing left something behind. I'm here to retrieve it. Before entering, Shi Liao greeted the dormitory supervisor, then stepped inside. The elderly supervisor moved her lips, seemingly about to speak, but Shi Liao's swift actions had already taken her through the door, leaving her with no choice but to remain silent. Upon entering the elevator to the third floor, Shi Liao was met with a cacophony of voices. Look at this coward. Weren't you just showing off? What's wrong with licking the tip of my shoe? You want to argue with me? You're nothing but a D-grade waste. Upon hearing the commotion, Shi Liao frowned. Once again, it was the typical 80. Such scenes were not uncommon at St. Dun, primarily occurring among students of C, D, and F grades. Yang Qingqing had even mentioned that A-grade students, while appearing uninvolved, could be more ruthless in private, with many past students driven to drop out or suffer psychological trauma. The group was gathered in the corridor, and as Shi Liao prepared to pass, she would inevitably cross paths with them. As she approached, she was taken aback upon recognizing the victim of the bullying, a second-year C-grade student surrounded by his peers. Kneeling on the ground with someone's foot pressing down on his back. As his head turned towards Shi Liao, she could clearly see his face. He was none other than the leader who had previously brought D-grade freshmen to commandeer their swimming pool, even pushing her classmate, Yuzi, into the water and preventing him from resurfacing. Or rather, he was the unfortunate soul she had once struck with her sunshade. Shi Liao could not recall his name, but witnessing the scene now felt like a twist of fate. Those who bully others will ultimately find themselves bullied. Could you please make way? Shi Liao was hardly a saint, and especially not considering how arrogant he had been in the past. The group, engrossed in their amusement, collectively turned to look at her upon hearing her sudden voice. The bullied student, after recognizing Shi Liao, a deep humiliation flashed in his eyes, and he quickly lowered his head, as if wishing to conceal his identity from her.
Hey,
Isn't that the one from number 11? The one you were drooling over before? One of them suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Shi Liao. The others recalled her as well. He moved his foot from the victim's back and approached Shi Liao, scrutinizing her. What brings you here? Shi Liao lifted her eyelids, her expression indifferent. Do we know each other? The boy chuckled. We can get acquainted now. Shi Liao's gaze lingered on his face. He mistakenly believed her interest stemmed from his handsome features, and with a self-satisfied grin, he asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Shi Liao, lost in thought, replied with a complex look in her eyes. Has anyone ever told you that you resemble a celebrity? The boy chuckled softly. Indeed, someone has said I look like an anus. Shi Liao completed his sentence, releasing a long breath. That's good. I was worried I had misjudged you. Everyone present was taken aback. Did she just utter such an unseemly term? The boy's smile faltered, his breath catching in his throat. Shi Liao sidestepped him, striding into the classroom and shutting the door behind her. By the time the boy processed what had happened, his face flushed crimson. As he prepared to charge at Shi Liao, his companions restrained him. Their expressions contorted as they struggled to suppress laughter. Hey, calm down. She's Lu Yanzhou's person. There's no rush. She's just a commoner. If we can't confront her openly, let's do it discreetly, without anyone knowing it was us. Suddenly, one of the previously silent boys spoke up. As he did, the furious boy gradually calmed down. He was no fool and understood the reasoning. Shi Liao remained oblivious to the discussions taking place outside. After retrieving Yang Qingqing's headphones, she exited to find the earlier crowd had dispersed. All that remained was the D-grade student limping away in haste, his back disappearing around a corner. Shi Liao stood still for a moment, waiting for him to vanish completely before she resumed her steps. Having offended someone, she was initially cautious about whether that arrogant group might be lurking nearby. However, as she made her way out of the academic area without incident, she began to lower her guard. Unexpectedly, she encountered the limping D-grade student again. She intended to act as though she hadn't seen him, but he suddenly spoke. "Do you think I'm ridiculous?" Shi Liao halted, contemplating her response before finally turning around, looking at the humiliation etched on his face. She forced a smile, her expression stoic. "Ha ha, the tides of fortune have turned. Now it's your turn to be called a worthless waste. Where did your previous bravado vanish to? You should hurry and leave St. Dun tonight. What face do you have left to stay here?" Without pausing for breath, she finished her tirade, watching as his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Are you satisfied now?" The boy, whether enraged or otherwise, rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. Shi Liao quipped, "Fainting?" She prodded him with her foot and, realizing he had truly lost consciousness, thought to herself that she shouldn't have ventured out today. With everyone attending the competition, how long would it take for someone to discover him lying by the roadside? Plus, with the weather turning cold, there was a risk of him freezing to death. Reluctantly, Shi Liao resigned herself to dragging him to the infirmary. Thus unfolded a peculiar scene. Shi Liao sauntered leisurely with one hand in her pocket, while the other seemed to be casually walking a pet. Trailing behind her was a limp body being dragged by its collar. "Passerby, is that a corpse?" "Shi Liao, anything but a corpse will only bring you misfortune." Upon reaching the infirmary, Shi Liao was thoroughly exhausted. "Teacher, someone has fainted." As she entered, she set the unconscious body down and searched for a teacher. Suddenly, the door behind her clicked shut, and from behind the white curtain emerged several burly men clad in black. The one in their midst was none other than the boy she had encountered earlier, the so-called Anus boy. "It's you, Anus boy," Shi Liao exclaimed, recognizing him. His face contorted with rage as he pointed at her, barking, "Strip this kid bare." Chapter 76. Shi Liao silently cursed her misfortune. If it were merely those few C-grade weaklings, she would be utterly unperturbed. However, the individuals before her exuded the aura of seasoned bodyguards, and facing them alone, she was far from a match. Nevertheless, as the personal male attendant to Yanzhou, Shi Liao-liao was not so easily subdued, having been rigorously trained by the Liu family. Her body was supple, allowing her to evade hands reaching for her with remarkable agility, like a slippery fish darting through the water. The previously unconscious young man opened his eyes and, upon witnessing this spectacle, a complex expression flickered across his face. Those people would spare him, as long as he could devise a way to bring Shi Liao-liao to them. Seizing the moment of chaos, he dragged his battered body, most of the injuries inflicted by Shi Liao-liao, through the window and escaped. Noticing this scene, Shi Liao-liao initially intended to slip out through the window as well, but the trained bodyguards quickly detected her intentions, securing the window with lightning speed and restraining her movements. Before long, she found herself captured by several individuals. "What's happened to your bravado? You were quite formidable just moments ago," the young man remarked with a smirk as he approached, grasping Shi Liao-liao's chin and lifting it slightly. "You know, I have a penchant for fiery personalities." Shi Liao-liao met his gaze with an expression of calm. "Your father is even fiercer. Go bother him instead." Furious, he raised his hand to strike her across the face. Naturally, Shi Liao-liao could not allow such an assault to go unchallenged. She raised her leg and delivered a swift kick to his groin.
"Ah!"
He doubled over in pain, his face contorting. The bodyguards, witnessing this, forcefully shoved Shi Liao-liao against the wall. She collided with a cabinet, causing an unstable fish tank above to topple, drenching her in water. Damn it! Her pupils constricted, and before she could assess her condition, the previously locked door was suddenly kicked open. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Shi Yan retracted his long leg, his phoenix eyes scanning the room with silent authority. When Liu Yanzhou was absent, he always held dominion over the A-grade students. What on earth is going on here? He surveyed the disarray with a slight smile, though his eyes remained devoid of mirth as they settled on the C-grade student crumpled on the floor, clutching his groin. Upon meeting Shi Yan's gaze, the young man trembled visibly.
"Shi Yan."
At the mention of his name, the bodyguards froze, then stood straight, nodding toward him. "Young Master Shi." Shi Yan's expression grew cold. "Get out. We will settle this later." Without further ado, they hoisted their master and exited decisively. As Shi Yan approached, Shi Liao-liao covered her chest and pulled a sheet around herself. "Young Master Shi, what brings you here?" Noticing the petite servant drenched and disheveled, with seaweed tangled in her dark hair, he found it somewhat amusing. It was a rare sight to see her in such a state. "It seems today I am your benefactor," he quipped, stepping back slightly, as if to distance himself from the fishy odor emanating from her. He had encountered a limping D-grade student on his way, who informed him that Shi Liao-liao was in trouble, prompting his hurried arrival. Initially, he had assumed that with her skills, she would be unscathed, only to find a group bullying her upon entering. "Very well. Let us get you back to your dormitory. Otherwise, Yanzhou will worry." Shi Liao-liao hesitated to rise, clutching the sheet tightly. Shi Yan chuckled. "It's just wet clothes. Why are you acting so coy like a girl?" "All right, I'll turn around," he said, shedding his coat, contemplating how much Yanzhou owed him now. He then kindly turned away. Shi Liao-liao murmured her thanks as she took the garment. However, Shi Yan abruptly recalled something and turned back. "By the way, you..." As Shi Liao-liao was about to put on the clothing, his sudden pivot caught her off guard. She instinctively tried to turn away, but it was too late. Unlike Yanzhou, who was oblivious to feminine allure, Shi Yan was quite familiar with a female form. Upon noticing the outline of a chest binder beneath her soaked shirt, realization dawned on him. "You're a girl?" As he grasped her shoulders, Shi Liao-liao remained unexpectedly calm. "Young Master Shi, I know I lack the heroic stature, but you can't just change my gender." Shi Yan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Then why are you wearing a binder?" Shi Liao-liao replied nonchalantly. "Haven't you heard of male breast cancer? What's wrong with wearing medical undergarments?" Shi Yan was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Shi Liao-liao had already walked past him. "I'll wash the clothes and return them to you." Shi Yan stood rooted to the spot, contemplating. He was no fool and did not believe her explanation. Without further deliberation, he called Yanzhou. Compared to Shi Liao-liao, he was more concerned about Yanzhou, realizing that having a woman disguised as a man so close to him was suspicious. "Hello?" Yanzhou, having left school early, sounded surprisingly fatigued. "Yanzhou, are you aware of Shi Liao-liao's?" Upon hearing her name, Yanzhou awaited the continuation of his sentence. But Shi Yan hesitated. "What's wrong? Has something happened to her?" Taking a deep breath, Shi Yan finally voiced his concern. "Are you aware of her true gender?" To his surprise, Yanzhou responded with unexpected calmness. "So you know." Shi Yan's expression shifted, and his voice became solemn. "You've known all along that she is a girl?" Unbeknownst to both men, Shi Liao-liao, who had initially intended to leave, remained pressed against the wall, eavesdropping on Shi Yan's phone call. Upon hearing the words "you've known," her mind erupted in turmoil, leaving her momentarily speechless. Scratching her arm nervously, Shi Liao-liao forced herself to regain composure. "Maru, let us put the mission on hold for now." Recalling the original owner's warning about being wary of Lu Tingfeng's son, a chill coursed through her. Yanzhou would undoubtedly side with his mother. Reflecting on the old steward's words about Yanzhou's childhood with his mother, Shi Liao-liao willed herself to move, breaking into a run. She could no longer stay in St. Dun and needed to escape this place. Oblivious to the revelations, Yanzhou was pressed for time and could not afford to inquire further. "Do you remember where that talisman was found?" "That place is Shi Liao-liao's hometown. Recently, I discovered that she is not the biological granddaughter of Steward Shi. Given your resemblance, I had suspicions and conducted a DNA test using your and Shi Liao-liao's hair." At this, Shi Yan's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He recalled his ex-girlfriend commenting on how he and Shi Liao-liao resembled brothers, and he remembered her striking resemblance to her mother during the cross-dressing competition. Yanzhou's words fell heavily. "The results indicate that she is your biological sister." "How could it be?" "When have you ever seen Shi Yan wear such an expression for anyone?" "Indeed, let's hurry. I've heard that the competition rankings have been announced, and one wonders who might be fortunate enough to advance a level." The chatter of the crowd gradually faded into the distance. No one would have guessed that the girl could elicit such a reaction from Shi Yan, yet at that moment, he was not hastening to seek her out. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled a flock of birds as the bodyguards, who had been supporting their young master, watched in disbelief as he was hurled away. Startled, they quickly turned around. Their narrow eyes were filled with foreboding. Yet what was most chilling was that the assailant had stealthily appeared behind them despite the presence of so many trained bodyguards. As they beheld their young master, sprawled face down on the ground, unable to rise, the bodyguards exchanged glances, momentarily indecisive. Although their duty was to protect their employer, the Shi family ran the largest security consulting firm in the country, and they had to tread carefully when confronting Shi Yan. However, Shi Yan ignored them entirely. striding straight towards the sea-level student who was crawling on the ground. Unfazed by the man's cries of pain, Shi Yan's dark eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he lifted his foot and pressed down hard on the man's back. Wasn't he usually so fond of treating others this way? Why was he unable to smile when the roles were reversed? When he rushed over earlier, he had found the man curled up against the wall, his face ashen. The realization that this was his long-lost sister sent Shi Yan into a fit of barely controlled rage.
Ah!
The man cried out, as if his spine were fracturing, the pain searing through him. Which hand touched her? Shi Yan demanded, kicking the man over. The student, now bruised and battered, bit his tongue in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. In the past, while tormenting others, he had never considered that such suffering would one day befall him. Nor could he have anticipated that the humiliation and pain would be so profoundly etched in his memory. Seeing the man hesitating, impatience flickered in Shi Yan's eyes. And just as he was about to strike, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to take a step back. He could have easily become as loathsome as this man. Recalling the disgust that he had witnessed in Shi Liao-liao's reaction to such matters, Shi Yan resolved to adopt a different approach. He could not frighten the sister he had painstakingly found. With one hand, he hoisted the man up, nearly dragging him along. Disputes among adults should be resolved with maturity. Run around St. Don in the nude, shouting Shi Liao-liao, "I'm sorry, I'm a fool for 10 laps, and I'll let you off," he declared. The bodyguards thought to themselves, how mature. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao had already entered the public restroom at St. Don, and when she emerged, there was no trace left of the youthful boy. "Hey, look at that girl. She can't be a cross-dresser, but she doesn't seem to be from our school either. I've never seen her before." Bai Liya, who had been chatting with Yang Qingzhou, lazily lifted her eyelids upon hearing her companion's remark. As they walked towards the exit of St. Don, the girl stood out distinctly from the other girls walking in groups. She was walking alone, occasionally glancing at her phone, seemingly in a hurry, her strides long and purposeful. Yet it wasn't her solitude that drew attention. She wore loose, light gray sweater dress that revealed a hint of her calves, a pure black scarf wrapped snugly around her neck, and slung across her shoulder was a black bag. Her hair, loosely tied up, let a few strands fall against her fair cheeks, giving her an air of languid ease. A pair of sunglasses perched on her nose obscured much of her face, but from the visible features, it was evident that she was a beauty. Still, Bai Liya felt that the girl seemed oddly familiar. Noticing Bai Liya's prolonged gaze, her companion poked her. "What is up?" Bai Liya withdrew her gaze, her eyes still holding an unshakable curiosity. "Nothing, just feel like I've seen her before." Of course, she felt that way, for the girl was none other than Shi Liao-liao in disguise. Hailing a cab, Shi Liao-liao provided an address. Once she turned around and could no longer see St. Don Academy, the tension in her heart finally began to ease. Maru popped out of her small bag, admiration written all over its face. "Host, have you ever been a spy?" The escape in disguise was just too impressive. However, upon recalling the belongings Shi Liao-liao had left behind in the restroom, it felt like a loss. Shi Liao-liao gently patted its little head. "It's nothing special. I've just watched too many elopement novels and picked up a few tricks along the way." Thankfully, she had no unexpected one-night stand with Yanzhou. Otherwise, the first place she would have gone would be the hospital. She certainly didn't want to run away with a child. As the girl and her mouse chatted, they unknowingly arrived at their destination. After paying in cash, Shi Liao-liao waited until the cab had left before slowly walking into the women's restroom. Once inside, she changed into male attire and walked out beside a young man exiting the restroom. This was not her final destination. She had more ground to cover. As dusk approached, she finally arrived at her intended location. After swiping her card, the security guard allowed her entry. Unlocking the door to the room, Shi Liao-liao sat down on the floor, feeling somewhat fatigued as she surveyed the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment before her. Suddenly, Maru recalled something. "Wait, this is Yang Qingqing's apartment." Shi Liao-liao nodded. "Yes, he told me that if I ever had a quarrel with Yanzhou, this would be the best refuge." This apartment seemed to serve as Yang Qingqing's secret base. He even registered it in his name, making it nearly impossible for others to trace. Maru exclaimed, "Red-haired brother deserves to enjoy the great temple." "Oh no, now he should be called Crew Cut Brother," Shi Liao-liao replied. Thus, 3 hours after Shi Liao-liao's escape, having resolved matters concerning the Liu family, Yanzhou rushed back to school to find Xian, only to discover that his little male servant seemed to have vanished. In the monitoring room, the head of the operations stood respectfully, head bowed. Stop, a voice. Cool as jade yet laced with a hint of chill, resonated softly in the room. No one dared to ignore it, even those seated before the screens quickly pressed pause. The voice continued. Zoom in. The image was immediately magnified. On the screen appeared a girl wearing sunglasses and a light gray sweater dress. Yet the lower half of her face was concealed by a black scarf, and her large sunglasses seemed to deliberately avoid the camera, rendering her full face invisible. Is it her? Shi Yan, who had remained silent throughout, asked with a grim expression. The boy, seated in the middle and shrouded in shadows, nonchalantly responded with an M. It was hard to imagine anyone else using long underwear as a scarf besides Shi Liao-liao. With the discovery made, the others in the monitoring room breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they had located their target. If they lost sight of her again, they might as well stop breathing. Young Master Liu had once been a mild-mannered individual, but since his father's disappearance and his assumption of control over the Liu family, he had grown increasingly formidable. Yet, their relief was short-lived, for soon they lost track of Shi Liao-liao once more. Liu Yanzhou and Shi Yan simultaneously rose. At this point, the surveillance at St. Dawn had become ineffective. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes, one a chestnut brown, the other a narrow phoenix shape, revealing their long-standing familiarity with each other. Without proper identification, Shi Liao-liao could not leave City S. They were determined to find her, even if it meant turning everything upside down. Recalling the agreement they had made not long ago, a deeper shadow fell over Liu Yanzhou's gaze. Yet his thin lips curled into a smirk, his fair face unexpectedly revealing a hint of menace. You've broken your promise. Shi Liao-liao's biological clock urged her to wake up early. As she opened her eyes to the unfamiliar ceiling, it took her a moment to remember that she was currently in the guest room of Yang Qingqing's home. With nothing in the refrigerator, Shi Liao-liao rummaged through the flyers she had casually taken the day before, calling to order takeout. As she slipped cash to the other party, Shi Liao-liao, while sipping milk, finally voiced the question that had burdened her throughout the day. Baru, how did Liu Yanzhou find out? And when did he learn it? To her astonishment, there had been no signs at all. Shi Liao-liao even envisioned that Liu Yanzhou, in order to use her as the vessel for his mother's resurrection, had endured humiliation and feigned affection for her, enduring the revulsion of interacting with this false man. Maru expressed a desire to know as well. So, when he repeatedly emphasized that he doesn't like the female protagonist, was that merely an act? Shi Liao-liao instinctively denied it. No. Liu Yanzhou is not that kind of person. The refined and composed young master would never stoop to such tactics. Reflecting on the moments spent with Liu Yanzhou, she found herself increasingly perplexed. Why did he continue to treat her the same way even after knowing she was a girl? Dismissing the thought, she realized there would likely be no future encounters. Maru exclaimed, What? Host, what about the mission? Shi Liao-liao turned to look at her. What happens if we don't complete the mission? Maru, slow on the uptake, replied, It seems nothing will happen. Shi Liao-liao nodded, Then we won't do it. In truth, she didn't harbor a strong yearning to return to her original world. With no ties or attachments, even if she returned, she would be all alone. Her initial agreement with Maru was merely a means to occupy herself. Once a person has a goal, life gains momentum. Maru continued, But host, you can't stay here forever. Moreover, the cash she had brought was limited. This money was only for emergencies, as most of her wealth was in her card. Shi Liao-liao analyzed, I believe my existence has been the greatest flaw in the plot thus far. If I were to disappear, do you think everything would return to normal? Furthermore, her voluntary departure undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to Liu Yanzhou's handsome face. If he bore no resentment for this, it would indicate a serious lapse in judgment. Maru sensed the matter was more complicated than it appeared but found no words to refute, and thus relented. In the following days, Shi Liao-liao settled into a reclusive lifestyle in Yang Qingqing's residence. After self-studying in the morning, she spent her afternoons engrossed in the plethora of games occupying an entire room. During this period, she used Yang Qingqing's computer to communicate with him. Upon learning about Shi Liao-liao's escape, he was quite astonished. On the screen, the ruggedly handsome figure of buzzcut guy displayed an expression of disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Shi Liao-liao stood before his wardrobe and asked, May I borrow some clothes? Such trivial matters prompted Yang Qingqing to wave his hand dismissively, allowing her to take whatever she needed. So Liu Yanzhou couldn't resist taking what he wanted from you? Shi Liao-liao nearly kicked the screen in response. No. Seeing her demeanor, Yang Qingqing understood she was reluctant to discuss it further and chose not to press the issue. Just lay low here. Lu Yanzhou is a busy man. If you've offended him, he'll likely lose interest in you after a while. Shi Liao-liao nodded. Has your brother called you?
Yang Qingzheng affirmed, yes.
But he didn't bring it up at all. Shi Liao-liao found this curious. It felt too calm. For the past few days, she had felt like a fugitive, dreaming of helicopters in hot pursuit. Got it, I'll hang up now. Over the past few days, she had also kept an eye on the forum for St. Dun Academy. Aside from her second-place finish in the competition, it seemed no one had mentioned her. It was as if Shi Liao-liao was merely a common pigeon at St. Dun. Her disappearance went unnoticed. Maru, prepare yourself. We're going out. Shi Liao-liao called toward the little hamster. The latter scampered over, eyes sparkling. Are we going out? Shi Liao-liao nodded. Haven't you grown tired of takeout by now? It's a good opportunity to catch up on the outside world.
Yang Qingzheng,
Much like his flamboyant red-haired counterpart, exuded an air of arrogance, with no clothing that could be considered understated. Once Shi Liao-liao stepped outside, the aura of a trendsetter caused passers-by to instinctively step aside. With a shopping cart in tow through the supermarket, the cacophony of voices and laughter around her alleviated the tension that had gripped her heart. Perhaps she had been overreacting. She was merely a disobedient servant, not a heroine from a romance novel, and there was no need for such concealment. After purchasing her groceries, she exited the building. Unexpectedly, it was at that moment that trouble arose. What are you doing? Passers-by, initially enjoying their day, were halted by a group of men in black suits at the entrance. A cross-dressing thief has fled here. We ask all citizens to cooperate and submit to our inspection upon exit. Shi Liao-liao stood on the periphery, utterly dumbfounded.
Huh?
A cross-dressing thief. Not just her, but others who heard the term were equally stunned, some even bursting into laughter. Shi Liao-liao scratched her head, raising her voice. What a hassle. I'll wait until there are fewer people to leave. With that, she turned away. It was in that instant that a voice, familiar enough to send chills down her spine, resonated behind her. Chapter 79. Regardless of gender, all must be checked. Yes, rest assured, young master. Lu Yanzhou's voice was unmistakable, even if Shi Liao-liao turned to dust. His appearance, too, stirred a storm of commotion. Did I just see that correctly? Is that Lu Yanzhou? No way. Why is the young master of the Lu family here? That is indeed Lu Yanzhou. My cousin's son studies at St. Dun. I've seen his photo. The phrase cousin's son has always held a certain credibility. It's truly Lu Yanzhou. It seems he is looking for someone. Do you really believe it's some thief? I reckon the young master is just here to find his little wife. This remark drew disdainful glares from many. Too much web fiction, huh? Do you think the wealthy have that much time to spare? The now absent Shi Liao-liao mused. He is indeed that idle. Idle enough to personally catch his own servant. If Shi Liao-liao had felt a bit flustered moments earlier, the sight of Lu Yanzhou now made her feel as if she were facing a formidable enemy. By some strange twist of fate, she turned to glance back. Though obscured by the crowd, she quickly caught sight of that figure. In just a few days, he appeared to have lost some weight. He was not in the academy uniform but rather donned a sharp suit, his tall frame standing out. His gaze slightly averted as he listened to someone speak. The smile that usually graced his lips had vanished, replaced by an air of aloofness. As if sensing her presence, the young man, who had been listening to the report, suddenly raised his gaze, and across the throng, he accurately captured the glance Shi Liao-liao cast in his direction. Even with her sunglasses on, her heart skipped a beat. This was the world of the novel, where the male lead wielded immense power, and the police seemed to vanish into thin air. Shi Liao-liao quickened her pace, but Maru suddenly cried out. The little hamster's sharp squeal nearly made her head explode.
Host.
He is coming this way. Shi Liao-liao knew instinctively that he referred to Lu Yanzhou. Glancing back, she found, unsurprisingly, that a path had opened up through the suffocating crowd, with Lu Yanzhou striding towards her, long legs moving at a steady pace. This was even more thrilling than the helicopters in her dreams. She made a sharp turn toward the elevator, pressed the button for the upper floors, then randomly selected a floor but did not board the elevator. Instead, she hid around the corner. Unfortunately, Lu Yanzhou merely stood there. Shi Liao-liao sensed something was amiss. And as her gaze caught something on his ear, the realization hit her. That scoundrel Yanzhou wouldn't he have stationed someone in the surveillance room, would he? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Lu Yanzhou, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his eyes. A fleeting glimmer appeared in his hazel gaze. And without a moment's hesitation, Shi Liao-liao sprang to her feet and bolted. Shi Liao-liao. A chilling voice, laced with suppressed fury, emanated from behind. For the first time, the usually inscrutable Master Lu allowed such raw emotion to escape his lips. Shi Liao-liao quickened her pace, as if pursued by ravenous beasts. In that moment, Yanzhou found himself unable to keep up with her. Unfamiliar with her surroundings, her escape route was a chaotic maze. Is it just my imagination? Wan? There were quite a few people here before. With the scenery fading behind her, Shi Liao-liao suddenly realized that the vast shopping mall was devoid of any trace of life. Wan, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What should we do, host? You can't play the role of the male lead's mother." Little did she anticipate that her teasing remark from years past, "I'll call you master, and you'll call me dad," had morphed into a reality, albeit with the roles reversed, now becoming mom. The image of the towering Yanzhou resting in her arms, gazing up at her with his chestnut brown eyes and calling her mom sent a shiver down her spine. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the emergency exit swung open, revealing several burly men, the bodyguards of the Liu family. "Mr. Shi, we mean you no harm. Please come with us." Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Liao-liao turned to flee. With danger both in front and behind, she collided with Yanzhou's piercing gaze, finally realizing she was encircled. Yanzhou regarded the young servant clad in ill-fitting garments that clearly did not belong to her, his already murky eyes darkening further. "What's this, Shi Liao-liao?" Relaxed yet confronting Yanzhou, she smiled and quipped, "I'm a cross-dressing bandit picking chrysanthemums." Yanzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her unwavering. "Why do you want to leave? Shouldn't you be asking yourself that? Young master, when did you realize?" Shi Liao-liao couldn't suppress her curiosity. Although her question lacked specificity, Yanzhou understood precisely what she was inquiring about. Noticing the bodyguards stealthily closing in behind her, he suppressed the simmering anger in his gaze, replacing it with a gentle warmth. "It was Gu Shuizhao who informed me before he left." His words were delivered with an unsettling politeness, contrasting sharply with the earlier brutishness he had displayed. Upon hearing this, Shi Liao-liao felt her teeth nearly grind to dust. "I knew that little brat Gu Shuizhao was lying." After such a long time, Yanzhou had truly been able to endure, remaining silent all this while. "Come back with me obediently, and I won't harm you." His chestnut brown eyes were filled with earnestness. Of course, this was a lie. No one could fathom that at this moment, young Master Lu's mind was preoccupied with the thought of capturing her and pinning her down, stripping her of her rugged attire. Shi Liao-liao, well aware of Yanzhou's nature, would not easily trust his words. As the bodyguards made their move, she suddenly crouched down and shouted, "Help! Brothers!" Following that, she executed a precise move akin to an eagle snatching a chick.
Ah!
The unfortunate bodyguard let out a pained cry. Such a vicious tactic momentarily stunned the approaching guards, providing Shi Liao-liao the opportunity she needed to break free and dart into the emergency exit. Yanzhou stood unmoved, his expression unchanged. The only sign of his turmoil was the deepening darkness in his previously clear eyes. "This is your first chance, Shi Liao-liao." Reaching the rooftop, she attempted to descend via the water pipe. With all the main exits likely sealed, jumping was her only option. However, as she pushed open the heavy door, a gust of wind nearly swept her off her feet. Gazing up at the helicopters encircling the building, she found herself momentarily stunned. The fantastical scenarios she had once devoured in her childhood now materialized before her. Her current reality was indeed far removed from the laws of the fictional world she had once known. This was precisely why Yanzhou could brazenly pursue her without any interference. Still running? Yanzhou approached leisurely, arms crossed, tilting his head slightly to observe Shi Liao-liao. His eyes, devoid of any hint of aggression, now bore the intensity of a predator set on its prey. Chapter 80. Shi Liao-liao felt a sense of resignation wash over her. She had underestimated how conspicuously Yanzhou would go about capturing her. "Young master, I will not return with you."
She took a step back.
Yanzhou maintained his leisurely pace, showing no signs of urgency. Observing her expressions, he suddenly halted, his voice dropping. "Are you afraid of me?" There was an almost imperceptible hint of melancholy in his tone. Shi Liao-liao did not deny it. "Why me?" Without hesitation, Yanzhou replied, "Because there is no one else. It can only be you." A trace of irony flickered in her eyes. Wan voiced her unspoken thoughts. "Because no one else shares your fate." When Shi Liao-liao first heard the true reason Lu Tingfeng had sent her to the Liu household, Wan was taken aback. It had never crossed its mind that Shi Liao-liao, merely a background character, bore such a narrative. Lu Yanzhou, if you wish to take me back, you can only do so with my corpse. With no retreat in sight, Shi Liao-liao sat down on the edge of the rooftop. The wind from the helicopters whipped her hair wildly as her complexion paled. At that moment, Lu Yanzhou's heart skipped a beat. After all, he was Lu Yanzhou. But he quickly regained his composure. He knew Shi Liao-liao would not jump. I had someone retrieve the luggage you left in the public restroom. Xiao Fun is still waiting for you at home. The flower pot you gifted me a while back, the little swallow on it has faded a bit. As if to clarify his stance, Lu Yanzhou took a step back. This single gesture significantly diminished the tension in the air. I will let you go, but under one condition. Lu Yanzhou's expression remained as usual, yet Shi Liao-liao could no longer discern his thoughts. What? Fully aware that Yanzhou would not utter anything genuine, she still inquired. Lu Yanzhou beckoned with his finger. Kiss me, and I will let you leave. Surprisingly, the defiant Shi Liao-liao, who moments ago had sworn her defiance, rushed over and, on tiptoe, planted a kiss on his smooth chin. Why didn't you say so? So simple. In an instant, she turned to leave, but escaping a tiger's den was not so simple. Lu Yanzhou grasped her arm, spinning her around and pinning her against the wall. Now it's my turn. His beautiful chestnut-brown eyes curved slightly, yet his actions were unexpectedly ruthless. Shi Liao-liao felt her lips split, the taste of blood filling her mouth. Staring into those thick lashes so near, she was compelled to tilt her head back, enduring the suppressed rage of the young master, while her fingers mischievously tugged at his tie, playfully twisting it. By the time she could finally breathe fresh air, Lu Yanzhou's meticulously crafted and costly tie was completely ruined. I'm leaving. Seizing the moment while Shi Liao-liao struggled to regain her breath, he leaned in once more, pressing his lips against hers before turning to depart. The frantic escape coupled with Lu Yanzhou's provocations left Shi Liao-liao's legs feeling as weak as noodles, and without regard for the dirt below, she plopped down. Had Lu Yanzhou truly walked away? She found it hard to believe. Only when she noticed the helicopters that had once surrounded the area had vanished, leaving behind only the sound of the wind and the occasional honking of cars on the street below, did she realize Lu Yanzhou had indeed left. For a fleeting moment, she had imagined he would continue to kiss her until the end of time, entangled in an endless embrace. So, had Lu Yanzhou truly let her go, sparing her from the role of his mother? Shi Liao-liao still found it hard to believe. A mere kiss, and she would no longer have to bear the title of mother. If only she had said so earlier, any lips would suffice for a kiss. Wan, there's no need for that. Shi Liao-liao reclined, gazing up at the sky. What should have been a feeling of fortunate relief was tinged with an unmistakable disappointment. This inexplicable disappointment added a hint of confusion to her gaze. Have you found her? I heard you made quite a spectacle sealing off an entire building today. When Shi Yan arrived, Lu Yanzhou had just lit a cigarette. The slender menthol stick was held delicately between his strong fingers, its tip glowing a fierce red against his cool, refined visage.
No.
Seeing Lu Yanzhou smoking, Shi Yan was momentarily taken aback. Where could she have gone? She even left her phone behind. After taking a couple of puffs, Lu Yanzhou furrowed his brow and extinguished the cigarette. There's no need to worry about Shi Liao-liao for now. First, deal with your false sister. He intended for Shi Liao-liao to return without question. What Mu Xian had swallowed, she must regurgitate. Have you located the person? Watering a couple of pots of flowers, Lu Yanzhou stood up, shaking off all traces of despondency, reverting to his usual composed demeanor. At that moment, Shi Yan suddenly realized that Lu Yanzhou seemed to have grown significantly taller over the past year. The youthful air about him appeared to have vanished overnight. Mu Xian has locked that old man in the sewer. I have already seen to his arrangements. The two exchanged glances. Mu Xian wouldn't remain in that position for long. I understand. You should head back. As she watched the shadow vanish from her sight, Mu Xian withdrew her gaze, her expression growing somewhat cold. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Yanzhou would notice so quickly. Truly, he was remarkable. The item was already in hand. It was time for her to depart. Xian? The voice from behind made her turn swiftly. Upon turning, her expression softened. Mother. She smiled sweetly. It's cold outside. Come in. Madam, she linked arms with her, but her voice carried an undeniable concern. I wonder how your brother is doing. He hasn't returned home since the quarrel with your father. Mu Xian comforted the woman beside her, yet her eyes reflected indifference. After escorting Madam, she backed to her room. A fleeting smile crossed her face, as if some thought had crossed her mind. Dialing a number, She heard no response, yet she paid it no mind. Before I leave, I must take someone with me. Through the window, her gaze drifted to the twilight, and she murmured, she was meant to belong to me. Upon returning to Yang Qingqing's room, Shi Liao-liao prepared the groceries she had just purchased. Just as she opened the rice cooker and served herself a bowl of rice, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. She froze. Wan, did you order takeout? The little hamster shook its head.
No.
She slipped off her slippers and tiptoed towards the visual doorbell, only to find an unexpected visitor. How did you find me? Opening the door, Shi Liao-liao's face was a picture of astonishment. The boy, however, seemed oblivious to her shock as he casually stepped inside and removed his shoes. Looks like dinner is ready. I arrived at just the right time. He then shed his jacket and walked over to the dining table. Shi Liao-liao was momentarily bewildered by his seamless actions. Lu Yanzhou, what are you doing? Upon hearing his name, Lu Yanzhou turned to her, his fingers holding chopsticks as he popped a piece of fish into his mouth. Do you want a kiss? He adopted an expression of playful exasperation, setting down the chopsticks and approaching her. Shi Liao-liao replied, have you developed a hearing issue? Chapter 81. Watching Lu Yanzhou stride towards her without a hint of hesitation, Shi Liao-liao felt compelled to remind this fastidious young master. Young master, you just ate fish. The implication was clear. Do not kiss me. Lu Yanzhou merely aimed to tease her. Realizing that he might have someone following her, Shi Liao-liao refrained from inquiring about how he had found her. Did you forget what you said on the rooftop? Lu Yanzhou pulled her to sit at the dining table. Upon hearing her words, he lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at her, a hint of mockery in his demeanor. Why aren't you calling me Lu Yanzhou anymore? Without waiting for her answer, he naturally handed her the chopsticks, then slowly surveyed the room's layout. The decor was stark and unyielding. The neighborhood was not particularly desirable, even somewhat secluded. The furniture appeared understated, yet was undoubtedly luxurious. The economic status of the owner did not align with what he had gathered about the property. This suggested that someone else was pulling the strings behind the scenes. You only mentioned wanting me to let you go. He took a sip of the warm water Shi Liao-liao habitually offered, his tea-colored eyes blinking slowly, revealing a hint of amusement. But you never said I couldn't come to find you. Shi Liao-liao thought about how she should have splashed the water in Lu Yanzhou's face instead of handing it to him. Knocking her fingers against the table, she raised her gaze, catching a glimpse of the weariness in Lu Yanzhou's eyes, which he had not concealed. Where did you go last night? Reveling until dawn. Lu Yanzhou silently rolled his eyes at her, denying her the chance to ponder. Let us discuss this calmly. Why did you run away? When Lu Yanzhou spoke, a smile graced his lips, yet the depths of his eyes were inscrutable, devoid of light. In truth, the reason mattered little. His purpose for coming this time was solely to take Shi Liao-liao away. As for the agreement, what was that? Shi Liao-liao regarded him, and truthfully, Lu Yanzhou's expression now was reminiscent of their first meeting. The way Lu Yanzhou wore a smile that never reached his eyes was precisely the impression Shi Liao-liao had of him. She knew that revealing her thoughts at this moment would yield no benefit and understood that, given Lu Yanzhou's nature, the entire neighborhood might already be surrounded, waiting to capture her. Yet she spoke up. Why didn't you expose me once you discovered I was a girl? You, a Bentgay, treating me, a girl, so well, there must be some ulterior motive. Lu Yanzhou seemed perplexed by her reasoning. Did I not mention it? He rested his chin on his hands, his tea-colored eyes concealing swirling clouds. Regardless of gender, I have an affection for you. In that instant, encountering the tempest behind the clouds, her heart skipped a beat. And within the center of her heart, a dragonfly landed, sending ripples that spread endlessly. Indeed, this was the first time Shi Liao-liao had heard Lu Yanzhou confess his feelings. There were no heartfelt declarations born from life-or-death situations, nor was there a natural progression stemming from deep affection. Lu Yanzhou simply sat there quietly, his beautiful tea-colored eyes fixed on her, laying bare the truth. Though reluctant to admit it, at that moment, Shi Liao-liao believed. She believed that Lu Yanzhou truly liked her. The pent-up frustration within her chest dissipated slightly, and she unconsciously began to rub the fabric of her pants, asking, Young master, do you know why my grandfather insisted I present myself in male attire since birth? Lu Yanzhou's expression suddenly turned distant, and he replied, because he didn't want to pass on foot fungus to you. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback. How did you know my grandfather had foot fungus? Lu Yanzhou smirked. Of course, you mentioned it. Is it because of Lu Tingfeng that you distrust me? A fleeting sadness flickered in Lu Yanzhou's eyes. Shi Liao-liao's brow furrowed. You know. But he shook his head. I don't know the specifics. But the only root of the problem that could make the steward expend energy to conceal your gender, aside from Lu Tingfeng, is beyond my comprehension. Shi Liao-liao regarded him as if he were a peculiar creature. It was something she learned only through Panda, yet Lu Yanzhou had deduced it from a single sentence. Truly, Lu Yanzhou has transcended into something extraordinary. Lu Yanzhou replied, not as remarkable as you. Perhaps it was due to having nowhere left to retreat. Or perhaps it was because of that single declaration of affection. After calming herself, Shi Liao-liao decided to recount the words she had initially heard from the original owner to Lu Yanzhou. Once she finished speaking, the atmosphere around them abruptly turned frigid. Shi Liao-liao raised her head and nearly fainted from fright upon encountering Lu Yanzhou's imposing presence. Young master? She stood up and retreated several steps in rapid succession. The aura emanating from Lu Yanzhou could no longer be described merely as terrifying. Realizing he had startled her, Lu Yanzhou tempered his emotions, retracting the uncontrolled hostility that had enveloped him. Do you believe I would sacrifice you for my mother? Although he felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the thought of Lu Tingfeng, he quickly discerned Shi Liao-liao's thoughts. Hiding behind a towering silver liquid bear, Shi Liao-liao poked her head out and nodded in acknowledgement.
Yes.
She did not shy away from expressing her thoughts. Such candor amused Lu Yanzhou, causing him to suppress a smile born of frustration. He composed himself and approached the sofa in the living room, beckoning Shi Liao-liao, who was still curled up like a turtle, to come closer.
Come here.
He added a threatening remark. Otherwise, I shall come over to find you. You know what happens when I take the initiative? He emphasized the word initiative with a weighty undertone. Despite the still healing cut on her lip, Shi Liao-liao obediently approached. Yanzhou has become more assertive. He wasn't this forceful before, she remarked. Wanwan interjected, the consequence of not being firm is allowing you to escape. It's necessary to be assertive. Shi Liao-liao quipped, why does this hamster's words have a tinge of color?
Sit.
Shi Liao-liao plopped down onto his slippers, gazing up at him with an expression reminiscent of a small dog. A flicker of amusement danced in Lu Yanzhou's eyes as he reached out to tousle her significantly longer hair. I don't believe I've ever mentioned my mother to you. Shi Liao-liao stiffened. Is this hinting that I should call you son? Sometimes. Lu Yanzhou wished he could remove her head to see what was inside. My mother was forcibly married to my father. She did not love him. Nor did she love me. As he spoke, Lu Yanzhou's eyelashes drooped slightly, his tone calm, yet Shi Liao-liao could sense the underlying sorrow. He was not yet 20. Far from the impervious figure of Lu Yanzhou, who would later dominate the business world in novels. Lu Yanzhou was still a fledgling swallow. Moved by sympathy, Shi Liao-liao instinctively embraced him when he wrapped his arms around her, as if transcending time to hold the small boy who had been despised by his mother and had witnessed her death. At this point, Lu Yanzhou had grown indifferent to that past incident. Apart from developing a fear of darkness, it had lost its emotional weight. However, Shi Liao-liao was overwhelmed by guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Had she known, she would never have believed he would collaborate with Lu Tingfeng to resurrect his mother. From Lu Yanzhou's words, Shi Liao-liao understood that he did not blame her. She was a pitiable woman. Even if the so-called resurrection were true, it would be a desecration of her memory. Death was her ultimate sanctuary. I failed to articulate it. Your distrust of me is understandable. Lu Yanzhou spoke self-deprecatingly. Realizing they had unconsciously embraced, Shi Liao-liao stepped back to create distance. Ahem, I misjudged you, young master, she sincerely apologized. Lu Yanzhou graciously accepted her contrition. Kiss me, and I shall forgive you. Shi Liao-liao nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Here we go again. Isn't it tiresome to keep kissing? Lu Yanzhou's expression darkened momentarily. Oh. So you think my skills are lacking? He stood up, determined not to kiss Shi Liao-liao while in the house of a man he considered wild. However, Shi Liao-liao shook her head. Young master, I'm not ready to go back. Frustration surged within Lu Yanzhou's gaze, but quickly subsided. He squatted down to meet her eyes, softly inquiring why. Shi Liao-liao replied softly, if Xian discovers my gender, I cannot continue studying at St. Dawn. Moreover, even if she returned, there was no task binding her to Lu Yanzhou, especially since neither he nor the female protagonist held any affection for each other. In that moment, Shi Liao-liao realized that her relationship with Lu Yanzhou was merely sustained by tasks. Lu Yanzhou thought to himself that he wished for her to remain at St. Dawn. Yet, with Mu Xian not yet resolved, he could not reveal the truth to Shi Liao-liao. That won't happen. Xian is very welcoming of you staying at St. Dawn. Shi Liao-liao looked doubtful.
How could that be?
Don't think I'm unaware that he actually looks down on my status. Now that he knows I'm a girl. He is probably concocting a scheme for me to disguise myself as a boy to approach Liu Yanzhou with ulterior motives. Liu Yanzhou silently lit a candle for his future brother, Xian. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing forward. Shi Liao-liao instinctively caught him, and as she looked into Liu Yanzhou's deep-set eyes, her heart fluttered, yet she felt no remorse. I'm sorry, young master, but I still cannot go with you. Liu Yanzhou's eyelids grew heavy, yet a chilling smile lingered at the corners of his lips. It's that cup of water. You've become a bad influence. After laying the unconscious Liu Yanzhou onto the sofa, Shi Liao-liao pondered for a moment before returning with a blanket to cover him. Wan, let us go. The little hamster piped up. Host, the male lead has no intention of turning you into his mother. Why should we leave? Shi Liao-liao squatted beside the sofa, observing Liu Yanzhou's profile. When his chestnut-colored eyes closed, a hint of youthful innocence emerged, making him appear rather endearing. Boldly, she poked his cheek and suddenly remarked, Liu Yanzhou spoke of his mother's death. Do you wish to know how my mother passed away? Wan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Shi Liao-liao rarely spoke of her previous life. The little hamster politely hopped down, placing its paws neatly. Shi Liao-liao caressed its small head. My memories of home are quite pleasant. My father was always busy with work, often absent, but my mother was always by my side, which was a form of happiness. She then shifted her tone, until one day, an unfamiliar woman suddenly demanded that my mother divorce my father. Despite my attempts to forget, I can never erase the image of her walking through our garden with an air of arrogance. Wan blinked. And then, were you both kicked out? Shi Liao-liao shook her head. My mother splashed her face with the manure used for watering the vegetables. Wan exclaimed, now I see who you resemble. However, eventually, both mother and daughter were indeed expelled. At that tender age, Shi Liao-liao understood nothing. After her mother passed away, she was sent to an orphanage, only to realize the truth as she grew older. Once upon a time, mother was merely a servant in father's household. It was during that period that father fell hopelessly in love with her, defying all odds to marry her. Alas, their union, fraught with disparities in social standing and intellect, gradually led to a chasm between the once adoring couple, ultimately resulting in father developing affections for the noble woman his family had intended for him. Meanwhile, mother, who had become a housewife after marrying that man, lamented her lack of skills and regretted not having been more assertive. She often reflected on the missed opportunities that haunted her. After hearing this, Wan fell into a momentary silence as they both stepped out of the community, now fully attired. Initially wary of the possibility of Liu Yanzhou arriving with company, Shi Liao-liao was taken aback by the tranquility surrounding them. I am but a mere servant. He is the young master of the Liu family. Should he lose interest in me, it would be fortunate if he generously provided a severance payment. What if he wishes to marry me? Should I prepare a metaphorical gift to counteract his infidelity? Liu Tingfeng's obsessive nature was apparent, and even if the young master remained oblivious, one could not deny the inheritance of his father's traits. Wan pondered, realizing that the protagonist's initial aversion to the male lead stemmed from this very reason. The mission was secondary to the protagonist's personal struggles. Liao vowed never to emulate her mother. Her mother's final, tearful whispers echoed in her mind, reminding her that she could not be with Liu Yanzhou. Suddenly, a gentle breath brushed against her earlobe, and a soft, melodious voice filled the air behind her. In an instant, Shi Liao-liao lost consciousness. Chapter 83. Shi Liao-liao dreamed of Liu Yanzhou. In her dream, he, finally incensed by her repeated attempts to flee, captured her and confined her in the room once inhabited by Mrs. Liu. There, she encountered the spectral essence of Mrs. Liu, whose slender neck bore deep marks, her tongue grotesquely elongated, resembling a wretched spirit. What are you doing here? The apparition rasped, her voice devoid of coherence. With a bow, Shi Liao-liao replied, I have come to relieve myself. Could you kindly direct me to the restroom? The ghost, taken aback by her audacity, eventually responded, It has been ages since I encountered such an unintimidated human. The restroom is atop Liu Tingfeng's head. At the mere mention of his name, the oppressive dark mist surrounding her thickened, tinged with a faint crimson hue. Startled, Shi Liao-liao awoke, contemplating whether Mrs. Liu had been hinting for her to relieve herself upon Liu Tingfeng's head. You're awake. Just as she registered her physical condition, a familiar feminine voice broke through her thoughts. She momentarily hesitated, the memories of her fainting spell flooding back. composing herself. She turned to see a young girl seated beside her, her arms resting on the edge of the bed, her face cradled in her hands, gazing intently at her. In the dim light, her beautiful black eyes shimmered with tears. Shi Liao-liao maintained her composure, addressing her, Miss Mu Xian? Inside, she thought, what a surprise. It's not Lu Yanzhou. It's me. Are you feeling unwell? Shi Liao-liao quickly surveyed her surroundings. The room was lit only by a bedside lamp. Its walls adorned with aged patterns, it was spacious yet sparsely furnished, devoid of windows. She found herself on the sole large bed, with Mu Xian sitting beside her. Did Miss Mu Xian rescue me? The girl, now resembling a young woman, had grown her hair long, cascading down her fair neck, her once frosty demeanor softened by sleep. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe peach ready for harvest. You seem to have lost your memory. Realizing that Shi Liao-liao's recollection was somewhat muddled, Mu Xian offered a sweet smile. I happened to pass by and saw someone knock you unconscious. So, I lent a hand. She refrained from explaining why she had placed Shi Liao-liao in such an eerie room, and the latter pretended not to notice. Thank you, Miss Mu Xian. Gratitude welled in her eyes. Mu Xian patted her hand, concern etched across her face. I heard from my brother that you went missing. Did Lu Yanzhou do something to you? After a moment's hesitation, she seemed to resolve something within herself, biting her lip before continuing. The one who attempted to abduct you is quite ruthless. It seemed less like kidnapping and more like an attempt on your life. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yanzhou cannot behave in such a manner. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she gazed at Shi Liao-liao, her eyes brimming with compassion. Lu Yanzhou lay at home, unaware of the brewing storm. The two girls, each with their own intentions, enacted a drama that made one wish to suggest they pursue careers in the entertainment industry together. Rest assured, Lu Yanzhou will not find you here. Ultimately, Mu Xian embraced Shi Liao-liao, her delicate nose nuzzling into her hair. Shi Liao-liao allowed the comfort, suppressing the odd feelings bubbling within her.
All right.
When Mu Xian finally withdrew, the sound of jingling from her pocket caught Shi Liao-liao's attention. Mu Xian explained with a smile. It's a new accessory I just bought. As the door closed and was locked behind them, Mu Xian's previously gentle demeanor shifted. Her expression became more serious as she quietly withdrew a gleaming pair of handcuffs from her pocket. Regrettably, it was unclear whether she lamented the unutilized handcuffs or the mishap with Shi Liao-liao's memory. In that moment, as the door clicked shut, Shi Liao-liao, who had been feigning vulnerability, suddenly collapsed onto the bed. What a fate I have! After narrowly escaping one peril, she found herself ensnared in another. Wanwan emerged from her pocket. Had it not been for my clever hiding, you would have been captured. It recounted the events that transpired while Shi Liao-liao was unconscious. I saw it clearly. Mu Xian was the one who struck you down, and then carried you here. Shi Liao-liao inquired. Do you know where this place is? Wanwan shook its head. I'm not sure, but when she carried you out of the car, I peered out and saw we were surrounded by trees. The road was an uphill one. So, I suspect we are in the mountains. Shi Liao-liao raised a pertinent question. Wait, you said the female lead knocked me out? A young lady of noble descent from a small fishing village. Where did she acquire such strength? Wanwan also began to realize this contradiction. And why is she attempting to abduct me? Shi Liao-liao mused conspiratorially. Is she using me to threaten Lu Yanzhou? What could she possibly seek from him? The questions multiplied, and Shi Liao-liao began to suspect that her own actions had inadvertently altered the protagonist's character trajectory. The room was devoid of windows, cutting off any natural light and rendering it impossible to discern the passage of time. Claiming to provide her with safety, it was merely a guise for her imprisonment. Shi Liao-liao rose, surveying the room, only to discover that the door was unlocked. She seized the opportunity and opened it. A man stood outside, turning at the sound to regard her with a cold gaze. What do you want? Shi Liao-liao quickly assessed her surroundings. A long corridor stretched before her, faint light filtering in, likely from a window. She licked her lips and lowered her head, requesting, Could I trouble you for a glass of water? A flicker of irritation crossed his eyes, yet compelled by duty, he complied, turning to ring for a servant to deliver water. However, in that moment of distraction, Shi Liao-liao, who had been exuding an aura of fragility, suddenly lifted her head, her fingers poised like talons as she unleashed a swift strike. A sharp pain surged through her lower body as a scream threatened to escape her lips, yet a furry paw from Wanwan swooped in, deftly shoving something into the man's mouth, rendering him incapacitated. With pride, Wanwan puffed out its chest. In a fleeting moment, I managed to slip into the adjacent restroom and retrieve a used piece of paper from the trash. Shi Liao-liao was so taken aback by this frenzied act that she instinctively recoiled a significant distance. You are not permitted to touch me until you are clean. How could such an adorable hamster resort to such actions? It is absolutely appalling. Wanwan remarked, I've merely acquired a fraction of your skills. After dispatching the gatekeeper, Shi Liao-liao cautiously proceeded towards the light. At the end of the corridor, there was indeed a window, albeit barred shut with iron railings. The sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Shi Liao-liao hurriedly pushed Wanwan through the gap in the railings, whispering urgently, Go find Lu Yanzhou. Meanwhile, in the Shi family, Yan heir, you must tell your mother the truth. Your sister has gone missing. Did you have a hand in this? Chapter 84. Just yesterday, Mrs. Shi, noticing her daughter's improved appearance since her return, still bore a hint of sorrow in her eyes. While it was undoubtedly a good thing that her daughter was back, it was perhaps due to her upbringing away from her parents that Mu Xian felt distant from both her and her husband. Curiously, her son, who had previously shown great concern for his sister, had grown cold and indifferent, choosing not to return home during the holidays. As the sun began its descent, Mrs. Shi, having finished trimming the flower branches, decided to ascend the stairs to inquire if her daughter would like to join her for afternoon tea. However, after knocking for an extended period without receiving a response, she began calling out Mu Xian's name, but still met with silence. When others finally burst through the door to check inside, Mu Xian was nowhere to be found. They scoured the entire Shi household, yet she remained elusive. Witnessing her mother's red-rimmed eyes filled with suspicion, even the usually unperturbed Xian felt a pang of hurt when confronted by a family member. Mother, I did not do it. Perhaps sensing the weight of guilt, he speculated that the culprit had fled upon realizing their misdeed. The old man had already been apprehended, and with both testimonial and physical evidence in hand, Xian could not divulge anything to his mother. The surveillance footage revealed that she had jumped out of the window on her own. Your father had dispatched people to search for her, but thus far, there had been no news. At this point, Mrs. Shi felt a chill in her heart. Was this child destined to be estranged from her? Perhaps she perished outside. Xian attempted to reassure her. Mrs. Shi gasped in disbelief. Is that how you comfort someone? Just as she contemplated giving her son a reprimanding nudge, the front door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, startling the servants on either side. Mu Xian, dressed in the same clothes she wore when she left, stepped inside after a day's absence. Mrs. Shi rushed to greet her. Mu Xian, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been? Her expression was a tempest of anger laced with unmasked concern, yet Mu Xian appeared perplexed. What are you angry about? Am I not back now? Then, under the slightly disheartened gaze of Mrs. Shi, she declared, Mother, I wish to marry Lu Yanzhou. On what grounds? Before Mrs. Shi could fully process the statement, Shi Yan interjected. Observing the unrepentant figure before him, he scoffed coldly, his sharp gaze momentarily softening only when it met his mother's. After disappearing for a day, returning without even an apology to the mother who had worried for her, and leading with a marriage proposal, Mu Xian, have you cast aside your upbringing into the muck? The words left him momentarily stunned. What muck? He realized he had been influenced by Shi Liao-liao. Mu Xian regarded him with a bemused smile. Brother, why are you back? Did you not wish to see me? As the tension between the siblings escalated, Mrs. Shi intervened. Enough. Quickly regaining her composure, she faced Mu Xian with a gaze that no longer bore the previous affection, now tinged with rationality. Why do you wish to marry Lu Yanzhou? Your father has asked you, and you clearly stated that you did not like him. Mrs. Shi settled onto the sofa, her expression neutral, even carrying an air of scrutiny. Mu Xian, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension, naturally took a seat across from her. I like him now. A disobedient male lead should not exist, should he? Taking a sip of the tea presented by a servant, Mu Xian looked up at Mrs. Shi and said, I've heard it said that I was betrothed to Lu Yanzhou while I was still in your womb. Outwardly, Mrs. Shi remained unfazed, yet internally she was puzzled about who had imparted such information to her. Their family respected children as freedom to love and would never force a marriage. The betrothal was merely a jest from years past. Xian raised an eyebrow, sitting beside Mrs. Shi. I was unaware of this. Turning to seek confirmation from Mrs. Shi, upon meeting her gaze, he realized that it was indeed true, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. After all, Lu Yanzhou had coveted his sister even when she was still a boy. One could not tell whether it was cunning or fate at play. Just as Mrs. She was about to speak. Mu Xian interrupted. I have already spoken to father. He has agreed. Shi Yan stood abruptly. Lu Yanzhou, if you do not retrieve my sister, you will have to marry her. Still not found. The doctor, who had been drawing blood nearby, instinctively glanced up upon hearing this, hastily lowering his gaze when he met the bloodshot brown eyes. Secretary Shi murmured. Lu Tingfeng returned unexpectedly, catching us off guard. Noticing the brewing storm in Lu Yanzhou's eyes, Secretary Shi quickly added, however, I have discovered something significant. Lu Yanzhou's gaze, though calm, was stifled with suppressed frustration. Secretary Shi rummaged through his belongings, then opened his hand to reveal a small, furry mouse. Meeting Lu Yanzhou's eyes, the mouse's tiny orbs glimmered briefly before it waved a paw in greeting. The doctor, who had just finished drawing blood, wondered aloud. Is Secretary Shi attempting to amuse the young master? To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yanzhou's demeanor shifted upon seeing the diminutive creature.
Wan?
Shi Liao-liao's hamster. Hearing its name called, Wan leaped from Secretary Shi's palm and scurried towards Lu Yanzhou. It chirped and nuzzled against his fingers. Do you know where Shi Liao-liao is? Cradling the small hamster in his palm, Lu Yanzhou gently stroked its tiny head. Secretary Shi thought to himself, this is disastrous. Although they had salvaged a dead horse as a live one, he had not anticipated that the young master had descended into madness, conversing with a mere rodent. Surely, even a hamster raised by Shi Liao-liao could not comprehend human speech. To his surprise, Wan squeaked, extending a paw in the direction of the west. Its tone filled with urgency. Secretary Shi exclaimed, What the devil? Lu Yanzhou pulled up an electronic map and pointed the laser pen at the area indicated by the hamster. Is it this way? Wan clutched Lu Yanzhou's finger with both paws, now clean, and pointed towards a mountain. Ming Mountain. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Yanzhou's eyes. Secretary Shi remarked, It's actually here. He then turned to Lu Yanzhou, who simply set down the laser pen, gently caressing Wan's little head, his voice as tranquil as if discussing how to prepare fish for dinner. With artillery fire, having been forcibly reattached, dressed in a skirt and made up, Shi Liao-liao found herself chained by the ankle to the floor. Leaning against the bed with a pillow, she lazily lifted her eyelids at the commotion outside the door. The person who entered was a stranger. Miss Mu Xian has a message for you. His eyes were filled with sympathy and schadenfreude as he regarded Shi Liao-liao. She lifted her chin slightly.
Speak.
Noting her indifferent demeanor, the man snorted, thinking she would soon be in tears. Lu Yanzhou has agreed to the marriage contract with the Shi family, and the engagement banquet will be held this weekend. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously languid figure erupted into a sharp shriek. What? Such fortuitous news. Chapter 85. The man asked, Is this woman truly of sound mind? Do you have anything else to say? Seeing him remain stationary, Shi Liao-liao inquired.
No.
Shi Liao-liao waved her hand dismissively, as though sending off a young eunuch in the palace. You may leave. The individual pondered, what has suddenly caused this discontent? With Maru absent from her side, Shijia touched the metal ankle shackles that encircled her ankles, reflecting on the words of the man from earlier. Could it be that Lu Yanzhou had become disheartened by her actions, contemplating self-destruction? Yet, based on her understanding of him, she found it hard to believe he would resort to such measures. Both Lu Yanzhou and Mu Xian had reached adulthood, and it was not unusual for heirs of prominent families to become engaged at an early age. However, she distinctly recalled overhearing the doorman's phone conversation last night, which seemed to involve planning an escape route. Of course, it was also possible that those individuals had intentionally let her hear it. How peculiar. They do not appear to be affiliated with the Western family. Where on earth did Mu Xian find them? Perhaps they were temporary hires? Yet, they did not seem like amateurs. The way they subdued her suggested they were quite skilled. As her thoughts drifted, Shijia felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. With winter approaching, the aged house only had a fireplace to stave off the chill, forcing her to don a dress that left her shivering as she burrowed under the covers. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the ground, as though a ferocious beast had descended from the heavens, rousing Shijia from her slumber with a start. An earthquake? Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the blanket and crawled beneath the bed. The explosions continued in rapid succession, their vibrations causing the entire house to tremble, and debris from shattered light fixtures rained down upon her. It's not an earthquake, she murmured. Since it was man-made, there was a chance for her to escape. Barefoot, she crawled out and noticed that the once locked door had been blown from its frame by the explosion. Thank goodness it was an old house, she thought. as she kicked the door open. The guards who had been stationed outside had vanished, presumably drawn away by the blast. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Liao rushed down the stairs. Such a significant disruption surely wouldn't concern her. As she rounded a corner, she collided with someone, instinctively slapping them.
Get lost.
Just then, another figure appeared. You. The person barely began to speak before Shi Liao delivered another slap. You too, get lost. Pressed against the wall, the two dazed individuals watched as she descended the staircase. Approaching the first floor, she heard voices and footsteps below. Quickly, she crouched down, hiding in the shadows, while another shockwave reverberated through the house. She clung to the wall, straining to listen to the conversation below. What do? We can't get out like this. Damn it, which lunatics set off the explosion? Do they think we're easy targets? Hurry and inform Mr. Liu. Shi Liao's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Mr. Liu. Liu Yanzhou? No, it was Liu Tingfeng. Her heart raced. How could Mu Xian possibly be involved with Liu Tingfeng? Wasn't he missing? Another explosion resounded, but this time it wasn't an aftershock. It was the front door being violently kicked open. Maintaining her crouched position, she inched forward, peering over the wooden railing. Two squads of armed men in black entered, radiating an aura of lethal coldness, and the few individuals in the hall clearly stood no chance. The situation quickly turned in favor of the intruders. Shi Liao watched as one man was seized, and soon a very familiar figure in a suit approached, snatching the phone from the captive's hand. Presumably, the phone was locked. As the man stubbornly refused to cooperate, the suited man smiled and shook his head, uttering something before swiftly severing the captive's finger, which he then picked up to unlock the phone. Shi Liao was horrified by the gruesome scene unfolding before her. The bespectacled man seemed to sense something, glancing up towards her. Go upstairs and find a young boy. Capture everyone else. Understood. The man who had just severed the finger complied, leading a small team upward. Shi Liao, hearing the footsteps, did not flee. She had expected Liu Yanzhou to come, but instead, it was Secretary Shi. Naturally, their young master was preoccupied with his engagement and had no time to spare. Shi Liao retraced her steps, intending to return to her room and wait for rescue. However, she miscalculated the speed of the black-clad team and was soon apprehended. The leader scrutinized her appearance. Her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin pale. Clad in a delicate white dress adorned with lace, her head bowed, as if she were frightened. Not the target, bind her, he ordered. Instantly, someone approached with ropes to tie her up. Upon noticing the shackles on her ankles, the leader called out. He bent down to inspect them. The girl's pristine ankles were shackled, lacking any protective measures, and had already begun to bleed, the droplets dark against her skin. The slender chain of the shackles was entangled with the bedpost, which she had managed to detach, now holding it in her hand. The girl's exquisite beauty, coupled with the peculiar shackles, was difficult not to find suggestive. Bind her first, then hand her over to Secretary Shi. Claim we discovered Liu Tingfeng's mistress. Shi Liao retorted, mistress? What do I want with him? He's a lunatic, and his son is my age. Just as she was about to voice her protest, the leader instructed someone nearby. Strip her. He then draped a coat over Shi Liao's numbed body, his tone serious as he advised, using beauty to entice a man cannot endure. Liu Tingfeng is no longer viable. You would do better to seek another path. Shi Liao thought to herself, fine a mistress, is it? She lifted her face, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glimmer of tears. Then please show me the way. The leader tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, his gaze resolute. Go seduce his son.
Ah?
Shi Liao exclaimed, while others echoed, what? Has the leader finally lost his mind? Among the captured individuals, several blonde girls were present, and at a distance, Secretary Shi, having shifted his gaze from his phone, inquired, what is going on? Someone nearby whispered the leader's orders. She claims to be Liu Tingfeng's mistress. Secretary Shi's expression turned intrigued. In his quest to resurrect his wife, he had feigned such deep affection, yet here he was, fleeing while still clinging to a mistress. Liu Tingfeng's antics were truly absurd. What is it? A cold voice resonated from the other end of the phone. Secretary Shi carefully chose his words and briefed him on the situation. Upon hearing mistress, Liu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Oh? That lunatic Liu Tingfeng has eyes for someone other than his mother? Intensify the search for Shi Liao. That mistress, bring her back. Chapter 86. Liu Tingfeng, at his age, had anticipated the discovery of his clandestine activities, yet he never imagined he would be the subject of scandalous rumors. Shi Liao, in her role as mistress, unexpectedly received a degree of preferential treatment. The air was tinged with a faint scent of blood as she clutched the coat draped over her shoulders, observing her surroundings. Before long, someone approached to escort her away. With her hands bound, she could only follow. "May I ask where we are headed?" True to form, the people of Yanzhou were tight-lipped. She wondered how the one who had urged her to seduce Yanzhou had risen to the position of leader. Upon entering the vehicle, the warmth from the heater began to revive her numb feet. Inside the car, it was just her and a taciturn driver. Shi Liao leaned against the window, gazing outside. She initially believed it to be late, only to discover that the sky remained bright, just as Maru had described. The landscape was lush, and she could faintly see smoke rising from a nearby hill, likely a result of the explosion. Along the way, she spotted several helicopters parked in an open area, prompting her to wonder whether Yanzhou was aware of the connection between Lu Tingfeng and Mu Xian. As the vehicle came to a halt, the young man turned to call for the passengers to disembark, only to find a girl in the back seat curled up, her slender fingers tightly gripping a black coat as she succumbed to slumber. Her golden locks lay in disarray, and the lipstick on her lips was smudged. Yet her breathing remained steady. After a brief pause, he called out to awaken her. Shi Liao-liao let out a yawn, her voice thick with drowsiness. "Are we there?" After stretching her bound wrists, she stepped out of the car. The moment her toes touched the ground, a chill coursed through her, causing her to shiver. Before her stood an unfamiliar residence, a 3-story building devoid of flowers and sparse in greenery. The only tree in the yard appeared ancient, barren save for a few desiccated yellow leaves clinging to its branches. "Go inside," the man who brought her instructed before stepping outside, taking on the role of a guard or perhaps a watcher. Shi Liao-liao felt as though she might freeze to death. She was not yet ready to confront Yanzhou. Lingering here as a mistress for a few days would suffice. The fact that Yanzhou had discovered this place indicated that Wanwan had indeed seen him, alleviating her worries. Upon entering the house, Shi Liao-liao quickly surveyed the layout. It appeared to have been unoccupied for some time, yet remained impeccably clean, suggesting someone had been maintaining it regularly. Selecting a guest room, she proceeded to wash her feet. Meanwhile, at the Shi family residence, Xian was on edge. "Shi Liao-liao, still hasn't he been found?" he exclaimed, abruptly rising from his seat. Yanzhou, lifting his eyelids to glance at him, absently prodded a small hamster in his hand, which exuded the scent of Yanzhou's signature shower gel. "What are you doing?" Xian, irritated by Yanzhou's nonchalant demeanor, retorted, "Go find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Bring her back." "Sit down," Yanzhou commanded. "If you rush out now, it might alert Uncle and Andy, causing unnecessary alarm." A cold smile crept onto Xian's lips. "Indeed, you are soon to be engaged to Mu Xian. Naturally, you must protect her." While he understood the reasoning, he found it difficult to bear Yanzhou's composed attitude. Ever since he learned that Shi Liao-liao was his own sister, he couldn't help but view his good friend with disdain. Yanzhou peeled a pistachio for Wanwan, placing it in her tiny paws, instructing her to hold on tightly. "I am engaged to the miss of the Shi family. What does that have to do with Mu Xian?" Xian regarded him as if he were a cunning kidnapper. Cradling the little hamster, Yanzhou stood. "Where are you going?" With a nonchalant smile, Yanzhou replied, "To see my stepmother." Xian was taken aback. "Has Lu Tingfeng quietly found another one during these days? Bring that old man here. I have questions for him." Although curiosity gnawed at him, Shi Liao-liao's situation took precedence. After issuing his command, someone promptly exited, and shortly after, they returned with a frail old man in tow. Though referred to as an old man, Xian knew from the records that he was not as aged as he appeared. Clearly, he had endured a harsh existence. "Karma," he muttered coldly, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Do you know who I am?" The old man, numbed by repeated abductions, lifted his murky eyes to glance at him. Upon catching a glimpse of the familiar features that bore a resemblance to someone else's, he faltered.
"See?"
Xian approached, casting a disdainful look at the pitiful figure before him. "I am Xian, Shi Liao-liao's brother." Hearing her name, the old man's eyes widened in surprise, his throat emitting a noise akin to a wheezing bellows, struggling for breath. "You know her?" His eyes darted erratically, and he began to tremble. Xian regarded him with the same disdain one might reserve for maggots. "Will you confess willingly, or must I interrogate you?" Seemingly frightened by the menace in Xian's gaze, the old man's tears began to fall. "I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." As night fell quietly, accompanied by drifting snowflakes, Liu Yanzhou disembarked from the vehicle, and immediately, someone unfurled an umbrella before him. "Young master, the ground is slippery. Be cautious." Liu Yanzhou nodded, graciously murmuring a thank you. Observing the figure outside, whose shoulders were already laden with snow, he instructed the guard to go rest. He then entered the house, which appeared unchanged, evoking memories of a young boy standing on a chair, meticulously wrapping a bouquet of red roses to cheer up his mother. After circling the first floor without locating his target, Liu Yanzhou's gaze drifted to the second floor. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao, having dozed off for a short while, was stirred by sounds from downstairs. Sitting up and confirming she hadn't misheard, she rose from her bed, clutching the leg of the bed that was still tethered to her ankle. A thief? With only one guard at the door, and the house seemingly long abandoned, she recalled a news story about a homeless person breaking into an empty villa to steal liquor. It was not entirely implausible. Leaning against the door, Shi Liao-liao listened intently to the noises outside. The individual appeared to be inspecting one room after another, behaving more like a thief than anything else. Grasping the bed leg, she shifted aside, planning to strike as the thief entered. If the intruder possessed a phone and a wallet, that would be even better. The footsteps grew closer, and Shi Liao-liao focused intently on the doorknob. As the door creaked open, she held her breath, and the moment the person stepped inside, she swung the bed leg towards their head.
Ah!
In a flash, the intruder raised an arm to deflect her blow, then rubbed the spot where he had been struck. A sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your stepmother's first meeting gift is indeed quite unique." Chapter 87. Liu Yanzhou's sleeve bore a smudge of dust, a remnant of Shi Liao-liao's earlier assault. Realizing how he had addressed her, she paused momentarily, only then coming to terms with her new identity. It was one thing if others failed to recognize her. The likelihood of Liu Yanzhou not recognizing her was non-existent. Taking a step back, Shi Liao-liao respectfully called out, "Young master, that leader who told me to seduce you is your person, isn't it?
So,
You recognized me from the very beginning and have been playing with me all along." Liu Yanzhou, having taken her blow without a hint of surprise in his gaze, clearly had known it was her all along. Upon hearing her address, he remained silent, pulling something from his pocket and tossing it aside. "Go play for a while." He then closed the door, even locking it. Raising his hand to adjust a sleeve, Liu Yanzhou's eyes briefly flicked to Shi Liao-liao, who tightly gripped the bed leg, revealing her ankle, which was marked with faint bruises from the shackles. Having endured the cold outside, the sensation of the raw, chafed skin became painfully acute as her body warmed. When Liu Yanzhou seized her and pinned her to the bed, she found herself utterly defenseless. Liu Yanzhou, with her hands twisted behind her back, Shi Liao-liao felt as though she were a fish floundering on a chopping board, unable to move. Liu Yanzhou held her down, fingers brushing against her ankle, lifting it, causing her skirt to rise and reveal her porcelain legs. His gaze lingered for a fleeting moment before shifting away. Shi Liao-liao heard the sound of the chains being jostled, followed by a click as the shackles that had bound her ankle fell away. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, an icy breath caught in her throat. The warm, slick sensation at the wound made her tremble. In disbelief, she turned her head, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a crimson tongue. "Liu Yanzhou, what are you doing?" Pressing his fingers against the edge of her wound, Liu Yanzhou flipped her over. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt that his lips had taken on a more vibrant hue. Are you curious about the taste of your own blood?" He flashed a chilling smile at Shi Liao-liao. "Let me give you a taste." With that, he leaned in towards her lips. Shi Liao-liao exerted all her strength, but could not push away the seemingly deranged Liu Yanzhou. Exhausted and devoid of will to resist, she surrendered her body, allowing him to indulge like a dog at her lips. However, as she shifted, Liu Yanzhou became even more fervent, his long fingers stealthily lifting her skirt and exploring within. The icy touch of his fingers against her warm flesh sent a shiver through Shi Liao-liao, prompting her to grab the leg of the bed and swing it towards Liu Yanzhou. He, as if his nape had eyes, deftly raised one hand to block her. Creating a slight distance between them, his breath somewhat unsteady as he said, "Little mom, don't move around." His tea-brown eyes glistened with an unsatisfied yearning, her lipstick smudged on his lips accentuating the beauty mark at the corner of his eye. In any other circumstance, Shi Liao-liao would have commented on his attractiveness. Alas, now, under the weight of this beauty's demands, she found herself in a pitiable position, playing the role of a desperate creature. After a tumultuous exchange, Shi Liao-liao's lips were numb by the time Liu Yanzhou finally straightened up. She was sweaty, her golden hair clinging to her cheeks. His long, Jade-like fingers brushed aside her hair, lingering against her slightly flushed cheek. Shall we take a bath? Shi Liao-liao wearily lifted her eyelids to glance at him. Get lost. Yanzhou let her words slide, picking her up and seizing her injured ankle. Still planning to run? He bent down to retrieve a first aid kit from the floor, who knew when it had been delivered. With a cotton ball soaked in alcohol, he began to disinfect her wound. The sting caused her to flinch. You're about to get engaged. You should learn to conduct yourself with decorum. Her face was stern, betraying no outward emotion, yet her heart simmered with rage. I would rather genuinely be your little mom than be a mistress. At her words, Yanzhou nodded. Indeed. Soon to be engaged. It is time to behave. He then loosened the bandage around her ankle. Shi Liao-liao felt an indescribable sensation within her. Her gaze towards him tinged with unfamiliarity. How had this once noble protagonist descended into such depths? Get lost, or I'll throw dung at you. She shot him a cold glare. Yanzhou was unperturbed, calmly tidying the first aid kit before tying a light purple chain around her wrist. Adorned with a pendant resembling a bird, which upon closer inspection, bore a resemblance to a swallow. Someone will bring something up shortly. You can do as you please in this house. Just inform the servants of your desires. Shi Liao-liao squinted. Are you planning to lock me up? Just like your mother. Unexpectedly, Yanzhou shook his head, his gaze steady upon Shi Liao-liao. I am not Lu Tingfeng. In a few days, there will be an important banquet. Accompany me, and thereafter you may go wherever you wish. Shi Liao-liao's expression was one of skepticism, openly disbelieving him. I understand. However, after a moment's contemplation, she reconsidered and agreed. Bring Xiaofan over. If you dare go back on your word, I'll run you over with a dung truck. Yanzhou, even at this hour, you still remember that dung truck, huh? Very well. With that, Yanzhou opened the door and stepped out. At the moment he did so, a small creature suddenly darted in. Host, I'm back. Upon seeing the little hamster leap onto her, a smile finally broke across Shi Liao-liao's face. Wan complained, Wah, what have you been doing? It's been so long. I even took a nap outside. Observing the hamster's sleek, fragrant fur, Shi Liao-liao thought to herself how well the little creature was faring. In contrast, her own thin and somewhat dirty dress made her resemble a beggar. We didn't do anything. It was you who sent Yanzhou to rescue me. Wan nodded. Yeah, the protagonist was quite formidable. He ordered the mountains to be blown up right away. Then, with a strange expression, it added, But host, you should refrain from running recently. Lu Tingfeng has returned, and we're in open conflict while they're in the shadows. Besides, it seems the female protagonist is also after you. Shi Liao-liao confided her suspicions about Mu Xion's collusion with Lu Tingfeng to Wan. The latter was astonished. What? That's impossible. If that were true, the plot would have deviated so drastically that this world wouldn't be functioning normally. Shi Liao-liao was equally perplexed. Just as she pondered, a knock resounded at the door. Chapter 88 Miss Hello. Several impeccably uniformed maids entered, forming two neat lines while holding various items. Before Shi Liao-liao could react, they began to arrange her room. One of them even cradled her and placed her on the freshly delivered soft sofa, draping a fluffy, warm blanket over her. May I inquire if the young lady wishes to bathe now? Taking a glance at the bustling maids, Shi Liao-liao slowly nodded. That is fine. She was promptly lifted again. After avoiding her injury and finishing her wash, she found herself clad in a comfortable, warm nightgown. Cradling a swallow toy given to her by the maid, perched on the bed with a small table in front of her, eating a meal. Shi Liao-liao shifted, the softness and smoothness of the bed feeling slightly unfamiliar beneath her. Indeed, a wild boar could not appreciate fine grains. Can you help me change it? I want to watch Dung Man battle the flower monster. Shi Liao-liao pointed at the gigantic television mounted on the wall. She had just seen someone next to her press a button on the remote, causing the previously flat wall to split open and reveal the enormous screen. The gentle maid nodded in agreement, her expression unchanging, even as the dark-haired girl wished to eat while watching Dung Man. Aside from her injured ankle, Shi Liao-liao was living quite comfortably. It was uncertain whether Yanzhou had developed a sense of shame or felt guilty towards Mu Xion. But he hadn't come to see her in the past few days, seemingly having completely cast her aside. Thank you, just place those books here. Shi Liao-liao said, focused on her studies without lifting her head. Observing her earnestness, the maid quietly withdrew. Upon entering the neighboring room, she dialed the preset video call. Young master. The moment the figure appeared, the maid lowered her head respectfully. Lu Yanzhou sat behind a grand desk, dressed in loose beige loungewear, resting his chin on one hand, his tea-brown eyes lazily scanning over. Upon closer inspection, one could see the shadows under his eyes.
Still studying?
The maid nodded. She ate breakfast well, even finishing an extra bowl of porridge. After sunbathing on the balcony for a while, she went down to chat with Xiaofan, proclaiming that in the future, all the dung in S-City would belong to her, the goddess of dung, and that Xiaofan could go wherever she wished to make a mess. After painting such a grand picture, she scattered the flower seeds that had been delivered the previous day across the yard. A fleeting smile flickered in Lu Yanzhou's tea-brown eyes, momentarily alleviating the weariness etched on his brow. Lu Tingfeng is making moves. Be sure to keep an eye on her. The maid nodded. Understood. After ending the call, Lu Yanzhou reclined back, a throbbing pain in his temples reminding him of the 24 hours without sleep. Closing his eyes, he was about to steal a moment of rest when his phone rang. Young master, a letter has arrived from that side. The trafficker from back then has been apprehended, and the hospital report has also come through. Following this, Secretary Shi added. Additionally, it has been confirmed that Mu Xian has been in contact with Lu Tingfeng since 2 years ago, though the exact nature of their relationship remains unclear. 2 years ago? At the mention of this timeline, Lu Yanzhou's expression turned contemplative. Lu Tingfeng's behavior had indeed begun to spiral into madness around that time. Previously, even if he wasn't a person, he at least resembled a thing. Yet 2 years ago, he suddenly resorted to human trafficking and established experimental bases for soul research, descending into something less than a beast. Once again, I could not prevent Master Xian from seeking out Miss Shi. In the span of just a few days, Secretary Shi's address had transformed from Shi Liao-liao to Miss Shi. Let him be. Lu Yanzhou's reaction was rather subdued. How is Mu Xian faring? We have someone keeping an eye on her. She has not left the Shi residence, though it appears that Madame Shi has sensed something amiss and has recently grown somewhat indifferent toward her. Lu Yanzhou was not surprised. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit. Prepare yourself. I shall pay a visit to the Shi household. Lu Yanzhou rose, rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, Shi Liao-liao was engrossed in her drawing when a maid knocked on her door. Miss, there is a guest. Removing her glasses and blinking her weary eyes, Shi Liao-liao inquired, a guest? I'll be right there. Tidying up her desk, she stood and made her way towards the door. Who could the guest be? She even entertained the notion that it might be Mu Xian or her family, having learned that Lu Yanzhou was harboring a mistress outside, coming to confront her and hurl a bank card containing 5 million at her, demanding that this vixen depart. Before she could descend the stairs, Shi Liao-liao nearly collided with the visitor. Stepping back a few paces, upon meeting those elongated phoenix eyes, she felt that perhaps today she ought to try her luck with the lottery. It was Xian. Upon seeing her, Xian's eyes lit up. Having shed his male attire, with her hair having grown significantly longer, Shi Liao-liao was now clad in a dress, appearing entirely like a youthful maiden. Parting his lips to speak, he was interrupted when she extended her hand. I have consented. So please hand over the card directly to me. Do not toss it in my face. Xian, noticing the fair hand extended beneath his nose, instinctively grasped it. You agreed? He asked, somewhat surprised. Unlike his usual demeanor, which bore an undercurrent of pride, Xian, now holding her hand, seemed somewhat transformed. Having tempered his previously bristling demeanor, he radiated a gentler aura, his gaze towards her infused with affection. Affection? This was absurd. How could there be affection? Why was I unaware that I was so beloved? Quickly retracting her hand, Shi Liao-liao retreated with caution. However, Xian misinterpreted her retreat as fright and offered her a benign smile. One must understand that the previously roguish youth now presenting himself with such a wholesome expression was indeed more startling. Since you've agreed, I shall move in today. I even brought you a gift. Would you like to see it? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with cautious anticipation. Shi Liao-liao was enveloped in goosebumps. Master Xian, have you been possessed by a spirit? What is wrong with you? Under normal circumstances, Xian would have scoffed, yet now he found no offense, even reveling in her dismay. Wishing for her to scold him further. Do not call me Master Xian if you do not mind. His gaze veered to the side, his beautiful phoenix eyes sparkling, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. You may call me brother. The last 2 words were scarcely audible, and Shi Liao-liao did not catch them clearly. What did you say? Xian cleared his throat. Nothing. Though he professed disinterest, a hint of regret lurked in his eyes. You look lovely in that dress. He shifted the subject, his gaze filled with admiration for Shi Liao-liao. There was no hint of desire in his eyes. They were as pure as innocence itself. Shi Liao-liao, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "It seems you are already aware." Xian's eyes flickered. She coughed lightly and stepped back, her expression growing cold once more. "Indeed, I am Lu Yanzhou's mistress. Little Shi, you need not bring a greeting gift. My aunt does not concern herself with such matters." Chapter 89. Mistress? The words were nearly ground out from between Xian's teeth. "Very well, Lu Yanzhou, appearing all respectable, yet privately coercing my sister into such play, is he?" Sensing the low pressure emanating from the individual before her, Shi Liao-liao felt a twinge of confusion. Before she could voice her question, Xian's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes brimming with scorn. "Is this how Lu Yanzhou taught you?" Misunderstanding his words, "As is this how Lu Yanzhou addresses you?" Shi Liao-liao hesitated, yet nodded. Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing Shi Liao-liao, he insisted, "I will take you with me." With a mistress in tow, if this continued, Lu Yanzhou would surely concoct something outrageous.
Wait.
His long legs moved swiftly, and Shi Liao-liao's ankle, which had healed for a few days, began to throb anew. Hearing her gasp in pain, Xian halted. "What happened? Did I hurt you?" He scrutinized her from head to toe. Shi Liao-liao moved her foot slightly. Grimacing, "I have an injury on my foot." Originally intending to convey this to deter Xian from further exertion, she was surprised when he knelt before her, gently grasping her calf and resting it on his knee. The fluffy sock brushing against Xian's leg startled Shi Liao-liao, almost causing her to lose her balance, sending the slipper from her other foot flying, landing squarely on Xian's handsome face. Xian looked down at the pink plush slipper that had slid off his face. "Shi Liao-liao, you owe me one." Expecting him to erupt in fury and push her away, she braced herself. To her astonishment, Xian maintained his position, his narrowed phoenix eyes casting a discontented glance at the plush slipper lying lifeless on the ground before shifting his gaze, peeling back her fluffy sock to reveal her ankle wrapped in bandages. How did this happen? His lovely brows furrowed as he observed the bloodstains that had soaked through. Recalling the moments he had pulled her along, a flash of regret and concern crossing his eyes, Shi Liao-liao withdrew her foot. The ankle had been chafed by the shackles. Mere movement would have only caused superficial abrasions, but the real damage stemmed from her earlier exploits, prying at bed legs, running, pulling people, and jumping, resulting in a painful mess. Hearing the term shackles, a chill swept through Xian's eyes. Though he typically appeared carefree, his gaze often carrying a hint of sardonic amusement, at that moment, his anger brewed beneath the surface, his darkened eyes swirling with a storm that was truly intimidating.
Xian?
Watching him turn silently to leave, Shi Liao-liao felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding and hurriedly seized his arm. "Where are you going?" Xian replied with a forced smile. "To confront Lu Yanzhou." Shi Liao-liao immediately understood he had misconstrued the situation. It was not Lu Yanzhou's doing, she hastily clarified. "Of course. I am explaining this because I wish to prevent a violent confrontation between these two good friends." I understand, came the reply from Maru. Xian turned back to support her. "Who did this?" Shi Liao-liao contemplated saying it was his sister, but the words faltered on her lips. After all, they were family. "This matter is rather complex. You did bring me a gift, did you not?" "I wish to see it." Xian scrutinized her for a few seconds, aware that she was deflecting the topic, yet he did not press further. "Very well, I shall ask Lu Yanzhou later." Subsequently, he lifted his arm, allowing Shi Liao-liao to lean against him as they walked. Upon reaching the first floor, Xian guided her to the sofa and instructed a maid to bring a blanket for her. "This is a gift from me. If you dislike it, I shall have it melted down and remade." Opening the box, Shi Liao-liao was nearly blinded by its brilliance. Inside lay an intricately carved gold lock, larger than her palm, featuring a butterfly intricately etched in the center and adorned with gemstones along the edges. She knew without even touching it that this item weighed a fortune. Heaven knows she could not afford even a gram of gold at this moment. "This is far too extravagant." Xian shook his head, his expression nonchalant. "It is merely a trifle, of little value. If you grow tired of it, you may give it to your little mouse as a toy." Shi Liao-liao responded with utmost seriousness. "No, Maru does not deserve it." Maru interjected, "Hey, I'm still here. I can hear you." Ultimately, Shi Liao-liao accepted the gift. Why refuse such a splendid offering? She is but a mere servant by Lu Yanzhou's side. and she is acutely aware that what appears to be a precious item to the average person is akin to a piece of candy in the eyes of these young masters. Should one refuse, the others might even consider it a sign of ingratitude. Imagine if you were to share a 50-cent candy with someone, only for them to adopt an air of superiority, declaring it far too precious to accept. What would your reaction be? Upon her acceptance, though Shi Yan remained silent, a flicker of delight danced across his features. Shi Liao, curious about this sudden shift in his demeanor, pondered, why the unexpected gift? As she reached for the tea brewed by the maid, a delicate lavender bracelet slipped down her fair wrist, the bird-shaped pendant flashing momentarily. Shi Yan's gaze faltered for a moment, momentarily forgetting to respond to Shi Liao's inquiry. May I see that on your wrist? Shi Liao adjusted her wrist, causing the light purple chain to sway. This one? Shi Yan scrutinized the wrist she presented before him, and then chuckled softly. I must have been mistaken. How could he possibly misidentify the sole keepsake left to Lu Yanzhou by Mrs. Liu? Back in elementary school, someone had merely touched it and had 3 teeth knocked out by Lu Yanzhou in retaliation. That bird-shaped gem was undoubtedly carved in the likeness of a swallow. It was said that when Mrs. Liu was pregnant, she rescued a swallow, and thus, the character for swallow was included in Lu Yanzhou's name. Although Mrs. Liu had little affection for him, she had bestowed upon him the sole gift she ever gave her only child, this bracelet. Lu Yanzhou had often worn it in his youth, but for reasons unknown, he had put it away upon reaching adulthood, and now it appeared on Shi Liao's wrist. Is this a gift from Lu Yanzhou? Shi Liao nodded, gently caressing the bracelet that had warmed to her skin. He said nothing in response. Shi Yan internally scoffed several times. To voice it would be akin to moral coercion, yet it seemed Lu Yanzhou had a conscience, sparing his sister from such a heavy burden. Are you hungry? Is there anything you wish to eat? Shi Liao glanced at him. I want to go out. Shi Yan was taken aback. There was an additional complication in the power struggle between the Liu family and its patriarch, and the involvement of Mu Xian made the situation more precarious, particularly since all three seemed intent on keeping Shi Liao close, making the outside world undeniably unsafe. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the current environment at the Zai's was far from ideal for Shi Liao. What alternatives existed? Shi Liao felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that Shi Yan's place was equally unfeasible. She lazily leaned against the cushion, raising her hand as if to command, then summon a few male models to entertain me. Chapter 90. Shi Yan, forcing a smile, replied, Do I look like a male model? Shi Liao retorted, You resemble a male lover. Shi Yan chuckled. Such sharp wit, how delightful. No wonder you are my sister. So you came today merely to deliver this? Her gaze fell upon the box beside her. Shi Yan nodded. Indeed, primarily to check on you. Typically, when a man expresses such sentiments to a woman he is not intimately acquainted with, it carries a hint of ambiguity. However, Shi Yan's expression and tone were entirely unpretentious, even imbued with a touch of familial affection. Noticing he had no intention of leaving, seemingly settled to remain until the end of time, Shi Liao could not help but inquire, Aren't you supposed to be at school? She recalled that the curriculum for A-level students was no light matter. Shi Yan had a computer brought for him, moving a chair to sit beside Shi Liao, offering her a gentle smile. You study, and I will sit here quietly, not to disturb you. He resembled a vigilant dragon guarding a treasure. Despite her repeated inquiries, Shi Yan remained tight-lipped, only deepening her curiosity about what had prompted this change in him. When the first figure that sprang to mind for her to consult was Lu Yanzhou, her intrigue waned. The phone that had previously been in her possession had now been returned to her by Lu Yanzhou's people, in stark contrast to their once frequent exchanges. Their current chat window lay abandoned, having sunk to the very bottom. Shaking her head to dispel the thought of him, Shi Liao redirected her focus to the blueprint before her. As she immersed herself in her studies, oblivious to the world around her, Shi Yan quietly raised his phone to capture a few candid shots. In his admiration, he could not help but marvel at how beautiful his sister was, her features mirroring his own. Coupled with her intelligence, she had consistently topped her class. Lu Yanzhou was truly fortunate. However, if Shi Liao were to return to the Zai's, it would likely mean her departure from St. Dawn, and they would no longer attend school together. The thought left Shi Yan with a pang of regret. Half an hour has passed. Staring at it this way is not good for your eyes. Let us take a break, he suggested, glancing at the time. Shi Liao, still lost in the ocean of knowledge, was momentarily taken aback. So soon? He brought her a glass of juice and offered her a sip, then handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth. His care was so natural that Shi Liao found herself feeling somewhat awkward. Could it be that Mu Xian had contracted some terminal illness requiring a transplant, And Xian was compensating for her? How far have you and Lu Yanzhou gotten? Unable to contain himself any longer, Xian finally broached the subject, observing his sister's bemusement. Shi Liao blinked. We're just a step away from me serving him tea. Serving him tea means calling him little dad, right? Understanding the implication, Xian pinched her cheek playfully. Seriously, if you do not like him, I will ensure he never sees you again. The mere thought of his long-lost sister being whisked away by a wild boar filled Xian with a sense of jealousy. You must not like him. He pinched her cheek again, his voice laced with a hint of irritation. Apart from being handsome, intelligent, and coming from a good family with a clean romantic history, what other merits does Lu Yanzhou possess? Shi Liao replied, do you want to hear what you were saying? Realizing that every word was indeed a compliment, Xian fell silent. If one were to point out Lu Yanzhou's flaws, the siblings exchanged knowing glances, and in perfect harmony, they uttered a single word: immature. As Lu Yanzhou absent-mindedly fiddled with the flowers in the vase, a tingling sensation tickled his nose. The future tycoon did not sneeze. This club, known for its privacy, was favored by high-ranking individuals. Even Lu Yanzhou was pleased with their commitment to safeguarding customer information. He absent-mindedly played with the champagne-colored petals when a shadow fell over him, prompting him to rise and graciously pull out a chair for the guest. Please have a seat, madam. The woman, her face obscured by a mask, sat gracefully before him. Only her gentle eyes and slightly upturned corners hinted at her identity. Had it not been for the distinctly different gaze, he might have mistaken her for Shi Liao. The moment of surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by a warm smile. I brought you here to show you this. He pushed a document forward. Although the woman was puzzled by his intentions, she complied and opened the file. As her gaze fell upon the black text, her placid eyes suddenly widened in alarm. This is... She raised a hand to cover her mouth, tears glimmering in her eyes. Lu Yanzhou offered her a handkerchief. I suspect you may have already sensed something amiss. Expressing her gratitude in a whisper, the woman accepted the handkerchief, wiped her tears, and nodded, her voice still choked with emotion. What about the child? She is in a very safe place. Please do not worry. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the woman's cheeks uncontrollably. Initially, I sensed something was off. But with the paternity test results in hand, I had no choice but to suppress my suspicions. I hadn't anticipated. A flash of anger flickered in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. May I see her photograph? Lu Yanzhou handed her his phone, stepping aside to grant her privacy, leaving her with a simple request. I hope you can keep this confidential and avoid raising any alarms. The woman nodded. Her movements almost hurried as she accepted the phone. Lu Yanzhou, biting on a cigarette, leaned against the window, gazing at the night outside. His chestnut eyes slightly heavy with fatigue. In the past, a young servant would have stealthily approached him, earnestly inquiring, Young master, would you like a massage? Followed by an unspoken addendum. 1,000 for a session. What was Shi Liao-liao doing now? Did she think of him? Probably not. A bitter smile tugged at his lips as he straightened up. Hello, do you need assistance? The voice from behind startled him. Lu Yanzhou turned around to find a girl standing there, smiling faintly. She wore a delicate dress that was light, yet not revealing. Her features alluring, yet her demeanor refreshingly understated. His gaze lingered for a moment before he averted it. No need. His somewhat cold response did not deter the girl. Instead, her smile appeared more genuine. Are you tired, sir? I am quite skilled at massages. Would you like one? Her voice was soft, her expression calm. Yet her eyes were laced with seduction. Lu Yanzhou's demeanor shifted instantly, his chestnut eyes sharpened as they narrowed, his pale lips parting to utter a single word. Get lost. The girl turned pale at his words. Was that direct enough? Chapter 91. Very direct. Even without Lu Yanzhou asking, the girl's tearful retreat confirmed this. Once she rounded the corner, out of Lu Yanzhou's sight, her previously pale face transformed. Wiping away her tears, she retrieved her phone from her bag.
Hey.
The target has approached but failed. Simultaneously, Lu Yanzhou also picked up his phone. Find out who sent that woman over. He tilted his chin slightly, his chestnut eyes coldly meeting the surveillance screen. The imitation was so poorly executed it was almost unbearable to witness. Secretary Shi received the order and arranged for someone to investigate. Young master, this person is not from the club. It is unclear how she managed to infiltrate. She was very alert and realized she was being followed as soon as she exited, then vanished in a complex alley. The elevator required a card to access, with bodyguards stationed at every point to prevent unauthorized personnel from intruding. Secretary Shi had evidently considered this beforehand and had already investigated. She came up using a card. But the identity card she used is, here. Secretary Shi hesitated. Who is it? Lu Yanzhou switched the phone to his other hand, raising an eyebrow. Secretary Shi lowered her voice. It belongs to young master Yang Qingzhou. Lu Yanzhou's gaze flickered. Did someone steal his card? Secretary Shi replied, to be honest. That was his first thought as well. Yang Qingzhou was rudely awakened by Lu Yanzhou's call. Hey, did you catch that little servant? He mumbled, still half asleep. Lu Yanzhou cut straight to the chase. Do you still have the SI membership card? This question left Yang Qingzhou utterly bewildered. What card? I never take a card when I go out. If the SI people don't even recognize me, then they might as well give up. Lu Yanzhou suspected as much and succinctly explained the situation regarding the theft of his identity card used to access the elevator. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingzhou, who had been wanting to catch up on sleep, suddenly sat up.
What?
How absurd. They steal my identity card not to seduce me, but to seduce you? Lu Yanzhou replied, I recorded it. I'll send it to Bai Lia later. Yang Qingzhou protested. You're mistaken. Leave this matter to me. I suspect it's your father, who has gone missing. By the way, did you catch Shi Liao-liao? Lu Yanzhou had been taking frequent leaves with Shi Yan, leaving only himself at school, while those two were busy and didn't update him on any progress. I found her. Yang Qingzhou lay back heavily, feeling a bit relieved. Xiaobai had been asking him nearly every day when Shi Liao-liao would return. To keep it under wraps that Shi Liao-liao had fled, he told everyone she was studying out of town with Lu Yanzhou. Now that he finally had news, wouldn't he have to hear another man's name from her lips while getting cozy with his new girlfriend? When is she coming back to school? When Shi Liao-liao was around, I would occasionally drop by for a meal. And now I'm stuck eating takeout or cafeteria food. It's like falling from heaven to hell. Lu Yanzhou's response was ambiguous. In a while, just as he was about to hang up, Yang Qingzhou suddenly recalled something more pressing. Wait. I almost forgot to ask. Are you planning to get engaged to Sister Xian? That assertion wasn't entirely incorrect.
Yes.
Lu Yanzhou affirmed, raising his hand to catch a flake of falling snow. Yang Qingzhou's reaction was quite intense. Have you lost your mind? What about Shi Liao-liao? Wait. Is it Lu Tingfeng who is pressuring you? Or has Xian finally unleashed her wolfish nature, using your entry into the Shi family as an excuse to forcibly claim you? Lu Yanzhou retorted, stop watching those ridiculous shows. It's voluntary. Not wishing to endure Yang Qingzhou's wailing any longer, Lu Yanzhou simply hung up the phone. As he walked back from the rooftop, his hair was lightly dampened by the melting snowflakes, causing his bangs to fall forward. After reviewing all the cherished, actually, secretly taken, photos of Mrs. Shi, she emerged. Noticing his disheveled appearance, she sent someone with a towel, effortlessly raising a hand. What will you do if you catch a cold, dear? Concern glimmered in her eyes as she gently dried Lu Yanzhou's head. Mrs. Shi, already a mother, had watched Lu Yanzhou grow up alongside Xian. Such intimate gestures felt entirely natural. Moreover, they would soon share a new layer of relationship enhancement. Lu Yanzhou murmured his thanks. Neither of them noticed the flashing lights from the opposite building outside the window. The individual who had managed to capture the moment trembled with excitement. Though not the person they had originally arranged, capturing Lu Yanzhou in a compromising position with another woman that evening was still deemed a success. With the engagement banquet approaching, the formidable alliance of the Lu and Shi families was highly anticipated by many. It was rumored that the young lady of the Shi family had only recently been found. A Cinderella transformed into a princess. How dramatic! How enviable! Overnight, an ordinary girl had become a wealthy heiress with a versatile fiancé. Oh heavens! I shall no longer call you Grandpa. You truly do not regard me as your grandson. The sudden wealth and a wealthy fiancé left only Lu Yanzhou curious about what the young lady of the Shi family looked like. There had been some public mention before, but no photographs were released, leaving one to wonder how she matched with Lu Yanzhou. Shi Liao-liao scrolled through the comments, unable to resist replying to one. Of course. They are a handsome couple, a match made in heaven. However, her comment went unnoticed, quickly drowned out. While enjoying the fruit sent by Shi Yan, Shi Liao-liao wiped the juice from her fingers with a tissue, intending to step back and check other trending topics when a maid suddenly knocked and entered. Miss, it's snowing. Upon hearing the word snow, Shi Liao-liao hastily got out of bed and into her wheelchair. Her foot injury had yet to heal, and after Shi Yan left, Lu Yanzhou had arranged for a wheelchair to be delivered, seemingly aware that her wound had reopened. not knowing where he had been wandering. Shi Liao-liao eagerly took her little electric wheelchair to go see the snow. The world she had previously lived in was heavily polluted, where snowflakes appeared gray and lacked beauty. The moment she stepped outside, the previously gentle expression of the maid turned serious. Glancing down at Shi Liao-liao's iPad, which she had forgotten to turn off, she opened the trending search and, unsurprisingly, found Lu Yanzhou's name at the top. Lu Yanzhou caught in a close encounter with a strange woman late at night. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to call Lu Yanzhou. Young master, I didn't let the young lady see that trending topic. The person opposite spoke, leaving the maid somewhat astonished. Indeed. Chapter 92. Concerned that she might catch a cold, the maid wrapped her up warmly, leaving only her eyes and nostrils visible before allowing her to step outside. Lifting her gaze to admire the snowflakes dancing beneath the streetlights, a gentle glow mirrored in her eyes. Her fingers, snugly encased in gloves, twitched with a hint of excitement. How I longed to build a snowman. Alas, her injured ankle rendered squatting impossible, and sitting down to build one was equally inconvenient. The wind began to pick up, and after a while of watching, she felt drowsy, promptly maneuvering her wheelchair to return indoors. Upon turning, she was greeted by the sight of a small snowman, standing vividly amidst the snow, adorned with a fluffy white hat and a nose made of carrot, round and delightful. "Oh!" she exclaimed, only to hear the snowman suddenly speak. "Hello, Liao-liao." Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "Hello there." Clearing her throat to suppress her mirth, she responded. The snowman continued, "My name is Lu Xiaozhou, and I wish to be friends with you, Liao-liao. Would you like that?" Pretending to be taken aback, she replied, "Oh, your surname is Lu? What relation do you have with Lu Yanzhou? Do you not like the surname Lu? Then I shall change it," the snowman replied. Maneuvering her wheelchair closer, she playfully poked its forehead, saying, "Would you like to take my surname instead?" The snowman's voice drew nearer. "Then I shall be called Shi Xiaozhou from now on." Shi Liao-liao chuckled softly. "You may, but Lu Yanzhou cannot." After saying that, she turned to the nearby tree. If young master were to share a surname with the maid, he would be the laughingstock of all. The charming snowman vanished, replaced by a voice tinged with icy clarity. "Who dares to laugh?" Lu Yanzhou had been standing there for an indeterminate time, his black coat dusted with snowflakes, his amber eyes clear as ever, gazing at her with a warmth that seemed to dispel the chill around her. Shi Yan dares, he thought, reflecting on how he would have in the past, but now, the doting Shi Yan could only feel jealous, wishing to nip at his heels. Shi Liao-liao rarely saw him in dark attire, prompting her to steal a few glances. "Bold Yanzi, wearing black now, are you to don silk stockings later?" Lu Yanzhou, "So you have a penchant for this." Unaware of the deepening hue in his eyes, she observed him step from the shadows, her brow furrowing at the sight of his gaunt cheeks. "He has lost so much weight. Did the maid feed you hamster food?" Clearly no one dared to do so. "It's too cold. Let us go inside," she suggested, noticing the redness at his fingertips and recalling how long he must have stood there building the snowman. Lu Yanzhou nodded in agreement, moving to push her wheelchair, both of them tacitly dismissing the notion that this wheelchair was automatic. "Young master." Upon seeing Lu Yanzhou enter, the maids showed no surprise. As though they had anticipated his arrival, a maid approached, offering 2 bowls of hot soup, waiting until they had finished before taking the bowls away. Shi Liao-liao turned to him. "Young master, go take a shower. Otherwise, you might catch a cold." With the engagement banquet approaching, what would it mean if something were to happen to you here? With that thought lingering, she coldly maneuvered her wheelchair away. Lu Yanzhou nodded, indeed. His voice reached Shi Liao-liao's ears, and she felt she too ought to indulge in a warm bath. Otherwise, why did she feel a bit chilly? Lu Yanzhou no longer touched her as he had before. After returning to his room, he did not disturb her again. Shi Liao-liao glanced at the adjacent room, thinking that her previous words had indeed borne fruit. After accompanying Lu Yanzhou to that time and place unknown, nonsense banquet, she would promptly pack her belongings and leave. She had been eyeing a coastal city 8 hours away by high-speed rail, which was quite pleasant, with low living costs, ideal for retirement. Henceforth, the maid known as Shi Liao-liao would cease to exist. The following day, upon awakening after a long period of restless sleep, Lu Yanzhou silently cursed Shi Liao-liao. Shortly thereafter, she learned from the maid that the robust young master had inexplicably come down with a fever. Illness struck like a sudden avalanche. The previous neglect of his health had finally caught up with him. Watching him lie in bed, his fair complexion tinged with a sickly flush, the frail Lu Yanzhou She glanced at the thermometer. 38 degrees. This morning it had peaked at 39, only to be reduced by an injection from the doctor, but now it had risen again. Please don't die on me here, Shi Liao-liao murmured softly. The maid approached and whispered, Miss, Secretary Shi is on the line. Shi Liao-liao took the call. Secretary Shi, it's me. Hearing her voice, Secretary Shi expressed concern. Miss Shi, has the young master's fever subsided? There were matters concerning the Shi family that required the young master's decisions. All evidence had been gathered, yet a scandal had emerged just before the engagement banquet. Secretary Shi was privy to the truth, but could not yet reveal Madame Shi's identity. The grand gift the young master had prepared for Lu Tingfeng could not be made public prematurely. Lu Tingfeng had been frantically searching for Shi Liao-liao. But she was currently under the young master's secret protection, and by the time Shi Liao-liao was recognized by the Shi family, everything would have already been settled. Just last night, Mu Xian had gone missing, creating chaos on the Shi family's side, and amidst this turmoil, the young master had fallen ill. Is it Secretary Shi? A hoarse voice called out, and Shi Liao-liao turned to meet Lu Yanzhou's weak gaze. You are not in good condition, she frowned. Lu Yanzhou extended a hand. It's fine. Indeed, even while ill, he was still preoccupied with matters concerning the Shi family. With that thought in mind, she handed him her phone. Go ahead. Make the call and suffer through it. As she prepared to leave, Lu Yanzhou tugged at the hem of her garment, switching hands to take the call. Shi Liao-liao pulled away to sit beside him. Lu Yanzhou's voice was barely audible, and she could only catch a few words. After the call ended, he softly called to her Liao-liao. His voice was hoarse, low in pitch. Shi Liao-liao glanced at him, meeting those dimmed, hazel eyes. And her heart softened as she approached him. What is it? As she slowly made her way to the bedside, his hand grasped her wrist, pulling her into a fervent embrace. I have no relationship with Mu Xian. Just as she was about to protest, hearing his words caused her to falter. Why does the young master share this with me? We are engaged, and yet you claim to have no relationship. Well, we've even kissed. So, isn't that akin to a mother-son relationship? Lu Yanzhou tightened his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder. There's more to it. You ignore me. And it pains me, he murmured, his voice dropping. I miss you. While working, I think of the terrible coffee you made for me, and when speaking with others, I recall your theories on bodily functions. While watering the flowers, I glance at that ugly swallow and wonder what you are doing. He leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on her neck, whispering, So, please don't ignore me, all right? Shi Liao-liao's eyelashes fluttered, and she instinctively covered Lu Yanzhou's lips with her hand, giving them a gentle pinch. Hush, not a word I wish to hear. Chapter 93. Lu Yanzhou blinked. The warm, moist sensation slipped through her palm. Shi Liao-liao immediately withdrew her hand, then playfully rubbed his face. You're like a dog, Lu Yanzhou. Had it been in the past, such words would have remained unvoiced in her heart. Hearing her call his name instead of young master brought a smile to Lu Yanzhou's lips. I am a swallow. Witnessing Lu Yanzhou display such a nearly childlike demeanor stirred a mischievous impulse within Shi Liao-liao, prompting her to poke his cheek. Quickly lie back down. My shoulder is going numb, young master. Again, with the young master. The sickly individual displayed a particularly juvenile side, a fleeting look of discontent flashing in his hazel eyes as he maintained his hold, pulling Shi Liao-liao into the covers alongside him. Held tightly in Lu Yanzhou's embrace, Shi Liao-liao felt akin to a shrimp placed upon a hot grill, restlessly squirming in discomfort. Stay with me for a while, he murmured, nuzzling his nose into her hair, the familiar fragrance lulling him into a drowsy stupor. Shi Liao-liao turned to poke him gently, young master. What did you mean by saying there are ulterior motives? After waiting in vain for a response, she was instead met with the steady rhythm of his breathing. Considering your condition. Otherwise, I might just squeeze your eggs to pieces. She knew he had succumbed to sleep, but in her haze, she heard Lu Yanzhou's voice that was close. I almost had to undergo a testicle transplant. Shi Liao-liao had initially intended to sneak away once he was sound asleep. But to her surprise, she dozed off instead, ultimately roused by the warmth radiating from him. Awake? As she blinked her eyes open, a dry kiss landed on her cheek. Turning her head, she found that Lu Yanzhou, despite his illness, was more alert than she, sporting a fever patch on his forehead and a laptop resting on his lap. She reached out to check his temperature and scolded, You truly don't want to get better, still burning up. What's more important, your life or work? Money is important, he replied. What should I say to the family then? I have no retort. She gritted her teeth as she uttered these words. with his long fingers. He closed the laptop, his gaze unusually soft. I'll heed your advice. He lay back down. Shi Liao-liao cleared her throat. I'm going to see if the snowman has melted. She threw off the covers and got out of bed, searching for her slippers to no avail. Over here. Yanzhou bent down to hand her the slippers from the floor, and she thanked him. Noticing the fleeting glimmer of a light purple bracelet on her wrist, a smile tugged at his lips. So, what do you mean by ulterior motives? Shi Liao-liao had not forgotten his earlier words. His fingers curled slightly, a smirk dancing on his lips as his tea-brown eyes seemed to penetrate through to her heart. You care about me. His tone was imbued with certainty. Shi Liao-liao was taken aback by his assertion. Of course, after all, there is no other young master who would fund my testicle transplant. I see that my kindness to you is all you remember. He continued, I've told you I like you, and that affection is singular. There will be no one else. Mu Xian or anyone else pales in comparison to you. With bare feet, Yanzhou stepped off the bed, enveloping her in his feverish embrace. Please don't resist me. Shi Liao-liao thought to herself, this boy is being coy again. All right, just let me go for now. Seeing her awkward demeanor, he leaned down to plant a kiss on her cheek. Were it not for his illness, he would have pinned her down. His eyes darkened, a blend of indulgence and restraint, as he nipped at her neck and squeezed her waist. Fearing his mischief, she hastily hobbled away. After she left, Wanwan dared to emerge. So, host, aren't you leaving? Shi Liao-liao touched the spot where Yanzhou had bitten her. Although I might indeed have a slight fondness for young Master Liu, but Wanwan, my father had the same affection for my mother. When he adored her, he couldn't even bear to let her walk away, always holding her close. But what was the outcome? One cannot be infatuated, for when the apocalypse comes, even the zombies would find my brain distasteful. With that thought, she descended to check on the snowman. The thick layer of snow from the previous night had blanketed everything, and the snowman stood proudly in the yard, the fresh snow draping over it like a delicate veil. However, what surprised Shi Liao-liao the most was the sudden appearance of a house not far away. She approached, and Wanwan leapt off her shoulder. What is this? It wasn't he here yesterday. Before she could reach it, a maid emerged, holding a bucket. Upon seeing her, she nodded. Mississippi. Shi Liao-liao inquired, what is this place? She maneuvered her wheelchair closer. The maid smiled. It's a gift from young Master Xian. You mentioned wanting fresh sheep's milk, so he had some sheep brought over. Is it really that extravagant? Inside was spacious, the scent of livestock subtly mingling with that of fresh grass, creating a warm atmosphere. Shi Liao-liao spotted several sheep grazing. Can I milk them too? I've never tried milking sheep. The maid nodded with a smile. Of course. However, when Shi Liao-liao eagerly began, she barely managed a few squeezes before one of the sheep nearly kicked her over, startling her. Wow, such a bad temper. Undeterred, she tried again. But the sheep raised its leg and kicked her once more. Shi Liao-liao was bewildered. Am I really that unlikable to small animals? She felt somewhat disheartened. When the maid approached, she tugged at her sleeve, looking glum. Sister, this sheep doesn't seem to like me. It keeps kicking. The lovely girl's dejected expression was quite pitiful. The maid gently tightened the straps of her fluffy hat and asked, Miss, could you try again for me? Shi Liao-liao nodded and returned to her seat. The situation remained unchanged. After a few attempts, the sheep kicked her again. Shi Liao-liao looked up, her eyes filled with grievance, as if to say, see? The maid's expression was rather complex. Miss, is it possible that you're trying to milk a ram? Ah. She turned to look at the sheep. It's a male? The maid nodded. To ensure the happiness of the ewes, we have rams as well. Report it.